Su Qing was an utterly ordinary individual, living a rather unfortunate life. However, an extraordinary encounter bestowed upon him a pair of mystical eyes capable of perceiving beyond the ordinary. Chapter 1. The Humiliation of a Youth. At the bustling train station, vehicles came and went, and a throng of people surged like a restless tide. In a secluded alley near the station, two burly men resembling bodyguards were mercilessly beating a young man. Beside them, a young man and woman watched with indifference. The man exuded arrogance, while the woman appeared detached, both reveling in the spectacle. Ning Tao, I warn you, Wu Yue is now my girlfriend. This is a lesson for you. If you dare to harass her again, I shall break your legs. After the two bodyguards had pummeled the youth for several minutes, until he was utterly incapable of resistance, the long-haired young man in a shirt cleared his throat in a mockingly exaggerated manner, dismissing the bodyguards. With a disdainful gesture, he beckoned the young man lying on the ground, a smirk of triumph gracing his features. Though he appeared to be in his 20s, the shirt-clad youth was dressed in a gaudy fashion, adorned with ostentatious brands and a large gold chain around his neck. An incongruous sight. Ning Tao lay on the ground, disheveled and battered, his entire body aching from the brutal assault. He was filthy, with several scratches and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His lips cracked. Yue, is Xiao Wenlin forcing you? Despite his injuries, Ning Tao's gaze remained fixated on the girl beside the long-haired youth, his emotions surging. The girl, appearing just over 20, wore heavy makeup on her youthful face, a fitted top accentuating her figure, and a mini-skirt that left little to the imagination. Currently nestled against the arm of the long-haired man. Hey Ning Tao, it seems you are determined to be obstinate. Yue, why don't you tell him the truth? Let this toad awaken to reality. The long-haired young man draped his arm around the girl's shoulder, turning to plant a kiss on her cheek, exuding arrogance. The girl blushed slightly at the kiss, but soon exchanged a lingering gaze with the young man, taking a deep breath before turning to Ning Tao with a look of distaste. Ning Tao, we are over. The person I like now is Xiao Wenlin. Please respect that. Why? At her words, Ning Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he seemed to deflate, his spirit crushed. Fine, let me explain. We are about to graduate from university. What do you have to offer? Xiao Wenlin can buy me jewelry, a phone, and his father has secured a job for me. What can you provide? If you can give me nothing, why should I waste my time? With each word, Wu Yue grew more fervent, her disdain for Ning Tao palpable. Yue, you used to be different. Yes, I was, but I've realized how naive I was. Ning Tao, let's be realistic. I acknowledge your kindness, but we are incompatible. Wenlin has even met my parents, and they approve of our relationship. As she spoke, her excitement grew, her scorn for Ning Tao intensifying. All right, I understand. In that moment, Ning Tao felt as though he were staring at a stranger, a familiar figure turned alien, enveloped in disappointment. Ning Tao, have you finally accepted reality? You, a country bumpkin, dreaming of possessing Yue? Huh, I could easily crush you with a few coins. If I see you again, I'll flay your skin. Xiao Wenlin smirked, resembling a triumphant general, his demeanor menacing. After a glance at Wu Yue, he provocatively declared, Yue, you performed admirably yesterday. Once we reach Donghai, I'll buy you that LV bag you've been eyeing. Ning Tao was taken aback, his heart sinking as he noticed the faint blush on Wu Yue's face, realizing that the girl he once knew was gone. Having known Wu Yue for 4 years and dated for 2, he had only ever held her hand. This was not due to his prudence. He understood that university students often explored intimacy. Yet he had believed Wu Yue to be conservative, waiting until marriage, never anticipating her shift in allegiance. The trio were all seniors at Ninghai Zhongxia University. Ning Tao had sensed something amiss for months, but he had dared not confront the truth. What sort of man was Xiao Wenlin? A notorious playboy at Zhongxia University, Ning Tao found it hard to believe that Wu Yue could ever be attracted to him. Since the summer of their sophomore year, Wu Yue had ceased all contact, ignoring his calls and messages, and he was met with locked doors when he attempted to visit her home. With the new semester approaching, Ning Tao had purchased train tickets for the two of them, intending to discuss their relationship openly during the journey. After much pleading, she finally agreed to meet at the train station, but he never anticipated this turn of events. That it seems love cannot withstand the allure of wealth. Though he had prepared himself for this moment, a deep ache still pierced his heart. Wu Yue, you will regret this. Ning Tao gazed at Wu Yue for a long time, his expression gradually turning cold as he spoke with calm resolve. I could see that moment. He silently concluded their past relationship, accepting the pain of their separation with a sense of resignation. Though heartbroken, he found solace in the understanding that Xiao Wenlin's affections were insincere, merely a fleeting dalliance, and their union would ultimately falter. Wu Anyue's association with such a character utterly disillusioned him. I regret not breaking up with you sooner, Ning Tao. I advise you to face reality even after graduation. What will you achieve? You'll end up no different from them. Wu Anyue wrinkled her nose in disdain, gesturing towards the street vendors outside, her voice laced with derision. Having spent 2 months with Xiao Wenlin, she had tasted the luxuries of life, and although it came at a cost, the envious glances of those around her made it all worthwhile. Now, she yearned to sever ties with Ning Tao swiftly to avoid any misunderstandings. Anyue speaks wisely. Ning Tao, as a token of our past as classmates, should you graduate and find yourself jobless, I could lend you a few thousand. Xiao Wenlin laughed boisterously, affectionately ruffling Wu Anyue's hair. Wenlin, we've cleared everything up, let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll arrive in Donghai after dark. Wu Anyue said sweetly, adjusting her hair. Don't worry, the BMW is fast, and we have a dedicated driver. Once we're in the car, you can rest and recharge for tonight. Xiao Wenlin pulled out the keys to his BMW, deliberately teasing her. Stop it. Let's go. Wu Anyue's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Xiao Wenlin a few times, a symbolic gesture of annoyance. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. All right, let us go. Xiao Wenlin exclaimed, seizing his opponent's delicate fist. With a hearty laugh, he waved the car keys at Ning Tao, disdainfully declaring, Ning Tao, do you know what this is? Something you could never afford in your lifetime. With that, the pair, a man and a woman, turned without a moment's hesitation and strode towards a BMW parked at the roadside. Ning Tao's 2 towering bodyguards followed suit, casting not even a glance back at him. Despicable couple. Once the BMW had vanished from sight, Ning Tao spat, laboriously rising from the ground. Perhaps this is for the best. It appears I misjudged them. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. Yet, a single tear unexpectedly trickled down his cheek, stark against his rugged demeanor. Generally, he was a broad-minded and resilient young man. Since the tragic loss of his parents in a car accident when he was 12, tears had eluded him. He had sensed this moment was coming, and now that it had arrived, he resolved to let bygones be bygones. Let the past drift away with the wind. I shall remain true to myself. Grasping his travel bag, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes, shouted defiantly, and strode out of the alley. Young man, I see a shadow over your brow. It seems you've encountered some misfortune lately. Perhaps you should purchase a fortune stone for safety. A bald, middle-aged man selling trinkets called out as Ning Tao emerged from the alley. Ning Tao scoffed at the vendor's words. It was evident to anyone what he had experienced. However, recalling Wu Anyue's advice, he instinctively turned his head to glance back. What's this peace stone you're offering? Ning Tao murmured, his expression oddly intrigued. The peace stone had recently gained popularity in Xia country. It was merely ordinary jade carved with incantations by so-called masters, said to turn misfortune into fortune. Come take a look, young man. These are all fresh stock. If you find one you fancy, I'll give you a discount. This is all I have left. Seeing Ning Tao's interest, the bald man's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Is this stone jade? It feels like you picked it up from the mountains, Ning Tao remarked skeptically, glancing at the array of stones on the vendor's stall. Many resembling jade, adorned with tassels. He picked up a stone that had been pressed beneath a cloth, scrutinizing it with a disdainful expression. This particular stone was somewhat unique, roughly the size of an egg, exuding a luminous sheen, cool to the touch, and surprisingly heavy, with one side white and the other black, strikingly distinct. An old man like me would never deceive you. I assure you, though this isn't jade, it is far more precious. This is the Eye of the Candle Dragon, a family heirloom. I can see you have a connection with it. If you like it, you can take it for just 100. The bald man, noticing Ning Tao's fascination, spoke with exaggerated conviction. In an effort to enhance the variety of wares at his stall, he often scavenged peculiar stones from mountains, pairing them for sale. Occasionally, he managed to deceive unwitting travelers, and upon noticing Ning Tao's interest, he ardently promoted his goods. This is the Eye of the Candle Dragon. My friend, he exclaimed, but Ning Tao, a local, scoffed, spare me your tall tales. It's merely a worthless stone. $2, take it or leave it. Ning Tao curled his lip, his gaze unwavering and disdainful. Hearing Ning Tao's willingness to purchase, the balding middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. After all, the stone was simply something he had collected from the mountains, and selling it was pure profit. However, he feigned a pained expression, lamenting, "Oh, young man, your bargaining is rather excessive, isn't it, considering you are a local? I'll let it go for $5. At least allow this old man a decent bowl of noodles for lunch. Fine. I shall consider it a gesture of support for your business." Although Ning Tao wasn't wealthy, he didn't wish to haggle over a few coins. It was scorching hot, and everyone had their struggles. He promptly paid and took the stone, oblivious to the fact that his blood, inadvertently smeared on the stone, caused a faint dark luminescence to flicker. Having purchased a sleeper ticket, Ning Tao did not wait long at the station and swiftly boarded the train via the express lane. This premium sleeper offered only 2 beds per compartment, facing each other, an ideal arrangement. Initially, he intended for both himself and Wuan Yue to occupy a bed each, but upon entering, he had opted to forfeit hers. With her absence, the ticket, costing several hundred yuan, was quite a sum for him, who was not affluent. He contemplated refunding his own ticket in exchange for a hard seat, but the thought of Wu on his earlier words struck him painfully, leading him to board alone. In the past 2 years, he had devoted his best efforts to her, pouring all his earnings from part-time jobs into their shared life, only to find himself in this unfortunate predicament. It was time he treated himself with a little kindness. The compartment was spacious, yet he found himself alone. After placing his travel bag down, he felt an unexpected heaviness in his head and lay back on the bed. As soon as he reclined, his consciousness began to blur, and he unwittingly slipped into a deep slumber, unaware of the train's departure. In his dreams, he encountered a creature with a human face and a serpent's body, crimson in hue, stretching 1,000 miles. The monster's eyes were closed, but as he approached, they suddenly opened. In that fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, Ning Tao felt 2 beams of golden light shoot from the creature's eyes into his own, followed by a sharp pain in his head, prompting a muffled groan as he jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, Ning Tao was met with an intense soreness and blurriness. Instinctively, he rubbed them, pondering. I wasn't even struck in the eyes. Although he had been beaten by 2 bodyguards, he was certain they had not harmed his eyes. So why did they throb? Yet, had anyone been present to witness Ning Tao's eyes at that moment, they would have gasped in astonishment, for 2 threads seemed to dance within his irises, rendering them eerily captivating. Ning Tao rubbed his eyes a few times, and the feeling of discomfort vanished. Subsequently, his vision brightened slightly. Just then, the door to the room swung open unexpectedly. A waft of fragrant air swept in, followed by the entrance of a stunning beauty. Instinctively, Ning Tao lifted his gaze and, upon seeing her, his breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened in astonishment. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, adorned in a tasteful, light-colored, bohemian-style dress with delicate floral patterns. The garment accentuated her porcelain neck and exquisite collarbone. Her face was the epitome of perfection. However, as Ning Tao scrutinized her attire, he was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically, prompting him to swiftly shut his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had shockingly perceived that the beauty's clothing had vanished. Chapter 3. The Gift of X-ray Vision. It must be an illusion, he reasoned. How could clothing simply disappear in an instant? Ning Tao vigorously shook his head. Could it be that Xiao Wenlin had truly inflicted a concussion upon him, leading to such hallucinations? He pondered silently. When he reopened his eyes, the enchanting woman had already seated herself opposite him, her back turned as she retrieved fresh linens and other supplies from a suitcase, clearly exhibiting a penchant for cleanliness. Indeed, she was still clothed. Although her dress was thin, it was certainly not transparent. Ning Tao blinked and fixated on her waist for an extended moment, yet saw nothing amiss and attempted to divert his gaze. However, at that very instant, the extraordinary spectacle reoccurred, leaving him utterly astounded. The so-called illusion had manifested once more. This time, he did not close his eyes, but rather widened them, fixated on the vision before him. Upon confirming that it was not a mere figment of his imagination, Ning Tao could not help but exclaim, his face flushed and his breath becoming erratic. After all, he was but a spirited university student. Though he had never engaged in such experiences, he had certainly been exposed to them in his dormitory. Yet, as his concentration faltered, the scene before him vanished, and the beauty reappeared in her light-colored bohemian dress. Hearing his exclamation, she turned around, momentarily taken aback by his crimson complexion, and with a hint of concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" Her voice was melodious and crisp, stirring something within Ning Tao. In response to her words of concern, he hastily waved his hands, stammering, "I'm fine. Iem fine. Oh, hello, I'm Xiao Mingfei." The beauty introduced herself with poise, removing her black sunglasses from the bridge of her nose, her full lips curling into a soft smile as she extended her slender hand. "Hello, I'm Ning Tao," he replied eagerly, reaching out to shake her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll tidy up my bed now." After their brief handshake, Xiao Mingfei released his hand, offered an apologetic smile. and resumed her task of arranging the bedding. As the enchanting woman turned her head, the astonishment etched on Ning Tao's face gradually dissipated, and he became convinced that what he had just experienced was no mere illusion. My heavens, I have acquired the ability of X-ray vision. Although his exterior appeared calm, an overwhelming shock reverberated within him. However, this moment immediately reminded him of the creature from his dreams, which bore a striking resemblance to the candle dragon described in ancient texts. Upon this realization, a shiver coursed through him, and he instinctively reached into his pocket to grasp the stone. To his dismay, his heart sank as he discovered that the stone had vanished without a trace. Could it be that this stone truly was the eye of the candle dragon? The thought sent his breathing into a frantic pace. The creature from his dreams was not far removed from the legendary candle dragon. It had shot 2 beams of light into his eyes, suggesting that perhaps his dream was indeed a reality. Was it possible that 5 coins had procured him the eye of the candle dragon? This absurd notion surged within him. Legend has it that the candle dragon possesses a visage of a human face with a serpentine body, its crimson scales stretching 1,000 miles. When its eyes are open, it brings forth daylight. When closed, the night descends. Its inhalation heralds winter, while its exhalation ushers in summer. It commands the winds and rains, requires no sustenance, nor slumber. All its divine powers are concentrated within its eyes, set to pierce through illusions, transforming misfortune into fortune, and to glimpse both the past and the future. Yet, are these not mere myths and legends? Ning Tao's mind was a tumult of disbelief, unable to reconcile the extraordinary with the ordinary reality before him. To validate his hypothesis, Ning Tao redirected his gaze toward the beautiful woman across from him for another experiment. Why has it ceased to function? This time, Xiao Mengfei remained clothed in his sight, her previous state absent. Could it be that his concentration was lacking? As he meticulously analyzed the circumstances of the previous attempts, he discerned the crux of the issue. Indeed, upon honing his focus, the stunningly beautiful woman's garments vanished before his eyes. This time, prepared for the revelation, he did not gasp in surprise, but continued to observe. In mere seconds, as his mental acuity intensified, he delved deeper into his vision. The woman's skin faded away, revealing her muscles, blood vessels, bones, and even the intricacies of her organs. He could perceive clearly even the slight bruising around her waist. My goodness, I can truly see through. Startled by this revelation, Ning Tao quickly averted his gaze, his heart racing wildly. The moment his concentration faltered, the extraordinary vision dissipated, returning to normalcy. Fortunately, Xiao Mengfei had her back turned to him. Otherwise, she would surely have caught sight of his indiscreet gaze. After tidying up her bed, Xiao Mengfei turned to see Ning Tao staring at her with a somewhat dazed expression. Rather than feeling anger, she had grown accustomed to such looks from men over the years. With a polite smile, she lifted her small suitcase, intending to place it on the luggage rack above the bed. Uncertain whether it was the luggage rack positioned too high or the weight of the small suitcase that caused it, the beautiful woman twisted her waist and gasped in surprise before toppling backward. Ning Tao, who had been keenly observing this enchanting lady, reacted swiftly, extending his arm to embrace Xiao Mengfei's waist. "Are you all right?" he inquired. He felt her body soften in his grasp as the alluring woman collapsed into his arms. Perhaps due to pain, Xiao Mengfei pressed one hand against her waist while the other instinctively clung to Ning Tao. Her brows furrowed together, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she appeared visibly distressed. Ning Tao, holding this captivating beauty, instinctively let his gaze wander downward, and upon doing so, he nearly lost control, blood rushing to his face. From this close proximity, the alluring woman's long dress seemed to evaporate under the influence of his newfound perception. The sheer sensuality of the moment was overwhelming for a young man like Ning Tao, leaving him momentarily spellbound. He felt a stirring impulse, thinking that if something were to transpire, he would have no regrets, even if it were to be his last moment. This was not born from any dark inclination within him. Rather, it was a natural response to such an unexpected encounter. Xiao Mengfei, on the other hand, was acutely aware of a piercing pain radiating through her waist, threatening to bring her to tears. She recognized that her old ailment had flared up again. Having suffered a back injury in her youth, compounded by years of sedentary work, she frequently experienced debilitating pain. While it was manageable at times, when it struck, it was excruciating, rendering her unable to sit. Originally, she had embarked on a business trip, but during her return journey, her back had suddenly begun to ache. preventing her from even sitting in the vehicle. In her eagerness to return to the city, she had insisted that her companions continue without her, opting for a sleeper train instead. However, just as she shifted, the pain returned with a vengeance. As she felt the sharp twinge in her back, her body uncontrollably lurched backward. She braced herself for the impending impact with the ground, closing her eyes in fear. Yet, after a moment, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing a chiseled face before her. Framed by a prominent nose and defined lips, the handsome young man was holding her. Being embraced by such a striking figure stirred a peculiar sensation within Xiao Mengfei. When she lifted her gaze, she was immediately captivated by the beauty of his eyes. They were striking, with sharp contrasts of black and white, resembling two deep pools. Imbued with a profound wisdom and an alluring spark, she had never imagined a man's eyes could possess such allure. However, it was not long before she sensed an unsettling discrepancy. His attention was not on her face, but rather fixated elsewhere. Under the intensity of his gaze, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Subconsciously, Xiao Mengfei felt a surge of anger and attempted to break free. However, as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her waist, causing her brows to furrow and an involuntary groan to escape her lips. Ning Tao, captivated by the scene, was jolted back to reality by the sound, and the enchanting beauty before him was restored to her original form. Meeting her gaze, he felt a sudden rush of embarrassment, realizing he had been caught in the act. Fortunately, he possessed a quick wit and immediately blurted out, "Your pendant is truly beautiful." As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed the impropriety of his comment and hastily added, "Are you all right?" Complimenting someone's pendant in such a moment felt somewhat like a clumsy attempt to cover his tracks. Observing Ning Tao's flustered expression and hearing his explanation, Xiao Mengfei deduced that he had not been intentionally staring at her. After all, he had also come to her aid. The feigned anger on her face dissipated, and she bit her lip, softly saying, "Thank you, I'm fine, just a minor issue with my waist. Could you please help me to the bed?" "Of course," Ning Tao replied, suppressing any further inappropriate thoughts as he hurriedly helped the beauty into the bed opposite him. "Do you have any medicine? I can fetch it for you." He gently positioned her to lie on the bed and, noticing the pained expression on Xiao Mengfei's profile, inquired with concern, "I've already taken some. The painkillers aren't effective anymore. It's nothing serious. This condition fluctuates, and resting for a bit will suffice." "Oh," Ning Tao responded, just as he was about to turn away when he suddenly recalled his ability to see through objects. Instinctively, he glanced toward her waist. 0M, the fabric vanished, revealing the skin beneath, and Ning Tao indeed saw the scene he had observed moments before. The veins around her waist appeared somewhat twisted, as if entwined, with signs of blood stagnation. Having studied medicine at school, he quickly identified the issue and felt a sense of clarity. Miss, I'm a student from the Medical College of Zhongsha and have studied massage techniques. Would you allow me to assist you?" This time, Ning Tao spoke with earnestness. He had learned some family massage techniques, which was why he had applied to the traditional Chinese medicine college. Although he couldn't cure her ailment, he believed he could alleviate some discomfort. Moreover, the thought of massaging her allowed him to fantasize about the intimate contact with her skin, which excited him. "Really? I graduated from Zhongsha as well. You could consider me your senior. I truly appreciate your help." Xiao Mengfei, in considerable pain, felt a decline in her wariness upon learning he was a student from Zhongsha, subconsciously viewing him as one of her peers. Moreover, her waist was indeed in excruciating pain, and she sensed that he must possess some skill to speak so confidently. Ning Tao's heart raced with exhilaration. A delicate beauty lay before him, inviting him to massage her. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, settling beside Xiao Mengfei's bed. Calming his nerves, he regained some composure, squinted his eyes, and activated his X-ray vision. Subsequently, he placed his large hand on the area where the other party's energy was most congested. Utilizing his unique technique, his 5 fingers pressed down gently yet methodically. A soft whimper escaped Xiao Mengfei's lips as he inadvertently pressed on a sensitive spot. However, her expression soon shifted to one of bewilderment. After the initial pain, a wave of refreshing relief coursed through her waist. Pain followed by comfort ensued in a cyclical manner, and it seemed that this bout of discomfort was slightly less intense than the previous one. With the evident effectiveness of his method, joy blossomed within Xiao Mengfei. Initially, she had merely intended to let him try, never anticipating such results. She bit her lip, striving to suppress any sounds, burying her face in the bedding as she surrendered to Ning Tao's ministrations. On the other hand, Ning Tao found himself increasingly flustered, although the proximity was manageable at first. The lingering closeness soon became awkward. The faint fragrance emanating from her body irresistibly invaded his senses, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. His gaze became disordered. At times he focused on her veins and energy pathways, while at other times he was captivated by her fair and delicate skin. He realized he could no longer afford to gaze further, fearing he would lose control if he continued. Yet, in a moment of intense concentration, as he gently kneaded with his palm, his eyes suddenly brightened. Two streams of peculiar black light emanated from his eyes, almost as if by illusion, swiftly entering the fifth point of her waist. What just happened? Startled, Ning Tao was taken aback by the beam of light he had just witnessed escaping from his own eyes. So pleasant. Xiao Mengfei felt a warm current surge from his palm into her waist, as if her entire body had been electrified. The sensation was wondrous, causing her to relax completely. Are you all right? Ning Tao, upon seeing the strange white light, felt a shiver of apprehension and quickly inquired. I'm fine, just keep pressing, don't mind me. Seeing that Xiao Mengfei showed no signs of distress, Ning Tao promptly activated his perspective. To his astonishment, he observed that her congestion had significantly improved, and several entangled ligaments had also relaxed. Could it be the effect of that white light? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, contemplating this possibility. To confirm his hypothesis, he concentrated once more, mentally repeating the process. Indeed, merely 7 or 8 seconds later, 2 streams of white light shot from his eyes into her waist, vanishing without a trace. This time, however, he watched intently, fixating on those 2 beams of light. As the 2 beams of white light penetrated into Xiao Mengfei's body, they seeped into her muscles and veins, subsequently allowing her tendons to relax somewhat and facilitating a smoother flow of energy and blood. Could it be that the white light emitted from my eyes possesses healing properties? How astonishing! Ning Tao felt a surge of astonishment within, struggling to regain his composure. Subsequently, in his quest to thoroughly comprehend his X-ray vision, he began conducting clandestine experiments. After 2 minutes of exploration, he finally discerned a pattern. His X-ray ability extended only about 2 meters, and it could only manifest when his mind was intensely focused. The thicker the intervening material, the more his capacity diminished. Aside from these limitations, the moment he concentrated his thoughts, that white light would emanate from his eyes. At present, this white light demonstrated its healing potential. Just moments ago, he had managed to mend most of his own wounds, leaving only faint traces behind. As for the other capabilities of this white light, he was uncertain and could only await future revelations. However, he also recognized certain drawbacks. The white light was not an inexhaustible resource. After employing it a few times, he began to feel a slight dizziness and promptly ceased its use. Junior, you can press with both hands. Although Ning Tao's hands were sufficiently large, focusing on just one area for an extended period dulled the sensation, making other areas feel more painful. Reluctantly, he extended his other hand and grasped the remainder of Xiao Mengfei's waist. This time, her slender waist was entirely enveloped in his grip. As Ning Tao held her waist, Xiao Mengfei felt as though a gentle breeze was caressing her, a delightful sensation indeed. Handsome men adore beautiful women, and naturally, beautiful women are drawn to handsome men. The mere thought of his starry eyes caused a flutter within her heart. She was aware that their position was somewhat improper, yet she felt an overwhelming comfort that made her lethargic and unwilling to move. In an attempt to quell her rising anxiety, she deliberately shifted the conversation, asking Junior, "Where are you headed this time?" Ning Tao, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by her question and replied hastily, "Oh, I'm going to Ninghai. The new semester is about to begin." "Sister Xia, where are you going?" Given their current posture, it would be impossible for Ning Tao to claim he was devoid of thoughts. He too sought to divert his mind and engage in casual conversation. Xiao Mengfei responded, "I'm also heading to Haishu. This time, it's a business trip to Shancheng. With your excellent massage skills, I imagine your medical expertise is quite commendable as well. Upon graduation, many hospitals will likely vie for your attention. Please, spare me the sarcasm, Yuan Qin. I am just an ordinary individual. Nowadays, university graduates abound, and finding a job like mine is already quite fortunate." Ning Tao replied with a wry smile, his voice tinged with resignation. His words were indeed truthful. In the present era, large hospitals were inundated with graduates, and often it was not solely one's medical skills that mattered, but a multitude of other factors as well. Wu Anyue ended her relationship, primarily due to her perception of his lack of prospects. This sentiment holds merit. However, I have faith in the junior. Should he graduate and struggle to find employment, I would gladly hire you as my personal physician. Xiaomeng Fei, biting her crimson lips, nodded in a half-serious, half-joking manner. That sounds good. By the way, what does the senior do? Even if Ning Tao lacked discernment, he could ascertain that this enchanting woman was no ordinary individual. Prompting his curiosity, "Oh, I work at a jewelry company. Nothing too remarkable," Xiaomeng Fei replied vaguely, leaving her statement somewhat ambiguous. Ning Tao refrained from probing further, and the two engaged in light conversation until a phone call from Xiaomeng Fei disrupted the ambience. Aware of his own boundaries, Ning Tao, though reluctant to abandon this flirtatious atmosphere, instinctively distanced himself and returned to his own bed. After all, everyone harbors certain secrets, and, to be precise, he was not well acquainted with her. Xiaomeng Fei's phone call was brief. Once she ended the call, she put her phone away and looked at Ning Tao apologetically. "I'm sorry, I just received a call." "Thank you so much, Junior. I feel like my back is completely better." As Xiaomeng Fei attempted to sit up, she noticed a newfound ease in her lower back, her surprise evident. "Senior, try to avoid strenuous activities for now. You must have suffered an injury in the past, leading to some ligament issues that caused blood flow obstruction, resulting in your intermittent back pain. I merely provided temporary relief to eradicate it entirely. You will need several more massages." Ning Tao candidly expressed his thoughts regarding Xiaomeng Fei's condition. Initially, he had hoped to remedy her back ailment, but regrettably, he had overestimated his own abilities. While the white light could indeed facilitate healing, he could not rely on it for prolonged periods. "What? You mean my back can be healed through massage?" Xiaomeng Fei, unconcerned with the details, felt a shadow of doubt cross her face, her breath quickening as she struggled to believe her ears. Her back pain had persisted for far too long, often excruciating, and she had endured considerable suffering in search of treatment. She had even sought care abroad, but the results were consistently disappointing. Eventually, she resigned herself to merely relying on painkillers. Hearing someone claim that complete recovery was possible filled her with uncontainable joy. Well, that might be the case, but it would likely require a series of 20 or so massages. Ning Tao mused, hesitant to promise too much. Given that this was a chronic issue, inconsistency could easily lead to relapse. In truth, many patients find their ailments difficult to eradicate simply because identifying the precise cause is challenging. The complexity of the human body means that one issue can affect the entire system. He could clearly discern the source of her symptoms, and with the aid of the unique white light in his eyes, coupled with his massage techniques, he felt confident in her potential recovery. "Really? Could you possibly stay by my side for the next few days to heal my back?" Upon hearing that there was hope for her condition, Xiaomeng Fei could no longer contain her excitement and earnestly inquired. Upon hearing this, Ning Tao hesitated, a hint of concern crossing his face. Xiaomeng Fei noticed his expression, and her heart tightened. She fluttered her beautiful eyelashes, then suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh dear, how could I forget? Worry not, Junior. As long as you can help with my condition, I will certainly ensure you receive your due reward. Just tell me, how much do you require?" Realizing that she had misunderstood his intentions, Ning Tao quickly waved his hand, saying, "Senior, you are mistaken. The money is of little consequence. It's just that with the school term starting, I'm quite busy with various matters. Would it be possible to wait a couple of days?" He knew he couldn't assist her immediately. Although senior year was generally more relaxed, the beginning of the term was still filled with numerous tasks to attend to. Moreover, helping her with her health was not something that could be resolved in a short time. "Oh, I see. That's fine then." Coincidentally, the city is preparing for the Stone Gambling Festival these days, and I have my own matters to attend to as well. How about I come to find you after the festival? Xiaomeng Fei tilted her head in thought before speaking. "What? The Stone Gambling Festival?" Ning Tao's heart stirred at her words, and he instinctively exclaimed. He had recently discovered his ability to see through objects if he were to attend the gambling event. Wouldn't it be a surefire way to win? Really? Are you interested in it too? Xiaomeng Fei raised her eyebrows in surprise. With her keen perception, she could see that this junior's entire ensemble was likely worth less than 200 yuan, making it hard to believe he would be interested in such extravagant gambling. Or perhaps he was genuinely only interested in my pendant. She recalled his earlier mention of it, stirring more curiosity within her. Ning Tao suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he said, "Senior, might I also attend the Stone Gambling Festival to broaden my horizons?" Of course, if you're interested, I could pick you up from school. It would be a great opportunity for you to see something new. Xiao Mingfei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she readily agreed. After all, there was also a ball following the festival, and it would be delightful to have Ning Tao as her dance partner. That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. Ning Tao exclaimed with joy, gratitude evident on his face. He understood that accessing such grand events typically required a certain level of wealth, which was why he had implored her assistance. By the way, I happen to have 10,000 yuan on hand. You can take it to spend. We can discuss the details when we next meet. Xiao Mingfei seemed to recall something, and after Ning Tao finished speaking, she turned to retrieve a stack of red bills from her small bag, unceremoniously handing them to him. I cannot accept this, senior. I am already immensely grateful for your willingness to take me to the Stone Gambling Festival. Ning Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment at her generous gesture and quickly declined. It wasn't that he was overly principled. After all, while he was indeed helping her with her ailment, he also stood to gain from the opportunity to attend the festival, which was worth more than any monetary compensation. Junior, take this. I don't need the money. You seem like a decent person, so from now on, you can call me Sister Xia, and I shall call you Brother Tao. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Xiao Mingfei pressed the money into Ning Tao's hands, her expression suggesting that any refusal would displease her. Ning Tao, with no other option, accepted the money. As he held the cash, a tumult of emotions surged within him, as if he were caught in a dream. Typically, someone of her stature was beyond his reach, yet here she was, not only engaging with him amicably, but also gifting him 10,000 yuan. It appeared that this newfound ability of his was indeed a stroke of fortune. Brother Tao, since you have an interest in gambling stones, how much do you know? It's a field that requires considerable knowledge. Well, I'm not very knowledgeable about it. I'm just a bit curious, he replied, sheepishly touching his nose. That's all right. Since you call me Sister Xia, I can teach you to prevent you from suffering losses at the Gambling Stone Festival. With enthusiasm, Xiao Mingfei rose on her toes to unlock a small leather case above her, retrieving a box which she gently opened before him. Inside, there were a few stones of varying hues. Pointing to one with yellow speckles, she said, Brother Tao, this jadeite is yellow jade, and the speckles are gold dust. The more vibrant the color, the more valuable it is. As he listened to Xiao Mingfei enthusiastically share her knowledge, Ning Tao felt a surge of gratitude. Even though he lacked understanding, he recognized the worth of the jadeite collection before him. Her willingness to openly share this with him, without any reservations, signified a rare trust. Not only was she beautiful, possessing grace and poise, but her trust in him stirred within Ning Tao a complex mix of emotions. To focus on his future plans for wealth, he forced aside any distracting thoughts and began to listen intently. For the next hour, he significantly broadened his horizons. Xiao Mingfei proved to be an excellent communicator, and her deep understanding of jadeite allowed her to cover topics ranging from classification and processing to quality in raw stones. Though Ning Tao did not grasp every detail, he understood a substantial portion, which bolstered his confidence for the upcoming Gambling Stone Festival. As their conversation continued, their mutual trust deepened, and their relationship grew increasingly intimate. In a moment of excitement, Ning Tao even shared details about his girlfriend. Brother Tao, a woman like that isn't worth your sorrow. Don't worry. There will be stunning beauties who will willingly embrace you in the future. What type do you like? Sister Xia can introduce you to a gorgeous woman. Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, Xiao Mingfei finally understood the reason behind his disheveled appearance, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She responded with a mix of consolation and assurance. Chapter 7. Returning to the Academy. I like it when Sister Xia is like this. Upon hearing the somewhat caring words from the other party, Ning Tao almost blurted out a response. However, as soon as the words slipped from his lips, he immediately realized his faux pas, his face flushing with embarrassment, rendering him somewhat awkward. All right, once you graduate, if you remain single, I shall take on the role of your girlfriend. Whether to comfort Ning Tao or to jest, Xiao Mingfei, far from being offended, merely winked at him and smiled. All right, I shall hold you to that. With a glimpse of her flawless visage, Ning Tao found himself emboldened and impulsively uttered those words. Strangely enough, since awakening, he felt a newfound openness, as if the concerns that once weighed heavily on him had dissipated. Although he was a man of integrity during their conversation, he inadvertently lingered his gaze on her chest several times, internally condemning himself as a lecher. As the class monitor, Ning Tao was articulate, and their mutual interest led to an increasingly engaging dialogue that lasted 2 to 3 hours. Ultimately, it was Xiao Mingfei who, unable to resist the pull of sleep, offered him an apologetic smile and a farewell before succumbing to slumber. Ning Tao, brimming with excitement, found sleep elusive. He discovered that after this period of respite, his ability to see through objects had returned. Thrilled, he began to experiment with his newfound power. After approximately 3 attempts, when the familiar headache struck again, he resolutely decided to cease his endeavors. However, this time, coupled with his previous experiences, he gleaned a more refined understanding of his ability. He realized that his vision could discern the intricate makeup of various objects, even perceiving the fine hairs on trees outside a train. Moreover, when he concentrated, he could slow down moving objects in his gaze. Additionally, his eyes possessed the remarkable ability to see in darkness without relying on any light source. And the white light emanating from his eyes could heal, making his powers truly formidable. Reclining on his bed, Ning Tao closed his eyes, a wave of dizziness compelling him to introspect. This inward gaze startled him. Previously, he could not visualize his internal structure, yet now, it appeared vividly before him, almost in 3 dimensions. He could see his organs and even his blood as if they were laid bare. When he focused on his brow, he was taken aback to find 2 orbs of black and white light rotating autonomously behind his eyes. One black, one white, they firmly occupied the space behind his eyeballs, with beams of light connecting them. From these orbs, 2 streams of energy emanated, circulating down to his dantian, forming a cycle before returning to his eyes, outlining an inverted triangle. After observing for a while, he realized that with each rotation of the energy around these orbs, his dizziness diminished incrementally. Indeed, recovery was possible. Seeing these 2 rotating orbs of light, Ning Tao felt a slight sense of reassurance. Should the ability of X-ray vision vanish once exhausted, he would be left with nothing but a fleeting sense of joy, immediately plunging into a state of anxiety over what he might lose. After careful observation, he realized that the 2 orbs of radiance he possessed bore a striking resemblance to the black and white orbs of stone he had purchased from a street vendor. The vendor, an elderly man, had claimed they were the eyes of the candle dragon, and now, with that stone mysteriously gone, he found himself inclined to believe it. Upon this revelation, Ning Tao's heart surged with excitement once more, for he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of such power. It had the potential to overturn the very rules of existence. With this ability, he could rightfully claim the title of the king of gamblers, wielding boundless power, capable of amassing infinite wealth with merely a thought or a wave of his hand. With this ability, he would be akin to the legendary physician Hua Tao, as the white light could heal ailments, likely with few conditions beyond its reach. As he indulged in these thoughts, visions of vast riches, honor, and beauty danced before his mind's eye. Yet, amidst this reverie, a sudden notion struck him. If he could possess such an ability, might there be others who share a similar gift? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, this phenomenon could hardly be explained by science. He did not believe himself to be unique in his fortune. With nearly 10 billion souls populating the earth, it was improbable that he was the sole recipient of such luck. If others did possess this ability, why had he never heard of them? The realization brought beads of sweat to his forehead, leading him to 3 possible conclusions. First, these individuals might be exceedingly cautious, never revealing their extraordinary talents before others. Second, they could be treated as mere test subjects. Third, should these individuals be discovered, there would undoubtedly be those who would seek to eliminate them. Beyond these 3 scenarios, he could conjure no alternatives. In any case, he understood that he must keep his X-ray vision a closely guarded secret, lest he invite calamity upon himself. It would be prudent to exercise caution whenever he employed this gift. He must avoid drawing undue attention to himself, for such scrutiny could lead to trouble. In that moment, Ning Tao resolved to tread carefully. After all, a common man bears the burden of his own misdeeds, and without formidable strength, his fate would be dire if discovered. Moreover, his understanding of the 2 luminous orbs was still incomplete. It seemed imperative to conduct thorough research once he had rested. With this determination in mind, Ning Tao felt a sense of relief wash over him, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, it was to the cheerful voice of Xia Mengfei calling him awake. As he blinked into consciousness, he was greeted by her radiant smile. "Tao Di, we have arrived. It's time to get up." Ning Tao replied, glancing outside to see that the train had come to a halt. He hastily gathered his belongings and disembarked alongside Xia Mengfei. Upon exiting the platform, he beheld a striking sight. A long, luxurious Rolls-Royce parked at the exit, standing out remarkably. Outside the vehicle, for burly young men donned sunglasses, exuding the unmistakable aura of bodyguards. Upon spotting the two individuals, one of them hurriedly approached. Tao Di, are you certain you do not require my assistance? Xiao Fei, already wearing her sunglasses, entrusted her suitcase to the young man while tilting her head to regard Ning Tao sincerely. No need, Sister Xia. I could take a taxi back just as easily. You go ahead with your business, Ning Tao replied, his eyes involuntarily twitching at the sight of such an entourage. He had already overestimated Xiao Fei, but found himself surprised by her stature. Although he was unfamiliar with the vehicle's price, he recognized the brand. It was not something an ordinary affluent person could afford. This was precisely why he declined the offer. Returning to school in such a manner would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention and potential trouble. With a sum of 10,000 yuan still in his pocket, he found taking a taxi to be quite convenient. Very well, I shall take my leave then. I will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow afternoon for the Stone Gambling Festival. Let us not miss each other, Xiao Fei said, momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling behind her sunglasses. After a moment's thought, she did not press the issue further, merely waving her phone at Ning Tao. He smiled and nodded, watching as the group departed. Once their vehicle disappeared from view, Ning Tao, with his travel bag slung over his shoulder, hailed a taxi nearby and returned to Zhongxia University. With his newfound ability of X-ray vision, he felt a surge of confidence that had transformed his life in remarkable ways, eliminating the need for frugality. Zhongxia University stands as a prestigious comprehensive institution in Haisher City, renowned even within Xia country. It boasts several affiliated colleges, and although situated in a relatively remote area of a newly developed district, its vibrancy rivals that of the city center. Particularly at night, the campus entrance bustles with a continuous stream of vehicles and students. During this back-to-school period, the entrance was particularly congested. Ning Tao opted against the main gate, instructing the taxi driver to drop him off in a more secluded spot before alighting. The eastern gate, in stark contrast to the main entrance's liveliness, appeared somewhat dilapidated. The flow of students was sparse, with nearby small vendors lining the area, and a few dimly lit alleys not far off, known for their cozy lodgings, often frequented by couples. As night descended and the cafeteria had long ceased serving meals, Ning Tao, carrying his travel bag, purchased 2 iron plate dishes at the campus entrance, savoring them as he walked. Just as he reached the entrance, his steps faltered upon overhearing a conversation among a group of brightly dressed young men. Third brother, do you think Tong Yaqian has already gone home? She hasn't come out for quite some time. A young man with bleached hair leaned toward another, sporting a rooster comb hairstyle in a conspiratorial manner. Why the rush? Exercise a bit of patience. Just be sharp. If this goes awry and Chow Xiao gets angry, we won't see a penny, and I'll have your skin for it. The rooster-combed youth glared with wide, bulging eyes at the bleached-haired one, his voice a low growl. Indeed, rest assured, my dear brother, I shall certainly invest my utmost effort and will not bring shame upon you. Huang Mao, feeling intimidated, retracted his neck and offered a sycophantic smile, craning his neck to observe the men and women emerging from the campus. Ning Tao slowed his pace, drawing closer to the group, his brow furrowing slightly. It was not uncommon for individuals from society to frequent the university in search of amusement. Thus, nothing seemed particularly extraordinary. These young ruffians, each adorned with bulging backpacks, appeared to carry something substantial within. Their attire varied, and each with a cigarette clamped between their lips, exuding an air of intimidation. Typically, Ning Tao would maintain a respectful distance from such individuals, but a name uttered by one of them sent a jolt through him. If his intuition served him correctly, the name Tong Yaqian resonated with familiarity. While it was common for many students to share names within a university, this particular name held significant prominence. Some disinterested students had once compiled a list of campus belles, and the Tong Yaqian mentioned by Huang Mao was quite renowned within the school. His acquaintance with her stemmed not from mere gossip, but rather from his interactions through his class monitor. They had once collaborated on a theatrical performance organized by the school, fortuitously sharing the stage as a married couple. Since then, those familiar with him had often teased him about this connection, yet he had indeed grown somewhat acquainted with the young woman. In his memory, Tong Yaqian was strikingly beautiful, albeit somewhat reticent and self-effacing, possessing a kind heart. Though her family background was reportedly modest, their acquaintance was superficial, and he knew little beyond that. Had he not encountered this situation, he would have remained oblivious. However, upon overhearing the conversation and perceiving the unsavory nature of the individuals involved, he felt compelled to discern the truth of the matter. He held a favorable impression of that girl, and approached the situation with a mindset of offering assistance if possible. Of course, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should a confrontation arise with these brash individuals, his slight frame may not fare well. Come, everyone, gather around to view the photos of Cao Xiao. We must not misidentify him. After a brief wait, the ringleader grew impatient, retrieving his phone from his pocket and beckoning the others to draw closer. Meanwhile, Ning Tao, positioned discreetly behind them, activated his perception ability, and upon doing so, his heart sank. Displayed on the ringleader's phone was a close-up of a girl, her long, smooth hair partially obscuring one eye, her fair complexion adorned with delicate features. Clad in a light blue tracksuit, it was evident she had taken a selfie. Her radiant smile captivating, and despite a hint of youthful innocence, she exuded beauty from every angle. This girl could only be Tong Yaqian. The earlier conversation had sparked his suspicions. It seemed as though there were orchestrators behind the scenes, and it appeared these individuals were merely following orders, prompting Ning Tao's mind to race. Remember, shortly we shall lure her into that small alley. You few are responsible for instilling fear. As soon as young Master Cao arrives, we shall execute the plan without delay. Should anyone falter, I shall make them pay dearly. The man with the rooster comb glanced at his companions, his tongue flicking over his thick lips, his gaze fierce like that of a ravenous wolf. Once he received their assurances, his demeanor softened slightly, and with a grin, he continued, "Brothers, rest assured. Once the task is complete, young Master Cao has promised us 40,000 yuan. As soon as we acquire the funds, I shall take my brothers for a delightful evening out. You cannot imagine the allure of the ladies there from my last visit with Brother Dao. Third brother, we are not acquainted with young Master Cao. What if he does not show up?" queried a young man with a buzz cut. Could he truly afford to miss this opportunity? Rooster Comb scoffed, then smacked his lips. Even if young Master Cao fails to arrive, it matters not. The girl is exquisite, and we shall indulge ourselves. Consider it a reward for the brothers. Huh, that is a splendid idea. Another young man chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Enough chatter. Hey Dong, is the phone ready? Rooster Comb glanced at the yellow-haired youth with a hint of concern. Not a problem. It was already broken. I've just made it utterly unusable, Yellow Hair replied, hastily pulling a phone from his pocket and gesturing to the others. Third brother, look quickly. She is coming. Suddenly, a short young man with sharp eyes exclaimed anxiously, directing his gaze towards the school gate. Ning Tao felt a jolt of urgency and turned his attention to the entrance as well. As anticipated, a young girl clad in a breezy white short-sleeved top was hastily approaching, her head bowed. The girl was strikingly beautiful, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, exuding an air of grace that made her stand out amidst the crowd. Her unadorned face, though free of makeup, radiated a natural elegance, her delicate features reminiscent of a stunning autumn moon. While her figure appeared somewhat slender and her attire was merely ordinary, it was impeccably clean, radiating a soft, washed-out brilliance. This was Tong Yaqian. Upon spotting Tong Yaqian, Ning Tao felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated stepping forward to divert her. However, just as he took 2 steps, yellow hair darted towards Tong Yaqian, causing Ning Tao's expression to shift dramatically. Yellow hair moved swiftly, directly confronting Tong Yaqian without hesitation. By the time she became aware of his approach, there was no escaping the collision. Yellow hair suddenly crashed into Tong Yaqian, feigning a stumble and falling dramatically to the ground, exclaiming in an exaggerated manner, "Ouch, that hurts terribly." Tong Yaqian was also jolted by the impact, her exquisite brows instinctively knitting together in confusion as she took a few steps back, gazing down at yellow hair, bewildered. "Do you not watch where you are going?" At this moment, Rooster Comb and his companions encircled them, one of them helping yellow hair up while Rooster Comb glared ominously at Tong Yaqian. "Apologies, I'm truly sorry." Suddenly, a few individuals emerged before Tong Yaqian, startling her. As she observed the yellow-haired boy being assisted to his feet, she weakly remarked, "Oh, brother, hey, your iPhone 6 has fallen." Just as the yellow-haired boy regained his footing, a nearby youth with a buzz cut feigned surprise upon noticing the phone on the ground, hastily picking it up and exclaiming to the yellow-haired boy, "Oh, what is this? Is it broken?" Upon receiving the phone and seeing the shattered screen, the yellow-haired boy's eyes widened in fury as he turned to Tong Yaqian and demanded, "You've ruined my iPhone 6. You must compensate me." "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," Tong Yaqian stammered, her heart racing as she realized the phone was indeed broken. "Is a mere apology sufficient? I just bought it a mere 10 days ago, and now look at it. You owe me 6,000. The yellow-haired boy boasted, standing defiantly before Tong Yaqian with an air of superiority. Upon hearing the sum of 6,000, Tong Yakian's expression changed drastically, her countenance shifting as she instinctively took a step back. However, two young men had already blocked her escape, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. "I truly do not have that kind of money," she pleaded, her eyes welling with tears. The fear of being cornered by these young men was overwhelming, and the mention of 6,000 was particularly daunting for a student like her, especially considering her family's financial struggles. Meanwhile, the commotion had attracted the attention of numerous students, who began to gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. Soon, a crowd formed, effectively obstructing the school entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not bullying this young lady," the yellow-haired boy proclaimed, addressing the onlookers. "You can ask her, she tripped me, and while I one-T stooped to her level, she did break my phone. So it's only fair that she compensates me." With the crowd now encircling them, the yellow-haired boy's arrogance intensified as he brandished the damaged phone towards the audience. Tong Yakian felt as though she were a small boat lost at sea, surrounded by pointing fingers and whispers, leaving her feeling anxious and helpless, unable to articulate a coherent response. As a mere university student, she had never encountered such a scene. She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Initially, there were some students who appeared to uphold a sense of justice, but witnessing the group surrounding her, they soon reconsidered, realizing these individuals were not to be trifled with. After all, they were speaking the truth and had not resorted to violence, and the intimidating nature of the group deterred anyone from intervening. "Hey Z, let us not make a scene here. We're blocking the entrance. Why don't we move to a more private place to discuss this? This young lady has her struggles too. Let us see if we can negotiate a price you find acceptable," suggested the buzzcut youth, surprisingly taking on a role of reason amidst the chaos. "All right, since Sangu has spoken, I cannot disregard his words. Young lady, let us step aside and discuss how much you can afford to pay." The yellow-haired individual seemed to have calmed down, gesturing toward a nearby dark alley, his tone softening somewhat. At that moment, Tong Yakian lacked any sense of resolve. Surrounded by so many onlookers, she wished only to vanish into the earth. Merely nodding in agreement, she acquiesced to the proposed resolution. With both parties consenting, the crowd naturally refrained from intervening, and the group of ruffians ushered Tong Yakian into the alley, dispersing the onlookers. Once inside the alley, Ning Tao stealthily followed suit, having grasped the situation. He refrained from intervening, knowing that their plan was already in motion. Even if he had acted sooner, it would have been futile. Nonetheless, he did not forget the mention of young Master Chow, and his mind raced with various possibilities. "Little sister, it doesn't matter if you lack money. Just accompany us once, and the phone issue will be forgotten." Upon entering the alley, the thugs revealed their true colors, cornering Tong Yakian deeper into the dark passage, their tone menacing. "What do you intend to do?" Faced with their fierce expressions, Tong Yakian was taken aback, instinctively clutching her chest in fear. The dim lighting heightened her apprehension, and she instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be yanked back by one of the ruffians. "If you dare to scream, I'll make you regret it. The 6,000 yuan compensation is worth it." The ruffian's eyes glinted with desire as he reached out towards Tong Yakian. "Let go of me," Tong Yakian exclaimed in alarm, attempting to step back, but as she did, she collided with another person behind her. That individual pushed her forward, sending her into the arms of the ruffian. The yellow-haired thug showed no mercy, tearing at her delicate short-sleeved top, which was powerless against such force. Tong Yakian gasped, hastily covering her chest with her hands, tears welling in her eyes and streaming down her cheeks. The ruffian chuckled menacingly, reaching out once more towards her. However, his intimidation was merely a facade. He had no intention of harming her, waiting instead for someone to arrive to play the role of the hero in this drama. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching. To ensure the scene played out as intended, he had already torn her clothing. "Stop." This was the first time Ning Tao had encountered such a situation. Aware of the plot against her, he had not yet formulated a plan, but witnessing Tong Yakian's humiliation ignited a surge of righteous fury within him. Without regard for the odds, he charged into the fray. "Who?" The ruffian feigned surprise, turning to see Ning Tao, and immediately his expression twisted into a snarl. "I thought it was someone important. Just a kid. Brothers, loosen his bones." As soon as the ruffian finished speaking, a buzzcut youth cursed and strode towards Ning Tao, delivering a swift kick his way. Ning Tao had prepared himself upon entering, but he hesitated momentarily at the sight of the oncoming attack. In this place, wherever his gaze fell, it resembled the brightness of day. Furthermore, upon entering, he had activated his perception, and under his focused mind, the assault of the buzzcut youth began to alter. It seemed that the kick aimed at him had slowed, With his keen eyesight, he could discern the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Such an effect was truly remarkable. A surge of joy filled Ning Tao's heart, but there was no time for contemplation. Without hesitation, he extended a foot and struck the youth in the waist. Bang! A muffled grunt accompanied the youth's anguished cry as his body staggered and collided with the wall of the narrow alley, blood seemingly gushing from his mouth. Here it comes. Observing Ning Tao's counterattack, the rooster-headed leader felt an unexpected thrill instead of anger, realizing that the buzzcut was merely putting on a show. However, his face betrayed a grimace of rage as he rummaged through his backpack, extracting a steel pipe and coldly declaring, "Brothers, charge at him and take him down." The several young men who had long been on standby, upon hearing the call, eagerly brandished their weapons and charged towards Ning Tao with fervor. Startled by the sight of these ruffians, Ning Tao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, a pair of fists could hardly contend with a multitude, especially against these skilled fighters. Though he possessed enhanced perception, its application was limited. Nevertheless, a thought struck him. It was improbable that the buzzcut could have inflicted such severe damage alone. Resolving to fight on, Ning Tao steeled himself, prepared to engage as best he could. As a young man's steel pipe swung towards him, he retaliated with a punch that connected squarely with the youth's nose, causing blood to spatter across his face as he howled in pain and recoiled. The others surged forward, and a brawl ensued. However, it wasn't long before Ning Tao, initially gaining the upper hand, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents. Stop! The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile as the bloodthirsty youths, driven by adrenaline, began to strike harder. Ning Tao had already taken a couple of blows, but to his surprise, the rooster-headed leader abruptly called for a halt. Confusion filled the leader's mind. He had anticipated a mere bluff from the opposition, only to find that they had delivered real blows that injured two of his men. It seemed that he would need to seek additional compensation later. "Yiqian, are you all right?" As the skirmish ceased, Ning Tao approached Tong Yiqian, his expression tinged with concern as he noticed her pallor. I'm fine, thank you," Yiqian exclaimed, her surprise at Ning Tao's presence flickering with an unusual hue, though she quickly shook her head, trembling slightly. "Heh, I didn't expect you to secretly summon your boyfriend. It seems today will not end easily." The rooster-headed leader sneered as he advanced towards them. I didn't see. He is not my boyfriend. Let him go. This has nothing to do with him." After the initial surprise, Tong Yiqian was horrified by the gruesome scene before her. In a moment of shock, she quickly waved her hands. Upon discerning the situation, she realized the gravity of the circumstances. The adversaries were numerous, and Ning Tao was no match for them, especially since he had already injured a few. Anxious to avoid dragging him into further trouble, she sought to extricate him from this predicament. "You think it will fool anyone? Is he not your boyfriend? Or is he just a passerby? Can a mere passerby risk himself for you and even know you? Do you take us for fools?" The leader of the group, with a mohawk, brandished a steel pipe, stretching his neck arrogantly. Tong Yiqian opened her mouth, glanced at Ning Tao, and for some reason, her face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss. "What do you suggest we do?" The mohawk leader sneered as he turned his gaze toward the two. "What do you want?" Ning Tao's expression darkened as he swiftly contemplated his options. It was only now that he recognized his own recklessness. He had thought that possessing the ability to see through things made him formidable. Yet he found himself facing the bitter consequences almost instantly. Even with his ability, facing off against 7 or 8 opponents would not yield any advantage, and he might end up receiving a severe beating. "Listen, I'm Ah-san. Have great respect for men who are loyal and righteous. Given your earlier display of passion for your lady, I can overlook this matter. How about this? If your girlfriend can express her feelings for you, I will allow you to play the hero and save the damsel." Express? Both Ning Tao and Tong Yiqian were taken aback. They had already drawn blood from each other, yet the other party was not angered and instead asked for an expression. As the thought crossed Ning Tao's mind, he began to grasp the situation. This Mohawk leader was either deranged or acting on the orders of the so-called Chow Shao behind the scenes. "Why are you still hesitating, little sister? Your boyfriend is willing to risk it all. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? If you can satisfy us, we will let this incident slide. Otherwise, neither of you will leave this alley today." Ning Tao's heart raced, and just as he was about to confront the Mohawk leader, he felt a tug on his shirt. He looked down to see Tong Yiqian shaking her head vigorously. "What do you want us to do to satisfy you?" Seeing that the other party had proposed a solution, Tong Yiqian was eager to avoid Ning Tao acting impulsively, knowing that they too held some responsibility in this matter. Ning Tao had indeed injured someone, and if this escalated, she was uncertain how it would conclude. "It's simple. A French kiss from your boyfriend, and if we are satisfied, we will let you both go. The sudden declaration from the Mohawk leader left Tong Yakian gasping for breath and rendered Ning Tao speechless. A French kiss? He never imagined such a vile suggestion would be proposed. The thought made him feel queasy. It was clear that Cao Xiao was not a good person, capable of devising such degrading tactics. If the other party initiated a kiss, combined with his act of heroism, their relationship as a couple would be practically sealed, which was a devious plan indeed. How is it that your boyfriend saved you, yet you cannot even bestow a kiss upon him? Truly, you are heartless. Upon witnessing Tong Yakian's troubled expression, the man with the rooster comb immediately adopted a harsh tone. For him, as long as the woman kissed the other, his task would be complete. Seeing the two hesitating, he grew increasingly impatient. Tong Yakian's countenance shifted drastically at his words, turning crimson as she covertly glanced at Ning Tao. Her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She harbored a profound worry. She could never afford to replace the yellow-haired man's phone, and if this group harbored ill intentions towards her, death seemed a preferable fate. After much contemplation, it appeared that yielding to their demands would entail the least cost. Nevertheless, the thought of kissing Ning Tao made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Yakian, you need not heed his words. I am curious to see what they can do. Although Ning Tao's heart raced, he maintained a facade of composure. He found himself lacking options. The so-called Cao Xiao had yet to arrive, and the future remained uncertain. Young man, do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing Ning Tao's retort, several young men closed in, their demeanor suggesting an imminent brawl. I will kiss him, I will kiss him. Tong Yakian, sensing the escalating tension, suddenly exclaimed. The thought of Ning Tao being harmed on her account filled her with an eternal sense of guilt. Yes, that's the spirit. Hurry, or I shall reconsider. With the situation seemingly returning to plan, the rooster-combed man wore a devilish smile. Yakian, Ning Tao furrowed his brow, about to voice a protest, but upon catching her pleading gaze, the words died on his lips. Ning Tao, I'm so sorry. Tong Yakian, fearing a change of heart from the others, whispered, suddenly embracing Ning Tao. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips toward his, with their lips barely touching. Ning Tao felt a wave of softness. A public kiss? The intense thrill sent shivers through him, igniting his blood. Not without my permission. The rooster-combed man watched the two kiss with a gleeful expression, savoring the spectacle. He had diligently kept his eyes peeled for fear of being cheated, eager to ensure he received his due. Was there to be a French kiss as well? Tong Yakian felt tears welling up. Her clothing had been torn, and with her hands clutched tightly to her chest, she had no choice but to embrace Ning Tao. This was her first kiss, and utterly inexperienced. She could only imitate what she had seen on television. With eyes closed, she timidly extended her delicate tongue. Ning Tao, not one to remain unaffected, felt the warmth of her body in his arms. After the kiss, he could not discern what had caused them to stop. He only realized that when their lips parted, Tong Yakian was left unsteady on her feet. Do you know who I am? At that moment, a voice boomed from the alley. A man swaggering forth with an air of arrogance. I care not who you are. How dare you sneak a glance? I'll teach you a lesson. Two ruffians discovered a shadowy figure lurking nearby, and their pent-up frustration found an outlet. Without hesitation, they swung their steel pipes at him with reckless abandon. Cao Bin felt utterly frustrated. After all, he was the architect of this scheme. Unfortunately, before he could even enter the alley, Ning Tao had already beaten him to it. Hesitating, he decided to bide his time for a moment. However, he never anticipated the events would unfold so swiftly. Upon witnessing the passionate kiss between the two, he could no longer contain himself. What a farce this was. He had orchestrated a trap, only to become a pawn in someone else's game. He intended to intervene, but before he could approach, he was unceremoniously assaulted by the two ruffians. I don't care who you are. Dare to spy? Consider this a lesson. Hearing the commotion, the leader of the ruffians arrived at the alley's entrance. Spotting the defiant Cao Bin sprawled on the ground, he felt a surge of pent-up anger and wasted no time in taking action. Stop it. You're killing me. Cao Bin was driven to madness as a group attacked him. Yet he could not explain himself, for that would expose his intentions and ruin his chances entirely. Cao Bin, observing the young men, ignoring them. Ning Tao half-supported Tong Yakian as they approached the alley's exit. A glance revealed the fallen figure on the ground. Ning Tao Zikogin Cao Bin, a wealthy heir known for his domineering presence at school, seemingly in the same class as Tong Yakian. The realization struck him. The Cao Xiao the ruffian leader referred to was indeed this individual. Tong Yakian also recognized Cao Bin and gasped in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, Ning Tao silenced her with a glance. Without further ado, he took her hand and led her away from the alley, the echoes of Chow Bin's cries still ringing in their ears. Once they exited the alley and had run a short distance, they paused in front of Clothes Shop. With a concerned expression, Ning Tao turned to Tong Yaqian and asked, "Yaqian, are you all right?" However, as he looked at her, he found himself momentarily taken aback. They stood very close together, illuminated by the shop's entrance light, revealing that much of Tong Yaqian's short sleeve had been torn. This instantly reminded Ning Tao of their earlier embrace, stirring something within him. Sensing Ning Tao's gaze lingering on her, Tong Yaqian felt a shiver run down her spine. She quickly bit her lip, her eyes darting away. In truth, her impression of Ning Tao was quite positive. Both of them came from humble backgrounds and had exchanged a few conversations. While she wouldn't call it love, she certainly felt an affinity for him. After witnessing his gallant actions at the alley's entrance, she developed an inexplicable and curious feeling towards this responsible man. Consequently, his bold gaze no longer seemed so objectionable to her. Seeing Tong Yaqian's shy demeanor beneath the light of the sign overhead, coupled with the subtle fragrance that wafted from her, Ning Tao felt an overwhelming urge to delve deeper into the essence of the woman before him. "I'm fine, and I truly appreciate your help this time." Tong Yaqian bit her lip, her breath slightly erratic, as Ning Tao observed her disheveled appearance. A surge of compassion welled up within him. He retrieved a shirt from his travel bag and extended it towards her, saying, "Here, put this on." "Thank you," Yaqian replied, her heart brimming with mixed emotions as she accepted the shirt and held it close to her chest. It is undeniable that any girl, faced with insurmountable challenges, would be profoundly affected by the sudden appearance of a handsome boy akin to a celestial being. Yaqian found herself in such a situation. Although she generally preferred to keep her distance from boys due to her insecurities, this did not diminish her longing for love. Initially, Ning Tao had no intention of revealing the truth to her. However, recalling that Chow Bin had failed in his attempts, he feared that there might be further schemes afoot. After a prolonged silence, he decided to divulge everything. "What do you mean, Chow Bin? How could that be possible?" Yaqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she instinctively stepped back. "Believe it or not, I merely want to give you a heads up," Ning Tao shrugged, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. "I'm not doubting your words. Please don't say that." Yaqian felt a tightening in her heart upon seeing his expression and hurriedly reassured him. Though Yaqian was somewhat naive, she was not foolish. After reflecting on Ning Tao's warning, she began to discern numerous inconsistencies. For instance, the gang seemed well prepared, and their final outrageous demand raised suspicions. More importantly, Chow Bin had been pursuing her lately. Realizing the implications, Yaqian felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. She had never held any affection for Chow Bin, and it was unfathomable that he would resort to such despicable actions. Thankfully, he had mistaken Ning Tao for himself. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. You should head home quickly, lest Chow Bin and his gang come to their senses and create unnecessary trouble. The air between them grew awkward as they stood there, and Ning Tao, recognizing her understanding, spoke up. "Oh, I still need to prepare medicine for my mother. If I delay, I won't make it in time. I must leave now," Yaqian suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something important. "What? Is your mother unwell?" Ning Tao asked, momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Yaqian's financial struggles, but had never heard her speak of her family. Hearing her mention such tragic circumstances stirred something within him. "My mother suffered from stroke years ago. I pursued medicine in hopes of saving her," Yaqian said, her expression growing somber as she hesitated before speaking, though her eyes remained fixed on his reaction. "Oh, I'm sorry. How about I accompany you to visit her sometime? I would like to see her," Ning Tao proposed. "Isn't that a bit too soon?" Upon hearing his words, Tong Yaqian was taken aback, her delicate face once again flushed with a rosy hue. Stealing a glance at Ning Tao, she anxiously twisted her hands and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, remarked on Chapter 12. "What a misunderstanding. What's wrong?" Ning Tao was momentarily stunned by her expression. His intention had merely been to visit Tong Yaqian's mother, to see if his ability to see through things could provide her with some remedy. Why had she suddenly turned so bashful? "Let's see how you perform later," Tong Yaqian huffed, lifting her head to shoot him a playful glare before hastily tossing out her words and dashing away. "Perform? What performance?" Ning Tao found himself somewhat bewildered, watching her figure vanish into the night. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It appeared he had been misunderstood. Ning Tao recognized his verbal slip, tugged at his lips, and stood in place for a while before grabbing his travel bag and heading towards the school. After 2 months away, stepping through the school gates, He inhaled the familiar scent, feeling a slight tremor of nostalgia. It wouldn't be so bad to date Tong Yakian. As he walked, he reminisced about that suffocating kiss, a smile creeping onto his lips as he contemplated the lingering, faint fragrance that left him feeling restless. Upon returning to the dormitory, he pushed the door open and was taken aback by the sight before him, his eyes involuntarily twitching in disbelief. What had once been a tidy dormitory now barely accommodated a narrow passage, the rest filled with an assortment of various items. Instant noodles, sausages, beverages, and more. A veritable hodgepodge of goods. Monkey, have you mistaken the dorm for a warehouse? Ning Tao thought to himself as he surveyed the chaos, spotting a thin man in a tank top perched atop several boxes, who laughed and scolded him jovially. The dormitory housed 4 individuals, with Monkey being the 4th. Named Ho Ching Song. Due to his dark and slender appearance, he had earned the nickname. He typically ran a small convenience store at the school, delivering goods for others and sometimes lending a hand. However, the current situation was far more exaggerated than usual, with items spilling over every surface. Monkey, slurping on instant noodles, spotted Ning Tao through the gaps between boxes and exclaimed, "Third brother, you're back. Aren't classes starting soon? I thought I'd gather a bit more stock. Don't worry. It'll all be sorted in 2 days. Perfect timing. You can help me deliver tomorrow. Dream on. I have to report back tomorrow. A mountain of tasks awaits." Ning Tao teased, glancing around, unable to find a place to sit. He simply dropped onto a box of beverages, pulled out a bottle of water, and took several gulps. "Please, third brother, my dear third brother, you must help me. I've been waiting for your return like a child waiting for the stars and moon. To celebrate your arrival, I prepared something special. All right, I'll see if I can make time tomorrow." The two exchanged knowing glances, and Ning Tao looked at the clutter on his bed, feeling a pang of concern as he added, "With this mess, where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Finding a suitable place is still a challenge." The second elder brother and his wife have already departed, while the eldest has yet to arrive. If you have not made any significant progress with your sister-in-law, you might as well accommodate the situation like I did and rest atop this box. The monkey pointed towards the box, speaking rapidly. "You're quite something," Ning Tao remarked, his gaze sweeping across the scattered boxes, his expression one of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally spat out 3 words through gritted teeth. Having endured 2 strikes from steel pipes in that narrow alley, his back still throbbed painfully, and it seemed he would have to endure another night of torment atop the boxes. With no other options available, Ning Tao resigned himself to the situation, arranged several large boxes, and settled atop them for the night. That evening, he surprisingly found comfort in his makeshift bed and fell into a peculiar dream where he envisioned the campus belle, Tong Yakian, as his girlfriend. Yet, as he turned his head, he saw Xia Mengfei, who bit her lip and accused him of betraying her. In this dreamlike state, he found himself in an enviable position, embracing the beauty of 2 women, wielding power with his clairvoyant abilities and basking in their adoration. However, this blissful reverie was abruptly shattered by the sound of the monkey tidying up. Ning Tao fumbled for his phone to check the time and realized it was already past 8. A sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to hastily freshen up and rush out the door. "Third brother, return quickly. I'm counting on you to deliver the goods." He could still hear the monkey's anguished voice from a distance, but he chose to ignore it. As the class monitor, he was already running late, burdened with a myriad of tasks, registration, organizing materials, and attending to various responsibilities. He could not afford any further delays. Ning Tao toiled throughout the morning, and by the afternoon, he had managed to nearly complete his obligations. He received a phone call and hurried back to the dormitory. Has the eldest returned? What time is the gathering? Upon entering, he noticed a tall young man in the room who greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Taozi, it's been over 2 months. I've missed you dearly." The tall individual, named Sun Juwen, stepped forward and playfully punched Ning Tao. His robust physique belied a kind-hearted nature, and he was visibly excited to see Ning Tao. "The gathering is at 6 tomorrow. We'll wait for the second brother to return at the usual place," the monkey interjected, having tidied up quite a bit during the day, a hint of flattery in his smile. "Why are you bringing me back now for the gathering tomorrow?" Ning Tao rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed. I thought it would be a burden for the third brother to assist with this." The monkey sheepishly smiled, gesturing toward a large pile of plastic bags on the floor. "I've already prepared everything. This task is solely yours. Are you expecting me to deliver the goods upon my return?" Ning Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, frustration evident on his face. "Just a quick favor. I've packed some nice things for your sister-in-law as well. So hurry up. She must be waiting anxiously." The monkey scratched his head awkwardly. chuckling as he urged Ning Tao with exaggerated gestures. Ning Tao stared at the large bag, feeling exasperated. He raised his middle finger in jest at the monkey, grabbed the bag, and exited the dormitory. There was no alternative. The monkey had to personally deliver these items, for they were intended for the ladies. As the class monitor, he had the privilege of entering the girls' dormitory freely, transforming him into the monkey's dedicated courier. In this era of campus WeChat groups, the monkey's business thrived, with swift WeChat transfers facilitating transactions. Moreover, the students, often lazy, welcomed the convenience of home delivery. And Ning Tao's task was to ensure each item was delivered to its recipient. The requests from the girls' dormitory varied widely, encompassing sanitary napkins, tissues, detergents, snacks, and much more. On the bags were small notes indicating the dormitory numbers. Ning Tao opened the plastic bags, methodically handing over the items to each customer. Meanwhile, back in Ning Tao's dormitory, as soon as he left, the leader turned to the monkey and whispered with a grin, "Did you manage to sneak it in?" The leader reassured him that everything was arranged perfectly, with a bouquet of roses and a love note crafted in the style of Sangu, destined for his sister-in-law. When the sister-in-law received it, she would undoubtedly be so moved that she would immediately offer herself. The monkey wore a mischievous grin, his expression laden with innuendo. Chapter 13. The Indescribable Affliction. After over an hour of traversing from room to room within the girls' dormitory, Ning Tao finally distributed all the items in his possession. He breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that only 2 bags remained, indicating just one more delivery. He had yet to inform the monkey and the others about his breakup, so naturally, the package for his girlfriend would remain undelivered. Since the monkey had taken over this small convenience store, he not only catered to all the needs of his dormitory, but also provided for Ning Tao's girlfriend to a considerable extent. Shampoos, snacks, and even sanitary products were regularly sent. The bag meant for his girlfriend was brimming with items, and upon feeling its contents, he surmised it was filled with sanitary pads. Alas, they were now of no use to him. With a wry smile, Ning Tao approached the last dormitory, knocking on the door. He designated this place as his final stop, as it was home to the goddess of their class, the renowned Su Qian. After a few knocks, the door remained closed, and silence enveloped the room. What was happening? Were they all out? Ning Tao frowned, pondering the improbability of such a scenario, for they always communicated the approximate delivery time, and it was rare for anyone to be absent. Instinctively, he activated his insight ability and casually scanned the room. The sight that met his eyes caused his expression to freeze momentarily. The room was not empty. Su Qian was indeed present. However, her condition appeared dire. As she lay on the bed, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her complexion pale, her long eyebrows knitted together, and her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of semi-consciousness. Was she ill? Ning Tao gasped, a wave of urgency washing over him. Without further ado, he pushed the door open. Regrettably, the university dormitory doors are locked from the inside, regardless of whether anyone is present. Those within do not open the door, and, without a key, it remains impervious to entry. After a few futile attempts to push the door, Ning Tao found it unyielding. The thought of seeking a key from others was swiftly dismissed. He had no idea where the other occupants had ventured, and time was of the essence. Waiting for their return would render the situation dire. In his desperation, he instinctively turned his gaze to the lock, channeling his perspective power. In an instant, the lock ring vanished, revealing the inner cylinder, which subsequently disappeared to expose the intricate gears within. Merely observing the gears would not suffice. As he beheld the gears, so tantalizingly close, a realization dawned upon him. Suddenly, as this thought flickered in his mind, a flash of black light emanated from his eyes, precisely striking the door lock. With a crisp click, the black light integrated with the gears, setting them in motion, and the lock sprang open. Astonished by the unlocked door, Ning Tao found himself momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that his eyes could emit such dark light, with white light for healing and black light for unlocking. Yet, time was pressing, and there was no room for contemplation. The thought barely lingered in his mind before he dashed into the room. "Su Qian, how are you? Are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital," Ning Tao called out as he approached the bed, where Su Qian lay with her eyes half closed, her hands clasped over her abdomen. Su Qian felt unwell. Earlier that afternoon, she had been visited by her monthly visitor and ordered some sanitary pads online from the local shop. After all, they were classmates, and it was only right to support each other. The other residents had gone shopping, and feeling under the weather, she chose to remain behind. However, once they departed, she soon found herself unable to bear it any longer, as abdominal pains began to intensify. Initially mild, the discomfort escalated rapidly. In an instant, she recognized the familiar pangs of dysmenorrhea. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. This affliction was a long-standing companion. She had endured it numerous times. A hereditary plight that could feel life-threatening. Both she and her mother had consulted various esteemed physicians, to no avail. The only recourse was to grit her teeth and endure until it passed. Unfortunately, this time the pain was particularly severe, nearly leading her into unconsciousness. When a voice beside her jolted her back to reality. Upon awakening to the sight of the person before her, Su Qian was taken aback to find not her roommate, but rather a man standing at her bedside. As he reached to lift her covers in order to escort her to the hospital, she scarcely had the presence of mind to inquire how he had gained entry. An inexplicable surge of instinct compelled her to grasp Ning Tao's arm tightly, refusing to let go. It was a jest, yet the irony lay in the fact that each time she endured the torment of dysmenorrhea, she would don only a solitary pair of breathable trousers for relief. Should Ning Tao lift the covers, how could she ever face the world again, let alone be carried to the hospital? Su Qian, it is I, Ning Tao. You must go to the hospital now. Ning Tao's urgency escalated as he observed her slipping closer to unconsciousness, yet she resisted his attempts. His acquaintance with Su Qian was rather superficial. They had merely crossed paths due to her enrollment in their elective course. This girl was notoriously aloof, often indifferent to those outside her immediate circle of dormitory mates. However, whispers circulated within the academy, suggesting that Su Qian's lineage was anything but ordinary. Her father was a prominent businessman, and her mother held a significant governmental position. In essence, her background was intricate, rendering her untouchable. Su Qian bit her lip, desperately clutching Ning Tao's arm to prevent his movement, shaking her head faintly. She knew that even a visit to the hospital would yield no relief, especially in her current state. The pain only intensified with each attempt to articulate her distress. And internally, she was in a state of urgency. This impasse was untenable. Pondering for a moment, Ning Tao activated his X-ray vision, seeking to discern the nature of her condition. Under his gaze, Su Qian's flushed form was laid bare before him, revealing the affliction of dysmenorrhea. Ning Tao's heart raced as he made a disconcerting discovery. Although unintentional, he glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. As a medical student, he possessed an intimate understanding of human anatomy, having studied surgery, and thus, he was well acquainted with such matters. Through his vision, he comprehended her predicament with clarity. It appeared to be dysmenorrhea induced by constriction of the cervical canal, which hindered menstrual flow. Su Qian, this is dysmenorrhea. We need to go to the hospital. Upon identifying the cause, Ning Tao exhaled softly, wary of misusing his X-ray vision again. He was acutely aware that merely draping her upper body in a camisole for transport would likely lead to him being misconstrued as a lecher. At the mention of the hospital, Su Qian's grip on Ning Tao's arm tightened, her head shaking vigorously, unable to articulate a single word through her agony. It was not that she was unwilling to seek medical attention. Rather, she pondered how she could possibly go in her current attire. Prolonging this situation is not a solution. It could be fatal, Ning Tao urged, recognizing her comprehension of his words. Yet, despite his entreaties, she remained resolute in her refusal. Very well. I shall heed your wishes and forego the hospital. As a budding physician, I possess some knowledge of massage techniques. Perhaps I could provide you with some relief through massage? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tao ventured to propose. Ultimately, if Su Qian resisted going to the hospital, he could not stand idly by and witness her suffer. His X-ray vision could remedy her ailment, and he felt compelled to act. Upon noticing that Su Qian did not shake her head this time, Ning Tao gritted his teeth and abruptly pulled back the covers, placing his large hand gently upon her lower abdomen. Su Qian was not merely indifferent. She had been taken aback by his words and had yet to fully process the situation when her blanket vanished without a trace. Subsequently, a sturdy hand rested on her abdomen. How shameless! In Su Qian's eyes, Ning Tao was undoubtedly taking advantage of her. A massage? What a jest! A grown man had ventured into her dormitory, fully aware of her menstrual pain, to offer her a massage. If such a remedy were effective, she would have been relieved long ago. Yet, for Ning Tao, this moment posed a significant challenge. It was exceedingly difficult for him to remain focused, primarily because the scene before him was undeniably enticing. He had never anticipated that in delivering a package, he would encounter a campus belle. Su Qian's heart was in turmoil, and she began to harbor resentment towards Ning Tao. She vowed that once she recovered, he would pay dearly for daring to humiliate her in her weakened state. However, a sudden thought struck her, and she was taken aback. Could it be that his massage was genuinely effective? Su Qian felt a flutter of doubt. After all, he had merely placed one hand on her abdomen, occasionally kneading it, and had not engaged in any further actions. For Ning Tao, every moment felt excruciating, and this experience was far from his previous massage with Xiao Mengfei. Suddenly, the door swung open with a jolt, startling both of them. "Ah, Su Qian, you too." 3 girls entered, and upon seeing the scene before them, the girl at the forefront, with a ponytail and fair complexion, widened her eyes in shock, covering her mouth, and gazing at the pair, rendered speechless. Upon seeing the returning trio, Ning Tao was utterly dumbfounded, a wave of regret washing over him. He had been so focused on helping that he had not anticipated the return of others, and now he was left to explain himself. Realizing something was amiss, Su Qian acted swiftly, pushing Ning Tao away and hastily covering herself with the blanket. In truth, thanks to Ning Tao's treatment, her menstrual pain had significantly subsided. The reason she had not opened her eyes earlier was to avoid embarrassment. Ning Tao rose, facing the 3 girls, uncertain of how to clarify the situation. He found himself at a loss for words. Even if he could mention menstrual pain, how could he explain that he was capable of treating it in such a manner? He would not believe it himself, let alone anyone else. "Oh, I was wondering why Su Qian didn't go out today. It turns out she was waiting for our class monitor. So, Ning Tao, when did you start dating our goddess?" Another long-haired girl tilted her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, gazing intently at Ning Tao with a hint of inquiry in her tone. In an earlier moment of flirtation, before Ning Tao could voice anything, the girl who had spoken previously had already seated herself on the bed, patting the covers with a cheerful smile. "Qian, you're not upset with us for interrupting your little rendezvous, are you?" "No, not at all. I was merely here to deliver something." Ning Tao's expression turned awkward as he gestured towards the items on the floor, hastily attempting to explain himself. "Wait, that can't be right. Ning Tao, I recall you having a girlfriend. How is it that you have taken a liking to our Qian? Surely, you're not attempting to juggle 2 relationships." The girl with the ponytail seemed to have realized something, immediately stepping in front of Ning Tao to block his escape. Ning Tao felt an unprecedented level of embarrassment, and seeing the imposing expression on her face, he could only manage a wry smile and a shrug. I broke up." In a bid to extricate himself from this situation as quickly as possible, he uttered a vague statement, for the principal party was still on the bed. If he were to admit anything, only to be exposed later, it would be even more mortifying. "Don't be coy. Qian might not even be aware of this. But you can't just slip away. You've already made your intentions clear with her, and today, you must clarify everything." The girl with the ponytail spoke fiercely, refusing to budge an inch, seemingly determined to extract a confession from him. "Actually, I just came to deliver something." Ning Tao attempted to explain, though the words felt insincere. He quickly pointed to the 2 bags on the floor and insisted, "Delivering something? What is it?" "Well, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way." Ning Tao felt increasingly trapped the longer he lingered, and awkwardly mumbled something before attempting to make a hasty exit. "You can't leave. You must clarify matters before you go." Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, the 3 girls sensed his desperation to cover up the truth. The girl with the ponytail promptly seized the bag, reaching for its contents. "Ching, let him go." Just then, Su Qian, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly threw back the covers, revealing a flushed face and piercing eyes as she addressed the ponytailed girl. "Qian, don't let him deceive you. He has a girlfriend. What do you think your relationship with him is? If you don't believe me, you can ask him." The long-haired girl quickly chimed in, noticing Su Qian's emergence. "That is all right, I already know." Su Qian took a deep breath, her demeanor shifting as she glared at Ning Tao, her words measured and deliberate. "Well then, from now on, you shall be my boyfriend, Ning Tao. If I find out you're still in contact with your ex-girlfriend, I swear I will end you." "What?" Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the sincerity behind her declaration. To speak candidly, his understanding of Su Qian was rather limited. It was rumored that within the school, she had garnered the title of Iceberg Beauty. He was taken aback to hear such shocking remarks from her. If this were to circulate, one could only imagine the uproar it would incite among the male populace, potentially leading to his dismemberment. How could he still harbor thoughts of his ex-girlfriend when Suda Beauty was right before him? Surely, he wouldn't wish to straddle 2 boats. Sun Qing's eyes widened, and with a fierce glare, she exclaimed, "Absolutely not. We are truly broken up." Ning Tao quickly gestured, eager to clarify. He deemed it unrealistic to pursue Su Qian as her boyfriend, and since she had expressed herself in such a manner, he knew he must acquiesce. Then be on your way. Remember, I expect you to be at my beck and call. If you dare speak of our matters, I shall not let you off easily." By this point, Su Qian's demeanor had calmed considerably. With a cold snort, she subtly issued an eviction notice. Of course, of course. Ning Tao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily exited her room. Qian, do tell us honestly, when did you two become an item? How is it that we are completely in the dark? Once Ning Tao departed, the three roommates encircled Su Qian, pressing for answers. What do you mean? I am still evaluating him. For Su Qian, her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The series of events had been so surreal that articulating them felt nearly impossible. The reason she had spoken as she did was not out of affection for Ning Tao, but merely a strategic maneuver. Our esteemed class leader truly possesses a knack for subtlety, managing to win over our iceberg beauty without a sound. Sun Qing tilted her head, half mocking, half jesting. As she noticed the bag in her hand, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "Let me see what Ning Tao brought for you." With that, she began rummaging through the bag, and the three of them approached it with the curiosity of explorers uncovering a new land. Upon opening it, they discovered it contained only sanitary pads, and their expressions turned somewhat suggestive. After all, for a girl to have a boy purchase such items for her spoke volumes about their relationship. Wow, flowers! As Sun Qing uncovered the sanitary pads, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she extracted a flower from within, exclaiming in delight. What? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, her scalp tingling. Initially, she had thought Ning Tao was merely delivering something, but seeing the flower in Sun Qing's hand left her feeling uncertain. Could it be that Ning Tao wished to pursue her? She was certain she had not requested flowers, and a flush crept to her cheeks. Wait, there is something else. Sun Qing continued to delve into the bag, only to retrieve a sealed gift box moments later. You nosy girl, why must you pry into everything? The blush that had just begun to fade from Su Qian's face surged back as she swiftly snatched the gift box from Sun Qing's grasp, shielding it protectively. Ning Tao, completely unaware of the contents of the gift box, found himself bewildered by the inexplicable events unfolding in Su Qian's dormitory, and even now, he reflected on them with a sense of incredulity. However, he naturally could not fathom that Su Qian would harbor any affection for him. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic, and he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Yet, the image of her lingering in his presence throughout the following day proved to be an inescapable burden for Ning Tao. Even during the gathering in the dormitory the next afternoon, his mind wandered. Hey, third brother, it's no big deal to experience a heartbreak. In a couple of days, let the second brother introduce you to someone. I've always thought that girl wasn't worth much anyway. Finding another would suffice. At the bustling roadside eatery by the school gate, all four members of Ning Tao's dormitory had assembled. When questioned by the others, he candidly shared the details of his breakup with Wu Anyue, which prompted a furious outburst from the eldest. Goodness Tao, rest assured, women are fickle. The second brother will find you a suitable match. At that moment, a well-dressed young man beside Ning Tao chimed in. It's all right. No need to console me, brothers. Ning Tao felt a flicker of warmth stir within him upon hearing their words, and he waved dismissively. In truth, by the time Wu Anyue had left, he had already ceased to love her. Suddenly, a BMW screeched to a halt beside the four of them, and two individuals hastily emerged from the vehicle, causing Ning Tao's expression to turn frosty. Ning Tao, I heard you visited Anyue's dormitory again yesterday. It seems your intentions are far from over. Haven't you learned your lesson from the last time? The newcomers were none other than Xiao Wenlin and Wu Anyue. Daring to steal my third brother's woman? You're courting death. Upon witnessing Wu Anyue nestled affectionately against Xiao Wenlin's arm, the eldest brother erupted in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Eldest brother. Ning Tao intervened with a firm grip, his voice low but commanding, halting the impulsive advance of his elder. After all, this was the school gate. Brawling in broad daylight would only invite ridicule. If you have no business here, you may leave, Ning Tao remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the pair. Seeing Ning Tao's indifference, Xiao Wenlin's displeasure grew. He relished the sight of others in anger and humiliation, but Ning Tao's calm demeanor only frustrated him further. What's this? Your girlfriend was taken away, and you remain unfazed? You truly are spineless. Chapter 16. I own a car. Ning Tao observed the students gradually encircling them, furrowing his brow as he recognized their intent to humiliate him. With a sharp retort, he replied, whether I am cowardly or not is uncertain. But I find you quite pitiable, clinging to someone else's leftovers while having the audacity to boast. Leftovers? The word struck Xiao Wenlin like daggers. causing his complexion to flush a deep shade of crimson. He had intended to humiliate Ning Tao, but found himself on the receiving end of scorn instead. Furious, he shot back, "Ning Tao, spare me your sharp tongue. I imagine you've shed quite a few tears these past few days." Upon hearing this, Wu Anyue's face paled in shock, betraying a sense of anxiety. She hastily whispered, "Wenlin, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. You are aware that I was pure during our time together." Immediately after, she turned to Ning Tao with indignation, exclaiming, "Ning Tao, I never imagined you to be such a person. I am fortunate to have parted ways with you. I was truly blind to have been with you." Ning Tao glanced at the woman before him and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards this woman, once deemed attractive, now tinged with a hint of disdain. "Humph. Ning Tao, I see you are merely envious of what you cannot have," Xiao Wenlin remarked, squeezing Wu Anyue's palm, refusing to acknowledge the tarnished nature of his companion. Ning Tao surveyed his surroundings, then stepped forward, his demeanor shifting to one of ambiguity as he leaned closer to Xiao Wenlin, stating, "Whether one has tasted it or not is known to all. Wu Anyue has a blemish, a fact you cannot be ignorant of." With that, he cast a pointed glance at Wu Anyue, insinuating his words. If these two wished to humiliate him, they must be prepared for the repercussions. After delivering his retort, he withdrew, leaving his statement hanging. Xiao Wenlin's eyes turned venomous upon hearing this. He was all too familiar with Wu Anyue's physique. The remark struck home. Indeed, there was a flaw in her hidden depths, and he was taken aback that Ning Tao was aware of it. Instantly, his gaze towards Wu Anyue transformed. "Wenlin, do not listen to his slander. I am untainted." Wu Anyue's expression shifted dramatically, astonished at how Ning Tao could possibly know. "Ning Tao, cease your baseless accusations. It appears you cannot find a girlfriend and are resorting to disgusting us out of spite. With your demeanor, you shall never find a woman." Feeling Xiao Wenlin distanced himself slightly, Wu Anyue panicked and unleashed a venomous tirade against Ning Tao. "Brother Tao, how fortunate to find you here. I have searched for you for quite some time." At that moment, a tall beauty donned in sunglasses emerged from the crowd. Upon removing her shades, she bashfully embraced Ning Tao's arm. This unexpected arrival, with her statuesque figure, fair complexion, and exquisitely refined features, exuded an air of nobility. Clad in a light-colored, pleated and tank top beneath a white outer jacket and fitted trousers, she stood out remarkably. "Xiajia." Ning Tao's cheeks flushed slightly at the sight of such a stunning beauty, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, calling out her name instinctively. Who are these two? Do introduce me." The newcomer was none other than Xiaomeng Fei, who, while still holding on to Ning Tao's arm, turned her head slightly towards the pair before her and inquired, "Hello, beautiful. I am Xiao Wenlin, a classmate of Ning Tao's." Xiao Wenlin's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xiaomeng Fei, and he promptly extended his arm, eager to shake hands with her. He initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearly aware of the deep connection between the other party and Ning Tao. However, upon gazing at Xiaomeng Fei's exquisite beauty, he found it utterly implausible that the two could share such a relationship, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Yet, he was inwardly vexed, wondering how Ning Tao could be surrounded by such stunning women, so breathtakingly beautiful that he couldn't help but fantasize about winning her affection. "Hello, I am Ning Tao's girlfriend, Xiaomeng Fei." Xiaomeng Fei had no intention of shaking hands with Xiao Wenlin. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Wu Anyue, appraising her from head to toe. "Oh, you must be Tao Di's ex-girlfriend," she remarked, her tone light. "Hello, my name is Wu Anyue." Upon seeing Xiaomeng Fei, Wu Anyue felt a pang of anxiety and pressed her lips together. The woman before her was simply too beautiful in her presence. Wu Anyue felt like a mere ugly duckling, overshadowed and dull. Though she herself was not unattractive, the disparity in poise and attire made her appear somewhat mundane in comparison. "By the way, I must thank you for breaking up with Tao Di. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the fortune of landing such a wonderful boyfriend." Xiaomeng Fei extended her hand to Wu Anyue, smiling warmly. At this remark, the onlooking students immediately began to murmur amongst themselves, slowly piecing together the unfolding drama. Originally, this couple had come to flaunt their relationship, but suddenly, a beautiful girlfriend emerged, leaving them with a stinging sense of embarrassment. "Old three, how could you be so disloyal? When did this sister-in-law business happen? None of us knew." This comment came from the second member of Ning Tao's dormitory, who looked at the two with an ambiguous expression, clearly scrutinizing them. Ning Tao understood that Xiaomeng Fei was attempting to support him, but with so many eyes upon them, he found it difficult to explain. Thus, he proceeded to introduce them all. All right, if there's nothing else, we should be on our way. Xiao Fei, feeling somewhat uncomfortable amidst the crowd, expressed her intention to leave after bolstering Ning Tao's image. Miss Xiao, where are you headed? I have a car and can give you a ride. Xiao Wenlin's expression soured. How could such a stunning beauty possibly be Ning Tao's girlfriend? Nonetheless, upon hearing their desire to depart, he quickly jingled his BMW keys and spoke up. Compared to this beauty, Wu Anyue seemed insignificant. In his mind, if he could win over Wu Anyue, then this enchanting woman was surely within his reach as well. No, thank you, I have a car too. Xiao Fei shook her head, linking her arm with Ning Tao's as they navigated through the crowd toward the nearby Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce. As they approached the luxurious vehicle, Xiao Wenlin felt the heat rise to his cheeks, as if he had been slapped. The fact that they possessed such a prestigious car made his BMW feel utterly inconsequential. He couldn't even afford a fraction of what they had. Wenlin, let us leave. Wu Anyue felt increasingly ashamed and wished to escape the scene quickly. She moved a bit closer to Xiao Wenlin and spoke up. Having observed Xiao Fei, Xiao Wenlin subsequently turned his attention to Wu Anyue. Yet he found himself increasingly uncomfortable, a sudden wave of disdain washing over him. With a frown, he coldly remarked, "You may leave now. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to." Without a glance back at Wu Anyue, he swiftly departed in his BMW, leaving a cloud of dust behind. As the vehicle regained its course, Xiao Fei's expression gradually returned to a state of calm, as if her previous intimate exchange with Ning Tao had never occurred. At this moment, she exuded an indescribable air of nobility and composure. "Thank you, Sister Xia," Ning Tao said, standing close enough to feel a flutter of nervousness, his heart racing slightly as he hastily expressed his gratitude. He was indeed grateful for the recent incident, fully aware of Xiao Wenlin's intentions. Despite the humiliation he faced, had it not been for Xiao Fei's timely arrival, his situation could have been considerably more precarious. "There's no need for such formality between us," Xiao Fei replied graciously, casting a glance at Ning Tao that revealed a hint of a smile, breathtakingly beautiful. "Where shall we go now?" Ning Tao, recognizing her sincere intent to assist him, decided to keep his words brief and smiled in response. "I'll first take you to buy some clothes, and later, you will give me a massage." Xiao Fei had already made plans, and upon hearing his inquiry, she spoke with effortless poise. "Buy clothes?" Ning Tao glanced at his current attire, a faint smile forming on his lips as he questioned, "Sister Xia, is that really necessary? I think what I'm wearing is quite fine." Although his clothes were of modest quality, they felt comfortable, and he was reluctant to spend Xiao Fei's money. "What? Do you intend to wear that to the stone gambling festival tomorrow?" Xiao Fei rolled her eyes at him, teasingly. The mere thought of the festival prompted Ning Tao to immediately fall silent. Those who attended such a grand event were undoubtedly wealthy or noble, and he felt his attire would be out of place alongside Xiao Fei. Nevertheless, the prospect of showcasing his talents at the stone gambling festival ignited a flicker of excitement within him. It dawned on him that his previous perspective had been too narrow. With his newfound ability to see through objects, wealth would come easily, and what did it matter if he purchased a few articles of clothing? He could simply repay Xiao Fei later. After half an hour of driving, the car came to a halt in front of an opulent shopping mall. Exiting the vehicle, Xiao Fei effortlessly took hold of her handbag and linked her arm with Ning Tao's as they entered. Ning Tao felt slightly uncomfortable with her affectionate gesture, instinctively attempting to withdraw, though he only managed a slight movement. In a city where every inch of land was precious, the scale of this mall was remarkable, and naturally, the items within were not inexpensive. As soon as they entered, Xiao Fei led Ning Tao directly to the men's section. Despite his mental preparation, he could not help but gasp at the prices displayed. Every piece of clothing he beheld was priced at no less than 1,000 yuan, while more extravagant ones soared into the hundreds of thousands. It seemed that the mere 10,000 in his account was woefully insufficient. "Ning Tao, feel free to choose whatever you like," Summer Fei exclaimed, her spirits high as she entered the shopping mall, glancing at the garments with unbridled enthusiasm, yet still failing to find anything that met her satisfaction. "Sister Xia, you could just casually buy an outfit. There's no need to splurge like this." Ning Tao swallowed hard and mustered the courage to interject. To be frank, he held modest expectations for clothing. As long as it was wearable, he was content. Although attending the stone gambling festival warranted a somewhat nicer attire, he considered such extravagance unnecessary. Summer Fei, perceptive to his thoughts, shot him a knowing glance and said, "No worries, Tao. You've been a tremendous help to me. Purchasing a couple of outfits for you is no burden at all. With her words laid bare, Ning Tao found himself at a loss for further protest, resolving instead to find a way to repay her kindness when the festival arrived the next day. However, he soon sensed the peculiar glances directed his way. Turning to survey the crowd, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Envious eyes surrounded them, predominantly fixed upon Summer Mengfei. The few that lingered on him were mostly hostile male gazes. Clearly, to some, they appeared ill-matched. Summer Mengfei radiated beauty, while Ning Tao was clad in humble attire. If looks could kill, he mused, he would have perished countless times over, leaving him with nothing but a rueful grin. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not endure for long. As they passed the Anima Boutique, Summer Mengfei took the initiative, firmly guiding Ning Tao inside. "Miss, are you selecting a suit for your boyfriend?" A sweet-faced salesgirl approached, noticing the potential business. She regarded Summer Mengfei, who was leading the way, with polite curiosity. Upon hearing the assumption that Ning Tao was her boyfriend, Summer Mengfei felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Yet, she offered no clarification and simply replied, "Could you assist me in selecting 2 suits that suit his demeanor?" "Certainly, please hold on." The salesgirl assessed Ning Tao for a moment before retrieving 2 suits from a rack, one in classic black and the other in a rich coffee hue. Smiling as she presented them to Ning Tao. "Sir, I believe these 2 suits will complement your character beautifully." Summer Mengfei touched the fabric of the suits, then glanced back at Ning Tao's physique. Her large eyes sparkled with approval as she pointed at him, urging, "Go try them on for me." Upon acquiring the suits, Ning Tao's first instinct was to check the prices. A glance sent a jolt through him. Each ensemble was far from affordable, 72,000 for one and 86,000 for the other, far beyond the meager funds he possessed. However, he had no time to dwell on his astonishment, as Summer Mengfei was already ushering him into the fitting room. 5 minutes later, when Ning Tao emerged clad in the black suit, both Summer Mengfei and the salesgirl were momentarily captivated, their eyes lighting up in delight. Clothes make the man, and as Ning Tao donned his impeccably tailored suit, it seemed to transform him, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. If he had previously appeared somewhat inexperienced, this metamorphosis rendered him spirited, akin to a promising young talent. With his tall stature, he stood like a natural clothes hanger, and the slight depth in his eyes made him undeniably striking, causing Xia Mengfei to blush ever so slightly. "Ning Tao, do try that one on." After a moment, Xia Mengfei, regaining her composure, pushed him back into the fitting room before he could utter a word. Ning Tao had assumed she was dissatisfied, but upon his emergence, she wasted no time, glancing at him before decisively instructing the attendant, "Miss, I'll take both of these, and please package the other outfit." As she spoke, she retrieved her bank card from her bag and handed it to the cashier. The attendant, thrilled by the sale of 2 suits, anticipated a substantial commission. However, after the card was processed and she looked at Ning Tao, her gaze shifted to one of curiosity, pondering if this appealing young man might be a kept man. Ning Tao sensed her peculiar scrutiny and understood the implication, though he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the sum of his 1,000 yuan was nowhere near sufficient for the price of the suits. Not content with just the suits, Xia Mengfei insisted on purchasing several shirts and leather shoes, demonstrating her utmost thoughtfulness. "Ning Tao, you are now under my care." Noticing the bemusement on his face as they exited the mall, she tilted her head to assess him, her expression tinged with mischief. Ning Tao, unable to suppress a wry smile, felt the weight of her words. His limited funds meant he had relied entirely on her generosity throughout their shopping spree. With their purchases in hand, the duo returned to the car, heading toward the hotel Xia Mengfei had reserved. As she explained, it was inconvenient to bring Ning Tao home that evening, so they would make do at the hotel, where she could provide him with a massage. Tomorrow, they would attend the Stone Gambling Festival together. Ning Tao had no objections, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts that staying at the hotel might present its own complications. Jinyu Grand Hotel. From a distance, the brilliantly lit edifice was awe-inspiring, towering impressively to a height of 70 or 80 stories. This was not a sight he found unfamiliar, but the anticipation of staying there that night imbued him with a sense of wonder. Upon entering, he endeavored to maintain his composure, though astonishment lingered on his visage. The hotel's interior was opulently decorated, featuring a plush red carpet, walls adorned with exquisite oil paintings reminiscent of distant lands, and chandeliers crafted in the style of the medieval era, all reflecting the hotel's refined taste. Xia Mengfei had arranged an opulent presidential suite, spacious and lavishly appointed, boasting 3 distinct bedrooms and a plethora of amenities. As Ning Tao settled onto the sofa, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. Indeed, this was the epitome of indulgent living. Ning Tao, make yourself comfortable here. I shall take a bath, she declared lazily, stretching as she placed her bag down. Yet, just before entering the bathroom, her playful remark left him momentarily flustered. Do not peek, okay? Her words, spoken without intention, struck a chord within him, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. Although the door was firmly shut, Ning Tao's perceptive abilities rendered the barrier ineffective. The faint sound of running water wafted through the air, stirring a restless excitement within him. To be candid, such sounds were undeniably stimulating. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he chose to refrain from indulging in any voyeuristic tendencies. Despite the allure of beauty, he believed it should not be judged through a lens of impropriety. Perhaps influenced by Ning Tao's presence, Xiao Mengfei completed her bath in a mere half hour, emerging clad in a soft, creamy nightgown. Ning Tao, you should wash up too. I'll be waiting for you on the bed, she said, her cheeks flushed as she towel-dried her hair. With that, she turned and entered one of the bedrooms. The phrase waiting for you on the bed undeniably reignited the tumult within Ning Tao, leaving him momentarily entranced as he gazed at the closed door, his expression somewhat peculiar. He understood she referred to a massage, yet he was acutely aware that they were no longer on the train. Sharing a bed, her nightgown offered him no hindrance. Why should he hesitate? If she was unafraid, why should he be? Resolute, he gathered his scattered thoughts and stepped into the bathroom. His feelings for Xiao Mengfei were not insignificant. Her beauty was matched by her amiable nature, devoid of the arrogance often seen in those born to privilege. In the past, Ning Tao may have felt a twinge of inferiority, but now, armed with the eye of Zhulong, he could swiftly amass considerable wealth. With a mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, Ning Tao hurried through his shower, quickly rinsing off before donning a bathrobe. When he entered the inner room, he found Xiao Mengfei reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing his arrival, she smiled softly. Come join me, Ning Tao. My back has been bothering me again these past few days. Oh, all right, he replied softly, shedding his slippers and climbing onto the bed. In the spacious setting, Ning Tao, for his own convenience, did not hesitate to settle atop Xiao Mengfei's legs. Be gentle, Ning Tao, she murmured, pressing her face into the covers, her voice emerging as a soft hum. As his hands glided over her delicate waist once more, a thrill coursed through him. At the moment his hands made contact, Xiao Mengfei's eyes grew hazy with pleasure, as if his touch possessed an enchanting quality that enveloped her in comfort. After a brief period of anxiety, Ning Tao's heart finally settled into a state of tranquility, and he began to employ his X-ray vision for treatment. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. The ailment he confronted exceeded his expectations. Although he had previously administered treatment, it appeared to have merely alleviated the symptoms slightly. To eradicate the issue entirely, continuous treatment would be necessary, or perhaps his X-ray vision could be employed indefinitely, requiring several thousand applications for a cure. Ning Tao, could you please wait a moment and allow me to remove my nightgown? Suddenly, amidst his concentrated efforts, he heard the voice of Xiao Mengfei, which startled him. In her quest for healing, Xiao Mengfei had resolved to make sacrifices. Although her nightgown was thin, she quickly discerned that the effects were somewhat diminished through the fabric. After all, typical massages are performed directly on the skin, significantly enhancing their efficacy. Naturally, her trust in Ning Tao played a crucial role in her willingness to proceed in such a manner. All right, Ning Tao replied, feeling a surge of nervousness. She was correct. For a massage to yield optimal results, clothing should indeed be removed. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, as it would have sounded rather inappropriate. Once he descended from her back, Xiao Mengfei turned away and sat up, playfully admonishing him. No peeking. Ning Tao found himself at a loss for words. What difference did it make whether he looked now or later? Nevertheless, he chose not to argue and promptly closed his eyes. When he finally opened them again, Xiao Mengfei had reclined once more, though it appeared she was prepared, adorned in delicate black lace lingerie. Centering his thoughts, Ning Tao made genuine contact with her smooth back, causing both of them to shudder at the unexpected intimacy. Each was lost in their own thoughts, engaged in their respective tasks, neither at ease. Ning Tao occasionally inhaled deeply. Truth be told, the pressure was considerable. After all, a beautiful woman lay beneath him, seemingly inviting his advances. He was no paragon of virtue, and had it not been for a sliver of rationality urging him to persevere, he might have succumbed to temptation. At last, when a sensation of dizziness returned, Ning Tao promptly seized his X-ray vision, restoring his sight to normal. However, Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Mengfei, he turned to find her fast asleep. In slumber, the regal and mature facade she normally bore faded away, and the pressure of the covers made her appear somewhat cherubic, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Ning Tao swallowed hard at the sight. After much contemplation, he managed to suppress his desires, quietly slipped out of bed, and gently covered her with a blanket before exiting the room. Given her unguarded trust and the fact that she had offered him 2 sets of clothing, he could not bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, if their treatments continued in this manner, he could not guarantee that he would be able to maintain control in the future. After exhausting his ability to see through, Ning Tao felt a heaviness in his mind and casually entered a room, collapsing into a deep slumber. Xiao Mengfei, immersed in a sound sleep, was abruptly startled awake the following morning. Sitting up in bed, she gazed at the silk blanket draped over her, a sudden pang of anxiety gripping her heart. She recalled that she had fallen asleep after Ning Tao's massage, yet she had no memory of when he had departed, which left her astonished. To her, this was utterly inconceivable. After all, she was a girl with a generally heightened sense of vigilance. Who would have thought she could fall asleep in the presence of a man? Fortunately, he had proven to be of good character. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of gratitude surfaced on her face. Confident in her own charm, she felt a strange sensation that he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. However, recalling the intimacy shared between them the previous day, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her expression becoming complex. After a moment's pause, Xiao Mengfei dressed and tidied herself, only to open the door and find Ning Tao already seated on the sofa, awaiting her. Dressed sharply in a tailored suit, his chiseled features and deep-set eyes gave him an invigorated appearance. Good morning. Upon seeing Xiao Mengfei, Ning Tao rose, greeting her with a warm smile. Yes, good morning. Please wait for me. For some reason, upon seeing Ning Tao once more, Xiao Mengfei felt a wave of fluster wash over her, unable to meet his gaze. She hurriedly uttered a few words before dashing into the bathroom. Xiao Mengfei appeared somewhat languid in the morning light, and Ning Tao, noticing her radiant complexion, was reminded of a humorous anecdote, unconsciously touching his nose. After a night of rest, he felt remarkably revitalized, even in an unprecedented state of well-being. Could it be that the more he utilized his ability, the more beneficial it was for himself? With a moment of contemplation, he began to ponder. Xiao Mengfei did not linger in her room for long. Once she had finished freshening up, she led Ning Tao to partake in breakfast at the hotel. Can we now attend the Stone Gambling Festival? After their meal, Ning Tao could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. I noticed you seemed a bit distracted during breakfast, so I assume you have been eagerly anticipating the Stone Gambling Festival. Very well, let us go. I will now take you to experience the Stone Gambling Festival of our city. Xiao Mengfei rolled her eyes at Ning Tao, her tone slightly exasperated. The Hualien Jewelry City in Haisher ranks among the largest in the nation, and it was undoubtedly the chosen venue for this year's Stone Gambling Festival. Compared to previous events, this festival promised to be grander, co-hosted by numerous renowned jewelry firms and featuring the invitation of some veteran participants from past festivals. Naturally, for most jewelers, stone gambling was merely a recreational activity. The substantial crowd gathered was largely due to various jewelers seizing the opportunity to conduct business negotiations during the festival. Meanwhile, the venue was predominantly frequented by enthusiasts of stone gambling. It was reported that the organizers had amassed over 10,000 rough stones, providing ample opportunity for aficionados to showcase their skills. Upon their arrival at the Hualien Jewelry City, Ning Tao was immediately taken aback by the throngs of people. The crowd was overwhelming. Outside alone, several hundred individuals were eagerly vying to enter. Upon stepping inside, the first sight that greeted them was an expansive exhibition hall, characterized by a hollow center that extended up to 3 stories, culminating in a lofty dome adorned with dazzling lights arranged in an enchanting sequence. Within this grand hall, numerous rough stones were displayed, each exhibiting unique shapes and varying sizes. It appeared that the space had been meticulously segmented into various areas specifically for this stone gambling festival. And Ning Tao took a moment to glance at the overview to familiarize himself with the layout. The stones were organized across 3 levels, categorized into distinct types, in line with the rhythm of sudden wealth promised by Chapter 20. The stones of the Jewelry City were classified into 3 categories: bright stones, dark stones, and semi-bright, semi-dark stones. The so-called dark stones, which were raw materials, bore a striking resemblance to ordinary mountain rocks, relying entirely on luck, making them the most exhilarating option. to enhance the excitement of the festival and cater to a wider array of tastes. The other two types were introduced. Bright stones had their corners cut, revealing green hues, allowing discerning buyers to appraise their value with relatively low risk, albeit at prices slightly below market value, given the obscured internal conditions. This was what one might refer to as a small gamble for amusement. The semi-bright, semi-dark stones, on the other hand, featured a window polished into the rough stone, through which one could glimpse the patterns and orientations within. Some had even begun to display green, but even those with considerable experience found it challenging to make accurate assessments. Ning Tao, you are not yet well-versed in stone gambling. You should observe how others select their stones. Remember, this is not something to become overly absorbed in. It should remain a mere hobby, Summer Meng Fei advised, as she was well acquainted with the festival, being one of the organizers through her family's enterprise. As they entered, she seemed concerned that Ning Tao might fall into misfortune, offering him guidance alongside her counsel. Rest assured, Summer Meng Fei, I will not act recklessly, Ning Tao responded, excitement bubbling within him as he surveyed the various rough stones of differing sizes, though he endeavored to maintain an air of calm. Stone gambling is akin to purchasing a lottery ticket, yet it offers a more exhilarating experience, with stakes ranging from thousands to millions, tantalizing the nerves of buyers. While this may be perceived as gambling by others, for him, the odds appeared significantly more favorable. The cries of excitement and despair echoed throughout the hall, and as he listened to the cacophony, Ning Tao furrowed his brow, his gaze darting around the room. Regarding the materials of varying clarity, he naturally dismissed them, for his aim was to strike with precision and accumulate wealth discreetly. Consequently, to avoid drawing attention, he was compelled to exercise caution in his purchases. After careful observation, Ning Tao quietly activated his perceptive vision, and upon doing so, a sense of assurance enveloped him. Indeed, his insight proved effective here. However, after merely a glance, his expression turned peculiar. He examined 7 or 8 rough stones, all of which were devoid of any valuable content, consisting solely of pure stone. From this, he surmised that among the thousands of source stones, only a few hundred might contain jade. Upon noting the prices marked on the jade rough stones, Ning Tao couldn't help but smirk. The cheapest was several thousand, while the most expensive soared into the millions. After surveying the array, he pondered that even if he were to unveil these rough stones, the jade within would hardly be worth their cost, revealing the unscrupulous nature of the merchants. With meticulous scrutiny, he regarded the various stones before him, each shedding its disguise to reveal its true form. After examining dozens of rough stones, Ning Tao's composure began to waver. The stones he beheld were all worthless debris, indicating that purchasing them would surely result in a grave loss. Suddenly, as Ning Tao approached a smaller pedestal, he halted, his expression shifting, and his breath became somewhat erratic. Before him lay a rough stone the size of a fist, within which he discerned a jadeite of egg size. Drawing upon the rudimentary appraisal skills he had learned from Xiao Meng Fei, he realized this was an ice-type jadeite. Although it was not the priceless glass emperor jade, such a substantial piece would undoubtedly fetch over $1 million. Furthermore, what excited him even more was that the price of this stone was relatively low, merely 10,000, well within his means. Thus, when he gazed upon this rough stone again, his demeanor transformed. This was no mere stone, but rather a treasure. Acquiring it would instantly elevate him to millionaire status. Ah, are you interested in this? Xiao Meng Fei, noticing Ning Tao's prolonged attention on the rough stone, approached and cast a glance at it, smilingly inquiring. Yes, it appeals to me. Ning Tao replied, nodding affirmatively. Ning Tao, although Xiao Meng Fei is not a wealthy patron, assisting you in purchasing a few decent materials is certainly feasible. However, with her discerning eye, this should be deemed waste. Upon hearing Ning Tao's genuine intent to buy, Xiao Meng Fei scrutinized the rough stone, slightly shaking her head, initially presuming he was merely attempting to save money. She frowned and spoke up. Miss Xia, why didn't you announce your arrival? What brings you here? Just as Ning Tao was about to respond, a young man in a suit stepped forth, his expression brightening upon seeing Xiao Meng Fei striding towards her. Manager Chow, I have just arrived and am merely taking a casual stroll. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Meng Fei's expression became slightly unnatural. However, she soon adorned her face with a faint smile, extending her hand to greet the visitor courteously. Since Miss Xia has arrived, why not accompany me upstairs for a drink? It would be an opportune moment to discuss business, Chow Yang remarked, his gaze towards Xiao Meng Fei ignited with a hint of fervor as he warmly extended an invitation. I apologize, Manager Chow, but I am currently with a friend. Please bear with me for a moment, Xiao Mengfei replied apologetically, biting her lip. Friend? The young man's attention shifted to Ning Tao upon hearing this, his expression darkening slightly. He then forced a smile at Xiao Mengfei and inquired, I have never seen Miss Xia bring along a friend. May I ask who this gentleman is? Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is my junior from university, Ning Tao, who happens to be free today and is here to broaden his horizons, Xiao Mengfei explained, gesturing towards Ning Tao. Ning Tao, this is Mr. Chao Yang, the general manager of Dasang Jewelry. Hello. Ning Tao politely nodded and addressed Chao Yang. Oh, Ning Tao, is it? I must say, university students should remain in school to study diligently. Frequenting places like this is ill-advised. Xiao Yang responded, his brows knitting together in displeasure upon hearing Xiao Mengfei's endearing reference to Ning Tao. He cast a dismissive glance at Ning Tao, his tone neither warm nor cold. Hee. University students are at an age to gain knowledge. It is beneficial to engage with various experiences, Ning Tao retorted, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the underlying barbs in Chao Yang's words, especially as he observed Chao Yang's lecherous gaze towards Xiao Mengfei, which stirred a flicker of anger within him. Gaining knowledge? I would argue it's more about encountering misfortune. Chao Yang smirked, displaying a hint of disdain. Does Mr. Ning enjoy the art of stone gambling? Not exactly enjoy. I merely have a slight interest, Ning Tao replied, discreetly surveying Chao Yang before responding coolly. Ah, I see. I was wondering why you would choose such a piece of scrap. True masters of stone gambling would not be so careless. Xiao Yang remarqued, his gaze lingering on the rough stone with an air of mockery. Oh, I actually believe this is a fine piece. Ning Tao furrowed his brow and retorted defiantly. Although he possessed limited knowledge regarding the selection of raw materials, he found Chao Yang's arrogant demeanor quite off-putting. Additionally, the way Chao Yang gazed at Xiao Mengfei further fueled his discomfort. Ning Tao, Dasang Gemstones enjoys considerable renown in Xiagu, and Mr. Chao Yang is quite knowledgeable about stone gambling. Why not allow him to assist you in selecting a few pieces? Xiao Mengfei interjected, sensing the escalating tension between the two and hastily attempting to mediate. In truth, she feared Ning Tao might act impulsively, as she herself did not have a particular interest in the raw material, and she wished to prevent him from incurring any losses. Since Miss Xia has spoken, young man, I shall offer you some guidance, Chao Yang declared with an air of self-importance, pointing at the rough stone with a sense of superiority. This piece exhibits a slightly smooth surface and a pale red hue, characteristic of a mid-tier oxidized enrichment layer. The notable red skin is due to the accumulation of iron oxide. However, the more delicate and rounded the skin appears, the more it remains confined to the surface. Those lacking expertise might presume there are treasures within, yet upon cutting it open, even if jadeite is present, it is often merely native red jadeite, which holds little value, frequently leading to losses rather than gains. Since this is a gamble, no one can be entirely certain. I believe this piece has potential. Observing the eloquence of the other party, Ning Tao's expression soured slightly, yet he steadfastly maintained his position. What the other speaker articulated was merely a superficial understanding, and he felt no need to heed such words. After all, to him, the raw stone's material was transparent, and even the most seasoned appraiser could not match his discerning eye. It was no jest. This rough material contained a piece of ice jade, and acquiring it would exponentially increase its worth. He would not relent. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for Miss Xia, I would bother explaining to a naive young man like you. As Ning Tao remained resolute, Chao Yang's demeanor darkened. Naive? Ning Tao scoffed at the remark, raising his chin slightly and regarding Chao Yang with a hint of mystery. I am rather obstinate. My choices are immutable, and I believe this piece will bring me good fortune. Stubbornness. Chao Yang's expression turned grave, yet a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he suddenly proposed. Kid, do you dare to wager with me? A wager? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow. What shall we bet on? Since you are so confident, let's stake this raw stone. If it reveals green, you win. If not, you lose. What do you say? What is the stake? Ning Tao felt a surge of interest at Chao Yang's assertiveness. Quite simple. If you lose, you will return to school and behave as a proper student. For individuals like Miss Xia and myself are far too busy to tend to you, Chao Yang asserted, casting a glance at Xiao Mengfei, his tone growing more hostile. And if I win? Ning Tao's heart jolted. He had anticipated this twist, yet maintained an air of calm, betraying no displeasure. Win? Xiao Yang chucklet, his arrogance palpable as he smirked. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Since this is a wager, would I engage if I were certain of defeat? Ning Tao's gaze deepened, as if looking upon a fool. Very well, you possess courage. Should you win, you may select rough material valued at 2 million or less from here. What do you think? He was confident that Ning Tao stood no chance of victory, and such bravado was merely to diminish any favorable impression he might leave on Xiao Mengfei. Ning Tao, Manager Chao, this may not be appropriate. Witnessing the escalating tension, Xiao Mengfei appeared anxious. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. In the face of such palpable hostility, she hesitated to intervene. Though Ning Tao seemed resolute, she could discern that his character was overly rigid. If she were to obstruct him, it would surely bruise his pride and lead to his disappointment. In regards to Chao Yang, she did not wish to offend him. Her visit was aimed at establishing a collaborative agreement with his trading company. Refusing him now would undoubtedly place him in an awkward position. Miss Xia, rest assured, I merely intend to teach this young man a lesson. After all, university students must undergo some training, and occasionally enduring a small setback is not necessarily a bad thing. Chao Yang, appearing cheerful, turned to Ning Tao and casually asked, so, young man, are you willing to take a chance? Ning Tao glanced back at the worried Summer Mengfei beside him, offering her a reassuring look, and defiantly agreed. All right, let's give it a try. Though his face betrayed a semblance of calm, he felt a surge of delight within. The other party was willing to be the fool, and he certainly had no objections to acquiring a batch of raw stones without spending a single penny. An opportunity too good to pass up? Excellent. Chao Yang exclaimed upon hearing Ning Tao's agreement. He immediately gestured to a nearby attendant, who promptly brought over the raw stone, with the rough material in hand. Ning Tao felt a flutter of excitement, and the trio made their way towards the stone processing area. The atmosphere in the processing section was notably lively, with shouts echoing as people expressed their elation or despair. Scattered across the ground were remnants of processed stones. Most individuals were driven by the hope of striking it rich. Yet the majority left disappointed. Chao Yang appeared to wield considerable influence in this domain. As they entered, a stone processing master approached them with deference. Master Ma, please assist us in cutting this stone, Chao Yang instructed, gesturing to the stone in Ning Tao's possession. I don't want to cut, I want it polished. Ning Tao interjected suddenly as he handed the rough material to the stone master. He was aware that stone processing could be carried out in two ways, cutting or polishing. Cutting was a more aggressive method, allowing for a swift glimpse of the stone's interior, but it carried the risk of damaging the jade within if not executed with care. Polishing, on the other hand, employed a water grinding technique, emphasizing meticulous craftsmanship. Generally, this method was selected only when one was highly confident, as it was considerably slower, and not everyone possessed the patience to wait. Manager Chao, this stone is fundamentally worthless, isn't it? Why we bother polishing it? The stone master, upon receiving the stone, paused momentarily before expressing his confusion. Being a skilled stone processor, he naturally possessed a discerning eye and shook his head slightly after a brief examination. Polishing? Chao Yang chuckled at the remark. To him, Ning Tao truly seemed like an unseasoned novice. He believed the stone was merely refuse. Did Ning Tao genuinely consider it treasure? Then, let us proceed with polishing. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, Chao Yang was willing to wait a bit longer to ensure Ning Tao's departure from Summer Mengfei. The stone master's compliance with Chao Yang's command was unquestionable. After all, he was a stone processor for the esteemed Chao family and was bound to adhere strictly to his employer's directives. Waiting is eternally a test of one's patience. Yet Ning Tao remained surprisingly calm, devoid of any worry. Instead, he offered a reassuring smile to the anxious Xiao Mengfei beside him. Meanwhile, Chao Yang exuded confidence, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating Ning Tao's potential blunder. In his eyes, this inexperienced youth, having inexplicably struck luck by associating with Xiao Mengfei, dismissed his words, and thus he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. The stone was proving to be a time-consuming endeavor. 5 minutes elapsed before one corner of the window had been polished, yet there was still no hint of green. Throughout this period, Ning Tao's expression remained unchanged, while Xiao Mengfei's clenched fists began to glisten with perspiration. Though she ardently hoped for a glimpse of green, she was painfully aware of the slim chances. It struck her that Ning Tao usually displayed a commendable sense of measure in his actions, even when they were alone together. Yet today he seemed inexplicably obstinate. A few onlookers had gathered nearby, straining their necks and holding their breath in anticipation. The act of stone cutting was exhilarating, capable of dramatically altering a person's fortune in an instant, stirring the emotions of the spectators. Just as disappointment began to settle over the crowd after 5 minutes, the stone cutter, operating the machine, suddenly changed his demeanor, his eyes widening in astonishment as he focused intently on the stone, his movements coming to a halt. In his gaze, he discerned a trace of green. Yes, based on his experience, it was green. Congratulations, young man. You struck it rich. Upon confirming his discovery, the stone cutter lifted his gaze to Ning Tao, his face alight with envy. For raw jadeite like this, as long as it yielded green, it was a guaranteed profit. The moment green was revealed, both Chao Yang and Xiao Mengfei's expressions transformed. The former's face darkened, barely concealing his anger, while the latter radiated joy mixed with disbelief. Hey, brother, don't cut it any further. How about you let me have this semi-transparent stone for 300,000? A portly middle-aged man approached, his eyes glistening as he scrutinized the raw stone before turning to Ning Tao with barely contained excitement. With just a hint of green revealed, even if it had become semi-transparent, a discerning viewer could sense the underlying potential. Clearly, this middle-aged man was captivated. 300,000? How bold of you. Young man, if you sell me this stone, I'll offer 500,000 and we can close the deal right away. An elderly gentleman with reading glasses, after a thorough examination, finally stood up, exuding an air of wealth as he made his proposal. Apologies, but I have no intention of selling it at this moment. Ning Tao furrowed his brow and firmly declined. It was absurd to think he would part with this ice-type jadeite, the size of an egg, for a mere few 100,000. Such notions were utterly fanciful. Continue polishing. Ning Tao maintained his composure, steadying his mind as he spoke once more. The jadeite master initially regarded Ning Tao with a hint of disdain, but upon witnessing the stone's transformation, his demeanor shifted to one of palpable excitement. Though he had only recently embarked on his journey of stone appraisal, he found himself eagerly anticipating the revelation of this particular jade. Typically, one would assume that Ning Tao's stone was merely a worthless rock, with little chance of yielding anything valuable. However, fortune appeared to be smiling upon him. As the machine whirred into action, the raw stone was further polished, drawing an ever-increasing crowd, all of whom held their breaths, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, stood there with a grim expression, his face a portrait of dark foreboding. To him, a raw stone held little significance. Even if it were jade, it was inconsequential. Yet, fate had conspired against him, as he had foolishly wagered against Ning Tao, ultimately losing to a mere novice. Such a defeat was intolerable for the proud Chao Yang, and as he cast glances at Ning Tao, flashes of malice flickered in his eyes. After the outer layer of the stone was entirely ground away, a translucent piece of jadeite emerged before the astonished onlookers. Once rinsed, the egg-sized jade glimmered with an enchanting luster, prompting gasps of awe from the crowd. Incredible! This seemingly worthless stone had yielded such a sizable piece of jade. The astonishment only deepened as they recognized the quality of the jade, eliciting another collective intake of breath. Gasp! Ice type! Those with keen eyes quickly discerned the jade's superior quality and erupted into excited exclamations. This was indeed an ice-type jadeite, and an egg-sized one at that. Once the jade's quality became apparent, the crowd was left in utter shock, many revealing expressions of envy. The young man, who appeared so unassuming, had struck gold. Young man, I'm interested in that ice jade. How about 2 million? The portly middle-aged man, who had previously displayed a lack of interest, now wore a look of regret and urgency as he addressed Ning Tao. I'll offer 2,500,000. An elderly gentleman, adorned with reading glasses, spoke with a breathless urgency, his eyes gleaming with desire. Ning Tao remained unhurried, shifting his gaze towards Xiao Mengfei, recognizing her expertise in the trade and her superior grasp of pricing. Congratulations, Ning Tao. This ice jade is of remarkable quality, likely valued around 3 million, Xiao Mengfei remarked, her smile revealing her understanding of his intentions. 3 million? Well then, how about 250,000 for this ice jade? Does Xiao Mengfei wish to proceed? Ning Tao inquired, swallowing hard, yet smiling. Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Xiao Mengfei responded, a hint of surprise etched across her features. Gems are best gifted to beautiful souls. If Xiao Mengfei desires it, what harm is there in offering it to you? Ning Tao replied with a light-hearted chuckle, undeterred. Although the ice jade was undoubtedly precious, his unique ability to see through stones rendered the search for another one a trivial endeavor. You're gifting it to me? Xiao Mengfei was momentarily taken aback by his words, and her gaze towards Ning Tao subtly shifted, revealing a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. She was aware that Ning Tao was not affluent, and yet he boldly offered her something worth 3 million. In that instant, she felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, such a valuable item. I cannot possibly accept it. It would be far better for me to purchase it for 250,000. That way, I would still make a significant profit. One must not be overly greedy. The jadeite of ice quality could fetch 3 million in the market, and, as the Xia family specialized in processing, if she were to refine it further, she would stand to gain nearly 100,000 in profit merely from this transaction. Indeed, as she mentioned, she was already well ahead. To her, Ning Tao's fortune seemed extraordinary. What she had initially deemed as worthless debris turned out to be a treasure of ice quality. Such luck was akin to winning the lottery. Having resolved the matter of the jadeite, Ning Tao turned his attention to Manager Chow and remarked, "Manager Chow, it seems fortune is on my side today. I have emerged victorious in our wager." Upon hearing this, Chow Yang's expression shifted slightly. If circumstances allowed, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate his opponent. However, in this setting, he had to maintain his composure, suppressing his displeasure as he replied in a subdued tone, "It was merely a stroke of luck. Since you have one, I shall honor my word. Choose any material value below 200,000 at your leisure." "Thank you, Manager Chow." Ning Tao's brows lifted in delight, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Within a mere span of minutes, his circumstances had transformed dramatically. It was a challenge for him to remain composed. Not only had he acquired 250,000 from Xiao Mengfei, but he also possessed the privilege to select raw stone materials worth 200,000 for free. The enormity of this wealth left him feeling as though he were in a dream. "Mengfei, I suggest we allow Mr. Ning to select the raw materials while we discuss business matters," Chow Yang suggested, feeling uncomfortable remaining in the presence of someone who had bested him. He turned to Xiao Mengfei and spoke. "Very well." Xiao Mengfei had not come to purchase raw stones, but rather to negotiate business. Having accompanied Ning Tao for a spell, she glanced apologetically at him and said, "I apologize, Ning Tao. Perhaps you should select first. I have some matters to discuss." "All right, take your time," Ning Tao responded, understanding her position. After all, she was the one managing a business and could not linger indefinitely with him. He smiled gently, not taking offense. Xiao Mengfei offered him a brief note of encouragement before walking alongside Chow Yang. As he watched them depart, Ning Tao shifted his focus to the collection of raw stone materials before him, his expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. "Free materials below 200,000? He murmured to himself, leisurely surveying his surroundings. In the hands of some gambling stone enthusiasts, raw stones valued at 200,000 might not hold much significance, perhaps yielding even a single glimpse of green. However, in Ning Tao's case, everything was poised to take on a different hue. He possesses the power of clairvoyance. And to be honest, if he so wished, he could uncover all the green stones in the exhibition hall. However, he had no intention of doing so. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. If one draws too much attention, it is easy to attract unwanted scrutiny. It is far wiser to cultivate wealth quietly. During the ensuing hours, he ambled about, carefully observing his surroundings. With the 2 million as a cushion, he felt emboldened and frequently picked up various rough stones. Noticing Ning Tao's keen interest, a staff member proactively brought over a cart to assist with transportation. As he watched the rough stones accumulate in his cart, Ning Tao's thoughts began to swirl. These are indeed precious finds. Just then, a voice laced with malice interrupted his reverie. "Ning Tao, is it you?" A young man swiftly approached him. "Gao Bin." Upon seeing him, Ning Tao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The newcomer was none other than the individual who had once schemed to ensnare Tong Yaqian. He had not anticipated that this person would also be attending the stone gambling event. "Ah, it truly is you," Chow Bin sneered, his teeth clenched in irritation. The last incident had been perfectly orchestrated until Ning Tao had intervened, resulting in his own embarrassment instead of the anticipated triumph. Now, seeing the stones in Ning Tao's cart only fueled his jealousy. However, as he glimpsed the rough materials, Chow Bin's pupils contracted slightly. He had recently conducted inquiries and discovered that Ning Tao was not a wealthy individual. In fact, it was rumored that his girlfriend had cheated on him. With an air of derision, he remarked, "What would a country bumpkin like you know about affording such stones?" Ning Tao's expression darkened at the comment. It seemed that all individuals with the surname Chow carried themselves with an air of superiority. Annoyed, he retorted, "You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Someone else is footing the bill for me." Though Ning Tao was not particularly familiar with Chow Bin, he recognized the disdain in his demeanor and surmised that the previous encounter had left a bitter taste in Chow Bin's mouth. "Someone is buying for you? Huh, I am curious to know which fool would do such a thing." Chow Bin scoffed, hands shoved into his pockets, casting a dismissive glance at the staff member. You should be wary. This stone gambling festival is crucial, and one must have the means to purchase rough stones. Sir, the rough materials Mr. Ning is acquiring are being paid for by Manager Chow from the Shang Jewelry Company. The staff member interjected pleasantly, smiling at Chow Bin's remarks. What? The Shang Jewelry? Which Manager Chow? Chow Bin's expression shifted, betraying his unease as he repeated the query, now tinged with an edge of menace. It is Manager Chow Yang from Deshang. The sweet-faced staff member responded quickly, startled by Chow Bin's reaction. My brother? How can this be possible? Chow Bin's mind buzzed as his expression shifted dramatically, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before him. He muttered a few words to himself before turning to Ning Tao and exclaiming, Impossible! How can my elder brother possibly foot the bill for you? Elder brother? Ning Tao pondered silently, taken aback by the revelation of the connection between Chow Bin and Chow Yang. He calmly replied, Manager Chow wagered with me. He graciously accepted defeat and gifted me 2 million in raw stone materials. A wager? You're lying. Surely you employed some trickery. Chow Bin's face darkened ominously as he nearly shouted. It was absurd. Just moments ago, he had questioned which fool had paid for Ning Tao, and now it had inadvertently fallen upon his elder brother. How could he possibly accept such a turn of events? I suggest you inquire with your elder brother. I am preoccupied with selecting materials and cannot indulge you further, Ning Tao remarked dismissively, casting aside a parting comment before turning away. Chow Bin's eyes reddened, a flicker of malice shadowing his brow. Before he could confront Ning Tao, news of his family's 2 million in raw materials surfaced, infuriating him. After standing there in a daze for a considerable time, he hurriedly ascended the stairs. What he remained oblivious to was that Ning Tao had utilized his family's funds to procure an icy jadeite. Had Chow Bin known, he might have spewed blood in outrage. At this moment, in a tranquil room on the 7th floor of the building, Chow Yang sat across from Xiao Mengfei. All right, Mengfei, having dealt with the formalities, let us now discuss personal matters. Chow Yang set down the documents in his hand, cleared his throat, and smiled at Xiao Mengfei. I believe Uncle Xia has briefed you about our situation. If you have no objections, shall we finalize the engagement date? An engagement date? I believe that might be too hasty. After all, we hardly know one another. Upon hearing Chow Yang's words, Xiao Mengfei's heart tightened, realizing that the inevitable had arrived. Although displeased, she maintained a facade of nonchalance, attempting to deflect the conversation. The Chow family's jewelry business was renowned throughout the Xia nation, controlling a significant portion of the country's jewelry supply, and was financially robust, often attracting numerous jewelers eager to ally with them. While the Xia family's reputation was respectable, it paled in comparison to the former. Logically, one would consider Chow Yang to be a handsome and promising prospect as the eldest son of the Chow family, a position coveted by many young women. Yet, Xiao Mengfei felt a deep reluctance. Being a prudent individual, she approached the prospect of marriage with utmost caution. She had conducted thorough research on Chow Yang, yet the findings left her feeling quite unsettled. Though he appeared genteel and refined, Chow Yang harbored a notorious reputation for infidelity. In their social stratum, a modicum of such behavior might be tolerated, but Chow Yang's transgressions were particularly vile, as he had an unsettling preference for the young and exhibited violent tendencies. Mengfei, you must understand that our union transcends mere personal matters. It stands to benefit the enterprises of both our families significantly. Observing Xiao Mengfei's expression, Chow Yang's demeanor shifted to one of discontent as he tapped the surface of the table with a single hand, his voice growing somber, seemingly intent on applying pressure. Manager Chow, I do not wish for my marriage to be approached so hastily. I kindly ask that you refrain from coercing me, Xiao Mengfei replied, her complexion paling as she pressed her lips together. Mengfei, yo just, though I, Chow Yang, may not be a paragon of virtue, I do not relish the thought of imposing upon others, he retorted, taking a deep breath and leaning slightly forward. He continued, Mengfei, our supply contract is only for 6 months. You are aware that the jade market is currently flourishing, and several other businesses are inclined to increase their orders, which may prove detrimental to Xia's jewelry. Rest assured, Manager Chow, I shall provide you with a definitive answer after 6 months, Xiao Mengfei stated, her eyes brimming with despair, tinged with a hint of stubbornness as she persisted. Although her counterpart spoke lightly, she could not fail to perceive the veiled threat in Chow Yang's words. Should the supply chain for the larger merchants falter, the repercussions for the Xia family would be dire. She feared that the board would be the first to pressure her into submission. The thought of marrying this hypocrite filled Xia Mengfei with an inexplicable dread. For now, all she could do was prolong the inevitable. Though the scions of affluent families lead lives of luxury, they often pay a steep price, such as in matters of marriage. Very well, I can afford to wait 6 months. Chao Yang replied with a chuckle, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained a demeanor of genteel composure. Since that is the case, Manager Chao, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Xia Mengfei stood, unwilling to linger any longer. Indeed, Mengfei, do as you wish. I shall not see you off, Chao Yang remarked, lifting his chin in a faintly polite gesture. Young master, I fail to comprehend why you treat this woman with such courtesy. A middle-aged man resembling a bodyguard inquired as he emerged through a side door shortly after Xia Mengfei's departure, a look of confusion adorning his features. Queasy, you do not grasp the situation. Xia Mengfei is no mere ornament. Under her stewardship, Xia's jewelry has seen a 50% increase in annual profits. From a modest company to this scale, her intellect is evidently exceptional, Chao Yang replied, a cold smile creeping onto his face, his tone laden with significance. Once I secure this woman, combined with the resources of the Chao family, it will be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Young master, your insight is commendable, but why not simply force Xia Mengfei's hand and grant her 6 months? Queasy's eyes lit up, eager for clarification. Xia Mengfei is also a proud individual. If I press too hard, it will only drive her to extremes. 6 months will suffice to temper her boldness. Many matters cannot be resolved solely through cunning. Chao Yang mused, swirling the red wine in his glass with a sense of mockery. Crack! The sound of the door unlocking abruptly interrupted Chao Yang's words, causing his brow to lift slightly with displeasure. Kuazi immediately straightened his posture, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. As the door swung open, a spirited young man burst into the room. Brother, I've heard you gave Ning Tao 2 million for the raw gemstones. The brash intruder was none other than Chao Bin, who had just had an unpleasant encounter with Ning Tao downstairs. Upon entering the living room and seeing Chao Yang seated, he loudly questioned him. Ning Tao. The mere mention of this name darkened Chao Yang's already displeased expression. He clenched the wine glass tightly, slowly raising his gaze to meet Chao Bin's, enunciating each word. What? Do you know him? I know him all too well. I was pursuing a girl at the academy, and he bore a grudge, not only ruining my chances, but also sending someone to beat me up. Chao Bin replied, his face set in determination. Is that so? Zhao Yang's anger flooded instantly. Losing to Ning Tao and gambling was already infuriating enough, but now his brother had also been bullied by him. How could he swallow this indignation? Young master, that kid seems like just a reckless fool. Why not give me a chance to deal with him? Huisi, having noticed the glint of murderous intent in Chao Yang's eyes, lowered his gaze and inquired softly. Very well, since this brat is so audacious, we shall not be courteous. Ensure the deed is clean, leaving no traces. After a moment's contemplation, Chao Yang nodded grimly, as if taking a life were of little consequence to him. Understood. I shall handle it at once. Kuei responded, his expression shifting. Wait, first investigate that kid's background. See if he has any connections to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chao Yang raised a hand, imparting one last caution. Brother, there's nothing to investigate. I know him. He is just a country bumpkin. Such scum deserves to die. Upon hearing Chao Yang's words, Chao Bin immediately retorted with disdain. Silence. Chao Yang's demeanor hardened, promptly interrupting Chao Bin's speech, his expression stern. Gao Bin, I do not care how you behaved before, but you are about to step into society. Acting so recklessly while indulging in frivolities at the academy will lead to no success. In a couple of days, you will accompany Uncle Li to learn business management. Yes. Faced with Chao Yang, Chao Bin dared not defy him in the slightest. Although he was his elder brother, he was acutely aware of the fear that Chao Yang instilled in him. When provoked, not only he, but even the older members of their family would be intimidated. Chapter 25. The ambush. By the time Xia Mengfei located Ning Tao, he had already selected a small cart full of raw gemstones. What is wrong, Xia Mengfei? Ning Tao observed her worried expression, feeling a jolt of concern and unable to restrain himself from asking. I'm Fine. Xia Mengfei's expression tightened momentarily, but she quickly forced a smile and glanced at the rough stone beside him, deliberately changing the subject. Ning Tao, it appears you have made quite a bountiful harvest today. Shall we cut them open now? No need. I wish to take these back for cutting, Ning Tao replied, shaking his head in refusal. It was a jest. Most of the stones he selected were green, and even the few that were not served merely as a facade. If he were to cut them here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone at the Stone Gambling Festival. At that point, even the dim-witted would realize his distinction. All right then, let us take them to my company's workshop for cutting. I will do it for free. Xiao Fei, thinking that Ning Tao was reluctant to pay for the processing, offered understandingly. Thank you, Xiao Fei. Ning Tao felt a surge of joy and promptly agreed. In truth, this batch of jade was immensely valuable, but he had yet to devise a plan for how to handle the cuts. With 2.5 million already in his possession, he was not short on funds. The jade, once cut, would not significantly impact him in the short term. As he gazed at the considerable pile of stones, he harbored some immature ideas, though they required further contemplation. The two remained at the festival until the afternoon, after which Xiao Fei engaged in several business discussions. Ultimately, they both departed the Stone Gambling Festival contentedly. As for Ning Tao's raw stones, he advised the other party to postpone cutting them for a couple of days. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Fei treated Ning Tao to a sumptuous dinner, and their conversation flowed joyously, enough to alleviate some of her earlier displeasure regarding Chaoyang. That evening, amidst a delightful atmosphere, after a long day, Xiao Fei felt quite fatigued. In a rather fortuitous turn, Ning Tao expertly massaged her entire body. Only when he was breathless and exhausted, having depleted his ability to see through the layers, did he reluctantly return to another bedroom. The following morning, Ning Tao departed the hotel, intending to return to the academy. As the head of her company, Xiao Fei could not accompany him indefinitely. They agreed on the next time for a massage. And with a significant sum of money she had sent him, Ning Tao took a taxi back to the academy. Not long after the taxi had left the city limits, in a somewhat secluded area, two vans suddenly pursued aggressively from behind, forcing the taxi to a halt. As the doors of the vans swung open, 7 or 8 young men clad in black swiftly emerged, surrounding the taxi with menacing weapons. Who are you? The taxi driver, startled by the scene, stammered through the glass window. It's none of your concern. Silence. The leader, a burly young man with a buzz cut, growled at the driver before yanking the door open and turning to Ning Tao with a hostile glare. What is it to you? Do I need to ask you to exit? I don't believe I know you, Ning Tao replied, momentarily taken aback. Anxiety creeping into his heart as he sensed that these individuals were indeed targeting him. The individuals before him exuded an unmistakable air of hostility in this desolate wilderness. A conflict would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. He chuckled to himself, thinking that their unfamiliarity with him was of little consequence. In the next life, they ought to be more discerning, for not everyone is someone they can afford to offend. The young man with a buzz cut wore a menacing expression, coldly uttering a few words before lunging forward, intending to drag Ning Tao out. The suddenness of the attack startled Ning Tao, prompting him to react instinctively. He kicked out sharply, catching the buzz-cut youth off guard, causing him to stumble back slightly. Hearing the sound of a car door being pulled open nearby, Ning Tao wasted no time and dashed out. The taxi driver could no longer be relied upon. Remaining in the vehicle would leave him vulnerable and in a precarious situation. Don't let him escape, shouted the buzz-cut youth as he rallied his companions to encircle Ning Tao. Although Ning Tao had devised a plan, he had grossly underestimated the strength of these assailants. After only a few strides, he sensed a rush of air behind him, aimed at the back of his head. In that moment of peril, Ning Tao's calmness surged. He crouched down, halting just in time to evade the blow. Yet this pause allowed the others to close in, each brandishing a weapon and sporting unfriendly expressions. I'll not let you flee, a young man yelled, swinging a steel rod towards Ning Tao's head. In an instant, 7 or 8 assailants converged on him, making him inwardly lament his past actions. If he had indeed offended anyone, it could only be the Chao brothers. Recalling their temperament, he felt a sense of certainty. Time was of the essence, and although he recognized the grimness of his situation, surrender was not an option. With his newfound ability of perception, he found that their movements appeared to slow down before his eyes. While he could not block the steel rod, he was undeterred from fighting back. He balled his fists, landing blows amidst the chaotic melee. Suddenly, as one young man recoiled in pain after clutching his groin, Ning Tao seized the opportunity to escape. Yet, without warning, he felt a gust at his back, and in that instant, a heavy iron rod struck him solidly on the head. The pain was excruciating, a fiery ache that rendered him dazed, his strength draining away as he crumpled to the ground like a noodle. Take him away, commanded the buzz-cut youth, and 2 of his lackeys swiftly moved in to hoist Ning Tao up, making their way towards a van. Though the location was somewhat remote, prolonged exposure would inevitably attract attention from passing vehicles. and it was evident that this group was no stranger to such activities. Once inside the vehicle, the buzz-cut youth slammed on the accelerator, the van roaring to life as it sped away into the distance. "Boss, where are we headed?" Ning Tao was seated in the back, under the watchful eyes of two subordinates. One of the yellow-haired henchmen, noticing the car speeding, couldn't help but inquire. Naturally, they sought a secluded spot to eliminate this young man. The crew-cut youth, without turning his head, spoke with a chilling tone, pressing the accelerator even harder. What a ruthless heart! Although Ning Tao felt utterly weak and powerless, his mind remained acutely aware. His adversaries intended to take his life. This was nothing short of a blatant disregard for human life. He had merely encountered a verbal conflict with a member of the Chow family, yet it had ensnared him in a deadly predicament. As he observed the diminishing buildings outside the window, Ning Tao internally roared that as long as he survived, he would not rest until his adversaries did as well. However, at this moment, he had to swiftly devise an escape plan amidst this unforeseen crisis. The van raced forward at alarming speed. Ning Tao, oblivious to their destination, felt disoriented and restrained by the two men, unable to struggle against their grip, leaving him to their mercies. Time passed slowly, and after approximately 20 minutes, the van finally came to a halt. "Get out. Let's settle this here." The crew-cut youth's face turned cold as he glanced back at Ning Tao, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Suddenly, the van doors swung open, and several men dragged Ning Tao out. Once his unsteady feet touched the ground, he surveyed his surroundings and inwardly lamented. Around him were dilapidated buildings. If his memory served him right, this was the forsaken villa district of Haishur, far from the city center and exceedingly isolated. It seemed his captors had carefully orchestrated this plan, ensuring he would have no chance to escape. He could not resign himself to fate. In this dire moment, Ning Tao forced himself to remain calm, suppressing his physical discomfort, and tentatively spoke, "I would like to know who wishes to take my life. It would be better to die with clarity." His only current strategy was to buy time, hoping for a moment to recover his strength. Given this situation, his only chance of escape lay in the potential reactivation of his special ability. Kid, since you wish to be enlightened, I might as well tell you, it's unfortunate that you dared to provoke a significant figure in the Chow family's jewelry business. You ought to learn the weight of words in your next life." The crew-cut youth lifted his chin, and the group pulled Ning Tao into an unfinished room. Smirking as they did so, "Brave gentlemen, I possess a card loaded with funds. Should you spare me, all the money within is yours." Ning Tao's mind raced as he assessed his surroundings while speaking. True to his expectations, Chow Yong was indeed ruthless, intent on extinguishing his life. Money? That won't be necessary. We have principles in our line of work. Since we've already accepted payment from someone else, we must fulfill our obligation. The crew-cut youth tapped Ning Tao's shoulder with a stick, a smirk on his face. "Taking a life comes with consequences. Do you understand the repercussions?" "Consequences? Young man, allow me to enlighten you. In this desolate place, the death of a person holds no more significance than that of a mere chick. Moreover, those in authority will undoubtedly manage affairs in their own way. So, you might as well comply." After such a lengthy discourse, the youth with the buzz cut began to display signs of impatience. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming dagger, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached Ning Tao. Ning Tao found himself bound by two men, rendered nearly immobile. As the assailant advanced, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Fortunately, his clarity of vision and mental acuity had returned somewhat, hinting at a potential opportunity to fight back. However, just as the tension reached its peak, a violent gust of wind swept through, followed by a shadow that surged from outside, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. With a sickening thud, when the shadow reached one of the men, his chest erupted in a gruesome spectacle, and he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The rapidity of the event left Ning Tao and the others momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding horror before them. Yet, the shadow soon came to a halt, and as the onlookers focused their gaze, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. Before them stood a tall, disheveled middle-aged man. He donned a tattered robe, was barefoot, and his hair hung long and wild, his stature towering over 2 meters, an appearance starkly contrasting that of modernity. More chilling still was the object clutched in his hand, dripping with fresh blood, the very essence of the fallen man. This gruesome sight compelled the spectators to draw a sharp breath. If this were not terrifying enough, the gaping wound in the man's chest was even more horrifying, with blood trickling down and exposing bone. Ordinarily, such an injury would incapacitate a typical individual, yet the man emanated an even more formidable aura. With a bone-chilling grin, he bared his teeth and consumed the object in his grasp. The gruesome scene was too much for those present, with some succumbing to nausea. "Who dares to slay my brother? I shall confront you." The buzz-cut youth, though shaken, was emboldened by the sight. Gripping a steel pipe in one hand and a dagger in the other, his expression turned menacing as he charged at the strangely attired man. "Huh! To be chosen as my sustenance. You should take pride." The man, pale and bleeding profusely from his chest, did not flinch as the steel pipe swung towards him. With a swift motion, he grasped the pipe, and with his other hand, he plunged into the youth's chest, yanking forth his prize and swallowing it down in a few greedy bites. Ah, indeed, quite delectable. The man slammed his jaw, discarding the body of the crew-cut youth as if it were a tattered sack. He reached for a steel pipe, shook his head, and with a powerful grip, the cast-iron pipe astonishingly split in two. A ghost! Run! The remaining ruffians were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. This man was nothing short of a monster. Forgetting their initial intent to kill Ning Tao, they fled in desperation, wishing their parents had bestowed upon them an extra pair of legs. A chill surged within Ning Tao. This man was terrifying not only in appearance, but also in his ease of slaughtering. Observing the others flee, his mind raced, yet he forcefully quelled his instinct to escape. Having witnessed the man's speed, he realized that attempting to run would likely lead to a swift demise. Indeed, as the last 5 or 6 thugs attempted to flee, the man moved, transforming into a gust of wind, swiftly intercepting each one. As he witnessed this grim spectacle and the subsequent fate of the fleeing thugs, Ning Tao fought against the tumult in his stomach and grasped the iron rod from the ground. With a resounding crack, none of the escapees found mercy, and the man approached Ning Tao step by step. "If you wish to kill me, you shall perish as well." Faced with this terrifying figure, Ning Tao cast aside his fears. Since escape was futile, he would fight to the death. An overwhelming desire to survive ignited within him, and with a powerful leap, he charged at the man, his perception sharpened to its fullest extent. Sensing Ning Tao's transformation, the man's eyes bizarrely shifted to one black and one white, unleashing 2 beams of dark light that sped towards him. Initially dismissive of Ning Tao's desperate stance, the man was taken aback by the shift in his gaze. Just as he prepared to react, the 2 beams struck him. With a resounding thud, the beams pierced into the man's body like blades, and Ning Tao, wielding the steel pipe, summoned every ounce of strength to strike at the man's chest wound. The impact was tremendous, creating a gaping hole. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Seeking death, even with a transparent hole in his chest, the man's ferocity remained undiminished. He grasped Ning Tao's shoulder with one hand and flung him aside as if he were a mere rag doll. Thud! Though the ground was not concrete, the force of the throw left Ning Tao aching all over, as if his bones were about to crumble. Had he not gritted his teeth, he might have fainted from the pain. "Heh, I did not expect you to possess some peculiar traits. Now that my physical form is destroyed, I shall utilize yours." The man slowly lowered his head, gazing at the blood and flesh that poured forth from his chest. Suddenly, his large hand plunged into the gaping wound and, with a forceful tug, he extracted a swirling mass of golden light. Ning Tao observed intently, and upon glimpsing the radiant aura, his expression shifted dramatically. The golden light resembled the form of a diminutive figure. "Demon Emperor, today you cannot escape. Surrender at once." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the room, growing ever closer, accompanied by a formidable surge of energy. Upon hearing the sound, the man's countenance changed and his actions quickened. The tiny figure in his grasp seemed to come alive, drawing in a multitude of luminous points that surged forth from the man. With each point that escaped his body, the anguish on his face diminished, and once all the light had dissipated, he appeared as a mere puppet, his expression vacant. Swoosh! The golden figure, radiating brilliance, darted directly towards Ning Tao. This is not good. Though Ning Tao was unaware of the true nature of the figure, he instinctively understood that if it drew near, he could not fathom the consequences. He attempted to evade, but his severe injuries rendered him incapable of escape. In the blink of an eye, the figure penetrated his lower abdomen, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, Ning Tao's complexion paled. Within his inner vision, the vanished figure had arrived at his dantian. Subsequently, the tiny figure released a multitude of light points that raced along his meridians towards his mind. What in the world is this? Just as the light points reached his eyes, a brilliant radiance erupted behind Ning Tao's gaze, absorbing the majority of the luminescence. The remaining points, startled, coalesced, echoing the voice of the man. Yet, the luminous mass behind Ning Tao's eyes offered no respite, expanding forth like a silken ribbon. It ensnared the scattered light points and consumed them whole. Ning Tao felt an acute pain in his eyes, as if blood would spill forth. And the intensity of the agony caused his consciousness to tighten, plunging him into unconsciousness. Shortly after Ning Tao succumbed to darkness, a figure appeared at the doorway, a robust elderly man with rosy cheeks and flowing white hair advancing swiftly. Observing the chaos before him, the elder's expression shifted. Upon seeing the middle-aged man sprawled lifelessly on the ground, he trembled, hastening towards the fallen figure to inspect him. Within mere breaths, the elder stood upright, his countenance fluctuating between turmoil and despair. With his profound expertise, he discerned that the man was beyond salvation. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted to the unconscious Ning Tao. In a flurry, he crossed the distance to the young man and, after scrutinizing him for a moment, extended his arm and placed 2 fingers upon Ning Tao's arm. As soon as the connection was made, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, his body tensing up. However, after a moment of contemplation, disbelief washed over his features as he exclaimed, "How is it possible? It is indeed a pure yang body." The elder trembled slightly, scrutinizing Ning Tao as if he were examining an unparalleled treasure. Yet, he soon muttered to himself, "What to do? The blood infant has already fused with him. How shall we proceed?" Ning Tao, in a daze, slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an oddly dressed elder staring intently at him, unblinking. Surprised by the elder's presence, Ning Tao instinctively moved, only to let out a muffled groan. Once his awareness sharpened, a shiver ran through him as he recalled the strange methods of that man, prompting him to check his own body. Fortunately, upon introspection, he found no abnormalities. However, he was taken aback to discover a faceless little golden figure seated in his dantian. "Young man, you are awake. How do you feel?" The elder, noticing the fluctuations in Ning Tao's expression, approached with a kindly demeanor and concern. "Who are you?" Ning Tao steadied himself, momentarily dismissing the golden figure, and warily inquired. "I am Wachenzi. Young man, do you feel unwell?" The elder's eyes sparkled with vitality, though his demeanor bore an air of impatience as he expressed his desire to assist. I'm Fine. Startled by the elder's readiness to assist, Ning Tao quickly interjected, wary of the unclear allegiances at play. "Young man, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Observing Ning Tao's evident reluctance, the elder's expression turned somewhat awkward as he rubbed his hands together, appearing a bit bashful. "Take me as a disciple?" Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback. Had this been in a public setting, one might have thought the elder a charlatan. Yet, recalling the peculiar man he had encountered earlier, he surmised that this elder was certainly no ordinary individual. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tao reluctantly waved his hand, stating, "I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require it." "Do not require it?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to choke on his own frustration. It was well known that he, Wachenzi, had never taken on a disciple before, and countless individuals had beseeched him for the honor. Yet today, upon expressing his desire, he was met with rejection from this young man before him. Suppressing the urge to express his indignation, the elder forced a smile. "Young man, you may not yet realize, but if you agree to become my disciple, I can impart to you many valuable skills." "Unnecessary. I am not in want of money." Ning Tao was determined to distance himself from this elder, feeling a sense of trepidation after witnessing the earlier man's demeanor, which had instilled in him an aversion to forming any connection. "Young man, do not be so quick to refuse. Have you noticed the blood infant within your dantian? If left unchecked, it will drain your essence within 3 months. The elder narrowed his eyes, and seeing the boy's reluctance, he casually uttered words that transformed Ning Tao's expression. "The blood infant?" Upon hearing this, Ning Tao immediately recalled the golden figure nestled within his dantian, and was instantly gripped by terror. The elder seemed to possess some understanding of his internal condition. "Indeed, it appears you are already aware. This blood infant was forged from the pure Yin energy of 99 young maidens by the Demon Emperor, encapsulating centuries of his cultivation. As a manifestation of Yin, it poses a dire threat within your body. If not resolved promptly, it will undoubtedly explode from within." The elder's expression turned grave as he gestured towards the lifeless man beside them, sighing deeply. "I too pursued this ruthless individual, intending to strike before the blood infant was fully refined, but alas, I underestimated him. Thankfully, he has now been vanquished. Listening to the elder's discourse, Ning Tao's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. The mention of the demon emperor held no intrigue for him, yet the thought of an impending explosion truly startled him. With a flicker of thought, he seized upon the crucial question, "Elder, how can this blood infant be resolved?" This predicament would unnerve anyone. An infant had inexplicably taken residence in his dantian, ungoverned and akin to a ticking time bomb, a notion that sent shivers down his spine. Noticing Ning Tao's earnestness, the elder's stern demeanor softened slightly as he cleared his throat. Resolving this blood infant is relatively straightforward. There are merely two approaches. The first involves me executing a secret technique to obliterate the blood infant. However, I fear it is already intertwined with your meridians, and such an action would likely leave you either dead or incapacitated. And the second option? Ning Tao's heart tightened, instantly dismissing the first suggestion without contemplation, hastily inquiring further. The second method is not overly complex. I see that you possess an exceptional constitution, having opened your dantian. If you were to cultivate our sex supreme heart technique, nurturing it with spiritual energy and feeding it with your essence, the blood infant would not only cease to be a menace, but could become a significant ally for you. The elder coughed lightly, revealing his ulterior motives. It was evident to him that if he employed conventional methods, Ning Tao was unlikely to comply. Having encountered a pure young body, the elder had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away, especially with a blood infant present within the youth. Then please, elder, instruct me in the heart technique. With a glimmer of hope, Ning Tao disregarded all else and implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the elder's facial muscles twitched as he forced a stiff smile. Young man, such methods cannot be divulged lightly. This may prove challenging. I am willing but powerless unless at this juncture. Ning Tao grasped the underlying implication. The elder intended to take him as a disciple. This realization made him grimace slightly. Yet he steeled himself and said, "Elder, is there truly no third method?" "There is none," the elder replied with a promptness that suggested he had not even contemplated alternatives. "Then I am willing to take you as my master." Regardless of whether Ning Tao was willing or not, after witnessing the series of unforeseen events, he realized that he seemed to have no choice but to follow the path of solitary man. "Very well. Since you sincerely wish to take me as your master, I shall not be pretentious and accept you." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes sparkled, and he immediately broke into a broad smile. Observing the old man's expression of a petty person reveling in success, Ning Tao could not help but feel a sense of being deceived, and he cautiously inquired, "Is it really necessary to take you as my master?" "Cough, cough. There's no rush in taking you as my disciple. Allow me to introduce myself first." The old man made an effort to calm himself, collected his thoughts, and looked at Ning Tao, saying, "I am Wichenzi, the guardian of the Summer Kingdom in this generation, and a fifth-generation disciple of the Wudong sect. If I accept you, you shall be the sixth generation." "Oh, Wudong sect." Ning Tao raised his eyebrows, feeling a jolt within, and could not help but ask, "So, are you a celestial being?" The events unfolding were too surreal. While he maintained a skeptical attitude regarding his newfound ability of clairvoyance and the mysterious occurrences, the undeniable existence of the blood infant in his dantian forced him to believe in certain legendary phenomena. "Celestial being? You cheeky lad, calling me senior after I have accepted you as a disciple." Wichenzi glared at him, puffing up his cheeks in a mock show of anger. "Yes, master." Ning Tao tuklet ankvartli. His expression somewhat unnatural. "That is more like it." Hearing Ning Tao call him master, Wichenzi beamed with satisfaction, nodding with a smile as he continued, "In this world, there are no celestial beings, only some practitioners with slightly greater powers." "Like that man?" Ning Tao pointed at the man and asked with a hint of suspicion. "Yes, one could say that." Wichenzi, initially expecting to explain at length, was pleased to see Ning Tao accepting this notion readily and nodded. Practitioners merely absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their physical constitution, granting them abilities beyond that of ordinary individuals. "Oh, then what about the blood infant within me?" Ning Tao, unable to ponder these concepts further, posed the question he urgently needed answered. Wichenzi furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "When practitioners absorb spiritual power and accumulate it to a certain level, qualitative changes occur. At advanced stages, it may condense into an infant. Your blood infant was created through the malevolent sorcery of the demon emperor, who absorbed the essence of 99 pure Yin women. It is indeed a method of creating an infant, albeit a vile one, and thus not accepted by our kind. Upon hearing that it was forged from the essence of 99 pure Yin women, a chill ran down Ning Tao's spine. Isn't that incredibly wicked? Why would I want it? Young man, you ought to appreciate your fortune rather than complain. Objects are neither inherently good nor evil. It is the human heart that harbors virtue or vice. Though the method of creating this blood infant is indeed malicious, it was not your doing, and now that it resides within your dantian, it is a tremendous opportunity for you. Oh, does this thing have any side effects? Ning Tao, prioritizing caution, first inquired about any potential harm to himself, rather than contemplating its benefits. Side effects? Wichenzi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the blood infant was not a result of conventional cultivation and bore certain side effects. If one could not suppress it, the blood infant would inevitably lead to one's demise. As he spoke, the old man's expression turned peculiar, yet he refrained from elaborating further. What more was there? Noticing the elder's hesitance, Ning Tao grew anxious. Ahem, the blood infant, after all, originates from a tainted source. Being a pure Yin entity, it will significantly heighten your interest in matters of intimacy. However, this is not entirely a detriment, as both you and the women involved will reap considerable benefits. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ning Tao grasped the implication. This matter was akin to an aphrodisiac. Yes, thus, my disciple, you must diligently practice the heart technique I impart to effectively suppress it. Remember, our Wudong sect is a prestigious and righteous lineage. One must never engage in debauchery or pillaging. As Wichenzi spoke these words, his demeanor grew considerably grave. Chapter 29. Pure Yang Wujigong. Only then did Ning Tao recall that the elder intended to teach him a heart technique, and he immediately looked at Wichenzi with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, asking, Master, what heart technique will you impart to me? The heart technique has been selected for you. Here, take it. With a grin, Wichenzi produced a piece of cloth from his robe and handed it to Ning Tao. Huh. Ning Tao had initially anticipated that such a tome would be a precious manuscript, perhaps an ancient, yellowed book. To his surprise, it was merely an unremarkable piece of fabric. After taking it and glancing at it, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Master, is this heart technique truly formidable? Need I say more? The technique I bestow upon you is undoubtedly powerful. Wichenzi's expression turned serious. The pure Yang Wujigong is the pinnacle of our Wudong sect's teachings, renowned throughout the cultivation realm. You must remember, this technique must not be divulged to others. Once you have memorized it, destroy it completely. Upon hearing this, Ning Tao promptly tucked the cloth into his pocket. Given that it was proclaimed as a top-tier heart technique, he naturally wished to keep it secure. Master, since I have become your disciple, do you not have any gifts to present? Ning Tao's eyes twinkled mischievously as he dared to push the envelope. Having taken the elder as his mentor, it was not in his nature to let an opportunity for a boon slip away. A gift? Wichenzi was momentarily taken aback. He had not prepared anything of the sort. However, upon seeing Ning Tao's eager gaze, he was reluctant to lose face. After some hesitation, he finally decided to part with a string of fragrant beads from his wrist, reluctantly offering them to Ning Tao. Very well, this is called a concentration bead. It aids in refining one's aura during cultivation, where while practicing, it will benefit you. Consider it a gift from your master. The string consisted of 9 lustrous beads, each exuding a radiant sheen, adorned with intricate symbols, clearly indicating their value. Ning Tao unhesitatingly accepted the gift and adorned it on his wrist. Thank you, master. Seeing his cherished possession swiftly transferred to another, even Wichenzi's century of composure wavered slightly. Yet, upon remembering that it was a gift for his own disciple, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Wichenzi inquired in detail about Ning Tao's personal circumstances, almost recounting his life from the moment he could remember. Very well, my disciple. Recently, the remnants of the Huai sect have been rather rampant. I must join forces with fellow cultivators, so I shall take my leave. Remember, in half a month, come to Xianming Pavilion to find me, and we shall hold the formal initiation ceremony then. Wichenzi appeared quite satisfied with Ning Tao's identity. After conversing for a couple of hours, he finally stood up and addressed Ning Tao. Oh, but what about all this? Ning Tao gazed at the chaos surrounding him, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. After all, with 7 or 8 lives lost, merely leaving them here would inevitably attract the police's attention sooner or later. He feared it would lead to trouble for him. Do not worry, return home. I will arrange for someone to handle this. Sensing Ning Tao's concerns, the elder waved his hand and spoke soothingly. Remember, focus on your cultivation. In half a month, I shall assess your progress. As the elder spoke, he suddenly reached out and seemingly casually patted Ning Tao, then turned to leave. Ning Tao was startled, but soon he felt a warm current emanating from the elder's palm, coursing through his limbs, and the pain in his body swiftly dissipated. Cultivation has such effects. Feeling the warmth within him, Ning Tao's heart swelled with joy. He had previously harbored some reluctance towards cultivation, but witnessing such remarkable recovery, his sentiments began to shift. No wonder everyone in novels cherished cultivation. Cultivators not only acquired formidable abilities, but also possessed robust physiques. As Ning Tao's thoughts stirred, he rose to his feet, sensing that he was nearly restored to full health, and proceeded to walk outside. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he glanced around but saw no sign of his esteemed master, leaving him puzzled about the elder's departure. There was, however, a van at the entrance. Though he possessed a driver's license, he dared not drive it. With no other option, he resolved to walk to the main road. After a good half hour of walking, he finally reached the road, hailed a passing vehicle, and returned to school. To his surprise, the dormitory was eerily quiet, and the other 3 occupants were absent. He paid it little mind, assuming they had ventured out to enjoy the weekend festivities. After a brief wash, Ning Tao eagerly retrieved the cloth he had received from Wachenzi and unfurled it. At the time it was given, he had not scrutinized it closely, but now, upon careful examination, he immediately noticed its remarkable delicacy. He could not discern the material from which it was crafted. Once fully spread out, he discovered that the cloth contained a modest amount of information, approximately 500 to 600 minuscule characters, with a central illustration of a human anatomical structure, densely inscribed with even smaller text, all pertaining to acupoints and the like. Having glanced at the image, Ning Tao shifted his focus to the tiny characters. As he delved deeper into the text, he became utterly engrossed, losing track of time for over 2 hours. Fortunately, after gaining the ability of clairvoyance, his visual acuity significantly enhanced. Otherwise, persistently scrutinizing these minuscule characters might have induced a sense of claustrophobia. Once he had familiarized himself with the material, Ning Tao's expression brightened with excitement. The cultivation method was, unsurprisingly, quite similar to what Wachenzi had described, yet he simultaneously grasped certain nuances of the cultivation world. It was revealed to him that cultivation is classified into 5 distinct realms: acquired, innate, chi refining, infant refining, and spirit refining. The imposing figure he had encountered earlier, according to his master, was a peak chi refining expert who had transcended into the infant refining stage through secret techniques. Contemplating these revelations stirred Ning Tao's heart with fervor. From the cultivation texts, he discerned that the path to mastery was far from straightforward. Even those of exceptional aptitude required roughly 30 years to breach the innate realm. Remarkably, he already possessed a primordial infant within his dantian, and by refining it, he would equivalently attain the strength of the infant refining stage. No wonder his master had proclaimed this as his opportunity. After experiencing a series of extraordinary events, Ning Tao found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the implausible. He should have anticipated that if he could manifest clairvoyance, the emergence of cultivators was not entirely irrational. From his master, he also learned of the perils that lay among cultivators, and since he was now one of them, he bore the responsibilities that accompanied such a title. Fortunately, as his master had indicated, his current cultivation was still low, and for the time being, he would not draw attention. Ning Tao pondered whether Wachenzi was aware of his clairvoyant abilities. After some reflection, he instinctively regarded this as his most profound secret. After all, it is often advantageous for individuals to harbor a small mystery of their own, as it contributes to longevity. After meticulously reviewing the cultivation method inscribed on the silk, Ning Tao began to calm his mind and delve deeper into contemplation, gradually gaining insights. Cultivation, it seemed, was fundamentally straightforward, revolving around the process of absorbing qi. By employing certain subtle techniques, one could harness the hidden spiritual energy from the air and store it within the dantian, thereby enhancing their physical constitution and acquiring unique abilities. However, for those lacking in aptitude, even a lifetime of effort would yield no entry into this realm. The first step in qi absorption is to open the dantian, a task Ning Tao had already accomplished. Once he thoroughly understood the cultivation method, he began to emulate the movements depicted in the accompanying illustration, closing his eyes to regulate his breath. With the method circulating in his mind, he expelled distracting thoughts, transforming himself into a mere speck of dust, resonating with the earth to absorb spiritual energy. Gradually, Ning Tao felt as if he were ascending, morphing into an ethereal being. propelled by the cultivation method as wings and the spiritual energy within his dantian as fuel, soaring through the air. Time became an elusive concept in a hazy state. He sensed he was brushing against a veil, an inexplicable barrier akin to a phoenix's rebirth or a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, yet he could not break free. He remained unhurried. Cultivation required patience and progressive advancement. Only by gradually immersing himself in that sensation and making incremental breakthroughs, with his willpower intensely focused, did signs of a breakthrough begin to manifest. In the depths of night, as Ning Tao embarked on his inaugural cultivation, an irate roar began to simmer within a secluded villa in Haishur. Incompetent fool, Chao Yang, resembling an enraged lion, abruptly seized an ancient vase, shattering it against the floor with a resounding crash. His fury was palpable. He had intended to eliminate Ning Tao discreetly, yet the individuals he dispatched had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving him in the dark about their fate and unable to contact them. Standing beside him, Kuei Zi bowed his head, his facial muscles twitching, remaining silent. Initially, he had regarded the task as nearly foolproof, but unforeseen complications had arisen. Young master, quell your anger. I shall investigate this matter at once. Rest assured, if that brat has managed to escape, I guarantee he will not see the dawn. Kuei Zi slowly lifted his head, a trace of severity in his expression as he spoke. Incompetent, to act without ascertaining the situation? What the police come knocking? Can't you employ a bit of common sense? Chao Yang glared, his voice a thunderous roar. Yes, I shall investigate immediately. Evidently intimidated by Chao Yang. Your incompetence is more hindrance than help. If clarity eludes us by tomorrow, your head will be on the line, Chao Yang bellowed, issuing a curt command. Yes, I will go now, Kuei Zi responded, retreating from the room as if granted a reprieve. Once tranquility enveloped the room, a door in the inner chamber creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, holding a glass of crimson liquid. I pay my respects to master. Upon sighting the man, Chao Yang's demeanor shifted dramatically. He knelt on the ground, a mix of reverence and trepidation etched upon his face. Disciple, the recent supply of blood sustenance has been insufficient. You must expedite the process. The middle-aged man approached, clearing his throat softly, his pallid visage betraying a deeper gravity in his voice. Master, the police have been quite stringent lately, compelling us to exercise restraint. However, do not worry. I have dispatched individuals to procure more from other locales. I am confident they will soon deliver a substantial supply, Chao Yang replied, his complexion paling and sweat beading on his forehead as he spoke with forced bravado. Very well. Rest assured, once my cultivation is restored, I shall grant you what you desire. The man offered a sinister smile, nodding gently. Thank you, master. The blood sustenance for tonight is prepared and located in the basement. It is a 5-year-old boy, Chao Yang said eagerly, his expression brightening with the news. Indeed, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed as he drained the crimson liquid in one gulp. I sense you are encountering some trouble. Would you like my assistance? Just a mere child, hardly worth the effort of a master. Time is of the essence. Recently, the scrutiny from the Harmony sect has intensified. Once I've replenished my vitality, I shall retreat for a while. The middle-aged man pondered briefly before rising and departing with purposeful strides. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Zhongxia University, Ning Tao remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. At that moment, he was incredulously examining the spiritual energy within him. According to his rather unorthodox master, even those with exceptional aptitude would require over a month to attain initial mastery. However, to his astonishment, after merely one night of cultivation, he had managed to cultivate a thread of energy uniquely his own. The subsequent stage involves channeling the celestial spiritual energy through the 12 meridians of the body, transforming it from gaseous to liquid form, thereby achieving the status of an innate adept. Once one can freely manipulate their spiritual energy, they enter the realm of qi refinement. Remarkably, Ning Tao had succeeded in opening a meridian and nurturing his own energy in just one night. There could be no greater exhilaration. With excitement coursing through him, Ning Tao struck a nearby chair with his fist, producing a dull thud. The sturdy wooden surface of the table bore a slight indentation, though not overtly pronounced. It was undeniably present. In addition, his ability to perceive energies had significantly enhanced. Previously, he could only utilize this ability 7 or 8 times with ample rest. But now he felt capable of employing it 20 or 30 times without issue. The spiritual energy within him could now be absorbed by the brilliance behind his eyes. providing sustenance rather than merely depleting his vigor. In his current perception, the once elusive energies were no longer ethereal. Through his enhanced vision, he could distinctly see these subtle spiritual forces, which was truly marvelous. Each time he absorbed these energies into his body, he felt a wave of refreshing vitality, akin to experiencing a full-body sauna. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke his concentration, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. The dormitory door swung open, revealing 3 companions, still rubbing the remnants of slumber from their eyes. Ah, the third brother returns. I thought you were lost in the charms of your sister-in-law, unable to extricate yourself, remarked one. Third brother, so you've been playing clandestinely. When did you secretly procure a sister-in-law for us? You've kept it well hidden, teased another. Before Ning Tao could respond, the second brother and a companion, like playful monkeys, circled around him, showering him with compliments. Not bad at all. It appears your sister-in-law dotes on you quite a bit, the second brother remarked, playfully tugging at Ning Tao's suit. Ning Tao could only muster a wry smile. This suit was indeed purchased by Xiao Mengfei, leaving him feeling somewhat like a kept man. I say, third brother, you've struck a stroke of good fortune. Do confess, when did you manage to win over our campus belle, Tong Yaqian? The eldest brother chimed in, winking at Ning Tao. Tong Yaqian? The memories of that enchanting night flashed through Ning Tao's mind, but he quickly retorted, stop joking. When did I ever get involved with Tong Yaqian? Second brother, you are not being honest. Tong Yaqian has been looking for you for 2 days and even brought back the clothes you left at her place, saying she needed to see you. You certainly have your charms. Tong Yaqian needs me? Regarding the events of that night, Ning Tao chose not to elaborate, instead directly inquiring, is she in the study room now? Yes. She should be there. If you go to find her, you will likely see her, the monkey replied, reclining on the bed, his words somewhat slurred. All right, I'll go take a look. Ning Tao, wary of Chao Bin's persistent intentions, hurriedly departed. Humph, claiming there's no issue, yet running faster than a rabbit, second brother retorted. Gesturing with a middle finger, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. Ning Tao recognized Tong Yaqian's diligence in her studies, yet he was taken aback by her dedication. Even during weekends, which made him slightly embarrassed. After their last encounter, he had gifted her a shirt, and it was unexpected that she had cherished it enough to return it. On a Saturday morning, the study rooms were sparsely populated. Ning Tao wandered through a few of them and soon spotted her. In the expansive classroom, only a handful of students were present, making her easy to locate. Today, Tong Yaqian wore a pristine white shirt paired with light blue jeans. Though not designer brands, the outfit suited her impeccably, exuding a unique charm. As Ning Tao approached, he noticed her engrossed in her studies and chose not to disturb her, instead sitting quietly beside her, watching her in silence. Perhaps sensing his intense gaze, Tong Yaqian instinctively looked up, their eyes meeting in a brief moment of connection. Ah, Ning Tao, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, momentarily startled, but then pleasantly surprised upon seeing him. Well, I happen to have some free time and decided to take a stroll, and there you were, Ning Tao casually replied, omitting the fact that he had come specifically to find her. Oh, thank you for the last time. I went to your dorm to find you. But they said you weren't there. Mentioning their previous kiss, a faint blush crept onto Tong Yaqian's cheeks, and her gaze shifted away shyly. It's nothing. We're classmates and should help each other. Ning Tao waved dismissively, then recalled something. By the way, has Chao been bothering you? In his mind, he had already marked the Chao brothers for retribution, having narrowly escaped with his life from them the day before. Now that he had survived, he was determined to settle the score with the Chao family. No, I haven't gone out much these past few days. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your help. Tong Yaqian closed her book, her spirits high as she gathered the courage to invite him. Sure, I haven't eaten either. Let us go. He responded enthusiastically, suddenly feeling quite hungry at her suggestion. The two shared a tacit understanding to forego dining at school, opting instead for a modest eatery outside the campus, where they ordered 2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of spicy soup. This is all I can treat you to. I hope you don't mind. Observed Tong Yaqian as she watched Ning Tao devour the food with vigor, beads of sweat forming at the tip of her nose. To be frank, she felt a twinge of anxiety. This was her first occasion inviting a boy to dine, and the choice of a street vendor made her somewhat embarrassed. This is delightful. I have a penchant for such fare. Ning Tao, being astute, readily grasped Tong Yaqian's sentiment and responded enthusiastically, coming from a humble background himself. Although he now enjoyed a degree of affluence, he remained grounded. By the way, how is your mother's health? Ning Tao inquired, putting a bun into his mouth. Recalling the medical books she had perused that morning, his concern evident. He was aware of her family's struggles and, possessing his unique abilities, wished to offer assistance. My mother was in a car accident that damaged half of her nerves, resulting in paralysis. She relies on medication daily, Tong Yaqian revealed. Feeling an inexplicable warmth at Ning Tao's mention of her mother, speaking without reservation. Oh, for conditions that compress nerves, surgery to remove the stagnant blood should alleviate the situation, leading to recovery, right? As he chewed on the bun, Ning Tao reflected and spoke thoughtfully. Yes, the doctor mentioned a 60% chance of recovery. But the cost is exorbitant, and my family cannot afford it. Tong Yaqian's expression dimmed slightly as she mentioned the surgery. Moreover, I recall that certain massages can aid in recovery and might reduce expenses. Ning Tao suggested, his eyes glinting with a spark of hope. I've tried that, but the effects were minimal, Tong Yaqian replied, shaking her head with a hint of sorrow. I happen to know a unique massage technique. How about you take me to your home later, and I could try it on your mother. It may yield some positive results. Ning Tao proposed, refraining from disclosing his abilities that could heal, opting instead for a more measured approach. Upon hearing Ning Tao's suggestion, Tong Yaqian's heart raced unexpectedly. She perceived his words as mere pretext, believing he merely wished to visit her home. The thought made her cheeks flush once more, and she became somewhat bashful. Is that really appropriate? Noticing her reaction, Ning Tao realized she had misinterpreted his intentions. He hesitated to clarify, but attempted to redirect the conversation. Actually, I was planning to rent a room near the college, as your home is quite nearby. Perhaps you could assist me in finding a suitable place? Rent a room? What for? Tong Yaqian inquired, taken aback by the notion. Well, since graduation is approaching, I intend to start a business with some friends. The dormitory is rather noisy, so I thought it best to move out. This morning, when others returned to his dormitory, he had already conceived the plan to practice diligently every day. Given the noisy environment of the shared dorm, it was evident that renting a separate place had become a necessity. However, his words lacked persuasive power for Tong Yaqian. Having formed a preconceived notion, naturally assumed he intended to rent a residence near hers, implying a desire to be closer to her. Biting her lip, Tong Yaqian raised her head as if resolutely deciding something, and said to Ning Tao, "All right, I have some free time today. I will accompany you to look at apartments." "That's wonderful. With you by my side, I am sure we can find a splendid place." Ning Tao nodded vigorously, a flicker of joy blossoming in his heart. After he took the last bite of his steamed bun, they rose to leave. Passing a small convenience store, Ning Tao insisted on purchasing several expensive items, reasoning that one should not visit someone's parents empty-handed. Initially hesitant, Tong Yaqian eventually relented, though her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Not long after, a row of apartment buildings came into view. This was where Tong Yaqian and her mother resided. Even though Ning Tao had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon arriving at her home. It was indeed a place devoid of furnishings. They lived in a one-bedroom apartment, and in that modest living room, aside from a dining table and a few stools, there was nothing else. Is Qianqian back? As Ning Tao surveyed the surroundings, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice emanating from the bedroom. It was undoubtedly her mother. Worrying for her condition, Ning Tao followed Tong Yaqian inside. The room contained a large bed, where a gaunt middle-aged woman lay on her side. Upon seeing Ning Tao, she appeared somewhat startled and inquired, "Who is this?" "Mom, this is my classmate Ning Tao. I happened to run into him at school today. He wanted to come and visit you," Tong Yaqian said, her hand nervously clutching her clothing, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. "Hello, Auntie. I have a good relationship with Yaqian and have long wished to pay you a visit," Ning Tao said with a gentle smile, displaying no signs of shyness. "Oh, Yaqian's classmate. Where are you from, young man?" Upon noticing Tong Yaqian's demeanor, her mother, being an experienced woman, could not fail to discern the underlying tension and, feeling anxious, scrutinized Ning Tao with keen interest. "Auntie, I am from the province and graduated with Yaqian." Ning Tao stood at the edge of the bed, discreetly activating his X-ray vision to take a closer look. "How many people are there in your family?" Concerned for her daughter's happiness, Tong Yaqian's mother was determined to inquire further and did not shy away from asking. "Mom, this is Ning Tao's first visit to our home." Seeing her mother interrogate him as if conducting a census, Tong Yaqian felt a bit embarrassed and interjected with a hint of annoyance. "Auntie, I am an orphan. My parents passed away in a car accident when I was young." Ning Tao harbored a certain fondness for this kind-hearted middle-aged woman. Thus, he did not conceal his thoughts. "A car accident? I'm afraid I cannot provide any information, dear. I too experienced a car accident with Qianqian's father he replied. His words evoked a sense of nostalgia in Qianqian's mother, whose expression turned wistful as she regarded Ning Tao with a hint of remorse. It's all right. After all, his parents have been deceased for many years, Ning Tao thought, feeling no offense. Furrowing his brow slightly, he ventured, Auntie, I heard from Yakian that you're unable to get out of bed. Could you share the specifics with me? At this moment, he had gleaned enough about her condition to ascertain that half of her body had suffered significant nerve damage, and recovery seemed exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. Ever since that last car accident, I've been in this state. Initially, I could still move somewhat, but eventually, that half of my body lost all sensation. The doctors said there was no hope for recovery. It's a pity that I linger on in this state, becoming a burden to my daughter. Perhaps out of shared sympathy, Qianqian's mother was candid, beginning to warm to the earnest young man before her. I see, Annie. I've heard that massage can alleviate such conditions. I learned a set of massage techniques from my grandfather. Perhaps I could give it a try? Observing the plight of the family stirred Ning Tao's compassion. Even without considering Tong Yakian, he felt compelled to act, driven by the sight of a middle-aged woman enduring such torment. Your kindness is appreciated, but really, it isn't necessary. I am fully aware of my own condition. I am nearing my end. Qianqian's mother gently shook her head, recognizing that she could not place much faith in the efficacy of massage and wishing to spare Ning Tao from futile efforts. That's all right, it's worth a try. What if it truly proves effective? Ning Tao understood her reluctance, but refrained from stating it outright, pressing on with renewed determination. Ning Tao, is massage really effective? Tong Yakian had initially thought Ning Tao was merely speaking casually, but now, witnessing his resolute demeanor, her conviction began to waver. Yes, trust me, it is undoubtedly effective. Ning Tao affirmed with a sincere nod. All right. Naturally, Tong Yakian wished for her mother's swift recovery. With a spirit of experimentation, she turned to her mother, Mom, why not let Ning Tao give it a try? Even if it doesn't work, at least it could help to loosen your muscles. For her, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for her mother, she was unwilling to concede defeat. You silly girl. This is Ning Tao's first visit to our home, and you're asking him to massage your mother. Qianqian's mother shot her a disapproving glance, feigning annoyance. It's no trouble, Annie. Qianqian and I are good friends, and besides, you can consider it as me practicing my skills. Ning Tao, realizing the crux of the matter, jokingly interjected. Having finally convinced both women, Ning Tao wasted no time. As soon as Tong Yakian removed the blanket covering her mother, he readied himself for the task at hand. Due to Tang Yakian's mother being bedridden for many years, her frail body was reduced to mere skin and bones, with her legs severely atrophied. Auntie, this massage may be somewhat painful. Please bear with it. Ning Tao sighed inwardly upon seeing her condition and spoke gently. Do not worry. Auntie is fine. Please proceed with the massage. Tang Yakian's mother offered him a reassuring glance, encouraging him to continue. Meanwhile, Tang Yakian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. With every attempt, she held a flicker of hope. Over the years, her mother's illness had left their family in a precarious state, unable to withstand any further blows. As Ning Tao's hands made contact with her atrophied leg, he could not help but furrow his brow. The leg felt nothing like a limb but more akin to a withered branch, and the situation was dire. He was uncertain whether his ability to see through could remedy this affliction, yet he felt compelled to try. The massage was a facade, while the real healing lay in his sight. Given the condition, even a master of traditional martial arts would find little success, as the nerves had already degenerated. A faint light ignited in the depths of Ning Tao's eyes. As he gently massaged, his vision expanded, causing the woman's clothing and skin to fade away, revealing her withered muscles and a trickle of blood. He discerned that some of her intact nerves were dormant, and his primary task was to awaken them, restoring her autonomy. Focusing intently, streams of healing white light flowed from his hands into her leg. Had this been a day prior, employing his sight would have been far from effortless. But after practicing his mental techniques, he could now control his ability with ease. As long as he desired, even with someone nearby, they would be oblivious to his use of this power. As the white light permeated Tang Yakian's mother's legs, Ning Tao felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. Indeed, his sight proved effective. Initially, she held little hope, but after a while of massage, she began to feel a tingling sensation in her legs, akin to tiny ants crawling beneath her skin. It's working. Tang Yakian's mother felt an overwhelming joy. Typically, her legs were devoid of sensation, and the sudden return of feeling indicated that her nerves were gradually reviving. What? It's really working? Tang Yakian's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the rapid progress. Yes, they're tingling. I have some sensation. Her mother could hardly contain her excitement, her heart swelling with joy. See, I told you it would be effective. Ning Tao smiled subtly, not lifting his gaze, but continuing to wield his vision. However, he felt little elation. Her condition was dire, and complete recovery would not come swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was at the door. Suddenly, as Ning Tao's words fell, a loud banging echoed from outside the door. It was Aunt Lee from downstairs, the landlady. Upon hearing the sound, Tong Yakian's complexion changed, her voice trembling slightly. Ning Tao, stay here. I will handle this. She bit her lip and hurriedly stepped outside. Yakian, I must remind you that we are 3 months behind on rent. If you cannot pay today, do not blame me for evicting you. Chapter 33. The Harsh Landlady. Iapulujiza only. Could you possibly grant us a few more days? At most a week. And I assure you I will deliver the rent. Outside the room, Tong Yakian's voice lowered, laced with desperation. A week? What nonsense is this? Do you think I could just forego my meals? Let me be clear, you must bring me the money today, or I will have you and your nearly deceased mother out of my property to avoid bad luck. That shrill voice began again, seemingly deliberate in its volume to ensure those inside could hear. Aunt Lee, I beg you, please grant us a few more days. Tong Yakian's voice now quivered with the onset of tears. Enough. I'm not criticizing you, but honestly, you're quite attractive. There are plenty of ways to earn money. In my opinion, you should quit school. I could introduce you to a job where you wouldn't have to work hard and money would come pouring in. What is the rent? Ning Tao could no longer bear to listen, especially seeing Tong Yakian's mother's face pale with despair. He stepped out, glancing up to see a hefty woman standing at the door, adorned with a large gold chain, her arms thicker than Tong Yakian's thighs, her face bearing the marks of indulgence, one hand resting on her hip and the other clutching a bag. Who are you, and what gives you the right to meddle? The middle-aged woman's eyes narrowed as she recognized Ning Tao, her demeanor shifting to one of aggression. Then, her gaze turned sharply to Tong Yakian, her voice dripping with disdain. Tong Yakian, who told you to bring such unsavory company here? We have a contract. Aunt Lee, please don't be angry. This is my classmate. Tong Yakian's face paled as she caught sight of Ning Tao, appearing like a child caught in wrongdoing, flustered and uncertain. Classmate? More like your boyfriend, I wager. The woman sneered at Ning Tao, contempt evident in her gaze. Honestly, Tong Yakian, your taste is abysmal. Just look at his attire. It couldn't possibly cost more than 100 yuan. If you were to associate with someone wealthy and powerful, perhaps your family might find salvation. Mind your words. Ning Tao furrowed his brow, feeling the urge to retaliate against this woman's incessant provocations. What do you think you are? A mere child. How dare you lecture me? How were your parents able to raise such a disrespectful brat? Slap. The woman's provocations ignited a fire within Ning Tao. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her cheek. How dare you strike me? Suddenly receiving a slap, the woman clutched half of her face, momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, she finally reacted, yelling hoarsely, How dare you hit me? I will fight you. With that, she lunged at Ning Tao, claws bared. Aunt Lee. Ning Tao didn't mean to. Seeing that Ning Tao had the audacity to strike, Tong Yakian was taken aback, nearly brought to tears, and hurriedly stepped in front of the woman. Yakian, step aside. I intend to teach this foul-mouthed harpy a lesson today. With a single hand, Ning Tao pulled Tong Yakian to him. The woman's incessant provocations had already enraged him, and he was resolute in delivering a proper reprimand. Who are you calling a harpy? Boy, you're courting death. The woman, fueled by fury, prepared to claw at Ning Tao. With a swift motion, Ning Tao seized her robust arm, and as he channeled a modicum of his inner power, she became rigid, as if ensnared by a spell. Within Ning Tao's perception, her neural pathways unfurled before him. A mere nudge of his energy elicited a response. Once brimming with bravado, the woman now trembled in fear, realizing that half of her body felt as though it had been electrified, utterly devoid of sensation. You dare to strike? I will call the police. Panic seeped into her eyes, and she was paralyzed, desperate to escape Ning Tao's grasp. With a surge of menace, Ning Tao's eyes glinted with a dark light that shot forth, entering her body at an imperceptible speed. With a flick of his wrist, she was sent crashing to the ground. Ouch! That hurts terribly. Lying on the floor, the woman had no time to lament her painful fall, clutching her stomach. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she cried out. I'm not one to resort to threats, but I abhor being called uncultured. Consider this a lesson. Ning Tao bent slightly, coldly observing the woman on the ground, speaking without a hint of courtesy. What kind of sorcery did you use? I will report you. The woman, visibly shaken, struggled to comprehend the bizarre situation. She had merely been grasped, yet now felt an excruciating pain in her stomach that intensified by the moment. Still unwilling to accept your fate, are you? Is your stomach hurting now? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, speaking with an air of indifference. What? The woman shivered involuntarily upon hearing his words. This was too strange. She had never encountered such a phenomenon in her entire life. It was utterly unfathomable. Could he be a deity? The thought inexplicably emerged in her mind, and it was no wonder she felt this way. He could control her bodily functions. A notion that was terrifying to contemplate. As this thought crossed her mind, she managed to muster a faint smile, saying, "Young man, I was blind to your worth earlier. I implore you, please show mercy and let me go." She was truly terrified. Encountering such a celestial being left her in a state of awe, devoid of any daring thoughts. Is your mouth truly clean? Ning Tao squinted, his expression calm as he regarded the swine. Clean, clean. I shall no longer utter curses. The pig woman thought she might perish, having previously threatened others, now feeling a pang of pain in her stomach that heightened her awareness. Ning Tao did not intend to exert any force upon her. Witnessing the pig woman plead for mercy, he extended a finger and lightly tapped her. Should your mouth remain unclean, I shall show you no mercy. The pain has ceased. With this effortless gesture from him, the pig woman experienced a sudden relief from her discomfort, astonished by the swift change in her condition. Rise, he commanded, observing the considerable mass sprawled on the ground. A flicker of distaste crossing his features. I apologize, dear brother. I failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. The pig woman, having risen, felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, speaking with a touch of flattery. Dear brother? Ning Tao rolled his eyes internally, given her age. She could very well be his mother. However, he chose not to dwell on this and inquired, what is the total rent due? No, I do not want it. The pig woman nearly wept at the mention of rent. Her life was at stake, and she dared not demand any payment from someone with such powers. Enough of this nonsense. Debts must be repaid, and fairness must prevail. Can you truly forfeit your money? Ning Tao frowned, his tone growing somber. Though endowed with the ability to see through things, he did not wish to intimidate the weak, especially since he was not particularly in need of money at the moment. The total is 3 months' rent, amounting to 4,500 yuan. If you're truly willing, 4,000 will suffice. Seeing sincerity in her words, the pig woman gritted her teeth and spoke, knowing that over 4,000 was no trifling sum for her. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. Ning Tao replied as he rummaged through his pocket, realizing he lacked sufficient funds. Wait here, I shall retrieve the money. No need, I possess a POS machine. The pig woman hastily produced a pre-prepared POS machine from her pocket. No, Ning Tao, I cannot accept your money. Meanwhile, Tong Yaqian stood by, utterly bewildered by the bizarre events unfolding, unsure of how to respond. However, as Ning Tao prepared to swipe his card, she regained her composure and immediately intervened. He had already assisted her immensely, recalling how he had previously come to her rescue and the apparent effectiveness of his massage on her mother's leg. She felt deeply moved by his readiness to stand up against the pig woman's aggression. It's quite all right. Let's not stand on ceremony. Ning Tao waved his hand dismissively. He possessed over 2.5 million in his account. To be candid, the 4,000 odd yuan was merely a trifling sum. If he could lend a helping hand to Tong Yaqian, he would gladly do so. However, Tong Yaqian bit her lip, resolutely shaking her head in refusal. Why are you so stubborn, my dear Yaqian? Since this young man is your boyfriend and has wealth, it is only natural for him to assist you with your rent. It seems you will be living in comfort henceforth. Find someone who truly understands and cherishes you. Observing the tension in the air, the chubby woman quickly intervened, eager to alleviate the awkwardness, while also lavishing a bit of flattery upon Ning Tao. He is not a wealthy man, and yet he is willing to pay your rent. You should graciously accept. The chubby woman turned, transforming into a meddlesome matchmaker, and her remarks left Ning Tao somewhat speechless. Tong Yaqian, a naive young girl, found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Enough, take the money and leave quickly. Seeing the chubby woman's increasingly absurd comments, Ning Tao felt a wave of frustration and urged her to hurry. Yaqian, considering how long your mother has been ill, I have been quite occupied and Haven Tea had the chance to visit her. Here is 300 yuan. Use it to buy her something nice to eat. Once Ning Tao swiped his card, the chubby woman retrieved 300 yuan from her bag and pressed it into Tong Yaqian's hands, stealing glances at Ning Tao's reaction. There was no denying it. Simply leaving this place unscathed felt like a stroke of luck for her. Being able to spend a little money to avert disaster was a welcome opportunity. She could discern that this mysterious young man shared an extraordinary bond with Tong Yaqian. And to placate him, she gritted her teeth and produced the 300 yuan. "Auntie, I cannot accept this." Tong Yaqian protested upon receiving the money. "Take it, dear Yaqian. I was wrong in the past. If you can forgive me, please accept this money." The chubby woman was quite persuasive, and within just a few words, she rendered Tong Yaqian speechless. Ultimately, upon noticing Ning Tao's expression soften, the chubby woman felt a sense of relief. With Ning Tao's tacit approval, she swiftly departed. "Thank you, Ning Tao. I will repay you for this money in the future." Tong Yaqian was acutely aware that all of this was thanks to Ning Tao. The rent collector usually treated her and her mother with disdain, often hurling harsh words at them. Today, after Ning Tao's intervention, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "It's nothing. We can discuss the financial matters later. Let us go see your mother first." Ning Tao smiled shyly and gestured for her to follow. "Ning Tao, I truly appreciate your kindness. I can see you are a good person. My daughter Yaqian has a somewhat timid disposition, so please be gentle with her in the future." The conversation outside had not gone unnoticed by Yaqian's mother. As she saw them enter, her eyes glistened with emotion, her words imbued with a sense of hope and trust. In the realm of marriage, a son must wed and a daughter must marry. The gaze of the daughter, Tong Yaqian, upon Ning Tao was imbued with an inexplicable affection, a sentiment that was not lost on her mother. Following the events of the day, Qian's mother had come to acknowledge Ning Tao. Recognizing that his willingness to pay rent was not the crux of the matter, but rather his courage to stand up for her daughter when she had been wronged. Since her paralysis, her daughter had endured much hardship, and the two had survived on social welfare, facing countless scornful glances. Now, the prospect of finding a reliable shelter was not something a mother could easily dismiss. "Mother, what are you saying?" Upon hearing her mother's words, the once flushed Tong Yaqian's face turned crimson again. Ning Tao too felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated that Qian's mother would misconstrue the situation, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Tong Yaqian was quite attractive and possessed a charming personality, which had stirred some fondness in Ning Tao. But the suddenness of it all left him feeling somewhat uneasy about taking advantage of the situation. "Auntie, your paralysis can indeed be alleviated with massage, though it may take some time due to the duration of your condition. Rest assured, I will help you recover." After a round of pleasantries, Ning Tao confidently stated this after examining Qian's mother once more. "Oh, really? Ning Tao?" Upon hearing his words, Tong Yaqian's shyness dissipated as she gazed intently at him. "Yes, in no more than 2 months, I promise." Ning Tao chuckled lightly, half jokingly. In truth, his 2-month estimate was conservative. His skills were advancing rapidly, and his ability to perceive would only enhance his efficacy. "Then, may I learn your massage techniques?" The thought of her mother standing again filled Tong Yaqian with excitement, and she could barely contain her eagerness. She had never considered that massage could aid in treating paralysis, and her desire to help her mother was overwhelming. Ning Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat awkward, his massage techniques were indeed unique, but even if he were to teach them, they would not yield the same results, as his abilities largely relied on his perceptive powers. "Qian, what are you saying? Just having Ning Tao treat me is already a tremendous blessing for our family. Do you wish to learn something that is so precious and rare?" Qian's mother interjected, noticing Ning Tao's discomfort. Even if he had not outright refused, she understood that such remarkable techniques could not be easily shared, as they represented a livelihood that was invaluable. "I'm so sorry." Tong Yaqian quickly realized her misstep and waved her hands in apology. "It's quite all right. If Yaqian wishes to learn, she may assist me in loosening Auntie's muscles. However, due to your inexperience, the effectiveness may be somewhat diminished." Ning Tao, upon sensing the misunderstanding, saw no harm in passing on his massage techniques. After considering the potential benefits for Qian's mother, he readily agreed. Subsequently, Ning Tao and Tong Yaqian did not linger at home for long. After a brief pause, Ning Tao exchanged pleasantries with Yaqian's mother, and the two stepped outside. With the arrangement concerning her mother settled, Ning Tao was mindful of the urgent need to secure a residence for himself. Given his responsibility to provide care for Yaqian's mother, it was imperative that his dwelling be conveniently located nearby. Thus, the two began their search in the vicinity. With financial resources at his disposal, Ning Tao deemed money inconsequential as long as the housing conditions were satisfactory. After all, with his newfound ability of foresight, monetary matters had ceased to pose a significant challenge. His requirements for a living space were modest. Simply a sanctuary of tranquility would suffice. Before long, they discovered a two-bedroom apartment that was spacious and well-lit. What particularly appealed to Ning Tao was the comprehensive amenities available within the residence, allowing for immediate occupancy and sparing him the bother of additional purchases, primarily out of sheer convenience. Naturally, the rent was not inexpensive. At 2,500 yuan per month, Ning Tao promptly secured a 6-month lease, paying without hesitation. Tong Yeqian expressed mild reproach, implying that with him living alone, a two-bedroom unit was an extravagant waste. Ning Tao merely chuckled in response, offering no explanation. He was unconcerned with the additional expense. The extra room was, in truth, intended for Yeqian, as her current one-bedroom setup was quite inconvenient for her and her mother. As for any inconvenience in sharing with him, Ning Tao chose not to dwell on it, prioritizing his own comfort. After finalizing the rental agreement, the two energetically ventured out once more. While the apartment was adequately furnished, there were still essentials like bedding that needed to be acquired. Yeqian and Ning Tao spent a considerable part of the morning selecting items from nearby shops before completing their purchases. Following this, Yeqian took the initiative to tidy the apartment. Yeqian, thank you, Ning Tao said sincerely as he poured her a glass of water, admiring the pristine room. Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you for covering the rent and assisting my mother with her treatment. Even if I were to offer myself as your maid, it wouldn't suffice to repay your kindness. After becoming familiar with Ning Tao, Yeqian had also learned to engage in playful banter. Well then, you might as well sell yourself to me. Ning Tao laughed heartily, playfully asserting his claim. Do you wish? Yeqian, catching the tone of his words, playfully jabbed at him before turning away, her cheeks adorning a charming blush. Yeqian remained with Ning Tao until evening, and upon noticing the darkening sky, she grew anxious for her mother. After agreeing to meet for school the next day, she hurriedly departed. Once Yeqian had left, Ning Tao poured himself a few cups of tea, striving to quell the simmering emotions within him. Ah, my cultivation is still too shallow, he sighed, stretching languidly in his room, muttering to himself about the lingering feeling of dissatisfaction. It's not enough. I need to rest after a while of watching. It's quite uncomfortable. He then retreated to the bedroom, securely closing the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he commenced his meditation, seeking a deeper state of focus. Cultivation has never been a matter of sudden awakening. It requires perseverance. Ning Tao, a child of remarkable tenacity, now practices with an admirable calmness. As he cultivates, the heart-consolidating pearl adorning his wrist emits a gentle glow, and the spiritual energy in the air noticeably intensifies. Through experimentation, Ning Tao realizes just how extraordinary this artifact bestowed upon him by his mentor truly is. It allows him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate threefold that of his usual capacity, explaining his ability to cultivate spiritual energy directly yesterday. As he senses the spiritual energy gradually coalescing around him, Ning Tao delves deeper into his meditative state. Time becomes irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. He awakens to a series of vibrations, his senses heightened despite his profound state of focus, allowing him to discern sounds emanating from above. What could be causing such commotion in the dead of night? He retrieves his phone, glancing at the time, and discovers it is past midnight, yet the noise persists. Igniting his curiosity, with a flick of his gaze, he activates his vision, and the ceiling vanishes, the concrete dissolving to reveal the scene above. To his astonishment, he finds himself observing a young couple. Just as he is taken in by the spectacle, a sudden stir from the dormant blood infant within his dantian catches his attention, releasing an unusual energy that swiftly spreads throughout his body. Alarmed by this sensation, Ning Tao realizes the potential peril it presents. Hastily closing his eyes and focusing his mind to suppress it with the pure yang infinite technique, the influx of energy ignites an overwhelming desire within him, a rush of blood surging forth. This reminds him of his mentor's explanation regarding the formation of the blood infant, sending a shiver down his spine. The blood infant, forged from the yin energy of an extreme female essence, now exists in a delicate balance with the yang energy within him. Any external disruption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Quickly, he retracts his vision, unwilling to gaze any longer, for he is alone in his surroundings, unable to seek companionship even if he wished to. Thus, he resigns himself to solitude, vowing to avert his gaze in the future. That night, sleep eludes Ning Tao as he tosses and turns, finally succumbing to slumber, only to find himself ensnared in a vivid dream. In this dream, He envisions himself as a valiant warrior, expanding territories, overcoming obstacles, and conquering cities, with women adoring him. However, upon lowering his gaze, he is startled to discover that the woman beneath him is none other than Tong Yakian, her exquisite face radiating warmth and affection as she gazes at him with a dazzling smile. Awakening from this dream, Ning Tao cannot help but chuckle at his predicament. It seems he truly ought to seek a girlfriend. After hastily preparing himself, he takes a cold shower just in time to meet the scheduled rendezvous with Tong Yakian. Dressing neatly before stepping out the door, he did not return to school first. Instead, he visited Tong Yakian's home, where he spent half an hour giving her mother a massage. Following this, he enjoyed a meal at her residence before heading to the academy with Tong Yakian. As fate would have it, their first class of the day was an open lesson, which both Ning Tao and Tong Yakian were required to attend, prompting them to walk there together. However, upon entering the classroom, Ning Tao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he caught sight of the envious and astonished gazes from those around him. He had momentarily forgotten this aspect. It seemed that the school beauty had inadvertently drawn animosity towards him. Third brother, over here. In the classroom, upon spotting Ning Tao, his dorm mates, known as the monkeys, waved him over. The second monkey called out, having a date with the school beauty last night and not returning until morning. Looks like you succeeded. As soon as Ning Tao took his seat, the monkey leaned over his desk, winking and grinning mischievously. Have you lost your mind? There is nothing of the sort. Ning Tao was taken aback, quickly adopting a serious expression as he shook his head with a bitter smile. Come on, we're not strangers here. What is there to hide? I think the title of romantic hero is about to be passed on to you. Third brother. The second monkey shook his head, displaying an expression of playful skepticism. Things aren't what you think. Let us talk about it later. Noticing the unfriendly gazes still directed at him, Ning Tao waved his hand dismissively, his face darkening with annoyance. Before long, the class bell rang, and they were compelled to cease their chatter and focus on a lesson. To be honest, open classes were rather dull and unengaging. Within a short time, half the students in the class had succumbed to sleep. While Ning Tao managed to stay awake, he did not remain idle. He discreetly practiced his mental techniques, gradually accumulating spiritual energy. Casually flipping through the textbook, Ning Tao was astonished to find that the content, which he seldom reviewed, was now something he could memorize after just 1 or 2 readings. Not only that, but he also grasped the meanings of the phrases almost instantaneously, without any need for deliberation. Ning Tao was overwhelmed with astonishment. This was truly remarkable. He had not activated any special abilities. Could it be that his training had also elevated his intelligence? Feeling the shift within him, he was exhilarated. Was his mind becoming a photographic memory? To further test his newfound abilities, he began to peruse the entire book, diligently committing its contents to memory. Sure enough, after only a couple of readings, he could recite it with ease. Could it be that his enhanced perception granted him perfect recall? Third brother, what are you flipping through the book so fervently for? Are flowers going to sprout from the pages? Seeing Ning Tao rapidly turning the pages, the monkey rolled his eyes and murmured under his breath, I'm experimenting to see if flowers will bloom. Ning Tao chuckled softly, lifting his head to continue perusing his book. Whether it pertained to his insights or cultivation, he had no intention of revealing anything to his dormitory mates. This was not born of distrust, but rather a recognition that those around him were privy to far too many secrets, and sometimes ignorance proved to be a blessing. Oh, since third brother has found his fortune in love, his demeanor has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? He seems rather euphoric. Monkey tasset, observing Ning Tao slik teartet panter. Ning Tao merely smiled and responded, but engrossed in his reading, he remained oblivious to the 2 pairs of eyes that occasionally lingered on him in the classroom. Had he turned to look, he would have noticed that one of those gazes belonged to Tong Yakian, whose eyes shimmered with affection. The other gaze, however, emanated from a corner where Chao Bin slumped over his desk, his eyes glinting with malice. Initially, his brother had promised to teach this insufferable fellow a lesson. But witnessing Ning Tao's nonchalance, he concluded that his brother had merely been dismissive. A simmering resentment brewed within him. This morning, he had seen the 2 of them walking side by side, and now, Tong Yakian's gaze drifted towards Ning Tao, brazenly flaunting their affection. The last time this had happened, he had received a beating due to Ning Tao, and the memory still gnawed at him, eliciting a clenched jaw. Ning Tao, how dare you steal my Yakian? Just you wait. I will make you regret it. Chao Bin's face turned ashen, his thoughts darkening. Ding! As Ning Tao reached the halfway point of his book, the school bell rang unexpectedly. The public lecture spanned 2 long periods with a 20-minute intermission in between. Ning Tao paid little mind, continuing his solitary reading. Monkey, having stepped out briefly, returned with a serious expression, gazing intently at Ning Tao. Third brother, bad news. Bad news? What is it? Ning Tao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Monkey glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, I just overheard a guy say that Xiaobin claims you've stolen his girlfriend, and he is looking for someone to deal with you. Deal with me? Ning Tao paused, slightly shaking his head, a hint of derision curling his lips. Well, that sounds splendid. I've been itching for a challenge. Let them come. Third brother, have you lost your senses? Monkey exclaimed, startled by Ning Tao's response. Lowering his voice even further. You might not realize this, but while Xiaobin is indeed a scoundrel, we cannot afford to provoke him. It is said that he hails from the powerful Chao family of Haishur, and we should avoid any conflict with him if possible. I am well aware of that. Ning Tao nodded, displaying no trace of surprise. Rest assured, it's nothing to fret over. Nothing to fret over? You've stolen his girlfriend. It would be strange if he didn't come after you. Monkey's expression was grave, and he spoke earnestly. Third brother, perhaps you should just let Tong Yaqian go. After all, you're not lacking in beautiful women. What do you mean I stole his girlfriend? Since when has Tong Yaqian been his girlfriend? Ning Tao frowned, visibly displeased. Monkey, do not spread falsehoods. Seeing Ning Tao still appearing unfazed, the monkey swallowed hard and said, Of course I know that. It's just that Xiaobin has declared his intention to pursue Tong Yaqian. With him standing there, who would dare to approach her? It's merely a matter of time. But fret not, I can handle it myself. Ning Tao found it unwise to delve into the grievances between himself and Xiaobin, so he could only offer words of comfort. For Ning Tao, the fact that Xiaobin was not seeking him out only intensified his resolve to confront the latter. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Chao family, and this enmity loomed large. At present, Xiaobin was but a minor concern. Should the adversary dare to confront him, he would undoubtedly deliver a severe lesson. Throughout the morning, Ning Tao immersed himself in his studies. By noon, his mind felt somewhat foggy from the intensity of his focus, prompting him to take a break. Rubbing his temples, he inwardly mused. It seems one cannot consume knowledge in excess. Moderation is key, lest one overexert the mind. Upon returning to the dormitory at midday, Ning Tao shared with his brothers the news of his rented accommodation outside the academy. The trio expressed surprise upon hearing about his living arrangements, well aware of his modest means. However, when they learned that Tong Yaqian resided nearby, their expressions transformed to one of understanding. The second brother patted him on the shoulder and offered words of encouragement. Keep it up. Chapter 37. Negotiation breaks down after lunch. Just as Ning Tao was about to enter the dormitory building, he was intercepted by Xiaobin, who had been waiting nearby. Ning Tao, I need to talk to you about something. Let's have a private chat. Xiaobin clapped a hand on Ning Tao's shoulder, flashing a mischievous grin, as if they were the closest of friends. Sure, what would you like to discuss? Ning Tao thought to himself with cold amusement, feigning ignorance of the malice lurking in Xiaobin's eyes. He nodded slightly and stepped aside with him. Ning Tao, I hope you'll keep your distance from Tong Yaqian. She is my woman, not someone you can encroach upon. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Once they reached a secluded spot, Xiaobin revealed his menacing demeanor without reservation, diving straight into the matter at hand. Internally, he was quite frustrated. Earlier that afternoon, he had called his brother to inquire about Ning Tao, only to receive a scathing reprimand in return, with his brother suggesting that they wait a few days to discuss it further. Listening to the vague and dismissive responses on the phone, Xiaobin felt incensed, interpreting it as a blatant act of neglect towards him. After all, what trouble could an insignificant figure like Ning Tao possibly pose? Having inexplicably received an earful of criticism, Xiaobin directed all his pent-up frustration towards Ning Tao. Yet, recalling his brother's words, he refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to have a conversation with Ning Tao first. If the young man was wise, he would steer clear for the time being. If not, he had little to lose. A student without any backing daring to vie for a woman against him was simply courting disaster. Indeed, it is precisely this matter. Ning Tao could not help but smirk inwardly, then replied with an indifferent tone, I do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that Ning Tao would dare to confront him. His tone grew more severe. You understand my meaning, Ning Tao. Do not feign ignorance. You are merely a powerless, impoverished young man, wholly unworthy of Tong Yaqian. Do not dream of a toad desiring to eat swan meat. Your words ring true. However, I find the notion of a toad aspiring to swan meat quite fitting when applied to you. A hint of derision appeared on Ning Tao's face as he began to mock openly. Chow Bin, upon hearing this, resembled a chicken whose neck had been grasped. His complexion turned a ghastly shade, and his expression fluctuated violently. Gritting his teeth, he warned, Ning Tao, do not blame me for not forewarning you. If I see you with Tong Yakin again, I will ruin you. Such audacity. It remains uncertain who will ruin whom. Ning Tao cast a scornful glance at Chow Bin, retorting boldly, very well, you have spirit. Just you wait. Realizing the conversation had reached an impasse, Chow Bin spat out a harsh remark before striding away. Observing the other party's flustered demeanor, Ning Tao merely smiled coldly, showing no concern, and turned to leave. In truth, he was utterly unconcerned by the threats. Even if Chow Bin did not seek him out, he was determined to find trouble with him. How dare he presume he could intimidate me? Since he has made such assumptions, he ought not to blame me for what follows. As Chow Bin walked, his anger intensified, especially recalling how they had entered the classroom together like lovers that morning. Consumed by rage, he could no longer contain himself, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. After making the call, Chow Bin turned and headed toward the entrance, awaiting silently. In less than 10 minutes, a silver-gray van approached and stopped before him. The door swung open, and 7 or 8 young men emerged, led by the very cocky individual with whom he had previously conspired. Young Master Chow, why the haste in summoning us? What commands do you have? Previously, they had acted under Chow Bin's secret instructions, only to find that Ning Tao had benefited from their efforts, resulting in Chow Bin receiving a beating. Fortunately, they had since reconciled and become friends. The cocky leader, eager to please his benefactor, had declared he would be at Chow Bin's service for any matter. Third brother, I need you to take care of someone tonight. Chow Bin said coldly, his face grim. The cocky leader, who was eager to prove himself, immediately began to inquire. Who is the fool who dared to provoke young Master Chow? They must be utterly ignorant of the consequences. You need only say the word, and with third brother's involvement, nothing is insurmountable. It is none other than that arrogant lad who took advantage of the situation last time and now dares to stand against me again. Deal with him. Chow Bin's facial muscles twitched as he spoke. What? It is that brat? Rest assured, young Master Chow, even without your instruction, I intended to deal with him. He injured 2 of my brothers last time, causing misunderstandings between us. He absolutely cannot be spared. Upon hearing the name Ning Tao, the individual known as Chicken Crown instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Very well, shall we proceed tonight? Observing Chicken Crown's eagerness, Chow Bin felt a surge of confidence, reveling in his own importance as he spoke. Tonight, you say? However, Chicken Crown's expression darkened slightly as he pondered the situation, hesitating. Chow Xiao, I fear this may not be wise. That fellow resides on campus, and we are outsiders. If we venture into the school to confront him, it is likely to lead to complications. Recognizing the prestige of Zhongshe University as a prominent institution in Haishu, Chicken Crown was aware that this was not a place for reckless behavior, and he voiced his concerns. Do not worry. He is currently preoccupied with my girlfriend and will likely be escorting her home tonight. Just follow my lead, wait for him on his path, and then give him a thorough beating. Chow Bin chuckled, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Oh, so will Chow Xiao still play the hero, saving the damsel? Chicken Crown inquired, his eyes glinting with mischief. At the mention of heroics, Chow Bin felt a twinge of discomfort, his face flushing as he retorted, Not this time. Perhaps another occasion. Very well, I shall heed your words, Chow Xiao. Rest assured, I will ensure he is left unrecognizable. Chicken Crown replied, though a hint of disappointment flickered within him, aware that the notion of heroism had lost its appeal. However, he had only suggested it to appease Chow Bin, hoping for future favors. Indeed, remember to deliver a sound thrashing. A cold glint shone in Chow Bin's eyes, a smirk of self-satisfaction gracing his lips. Rest assured, Chow Xiao. Chicken Crown nodded earnestly, radiating a sense of camaraderie. Yet, as the conversation drew to a close, he hesitantly interjected, Chow Xiao, you see, the brothers are somewhat financially constrained lately. Perhaps we could. His words trailed off with an awkward chuckle. Fear not. Once this matter is settled, 20,000 yuan will be yours. Chow Bin, unconcerned about money, declared with extravagant flair. Understood. Chicken Crown's eyes sparkled with anticipation, immediately agreeing. Unbeknownst to Ning Tao, he remained oblivious to Chow Bin's ulterior motives. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He was no longer the naive individual he once was, easily dealt with by mere thugs. If they dared to confront him, he would not hold back. having acquired formidable strength. He was confident that 3 or 5 burly men would not even come close to him. The afternoon class was an elective, and as Ning Tao entered the classroom, he quickly sensed 2 gazes fixated upon him. Casting a glance around, his heart sank slightly, and anxiety gripped him as he spotted Su Qian, who sat in the same row as his dorm mate, regarding him with an impassive expression. If there was anyone Ning Tao least wished to encounter at school, it was Su Qian. The last incident had been exceedingly awkward, and since she too was enrolled in this elective, their paths would inevitably cross in the large classroom. He could only muster a strained smile and offer a brief nod in her direction. There was no way around it. The other party had already seen him. Ignoring the situation outright would undoubtedly seem inappropriate. Yet, what he failed to notice was that, in a corner of the classroom, Chao Bin was seated, not in attendance for his own course, but rather to keep a watchful eye on Ning Tao, facilitating the plans of a few others. At this moment, he gazed at Ning Tao, his eyes brimming with unabashed resentment. Ning Tao, if you dare to leave the academy today, just wait and see how I will deal with you. How dare you vie for women with me? The expression on Chao Bin's face appeared as if it had emerged from the depths of a darkened abyss, his heart secretly seething. Soon, the bell for class rang, and the elective course instructor arrived gracefully. However, it wasn't too long before Ning Tao began to feel restless, whether intentionally or not. Several of Su Qian's roommates cast curious glances in his direction, filling him with a sense of pressure. Unable to remain seated comfortably, Ning Tao decided to shield himself from their scrutiny by retrieving a book he had prepared, burying his head in its pages. With the remarkable ability to see through things he had acquired that morning, he resolved to catch up on the lessons he had missed. Although he had heard others claim that much of what was learned in university was useless, he believed otherwise. In his view, all knowledge gleaned in university held value. Even the smallest details could prove useful, though ordinary individuals seldom considered such possibilities. Throughout the day, in an effort to evade the gazes from Su Qian's dormitory, Ning Tao was wholly focused, barely lifting his head. By the afternoon, he felt invigorated and had made substantial progress. He had perused the over 300 pages of the elective course textbook, memorizing every detail. This astonishing speed left him quite satisfied. Finally, as the end of the school day approached, Ning Tao hastily packed his belongings, eager to make his escape. Under the constant watch of those girls, he felt as though he were seated upon needles, too anxious to raise his head. Ning Tao! Just as he stepped out of the classroom, a bright, melodious voice rang out, calling his name. He turned to see Tong Yaqian waiting for him with a cheerful smile. "What is the matter, Yaqian?" he inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he and T made arrangements for her to wait for him that evening. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation creeping up his scalp. Even without turning around, he could sense the astonished gazes converging upon him. Ning Tao inwardly lamented. If he had only stirred a minor ripple that morning, he had now undoubtedly become the focal point of attention. "I'm fine. I just want to buy some groceries and have dinner at my place. Not sure if you." As he met her earnest gaze, Tong Yaqian suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her words becoming less fluid. "Very well. Let us go." Ning Tao, eager to avoid lingering in such a conspicuous situation with the campus bell, hastily acquiesced and, without further ado, took her hand and hurriedly departed. Not long after they left, Chao Bin emerged with a dark scowl, his expression somewhat sinister. Watching their retreating figures, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and strode away at a brisk pace. "Shallow, this Ning Tao has gone too far. Seeing you remain silent, he actually got involved with Tong Yaqian. This is absolutely intolerable." When Qingqing witnessed Ning Tao walking away with Tong Yaqian, she was momentarily dumbfounded and then immediately erupted in displeasure. "Indeed, Shallow, this person is utterly outrageous. We must teach this fickle-hearted scoundrel a lesson. How can he be unsatisfied with our stunning Shallow?" The other girls in her dormitory quickly chimed in agreement. "It is not as you think." Su Qian's gaze was piercing. After lingering in her seat for a while, she ultimately let out a cold huff and, pursing her red lips, stormed away in anger. She was truly infuriated. Wasn't Ning Tao supposed to be pursuing her? How could he entangle himself with Tong Yaqian? Was she not as good as Tong Yaqian? Not even a glance in her direction during class ignited her ire toward Ning Tao. She was resolute in her decision that he would not get away unscathed. How could Su Qian's favor be taken for granted by just anyone? The beauty's affections are the hardest to bear. Ning Tao, having indulged in a feast at Tong Yaqian's home, could not help but acknowledge her culinary prowess, likely due to her early exposure to such skills. "Yaqian, your cooking is truly remarkable. Whoever marries you will be quite fortunate." As they prepared to part ways, Ning Tao exaggeratedly patted his belly and said this in jest. "If you enjoy it, I'll cook for you every day," Tong Yakian responded, but as the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her face flushed, and she shot him a playful glare, her bashful expression possessing a unique charm that left Ning Tao momentarily spellbound. "What are you staring at?" Notiking Ning Tao stasetkaze. Tong Yakian felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, especially when she met his deep, tranquil eyes, stirring something within her. "Nothing." Ning Tao tuklet awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed and unwilling to maintain his gaze. After the events of the previous night, he wished to avoid any further complications. "By the way, this morning I saw Chow been glaring at you. He wouldn't be causing you trouble, would he?" After a brief silence, Tong Yakian seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke up. "It's nothing. We haven't done anything to him, so why would he bother us?" Ning Tao replied with a smile, shaking his head. He certainly wouldn't divulge that he had already crossed paths with the Chow brothers. They could offer him no assistance. Revealing such information would only cause her unnecessary worry. "Yakian, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." "Yes, all right. I'll make your breakfast tomorrow. Don't be late." Tong Yakian smiled sweetly, resembling a dutiful wife. The two lived not far apart, but just as Ning Tao descended the stairs, he was blocked in a narrow alley by a group of 7 or 8 unruly young men. Upon recognizing them, Ning Tao's expression shifted slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. These were none other than the ruffians he had encountered previously, including the mohawk-headed leader. Seeing the weapons in the hands of his adversaries, Ning Tao realized that the situation would be quite difficult to resolve today. "What is this? Has someone's iPhone 6 been damaged?" Knowing that he could not escape from this confrontation, Ning Tao managed a faint smile and, without reservation, launched a sarcastic remark. "Kid, I didn't expect your tongue to be so venomous. Initially, I merely intended to teach you a lesson. But now I have changed my mind. I shall break one of your legs." The leader, known for his rooster comb hairstyle, was first taken aback by Ning Tao's audacity. But then his face twisted in fury. He believed that upon witnessing their intimidating presence, Ning Tao would immediately beg for mercy. Instead, he found the boy's defiance only stoked his anger. "Did Xiaobin send you?" Ning Tao disregarded the threat from the rooster-headed leader and scrutinized the 7 individuals before him. His voice turned serious as he spoke. It was too coincidental. He had just stayed at a place yesterday that was not easy to find. Yet today this group had come knocking on his door. Considering the unpleasant encounter he had with Chow Bin earlier, clarity began to dawn upon him. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment that Chow Bin was not among them. If he had been, Ning Tao certainly would have left a lasting impression on him. "Kid, you are quite arrogant to question my elder brother." The yellow-haired thug could no longer contain himself upon hearing Ning Tao speak so confidently, especially regarding the mention of the iPhone 6. He was both enraged and eager to show off in front of his leader. As he approached, he raised his hand, summoning all his strength to strike Ning Tao's face. A mere boy dared to challenge them, completely oblivious to the realities of the underworld. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, not from the yellow-haired thug's attack, but as Ning Tao deftly evaded the blow, sliding aside with an uncanny grace. At the same moment, he retaliated with a slap of his own, producing a sharp crack as the left side of the yellow-haired thug's face began to swell. "You dare to hit me?" The yellow-haired thug staggered back a few steps, clutching his half-swollen face, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Ning Tao. "This is a lesson for you. If your mouth continues to spew filth, I will tear it apart." Ning Tao's expression was grim as he coldly addressed the yellow-haired thug. The others had not even witnessed how Ning Tao had struck. They collectively gasped, bewildered that the one who intended to strike had become the victim. However, once they regained their composure, their anger surged. How could this be? They were the gangsters here. How could one of their own be so easily subdued? The rooster-headed leader's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he bellowed. "Brothers, take care of this brat." With that, he charged forward, swinging his steel pipe menacingly towards Ning Tao's shoulder. After cultivating spiritual energy, Ning Tao not only saw a significant enhancement in his ability to perceive, but his reaction speed also improved remarkably compared to before. A brief experiment allowed him to feel reassured, although his internal reservoir of spiritual energy was limited. The transformation it had wrought upon his body rendered him far superior to the ruffians before him. When he failed to extract the answers he sought, a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. As the assailants aimed to incapacitate him, he, too, was resolute in showing no mercy. The steel pipe wielded by the leader of the gang came at him with ferocity, yet to Ning Tao's eyes, it appeared to move in slow motion. Without much deliberation, he seized the pipe with a powerful grip, and with a swift kick, he dispatched the leader, who let out a piercing scream, clutching his groin as he leapt away. With one adversary subdued, Ning Tao grasped the steel pipe tightly. As another assailant with yellow hair charged at him, Ning Tao swung the pipe with precision, striking the assailant squarely in the chest. Just as he prepared to engage further, a sudden pain shot through his back. A steel pipe had struck him from behind. Frowning, he had no time to turn around and instead lunged backward in retaliation. Through this ambush, Ning Tao recognized his own shortcomings. Despite his physical strength and enhanced perception, he had not trained in martial arts, making it difficult to contend with multiple opponents. Acknowledging his vulnerability, he opted not to confront them head-on, instead maneuvering around them, striking and retreating, ensuring he never faced three at once. A thought struck him. Could he also employ his spiritual energy? A surge of realization filled him, as he remembered that he had previously focused solely on enhancing his vision, neglecting other applications. Seizing the moment when one of the thugs lunged at him, he channeled his energy into his legs and, as the assailant closed in, unleashed a powerful kick. The thug, caught off guard by Ning Tao's swiftness, found himself struck squarely on the chin. Pain radiated through him as he soared into the air, his body akin to a ragged sack thrown aside, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He convulsed twice, darkness enveloping his vision as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of oblivion, a sorrowful thought crossed his mind. His jaw was gone. Ning Tao, momentarily startled by the thug's misfortune, was astonished by the potency of his spiritual energy, almost doubting his own eyes. Yet, through this experiment, he grasped the extent of his newfound power. Seizing the opportunity as the remaining thugs stood in shock, he charged forward without hesitation. A cacophony of desperate cries erupted as Ning Tao swiftly dispatched the remaining opponents, toppling them to the ground with ease. It was not out of cruelty, but rather a recognition that showing mercy to such individuals would only invite further peril upon himself. Had it not been for his spiritual power and the ability to see through the essence of things, he would have likely faced a severe beating from these ruffians today. Now, may I inquire who incited your actions? After dealing with the troublemakers, Ning Tao approached the groaning leader, pressing his foot forcefully onto the latter's abdomen, and leaned down, his voice cold as ice. Please, spare us, little brother. We acted without any orders. The leader, struck at a vulnerable point, was drenched in sweat and appeared ghastly pale, overwhelmed by pain. As Ning Tao advanced menacingly, he was startled, momentarily forgetting his agony as he hastily began to speak. He was acutely aware of the influence of the Chao family and would not dare to expose Chao Bin unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, if he were to betray Chao Bin, how could he ever reclaim the 2,000 yuan promised to them? Not saying a word, are we? Perhaps that last kick wasn't painful enough. Shall I give you another? Ning Tao remarked, casting a chilling glance at the leader's groin. In response to Ning Tao's taunting words, the leader felt an intensification of his suffering and quickly exclaimed, all right, I will tell you. Chao Bin is the one who instructed us to deal with you. He promised us 2,000 yuan upon completion. Please spare us. Chapter 40. Su Qian's dormitory with no other option. The leader, adhering to the notion of better a dead friend than a living enemy, ungratefully revealed Chao Bin's name. Regret coursed through him. What had initially seemed like a trivial task that could earn him 2,000 yuan now felt like a grave mistake. He cursed the ancestral lineage of Chao Bin in his heart. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of relief for not having offended Ning Tao previously. Otherwise, his fate would have been far worse today. Gao Bin. Ning Tao's eyes narrowed, a hint of malevolence flickering within. Anger surged within him, confirming his suspicions as he realized the adversary had arrived sooner than anticipated. Little brother, we admit defeat today. We've told you everything. Please let us go. The leader, clutching his groin, looked at Ning Tao with pitiful eyes, regretting his choices deeply. I can let you leave, but you must deliver a message to Chao Bin for me. Ning Tao contemplated for a moment before addressing the leader. Tell him this matter is far from over. Yes. Rest assured, little brother. I will convey your words without fail. At that moment, the leader would have relayed 10 messages if required, as he felt he might faint from the tension of the situation. Begone. Ning Tao released his foot and cast a warning glance at the surrounding thugs, stating firmly, should I encounter you again engaging in wrongdoing, I will not show mercy. In truth, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, he was merely a university student. If he were to escalate matters, it could lead to significant trouble, especially given the involvement of the Chao family. Confronting them head-on was clearly unwise. "Thank you, little brother. We shall not dare to cross paths again." As a roguish leader finally saw that they were permitted to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. The others, supporting one another, managed to rise to their feet. They had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing like smoke. Observing their rapid retreat, Ning Tao harbored the notion that perhaps they were not significantly harmed. After reflecting on the incident, his gaze shifted and he turned towards his residence. This experience illuminated for Ning Tao the pressing necessity to elevate his cultivation. Fortunately, they had only encountered a few petty thugs. Had they faced seasoned fighters, he would have found himself in dire straits. Upon returning, the roguish leader and his companions found themselves in a narrow alleyway where a van awaited them. Inside the vehicle sat Xiao Bin, who was anxiously anticipating news from them. As the door swung open and they entered, Xiao Bin's heart leaped with joy, ready to speak, only to be taken aback by the grim expressions on their faces. "What happened to you?" he stammered, startled. "Don't mention it. We ran into some tough opposition. Gao Xiao, your intel was flawed. That kid had bodyguards and we suffered a significant setback." The roguish leader grimaced, clutching his groin, his complexion ashen. On their way back, they had conferred and resolved not to divulge the truth. After all, it was too humiliating. 7 or 8 of them had been bested by a mere student. How could they maintain their standing in the underworld if word got out? Thus, they settled on this more plausible narrative. What? Bodyguards? How many? Xiao Bin's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Isn't Ning Tao just a poor kid? How could he possibly have bodyguards? This contradicts everything I know. One of them was exceptionally skilled, likely a former Special Forces operative, interjected a member with bleached hair who was nursing a dislocated jaw and speaking through clenched teeth. Just one? That's hard to believe, Xiao Bin replied, feeling a tightening sensation in his chest. Does Xiao Xiao believe I would deceive you? Retorted the roguish leader, his tone growing sharper. No, you misunderstand. I merely find it hard to fathom. Xiao Bin quickly reassured them, waving his hands dismissively. He had no reason to doubt their words, especially with visible injuries among them. Such things could not be fabricated. Very well, Xiao Xiao. Let us be clear. Your intelligence was erroneous, and we suffered injuries because of it. As for the medical expenses, I'll cover it. Xiao Bin, unfazed by the cost, readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right, Yongzi, drive us to the hospital. I'm in excruciating pain. The roguish leader hastily urged a lightly injured companion, eager to resolve his discomfort. As for sending a message to Xiao Bin, he had little inclination. Given how severely they had been harmed, he was more than content to let them engage in a mutual bout of animosity. Gao Xiao, I perceive that this young man is quite audacious. What do you suggest we do next? The vehicle is en route, and the rooster-headed fellow does not hesitate to fan the flames with a remark. Is he merely a bodyguard? My family has plenty of such matters. Third brother, do not worry. I shall surely avenge you. Unlike the sentiments of the rooster-headed group, upon witnessing their dismal state, his anger towards Ning Tao deepened. He believed that the other party had merely stumbled upon some stroke of luck by hiring a bodyguard, which explained their audacity in pursuing Tong Yaqian. He had already devised a plan to return home in the next couple of days and send someone over to ensure he could vent his anger. Despite the minor incident from the previous night, Ning Tao carried on with his life as though nothing had transpired. He attended his classes and did not rush to confront Xiao Bin for his actions. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. As time passed, his strength only grew. After all, Xiao Bin could not escape, and Ning Tao was unafraid of finding a way to deal with him. After morning classes, Ning Tao returned to the dormitory. Third brother, why are you back so late? Quickly deliver these items. Upon seeing Ning Tao enter, Monkey's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly grabbed several large bags, thrusting them towards him. I haven't eaten yet, Ning Tao replied, his expression darkening at the thought of delivering takeout to the girls' dormitory once again. You can eat later. Hurry, they've been sitting all day. Without allowing for further discussion, Monkey pushed Ning Tao out the door and slammed it shut behind him. Heartless fellow, Ning Tao muttered under his breath, burdened by the pile of items in his arms. Feeling quite exasperated, reluctantly, he made his way to the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, this time the load was considerably lighter than usual. In about 20 minutes, he had nearly completed the deliveries. As he glanced at the last package in his possession, his lips twitched and he hesitated. The package belonged to none other than Su Qian. Recalling her expression from the previous day, he felt an uncharacteristic wave of guilt wash over him. What does it matter? I am merely here to deliver a package. After a lengthy internal debate, Ning Tao scolded himself, reassured that there was nothing inappropriate between him and Su Qian. After all, he was simply delivering a package. What was there to fear? With newfound courage, he approached Su Qian's dormitory door and knocked. "I'm here." The response from within was prompt and cheerful, and as the door opened, Ning Tao found Sun Qing standing before him. "This is Su Qian's package." His heart raced as he handed over the parcel. "Su Qian is inside. You should give it to her yourself." Sun Qing's countenance was less than welcoming as she cracked the door open slightly and spoke. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, Ning Tao's heart sank, and cold sweat nearly broke out. He merely came to deliver a package. Why not hand it over directly? What necessity is there to enter? Could there be some ulterior motive? This seems rather inconvenient. Ning Tao swallowed hard, his words stumbling as he discerned an ominous undertone from the expression of the other party. Inconvenient? When has the esteemed class leader Ning ever found it inconvenient to visit the girls' dormitory? He had snuck in last time. After all, what is this? A heart of a thief, but lacking the courage? We are unafraid. What are you afraid of? Observing the troubled look on Ning Tao's face, Sun Qing placed her hands on her hips, immediately displeased, and began to scoff derisively. Well then, fine, with the other party's stance firm. He found it increasingly difficult to argue. Moreover, reflecting on the situation, he had not truly wronged them. What fear did he have of a few girls? Summoning his resolve, he stepped inside. Bang! As soon as Ning Tao entered, Sun Qing swiftly shut the dormitory door, crossing her arms and standing at the entrance, exuding a predatory demeanor. The moment the door closed sent a shiver through Ning Tao. Glancing around the room, he realized that Su Qian was absent. Only another girl, named Ma Lily, remained, who was now watching him with an ambiguous expression. Su Qian isn't here. I'll just leave the things here, Ning Tao remarked awkwardly, placing the items on the table and forcing a laugh. Class leader Ning, aren't you going to explain yesterday's events? Sun Qing, not even glancing at the package, approached Ning Tao and lifted her chin slightly, adopting a visibly irate demeanor. Explain? What is there to explain? Ning Tao furrowed his brow, bewildered. He had sensed their scrutinizing gazes yesterday, and today, as confrontation, left him utterly perplexed. Feigning ignorance, are we? Once you've captured her heart, you no longer cherish it? What a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. How can you disregard our dear Su Qian's deep affection for you? It's one thing for you not to call, but to brazenly be seen with Tong Yeqian yesterday. What is your intention? Seeing Ning Tao's bewildered expression, Ma Lily could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to confront him. The reason for asking Ning Tao to deliver the takeaway was merely a ruse. Since the previous incident, Sun Qing and the others had noticed Su Qian often lost in thought over the items Ning Tao had given her, leading them to believe that the two were in a passionate relationship. However, what perplexed them was that despite the passage of days, they had yet to see Ning Tao approach Su Qian again. They had intended to inquire yesterday during class, but were unexpectedly interrupted by Tong Yeqian. Upon this realization, Sun Qing and the others could not stand idly by. Despite Tong Yeqian being the campus beauty, Su Qian was not to be underestimated either. If ranked, she would surpass her in merit. After a discussion, they resolved to summon Ning Tao for an interrogation, leading one of the dormitory members to discreetly send Su Qian away while they used her phone to place an order, waiting for him to take the bait. A heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog? Ning Tao nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. He and Su Qian were entirely innocent, far from the disgraceful insinuations made about them. Furthermore, there was nothing noteworthy between him and Tong Yeqian. I reiterate, there's been nothing between Tong Yeqian and me. In fact, my relationship with Su Qian. Ning Tao pondered for a moment, not wishing to let the misunderstandings fester. Su Qian was unlike Tong Yeqian, whose mysterious identity and rumored spoiled demeanor did not appeal to him. He intended to clarify the matter, yet he felt it prudent to first communicate with Su Qian to ascertain the truth. Changing the subject, he inquired, "Where is Su Qian? What's the matter? Do you wish to find Su Qian for an explanation? Why didn't you do this sooner?" Upon hearing Ning Tao acknowledge that there was nothing between him and Tong Yeqian, Sun Qing's demeanor softened considerably, though her anger lingered and her words remained sharp. There are indeed matters that require clarification. Ning Tao took a deep breath and replied with a composed expression. Clarification is possible, but such an explanation without sincerity is rather insipid. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Why not invite Su Qian for a meal? We can help you smooth things over. What do you think, class leader Ning? Ning Tao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The two girls flanking him exchanged banter, leaving him struggling to keep up. Surely, class leader Ning isn't so stingy as to refuse a simple meal? Notiking Ning Tao's hesitation, Sun Qing scoffed, her disdain evident. Well, this only exacerbates the misunderstanding. Ning Tao could only manage a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. Sun Qing, that's not my intention. Regardless, we are classmates, and treating you to a meal is no trouble at all. Fine, you choose the place. I'll host lunch. Ning Tao was not lacking in funds, and given the current situation, he felt that if he hesitated further, it would only suggest he had something to hide. It was an opportune moment to clarify matters. Wow, our class leader Ning is unusually generous. Let me think about where to go. I know. Our academy has recently opened a new dining hall, and I've heard the food there is delightful. How about we go there? Sun Qing's eyes lit up, her excitement palpable at the mention of dining. The dining hall? Ning Tao paused, having heard of this establishment. It was not far from the academy and offered not just dining options, but various entertainment activities on the upper floors, making it quite appealing to the youth. Of course, the prices were rather steep. In the past, he would have never considered it. Yet now, he didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Really? Class leader Ning is actually taking us to the dining hall? Sun Qing initially mentioned it casually, but now that Ning Tao had so readily agreed, she found it hard to believe. It's just a meal. What's so hard to believe? Ning Tao nodded and smiled. It is fortuitous that we have no classes this afternoon. Lily, please promptly inform Qian and the others. I have heard that there are quite a few handsome men there. I can hardly contain my excitement. I must hurry to apply some makeup. Once confirmed, Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, though upon turning around, she spotted Ning Tao standing there like a statue and quickly pushed him out. Class monitor Ning, you go outside first. I need to touch up my makeup. As Ning Tao found himself unceremoniously expelled, he could not help but smile wryly, inwardly cursing the monkey who had assigned him this errand, leading to such a colossal blunder that left him in a predicament. However, with the situation at hand, he had no other recourse. He called out through the door to wait for them at the school gate before swiftly descending the stairs. After all, lingering outside was not ideal. Who knows how long it would take for the girls to get ready? Other girls from the dormitory might speculate about what he was up to. As Ning Tao had anticipated, he found himself waiting at the school gate for over an hour before Su Qian and her companions finally emerged. Upon reuniting with Su Qian, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. They exchanged brief greetings, after which Ning Tao hailed a taxi, and they set off toward the dining hall. The dining hall was located on the second floor of an opulent 5-story building, with the first floor serving as a lobby and the upper 2 floors dedicated to entertainment. After the trio alighted from the vehicle, they were escorted by a waiter to a private room on the second floor. When it came to ordering, Ning Tao displayed a generous spirit, entrusting the task entirely to the girls across the table. Since they were out to have fun, it was only fitting that they indulge in a delightful meal. Seeing Ning Tao's demeanor, Su Qian bit her lip, her heart stirred with conflicting emotions. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for their gathering was that Ning Tao had invited her to dinner, and to avoid any awkwardness, Sun Qing and the others had joined. When she received this information, a whirlwind of feelings surged within her. To be candid, she did not harbor romantic feelings for Ning Tao. Rather, the incident where he had treated her illness had inexplicably endeared him to her. Coupled with the little love note he had given her, it left ripples in her heart. After the previous encounter, she had discreetly inquired about Ning Tao's background and was aware of his impoverished family situation. Yet here he was, treating her to a meal in such a lavish place, stirring unfamiliar sensations within Su Qian's heart. When she glanced up at Ning Tao again, she couldn't help but notice his handsome features and refined demeanor. Most striking were his eyes, reminiscent of 2 crystal-clear pools, inviting one to delve deeper. Su Qian had never encountered a man with such captivating eyes, and a cascade of thoughts caused her cheeks to subtly flush, unbeknownst to others. Ever since Ning Tao acquired the eye of the candle dragon, his eyes have shimmered with a captivating radiance, imbued with a touch of enchanting color. Coupled with the self-assurance he exudes since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has gained an undeniable charm that enhances his presence. While his appearance remains largely unchanged, his aura has undergone a profound transformation. However, not long after everyone began to dine, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man clad in a perfectly tailored black suit entered. This young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, strikingly handsome and suave. Upon entering the room, he fixed his gaze on Su Qian, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Qian, I can't believe it's really you. I just happened to see you in the surveillance room and found it hard to believe. You've never visited since we opened. Upon seeing this young man, Su Yan's cheeks flashed crimson. She promptly stood up, shot him an intense glare, and retorted with feigned annoyance. I certainly don't have the luxury of idling around like you. Afterward, noticing the astonished expressions of Sun Qing, Ning Tao, and the others, she introduced him. This is my cousin Jing Hao, the owner of this restaurant. Don't hold back. Since he stumbled upon us, let us consider it his misfortune. The meal is on him. It seemed that Su Qian relished the opportunity to deliver her lines with a hint of irritation. All right, I'll take the blame, Jing Hao responded with a wry smile, appearing somewhat intimidated by her. Hello, Ying Ye, Sun Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise upon realizing he was the restaurant's owner. She looked him over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hello, everyone. Jing Hao chuckled warmly, waving his hand graciously. Please, enjoy your meal. Today's feast is on me, as I wish to make friends with you all. At first glance, Ning Tao perceived Jing Hao as a refined and poised individual, possessing a remarkable demeanor, yet displaying a hint of the restlessness characteristic of contemporary youth, which instilled an unbidden sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, Ning Tao did not underestimate him. He had heard tales of the restaurant's formidable owner, who had dealt decisively with troublemakers in the past. The fact that he was also a relative of Su Qian only hinted at his likely wealth and stature. After greeting the others, Jing Hao's attention awkwardly shifted to Ning Tao, who stood out conspicuously among the group. The other three were girls, and it was not unusual for them to be with Su Qian, but the presence of a young man was noteworthy. Jing Hao was well aware that Su Qian rarely associated with boys, prompting him to take a closer look at Ning Tao. Having trained from a young age, he was sensitive to the presence of strength, and this younger man exuded an aura reminiscent of unwavering stability. A single glance had startled him internally. How could this be possible? The other party was merely a young lad. How could he evoke such feelings? Was it conceivable that someone so youthful possessed the mastery of a martial arts grandmaster? Contemplating this absurd notion, Jing Hao instinctively dismissed such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Hello, Brother Jing, I am Ning Tao, a classmate of Su Qian. Upon noticing that he had captured Jing Hao's attention, Ning Tao could no longer feign ignorance. He rose to his feet, extended his hand to shake Jing Hao's, and smiled warmly. After the earlier thought crossed his mind, Jing Hao, during their handshake, felt an urge to gauge Ning Tao's strength. Consequently, he applied a slight pressure. Initially, he anticipated a change in the other's demeanor, yet to his surprise, Ning Tao's expression remained unperturbed, and his palm felt as solid as rock, rendering Jing Hao unable to exert any force. At this moment, even Jing Hao felt a stir of emotions. Instinctively, he increased his grip significantly. To an onlooker, the two appeared to be enjoying a cordial interaction, but internally, Jing Hao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Ning Tao sensed the pressure from Jing Hao's grip. Initially startled, he then channeled his energy into his palm, appearing completely unfazed. He understood that Jing Hao meant no harm. He was merely testing him, for had he intended to exert full force, he would have done so from the outset. Indeed, Brother Ning is remarkable. Jing Hao expressed his admiration. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he believed that among his peers, few could surpass him. Yet, in the presence of Ning Tao, he instantly recognized his inferiority. After they released their handshake, he readily offered his compliments. Brother Jing is being too modest. Ning Tao replied with a gentle blink, his tone unassuming. Through their handshake, he discerned that Jing Hao was also a practitioner of martial arts. Hearing the veiled concession from the other only elevated Ning Tao's regard for him. Once again, he noted that this young man lacked the ostentation commonly found in the offspring of the wealthy, which resonated well with his temperament. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open with great force, and a flustered middle-aged man in a suit rushed in. Wenhui, have you no sense of decorum? Can't you even knock? Upon witnessing the burly figure before him, Jing Hao furrowed his brow and regarded the man with a hint of displeasure. Boss, The burly man's expression shifted as he caught sight of the diners, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. These individuals are not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it. Jing Hao's impatience was evident as he frowned. Clearly, he was quite displeased with the unexpected intrusion. Boss, Zhang Guang has brought people to stir up trouble. They're flaunting their power in our billiard room and have already won 4 consecutive games. The burly man took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. For games? Jing Hao's eyelids lifted and his expression darkened. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Qian and the others, his demeanor softening slightly. Qian, you all continue eating. I have a matter to attend to. We'll go take a look too. Sun Qing and her companions seldom frequented this place, but upon hearing the commotion, they instantly became invigorated, eager to engage in the unfolding drama. For them, The dining hall exuded an air of mystery. The two upper floors reserved for entertainment were not accessible to just anyone. Given the opportunity, nearly everyone was keen to witness the spectacle, especially with the disturbance at hand. Upon hearing this, Jing Hao's expression shifted, and he instinctively directed his gaze towards Ning Tao. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and said, "If you are interested, you may go up to take a look, but be sure not to cause any trouble." Once Jing Hao finished speaking, he hurriedly departed with a burly man. "Let us go, Qian, we should check it out." The moment Sun Qing heard of such intriguing events, her curiosity became uncontrollable. She was the first to rise, addressing those present. With someone taking the lead, even Su Qian felt a surge of curiosity. However, upon hearing the name Zhang Guang, an inexplicable anxiety tightened within her chest. She recognized him, having been harassed by him in the past, often clashing with her cousin. It seemed he was here to stir trouble, and instinctively, she too wished to see what was unfolding. To be honest, Ning Tao found little interest in the entertainment above. Nevertheless, as the girls were eager to go, he felt compelled to accompany them, whether he liked it or not, and thus exited the room alongside the three. In the stairwell of the second floor, two tall, muscular men, evidently having received Jing Hao's instructions, did not obstruct the ascent of the group. Upon reaching the third floor, Ning Tao's gaze flickered with surprise. Unlike the private rooms on the second floor, the entire third floor was an expansive billiards hall, surrounded by draped curtains. However, as Ning Tao surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that these billiard tables differed somewhat from those in conventional halls. Each table had a server carrying a tray adorned with chips. Noticing this uniformity and the constant exchange of chips, Ning Tao furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp the nature of this billiards establishment. Despite the spaciousness of the billiards hall, they effortlessly located Jing Hao and his companions, as it was evident that more people were gathered in this area. Once Ning Tao and the others squeezed in, he observed two individuals engaged in a match at the billiard table. Nearby, Jing Hao, his expression darkened, silently watched a young man opposite him, fixated on the table. The young man facing Jing Hao donned a black vest, dressed in the Ocarlo brand, his hair styled in a tousled fashion, with two silver earrings adorning his ears. At that moment, he leaned back with an air of defiance, his gaze fixed on the table, a faint smirk playing on his lips. This individual was likely Zhang Guang. Ning Tao squinted, surveying the scene for a moment before his gaze settled upon the billiards table. It appeared that the game was just underway, with 3 large balls, 2 small ones, and an 8-ball still in play. Ning Tao was not particularly skilled in billiards, due to the nature of his previous identity. He had rarely engaged in such activities, having only played a few times in middle school with 2 classmates. The player striking the balls was a man with a buzz cut, his expression serious as he focused intently with the cue in hand. Meanwhile, another cue was held by a bald man in a tank top, his demeanor equally concentrated, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the table. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes widening as the buzz-cut youth took aim, creating an atmosphere so tense that it seemed time itself had paused. As Ning Tao observed the young man preparing to execute a bank shot, he inadvertently employed his ability to see through the trajectory of the shot. To his astonishment, a clear path appeared in his mind, revealing that the 10-ball would, due to excessive force, leap from the pocket upon impact. Nonetheless, he recognized that the buzz-cut youth's technique was commendable. Given the angle, the shot was undeniably challenging. Had it been Ning Tao in the past, he would have relied solely on luck. Bang! As if to confirm Ning Tao's thoughts, a soft thud echoed as the buzz-cut youth, after long deliberation, finally took his shot. The 10-ball followed the precise trajectory Ning Tao had envisioned. The bank shot strategy was sound, yet the force was slightly too strong. The ball ricocheted out of the pocket, rolling and eventually coming to a halt. After this shot, the buzz-cut youth's expression changed dramatically, his disbelief palpable, while the atmosphere around him grew dark and foreboding. In stark contrast, the bald man's face lit up with excitement. After the buzz-cut player finished his turn, the bald man took a shot, prompting Ning Tao to inwardly exclaim in admiration. With a resounding crack, the bald man wasted no time. He quickly aimed and sent the 2-ball into the pocket with the force of a cannonball. Then, bending slightly, he set his sights on the final 5-ball. And it went perfectly. Through his enhanced vision, Ning Tao perceived the bald man's every move with clarity. He could tell that another successful shot was imminent. With a sharp ping, the 5-ball sank smoothly into the pocket. Hiss! The spectators gasped in awe at the bald man's extraordinary skill, their gazes shifting to him in newfound respect. With just 2 shots, he had effortlessly pocketed all of his balls. As only the 8-ball remained, The bald man flashed a subtle smile at Zhang Guang before leaning over the table to take aim once more. And in it went. As the opponent finally showcased his skills, Ning Tao could not help but sigh. Even he had to concede that the bald man exhibited the most extraordinary billiards talent he had ever witnessed. With a swift motion, the bald man pocketed the 8-ball, clinching the ultimate victory. Bravo, splendid performance. Zhang Guang exclaimed with glee after the bald man's triumph. He then tilted his head towards Jing Hao, a smug expression gracing his face as he declared, Jing Hao, for the 4th round, 2 million. Boss upon witnessing Zhang Guang's triumphant smirk. The burly man beside Jing Hao shot him a fierce glare, his expression hardening as he growled softly. However, Jing Hao raised a hand to silence the man, slowly lifting his gaze to Zhang Guang and saying, this time I can see, Zhang Guang. Just take your money and leave. In truth, as soon as the bald man lost, Jing Hao realized the situation was dire. The bald man was the best billiards player among his subordinates, and his defeat left no room for comparison with the opponent. Leave? Why should I? Zhang Guang retorted, raising an eyebrow and responding with a forced smile. Jing Hao, you have consistently opposed me, benefiting each time. This time, I intend to bring my players to all your casinos. Prepare for a significant loss. Both parties ran entertainment venues, and due to their backgrounds, they often clashed. Today, while Zhang Guang's gambling was a pretense, his intent to disrupt was genuine. Zhang Guang, do you dare? At his words, Jing Hao, who had been notably composed, could no longer contain his irritation. Hey, what do I have to fear? If you wish to regain your honor, send your best. Zhang Guang exuded confidence, reveling in his moment of triumph. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze landed on Su Qian, a spark of delight illuminating his features. He approached her eagerly, eyes gleaming. Ah, is that not Su Qian? I didn't expect you to become even more enchanting in just 2 months. Do stay. After I win all the money here from your brother, I shall treat you to a meal. Bah, I have no interest. Su Qian's expression turned frosty, clearly unimpressed by Zhang Guang's advances, her lovely face betraying no hint of warmth. You, Zhang Guang, met with her cold demeanor, stumbled momentarily, feeling a burning humiliation wash over him. A shadow flickered across his face as he forced a laugh. It seems Su Qian is unwilling to grant me this courtesy. Very well, since boredom abounds, I might as well engage in a few more games with your cousin. It beats idleness. Zhang Guang, you are crossing a line. Jing Hao's countenance hardened, his eyes narrowing ominously. Huh, am I being excessive? Is my behavior more outrageous than your cousin's? Zhang Guang turned his head, a hint of ferocity in his gaze as he looked at Jing Hao, his words laced with weight. Jing Hao, I have changed my mind. I am quite angered. If Su Qian does not apologize at the dinner table today for her earlier rudeness, I shall proceed to gamble here. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those surrounding them shifted dramatically, as it seemed the situation would be difficult to resolve. However, no one dared to step forward at that moment. For both individuals were formidable figures, engaged in a hidden struggle for power in the city. No one wished to wade through such murky waters. It was evident that Zhang Guang had seized the upper hand, and an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. In establishments where gambling is conducted, there exists an unwritten rule. One must not hinder the other's moves. Thus, Zhang Guang had a fierce ally at his side, placing Jing Hao in a precarious position. Apologize? What a beautiful thought. Upon hearing that she was expected to apologize to the man before her, Su Qian felt that it was an affront worse than death itself. Without a moment's hesitation, she shot back defiantly. This man was not one to be trifled with. Unlike her cousin, he was accustomed to wielding his family's influence with impunity, indulging in all manner of vice. More importantly, tensions had arisen between their families, creating a rift among their younger generations. Ah, no ruse. Take your time to ponder, Zhang Guang replied, seemingly unfazed, a smile playing on his lips. As his gaze brazenly roamed over Su Qian, it naturally fell upon Ning Tao, who stood beside her. Qian, who is this fellow? Surely he cannot be your boyfriend, Zhang Guang remarked, furrowing his brow. He was well aware that Su Qian had no boyfriend, nor did she possess many male friends. Observing Ning Tao's shabby attire, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Under the weight of such brazen scrutiny, Su Qian felt an overwhelming discomfort. She wished to extinguish any lingering hopes he harbored. With a quick shift of thought, she boldly declared, yes, he is indeed my boyfriend. Zhang Guang had pursued her for quite some time. Setting aside the long-standing grievances between their families, Su Qian found his demeanor utterly intolerable. It was said that the number of women Zhang Guang had seduced could form a battalion. What? He is truly your boyfriend? Zhang Guang had merely posed a casual inquiry. never expecting Su Qian to affirm it. This revelation left him momentarily stunned, and a surge of unnameable fury ignited within him. He then turned his gaze toward Ning Tao, mockery dripping from his voice. "Kid, with your pitiful appearance, you should abandon any thoughts of pursuing her. You are but a toad yearning for a swan." Ning Tao, perceiving the hostile atmosphere, recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control. However, he had not anticipated that the conflict would soon be directed at him. Retorting without hesitation, he shot back, "What are you? Who gave you the right to chastise me?" Even if he were not Su Qian's boyfriend, he had shared some ambiguous moments with her. Seeing her in distress compelled him to stand up, especially given the contemptuous attitude the other party had displayed. After cultivating spiritual energy, an intangible aura gradually formed around him. When he spoke, his words resonated powerfully. In the past, he would have been meek and hesitant to voice his thoughts. Now, Ning Tao's declarations were firm and authoritative. The moment he spoke, Zhang Guang's expression transformed dramatically, and even Su Qian gazed at Ning Tao with an unusual glimmer in her beautiful eyes, manifesting a hint of surprise. She had investigated him, and based on Ning Tao's temperament, such forthrightness seemed uncharacteristic. After all, he had remained silent even when his girlfriend ran off with someone else. How could he dare to utter such bold words today? However, as she realized that Ning Tao spoke up to defend them, her heart began to race with excitement. "Do you know who I am? You seek your own demise." Zhang Guang's fury was palpable, akin to that of an enraged lion, clearly flustered by having been publicly humiliated. "What's the matter? Are you resorting to violence because you cannot argue?" Ning Tao remained composed, sensing that Zhang Guang's self-restraint was remarkably lacking. "You insolent brat. You have no right to lecture me. Be careful that your sharp tongue brings you misfortune." At that moment, Zhang Guang's contempt for Ning Tao began to fester. Throughout his life, he had always been the center of attention. Now he found himself utterly bested by mere youth, and he resolved to seek revenge once he had the chance. "I have no right." Ning Tao licked his cracked lips, fully aware that he had incurred Zhang Guang's ire. However, given the situation and having learned from Chao Yang's past misfortunes, he had no intention of backing down. He coldly remarked, "Since you believe your subordinate possesses exceptional skills, are you brave enough to wager with me?" "What? You want to bet on a soccer match?" Zhang Guang chuckled, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "Indeed, do you dare to wager?" Ning Tao slowly raised his gaze, looking intently at Zhang Guang as he spoke calmly. "There is nothing I, Zhang Guang, would shy away from betting on. However, since it is a wager, how much are you willing to stake?" "Let me be clear. I have no interest in small amounts." Zhang Guang disdainfully eyed Ning Tao, regarding him as a fool seeking to attract attention. He believed it absurd that even a seasoned player like Jing Hao had lost to him, and considering Ning Tao's age, it was indeed perplexing. "There is indeed a stake." Ning Tao produced a card from his pocket and placed it gently on the table, maintaining a serene expression as he stated, "This card holds over 2.5 million. I wonder if that is sufficient for our wager?" The murmurs that followed were palpable. Ning Tao's voice, although quiet, stirred a significant commotion among the onlookers, who instinctively scrutinized him. It was evident to all that Ning Tao appeared to be a somewhat naive youth, poorly dressed. And yet here he was, daring to wager a substantial sum and personally engage in high-stakes betting. Most regarded him as utterly foolish. Ning Tao did not act impulsively. As Jing Hao observed Ning Tao's reaction, his expression shifted, prompting him to speak urgently. In his view, Ning Tao's actions were clearly driven by impulsive emotions. Zhang Guang and his companions had come prepared, and the strength of the bald man was well known even within the competitive circles of Haishu. Engaging him in a game would be tantamount to offering up money. Su Qian appeared somewhat taken aback, her large eyes fixated on Ning Tao. Although she pressed her lips together and spoke, her expression betrayed her concern. She was astonished not only by Ning Tao's willingness to stand up for her, but also by the fact that he had produced over 2 million, a shocking sum for someone she believed to be merely a penniless youth. "Rest assured, Brother Jing, since they have come to disrupt our gathering, we cannot shy away from confrontation. I happen to possess some skills in this game as well. Why not engage with this gentleman?" Ning Tao replied with a serene demeanor, flashing a subtle smile at Jing Hao. His face radiated warmth. Yet when his gaze settled on Zhang Guang, there was an unmistakable glint of defiance in his eyes. His audacity to challenge was not rooted in extraordinary skill, but rather in his ability to visualize the trajectory of the game after employing his perceptive insight. He could precisely calculate the force and path required. There would be no room for error. With such a remarkable capability, provided he was given the opportunity to make a move, his opponent would stand no chance. You boast quite grandly, young man. I suspect that this card of yours is merely a facade. Don't let it turn out that you possess only $250 instead of $250,000. Zhang Guang laughed boisterously. A sneer etched across his face. To him, Ning Tao appeared to be acting out of sheer obstinacy, an arrogant youth unable to tolerate even the slightest injustice. His immediate outburst was reckless. However, this suited Zhang Guang perfectly, since his opponent dared to engage. He would show no mercy and provide a lesson that would be etched in Ning Tao's memory. Speaking disrespectfully to him was a grave mistake. Whether or not I have funds is a simple matter to verify, Ning Tao replied with a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. Remaining undisturbed by the taunts, Ning Tao, Jing Hao called out again, increasingly anxious as it seemed that Ning Tao was genuinely prepared to proceed. He could see that there was little chance of victory. He was unsure where Ning Tao derived his confidence from. Yet he did not doubt that the other party possessed over 2 million. In Jing Hao's eyes, Ning Tao was no longer an ordinary individual. His exceptional skills had clearly been honed over a significant period. Mastery in martial arts required not only perseverance, but also financial resources, without which attaining high levels of expertise was exceedingly difficult. Brother Jing, have no worries. I know my limits. Ning Tao assured Jing Hao with a nod. After a moment's contemplation, he added, to reassure Mr. Zhang, we could verify the balance on my card. Seeing Ning Tao's unshakable confidence, Jing Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He recognized that Ning Tao did not seem to be acting impulsively, and the way the opponent spoke suggested that he was indeed quite assured of his stance. No need for verification. If we are to gamble, I shall wager 3 million, Jing Hao declared decisively, raising his hand as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Guang. Resolute in his decision. At this juncture, Jing Hao found himself devoid of any effective solutions. The opposing party was intent on causing a ruckus, yet his own men were incapable of containing the situation. Should he allow the disruption to persist, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of his entertainment hall and embolden the adversaries further. The earlier scene had undoubtedly caught Ning Tao's attention, and the audacity of the opposing party's words suggested a certain confidence rather than sheer foolishness. Jing Hao, being a straightforward individual, promptly placed his faith in Ning Tao. Excellent. Now, this is what I call decisiveness. Upon hearing that the adversary was willing to part with money, Zhang Guang's expression brightened. Though his demeanor quickly shifted as he ominously declared, I'm willing to gamble, but I have one stipulation. If this young man loses, he must crawl out. Zhang Guang, do not push your luck. Jing Hao could not suppress the surge of anger at Zhang Guang's blatant provocation. It was evident he was intent on humiliating him. I have no objections, but what if you lose? Before Zhang Guang could respond, Ning Tao interjected with a prompt agreement. If I lose? Boy, do you truly believe you can win? Zhang Guang cast a sidelong glance at Ning Tao, amusement flickering in his mind. This young man was indeed a naive one. Are you out of your mind? If I didn't think I could win, why would I wager against you? Ning Tao retorted, rolling his eyes at the mockery. His words sharp and pointed. If they sought to humiliate him, he would not hold back. Those who insult others often invite their own disgrace. Very well. Let us hope you maintain that bravado. If I lose, the 4 million I just won will be yours, Zhang Guang proclaimed, gesturing for a nearby server to bring forth a tray laden with chips. I propose we elevate the stakes. Why not go big? However, to his surprise, Ning Tao shook his head and turned towards Jing Hao, suddenly inquiring, Brother Jing, do you dare to join me in raising the stakes? Oh, how does Brother Ning wish to play? Having already placed his trust in Ning Tao, Jing Hao's tone shifted, reflecting a newfound camaraderie. It's quite simple. If Brother Jing believes in me, then let us also add 4 million to the pot. I shan't take advantage of him, but in light of Mr. Zhang's additional condition, I too shall present one. Spit it out. Zhang Guang, growing increasingly impatient, was eager to witness Ning Tao's downfall. Should you lose, you must apologize to Brother Jing for your presence here today, and from henceforth, wherever Su Qian appears, you must keep your distance. How's that sound? Ning Tao had grown weary of the lascivious gaze directed at him. If he was to gamble, he would do so boldly. I have no objections, Ning Tao. Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, Jing Hao's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation, and he readily agreed. Indeed, while several million may not be an insignificant sum for Jing Hao or Zhang Guang, it was hardly a matter of life and death. What mattered more to these individuals was their pride. If they could deliver a resounding blow to their adversary, Jing Hao would not hesitate. Very well, I accept this wager. Just don't forget to crawl out if you lose. Zhang Guang's forehead throbbed with veins, his temper boiling over. Turning his head sharply, He glared at the bald man and said fiercely, "Zhang Shuang, it's your turn to shine." The bald man chuckled, dismissing Ning Tao as nothing more than a mere jester. His combat prowess ranked among the top in the nation, and he had little regard for this obscure youth. The stakes had been set, and soon enough. The staff began to arrange the balls, with the order of play determined by a draw. With his ability to see through, Ning Tao confidently drew the first serve. Resolute in his intent to dominate, he had no plans to grant his opponent any opportunity to retaliate. The onlookers were captivated, for the stakes of this wager were not insignificant, compounded by various additional bets, making the potential cost of loss considerable. As the balls were arranged, Ning Tao took a brief glance and struck decisively. Without hesitation, the crowd watched in anticipation as a dozen balls ricocheted across the table, culminating in a resounding thud as the first ball effortlessly sank into the pocket. "Good!" exclaimed Jing Hao, visibly relieved at Ning Tao's initial success. Although he had placed his faith in Ning Tao, he remained uncertain about the outcome. This was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Su Qian's eyes widened with apprehension, fully aware of the implications of this match's outcome, feeling the weight of pressure that made it hard to breathe. This is merely the beginning. Perhaps that was just a stroke of luck." Zhang Guang scoffed, looking at Ning Tao with disdain. Yet, with the first ball sunk, Ning Tao felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. His ability had proven accurate. This initial shot not only pocketed the intended ball, but also arranged the remaining ones perfectly according to his judgment. Sensing Su Yan's tension, Ning Tao turned and winked at her before bending down, aiming almost instinctively for another shot. With a gentle tap, the cue ball grazed the edge of the 5 ball, rolling it smoothly into the center pocket. Another one in. Zhang Guang raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his face as he began to take Ning Tao more seriously. It dawned on him that this young, seemingly inexperienced lad not only knew how to play, but possessed commendable skill. However, what followed left him utterly astounded. Ning Tao's speed was remarkable, with the table echoing with the sounds of balls sinking one after another, each obediently finding its way into the pockets. How is this possible? Zhang Guang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to maintain his composure. This was utterly absurd. He clearly observed that Ning Tao's technique was far from conventional and that he hardly aimed, yet executed complex shots with an almost effortless grace. Jing Hao was not significantly superior to Zhang Guang. He had contemplated that Ning Tao's skills were quite comparable, yet his calm execution was indeed rare. In that fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Ning Tao could emerge victorious. The very notion startled him. Undeniably, his agreement to the wager had been a move of desperation, and he possessed no confidence in victory. However, at that moment, Ning Tao instilled in him an impression of assured triumph. With a resounding ping, as Ning Tao bent down to strike the ball once more, he executed his shot flawlessly, and without surprise, the final small ball descended into the pocket. The onlookers nearby were rendered almost speechless. This was not merely a gamble, but a personal showcase. Ning Tao, wielding his cue with remarkable finesse, effortlessly pocketed all the balls, while the bald brute had yet to make a move. The stark contrast between their skills was immediately apparent. With a blend of luck and extraordinary technique, the crowd began to admire this young man. The girls, including Sun Qing, were already starry-eyed. Who could resist a champion? Although they were not well-versed in gambling, Ning Tao's displayed prowess would undoubtedly stand out even in international competitions. He provided no opportunity for his opponent to react. Should he pocket the final black 8-ball, the outcome of this wager would be indisputable. Su Qian bit her lip. Though her expression was composed, her heart was anything but tranquil. In her eyes, Ning Tao had transformed. The fact that he possessed medical skills and such exceptional billiards talent, coupled with the ease of producing a card worth over 2 million, shrouded him in an air of mystery, vastly differing from the information she had gathered. In an instant, she found herself intrigued by this sunlit young man. For a girl, nothing is more exhilarating than uncovering a person's secrets, and Ning Tao had thoroughly piqued her curiosity. Unbeknownst to Ning Tao, who remained oblivious to Su Qian's thoughts, he gazed calmly at the black 8-ball on the table. Consecutive successful shots meant little to him, and he hesitated, pondering whether or not to grant his opponent a chance to play. After all, if he were to conclude the game too swiftly, it might attract unwanted attention. He was acutely aware of the complexities of the world that lay beyond his understanding, where exceptional individuals thrived. "Hey kid, your streak of luck ends here. You'd better start thinking about how to crawl out of this." Zhang Guang, sensing Ning Tao's momentary indecision, seized the opportunity to taunt him. If fortune smiled upon him, The bald man under his command might also manage a winning shot. His ridicule aimed not only to mock, but to unsettle Ning Tao's composure. Oh, if that's the case, I feel victory is already within my grasp. A subtle smile graced Ning Tao's lips as he glanced at Zhang Guang before decisively making a shot. Fueled by a sense of vindication, he struck the ball with considerable force, producing a resounding ping. With a sudden sound, the white ball struck the edge, spun back, grazed the side, and collided with the 8-ball. Due to the excessive force, the 8-ball rebounded violently, ricocheting back into the corner pocket with a swift motion. What? It went in. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a display of extraordinary skill. It is worth noting that this shot was exceedingly difficult. Yet Ning Tao had hardly aimed before executing it flawlessly. Haha, I did not expect my younger brother Ning to be so remarkable, exclaimed Jing Hao, unable to conceal his delight as he slapped his thigh, his face radiating joy. I have not failed you. Ning Tao smiled gently at Jing Hao, set down the cue, and with a touch of apology, addressed the bald man. I apologize, I performed exceedingly well today. The bald man wore a sullen expression, feeling quite frustrated. He had intended to showcase his prowess, but now it seemed that Ning Tao had completely deprived him of the opportunity to make a move. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire Ning Tao's skill. Both were masters, and the latter's abilities, particularly that final shot, were nothing short of remarkable. He himself would have had little confidence in making such a shot. Zhang Guang, you have lost. After the initial excitement, Jing Hao turned to Zhang Guang, addressing the matter with a cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guang's face flushed with embarrassment. He had come to disrupt the game. It was bested by a young upstart. If looks could kill, Ning Tao would surely have been cut to pieces. You wait. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Guang could no longer remain, shooting Ning Tao a furious glare before gathering his subordinates to leave. Wait. Ning Tao's calm voice broke through as he stated nonchalantly. Do not forget the wager we just made. Given that the other party had already issued such blatant threats, he felt no need to hold back. If Zhang Guang wished for him to leave in disgrace, then he would ensure that his opponent respected their agreement. Ning Tao's voice was not loud, yet it caused Zhang Guang, who was about to exit, to halt his steps, slowly turning around to glare at Ning Tao with a dark expression. Those present were well aware that Ning Tao was not referring to the 4 million wager, but rather to Zhang Guang's commitment. This was a deliberate provocation that would undoubtedly infuriate Zhang Guang. Many spectators, familiar with Zhang Guang's background, subtly shook their heads, considering Ning Tao's decision to wade into such murky waters to be unwise. What's the matter? Is Mr. Zhang unable to accept defeat? Ning Tao inquired, his brow furrowing with intensity. Zhang Guang's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of silence, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. What a joke. Am I, Zhang Guang, a man who lacks integrity? I shall honor the wager, but this matter will not simply end here. With that, Zhang Guang turned on his heel, striding away with his entourage, head hung low. Thank you, my brother Ning, for your assistance this time. Jing Hao was in high spirits as he approached Ning Tao and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He then gestured to the burly man behind him, instructing, Go, convert this 4 million into cash and deposit it into Ning's account. Ning, a portion of this belongs to you as well. Ning Tao's expression shifted momentarily, intending to delineate the other's share. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jing Hao interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Today, Ning has rendered me a great service, and besides, that 4 million is rightfully yours. If you insist on being polite, I would be utterly ashamed. Seeing this, Ning Tao could only smile and relent. In truth, he was not in need of money. He had a batch of raw stones with Xiaomong Fei that he intended to process over the weekend, which he estimated to be worth at least 100 million. Observing Ning Tao's nonchalance towards the substantial sum, Jing Hao, though maintaining a calm demeanor, was quite taken aback. It was important to note that Ning Tao was merely a student. The ease with which he handled millions was something Jing Hao had found difficult to master at the same age. It seemed that Ning Tao possessed considerable strength, prompting Jing Hao to suggest, Ning, this is not the place for a conversation. Let us find somewhere more suitable to talk. Upon hearing Jing Hao's intention to speak further, Ning Tao glanced at the surrounding crowd before nodding in agreement. Following the incident, Sun Qing and the others lost interest in continuing their activities. They exchanged a few words with Su Qian before bidding farewell to Ning Tao, implicitly indicating their desire to avoid being a third wheel and returning to school. Meanwhile, Ning Tao and Su Qian re-entered the private room with Jing Hao. Today, dear Ning, you have helped me immensely. I propose a toast. In the room, A few exquisite dishes were now served, and Jing Hao filled his glass before standing to raise it towards Ning Tao. Jingge, you are too polite. Ning Tao promptly stood and drank from his glass. Haha, Qian Qian has always been quite proud in our household. If I've caught her eye, I must be doing something right. Having met you today, I feel as though I have passed a significant test. Jing Hao set down his glass with a hearty laugh, then squinted at the two, half-jokingly. Brother. Su Qian could not have anticipated being caught in such a situation, her face flushing a deep crimson. Originally, she had only considered Ning Tao as a temporary boyfriend. However, it seemed that this arrangement was becoming increasingly real. Ning Tao, on the other hand, felt as though he was being thrust into a role he had not fully accepted. He wished to clarify, but since the girl had already made her intentions clear, it would be inappropriate for him to deny it. I wonder where you hail from, dear Ning? After exchanging pleasantries, Jing Hao began to inquire about Ning Tao's background, as he held a genuine concern for Su Qian's personal matters. Moreover, Ning Tao's evident martial prowess suggested he was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, such composure would be unlikely. I am from the Commerce City. Ning Tao felt a bit awkward. Jing Hao had clearly assumed the role of a guardian. Oh, Commerce City is a wonderful place, known for producing many remarkable talents. Jing Hao's expression shifted slightly as he casually remarked, Brother Ning, I perceive that you possess some foundational martial arts skills. May I inquire about your mentor? The mention of a mentor caused Ning Tao's heart to skip a beat as he was taken aback. He had not revealed any of his abilities here. He had merely employed a modicum of spiritual energy during their handshake. To his surprise, this had not escaped Jing Hao's notice, serving as a stark reminder for him to be more discreet in the future. Nevertheless, he trusted that Jing Hao meant him no harm. Acknowledging the observation, he nodded apologetically. Indeed, I have a master, but he forbids me from disclosing his name. I hope you can understand, Brother Jing. Oh, I see. I apologize for my presumption. Jing Hao replied, momentarily taken aback, his demeanor growing more serious. Yet his interest in Ning Tao deepened. He continued, no worries. Pouring himself another glass, Ning Tao clinked it with the three others and took another sip. Brother Ning, to speak candidly, that Zhang Guang has quite a formidable background, known for his arrogance. Since you've crossed him, I advise you to exercise caution. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jing Hao gazed at Ning Tao with evident concern, expressing his unease. A formidable background? Ning Tao's heart sank, and he furrowed his brows, not having anticipated such a depth to Zhang Guang's connections. Of course, there's no need for concern, Brother Ning. The matter originated with me, and if Zhang Guang dares to trouble you, I shall not stand idly by. Observing Ning Tao's silence, Jing Hao assumed he was intimidated and quickly reassured him. Very well. If I require your assistance, I will not hesitate to reach out. Ning Tao smiled momentarily, agreeing to the sentiment. He was not fearful of any retaliation from Zhang Guang. However, Jing Hao's nonchalant demeanor suggested that he was not an ordinary individual, as it took someone of substantial stature to confront Zhang Guang so boldly. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air as Jing Hao's phone buzzed from his pocket. Upon answering, his expression transformed dramatically. What? My father has collapsed again? Has he been taken to the hospital? After a brief conversation, he hung up and looked at Ning Tao and the others with urgency. Brother Ning, I apologize, but there is a family emergency. I must return home. Shall I leave Qian Qian here to keep you company? I promise to make it up to you next time. Is your uncle still unwell? Su Qian's expression shifted as she anxiously inquired. It's the same old issue, recurring high fevers, and the doctors are baffled. It seems quite troublesome. Jing Hao shook his head slightly before responding. In that case, I will accompany you. Su Qian, in a fit of anxiety, rose to her feet. No need. Too many people could hinder his recovery. Come visit once he is discharged. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Hao declined, offering a few parting words of advice before turning to leave. Su Qian, how is your uncle faring? Though spoken casually, it carried an undertone of concern, reflecting Jing Hao's earlier implication that his father had been ill for quite some time. He is, after all, a medical student and possesses a certain understanding of these matters. A fever is not a grave concern. Given his family's background, it is likely that he has been under observation for some time. The persistent ailment he suffers from may be symptomatic of a more serious underlying condition, or perhaps he has simply encountered a streak of misfortune. Upon mentioning her uncle, Su Qian's expression immediately darkened as she explained, My uncle has generally been in good health, but for some inexplicable reason, he's been experiencing high fevers frequently over the past few months. Despite visiting numerous hospitals, his condition remains unresolved. Ning Tao's countenance shifted as he absorbed her words, a chill running through him. He had already suspected that Jing Hao's identity was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated its magnitude. No wonder he was unperturbed by Zhang Guang. However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He turned to Su Qian and said, "If this time no diagnosis is found, and you visit Jinggu again, perhaps you could take me with you if it is convenient. I might be able to discern some clues." At this juncture, Ning Tao felt more than half confident that the individual might be afflicted by some malevolent force. Otherwise, how could it be that no illness could be diagnosed? Nonetheless, the notion of being possessed was merely his conjecture, and he could not directly convey this to Su Qian. If his suspicions were indeed correct, he harbored intentions of curing the individual. Having already offended the Chao family, and now incurring the wrath of Zhang Guang, both were formidable adversaries in his eyes. With his own strength insufficient to contend with them, establishing a connection with Jing Hao could yield immeasurable benefits for him. "Can you actually treat illnesses?" Su Qian asked. Taken aback, and without thinking, she blurted out her incredulity. However, recalling Ning Tao's miraculous massage, her skepticism began to waver. Truth be told, Ning Tao's massage was nothing short of astonishing. After experiencing it, her menstrual pain had vanished for several days. "I studied medicine, you know that." Ning Tao shrugged, half-jokingly responding. "All right, if my uncle's condition does not improve this time, I will take you to give it a try." After witnessing Ning Tao's array of skills, Su Qian believed his words wholeheartedly and readily agreed. With this matter settled, a palpable awkwardness enveloped them. Sun Qing and the others claimed they were providing the two with an opportunity for a private moment. Yet Ning Tao felt as though he were seated on pins and needles, unsure how to initiate conversation. Su Qian also felt uncomfortable. She had initially hoped Ning Tao would speak up, but the man before her seemed as wooden as a statue, utterly lacking in sensitivity, which inevitably soured her mood. Losing the desire to continue dining, Su Qian suggested they return to school, to which Ning Tao naturally had no objections. Just as they were about to depart the dining hall, 5 individuals entered from outside the restaurant, 4 men and 1 woman, drawing their attention with their striking presence. The 4 men were robustly built, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in sports jerseys, exuding an air of formidable strength. However, it was the woman walking at the forefront who truly captivated Ning Tao's attention. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long flowing black hair cascading down her back. Her complexion was fair, and she was tall and slender, dressed in a short-sleeved, diagonally buttoned top and pure white 3/4 shorts, adorned with a string of translucent pendants around her neck. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with a slender waist and long legs. The delicate curve of her waist devoid of any excess flesh, undeniably captivating both men and women alike. She was the object of envy for women and desire for men. Upon encountering a beautiful woman with both striking looks and grace, Ning Tao did not hesitate to employ his ability to see through her facade. Subconsciously, he felt a sense of familiarity with her. Su Qian, the beauty, sensed Ning Tao's unabashed gaze and frowned slightly. For some inexplicable reason, his eyes made her feel as if her clothing had been stripped away, leaving her exposed. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the girl beside the man and immediately exclaimed, "Humph, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Qinyan. No wonder my mood is off today. It's because I ran into you." Su Qian rolled her eyes at the beauty and began to retort sharply. What's this? Not willing to concede?" Qinyan chuckled, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of ire. "I gave you all a chance, but since you from Zhongxia University couldn't deliver, you have no one to blame but yourselves. Who says we have lost? This semester, we are more than prepared. Last time we simply didn't select the right players. But in tomorrow's match, we shall not be defeated by you." Su Qian's expression turned icy as she spoke coldly. "What a joke. Your main players suffered a crushing defeat. Who else can you bring forth? I advise you to accept your fate." Qin Yin crossed her arms, her face adorned with a smug smile. "Have you never heard that true experts can be found among the masses? Last time, we from Zhongxia merely let you from Haishu University win. Don't get too proud over one victory." Upon hearing this, Ning Tao's expression shifted. He finally understood why the woman seemed familiar. He had seen her before. The woman before him was the president of the student council at Haishu University. Both Haishu University and Zhongxia University were prestigious institutions, sharing a competitive yet interactive relationship, with basketball being the arena of their fiercest rivalry. Su Qian, as the president of the Basketball Society, naturally found herself at odds with her counterpart. Among the masses, Qin Yun tilted her head, pretending to scrutinize the two of them, and with a beaming smile, she said, "Could it be that the gentleman beside you is indeed an expert?" Upon hearing her mention Ning Tao, Su Qian's expression shifted, and she turned to him, whispering, Ning Tao, do you play basketball? You do, right? Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her intentions, but he replied casually, well, I do enjoy playing basketball, though I do say my skills are just average. Great. Without offering further explanation, Su Qian turned back to Qin Yun and remarked, you were absolutely right. He is indeed an expert. He is our captain for tomorrow's basketball team. What? Ning Tao was taken aback by the unexpected words. What nonsense was this? When had he ever agreed to participate in a competition? He was the captain? Qin Yun cast a disdainful glance at Ning Tao, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, Su Qian, it seems your basketball club truly has no one left, resorting to pulling anyone off the street to fill the ranks. Qin Yun's thoughts were not unfounded. She knew all the skilled players for Zhongxia, and while Ning Tao was not short in stature, he was still lacking in basketball prowess. How could he possibly suffice? Su Qian, however, held an unwavering trust in Ning Tao and boldly retorted. In truth, she was also troubled by the situation. The basketball club at Zhongxia was not comparable to that of Haishu University, a fact she could not deny. Yet, seeing the adversary's aggressive demeanor, she felt compelled to agree to the challenge. As for involving Ning Tao, it was a desperate measure. On one hand, they truly had no chance of winning, and on the other, after all they had been through, her faith in Ning Tao had only strengthened. Very well, I shall see what he is capable of. Let us wager. If he can indeed lead Zhongxia to victory, I shall become his girlfriend, Qin Yun declared, her chest puffed out with confidence. Ning Tao was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had remained silent, yet the flames of conflict had somehow been ignited around him. And was there no sense of reason? Especially with the mention of girlfriend, he was left speechless. If Su Qian was the belle of Zhongxia University, then Qin Yun undoubtedly held that title at Haishu University. Hearing such a bold wager from a campus beauty, Ning Tao's mind was consumed with a singular thought. He wanted to accept this bet, setting aside everything else. Simply for the sake of her beauty and charm, any man would be tempted. Ning Tao was a normal man, and after the incident with his ex-girlfriend's betrayal, he had come to terms with many things. As for Su Qian, he felt increasingly awkward. If it were this stunning beauty instead, he suspected he would not hold back. Ever since the emergence of the blood infant within him, Ning Tao had undergone a subtle transformation that he himself had not yet recognized. He is my boyfriend. You seem to have your own designs, do you not? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly retaliated without reservation. To her, Ning Tao was a treasure, having unwittingly made a profound impression on her heart, and the current situation only heightened her vigilance. You've had your eye on him all along? Qin Yun, incensed, stepped forward, her voice rising. Su Qian, do not slander me. I don't even know him. And let me make this clear. If you win, I'll become your boyfriend's subordinate, allowing you to take the lead in everything. How does that sound? The tension escalated, and Ning Tao was left stunned by the fiery beauty before him. The conversation had spiraled into absurdity, with talk of both a girlfriend and a subordinate. However, witnessing the two women in a competitive standoff, he resolutely chose to remain deaf to their exchanges. I can accept that. Fine, it is settled. Su Qian seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes twinkled, and she decisively agreed. Certainly, Qin Yun responded with a proud smile, but soon added, but what if you lose? I won't let you take all the glory. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. I shall henceforth regard you as my elder sister. Su Qian retorted with a huff, responding without hesitation. That is your word. You must not go back on it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's face brightened, revealing two shallow dimples that left Ning Tao momentarily spellbound. Just wait to be my subordinate, Su Qian boldly declared, raising her small fists with unwavering confidence. Very well, see you tomorrow. But you, my dear girl, have secretly found a boyfriend. Just wait and see. Qin Yun shot a glance at the two with feigned annoyance before striding inside, ignoring Ning Tao altogether. In truth, Qin Yun had never entertained the thought of losing. Otherwise, she would not have dared to make such a boast. Having grown up together, both she and Su Qian were striking beauties, yet each held a lofty pride, unwilling to yield to the other. Their upcoming basketball match had ignited a competitive spirit between them. To prepare for the battle, Qin Yun had brought the main players of her basketball team to dine, never anticipating her encounter with Su Qian, which naturally led to mutual jibes. Ning Tao, how confident are you? After Qin Yun and her companions departed, Su Qian turned to Ning Tao, her expression tinged with anxiety. Just moments ago, she had been swept up in a moment, but now, as the adrenaline faded, she began to weigh the stakes. Ning Tao, aware that Su Qian was a cool beauty, was surprised to see her lose her composure over a few words. Now, pondering his level of confidence, he was at a loss. My confidence is limited, but I will do my best, Ning Tao replied cautiously. With his ability to see through things and his physical prowess, he believed he could surpass an ordinary opponent and that it would surely benefit his skills. However, basketball was not a solitary endeavor, and he was uncertain about the abilities of the other players, making it difficult to judge the situation. This won't do. You must be confident. If I lose this time, it will be disastrous. Su Qian, without compromise, spoke decisively, her expression changing as she realized the weight of her reliance on Ning Tao. Hearing his uncertainty tightened her heart. Ning Tao could only smile wryly. It seemed she had misunderstood his intent, leaving him at a loss for words. Ning Tao, if you promise to help me win this match, I will agree to be your girlfriend. How does that sound? Seeing Ning Tao's expression, Su Qian, filled with trepidation, seemed to have made a monumental decision as she spoke. Very well, but have you ensured that the other members of the basketball team are up to the task? They must not be incompetent. The other party had expressed their position clearly, and it was too late for Ning Tao to seek a way out. At this moment, any refusal could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, he decided to temper his words with a precautionary statement. Rest assured, I have already gathered the others. Our basketball team possesses a commendable overall quality. We merely lack a formidable captain to elevate our momentum, which has allowed Qin Yun and her group to keep us under pressure. Su Qian clenched her small fist, visibly agitated as she declared, You must win this time. Channel the intensity of your billiards prowess. Once you secure victory, that girl will have no choice but to capitulate. Ah, so this was a matter of pride. Ning Tao mused, slightly taken aback. Very well, since I have agreed, I shall visit the basketball club to foster some synergy. Good, Su Qian nodded, leading the way out of the dining hall. Her confidence in Ning Tao was unwavering. This man before her was enigmatic, and his agreement had instilled a sense of assurance within her. Upon their arrival at the basketball club, the members were skeptical upon learning that Ning Tao would assume the center position. The current captain, Hu Yong, stood at 2 meters tall, with a crew cut and a muscular physique, his disdain evident as he regarded Ning Tao's comparatively slight frame. Ning Tao understood the implications. To earn their respect, he needed to demonstrate his capabilities. Without hesitation, he picked up a basketball, positioned himself at the three-point line, focused intently, and with a swift motion of his hands, let the ball fly, an undeniable testament to his prowess. Thud! The basketball swished through the net without a hint of resistance. If this was merely a warm-up, what followed was a display of astonishing skill. 5 successive three-point shots, effortlessly executed, left several members of the basketball team utterly dumbfounded. Ning Tao had long possessed an intuitive understanding. Just as he could gauge the precision required in billiards, he applied the same principles to basketball. Wherever his gaze fell, the necessary force and direction of his throw became abundantly clear. Missing the target was nearly impossible. Fortunately, Ning Tao had no classes in the afternoon, allowing him to practice with the others. After some preparation, he finally earned the acknowledgement of Hu Yong and his peers. The astonishment on Hu Yong's face was palpable after witnessing Ning Tao's skills. From a professional standpoint, while Ning Tao's technique may have been slightly lacking, the sheer capability he exhibited was nothing short of extraordinary. During a trial game, their astonishment deepened. It became evident that as long as Ning Tao had possession of the ball, no one else had a chance to score. Su Qian widened her beautiful eyes, sparkling with excitement, her cherry-red lips forming an almost perfect O shape. This was utterly unbelievable. She knew that Ning Tao had not officially joined the basketball club, yet his performance was enough to surpass the majority of its members. The exhilaration coursed through her. What the basketball club desperately needed was a sharp edge, a leader who could galvanize the team, and it was clear that Ning Tao fit that role perfectly. At the same time, she was profoundly astonished, feeling that the young man in the distance, skillfully performing on the court, exuded an enigmatic charm, radiating an alluring brilliance that made Su Qian's heart flutter. With his prowess in billiards and basketball, his medical skills, and his composed demeanor in the face of challenges, it was undeniable that, in this moment, Ning Tao had completely pried open a hidden door within Su Qian's heart, igniting her desire to know more about this mesmerizing individual. If Ning Tao were aware of Su Qian's sentiments, he would surely protest his innocence, for none of this was intentional. He was merely compelled. Much like in this basketball match, he had no desire to compete. It was akin to being thrust into the arena. Moreover, the wager between the two prominent beauties of Zhongxia City stirred something within him. No man could resist the allure of being surrounded by beautiful women, and having this chance, he felt compelled to seize it. Additionally, if the Zhongsha basketball team triumphed, it would surely enhance their reputation. However, after some reflection, Ning Tao had moderated his approach. His spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain excessive exertion, and if he performed too exceptionally, it would inevitably draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. The basketball match between the two schools would undoubtedly attract a throng of spectators, potentially including formidable individuals. He had not forgotten the existence of the blood infant within his dantian, and if he were to be branded as a fiend and met a dire fate, he would have no recourse to defend himself. Su Qian, what is this? The competition is tomorrow, and you're still sharpening your skills? Surely you know players need ample rest before a match? As the school day neared its end, Qin Yun arrived with several members of the basketball club at Zhongsha, mocking Su Qian upon seeing Ning Tao and the others still training. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Qin Yun recalled Su Qian's confidence during their previous gathering, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This contest was not merely about victory or defeat. A wager had been placed. She now realized her earlier recklessness. Should she truly lose, it would mean humiliating Su Qian's boyfriend. Driven by a strange compulsion, she decided to probe further. Oh, what is this, Qin Yun? Are you afraid? If that's the case, your basketball club might as well concede. Just promise to obey in the future, and we can call off the bet. Su Qian smirked, hands clasped behind her back, her confidence bolstered after witnessing Ning Tao's basketball skills. With Qin Yun's arrival, she perceived a hint of insecurity in her adversary and responded with sarcasm. Afraid? What nonsense. We fear you. I'm worried you might lose too badly. I would want your boyfriend to be embarrassed. Qin Yun retorted defiantly, refusing to show any sign of trepidation. It was peculiar how, despite their generally quiet demeanor, the two would invariably clash whenever they were together, leaving their friends exasperated. Meanwhile, Ning Tao and his companions ceased their practice, aware that their opponents were present and unwilling to reveal their strategies. Hu Yong and his companions exchanged brief greetings with Su Qian before departing. Aware that a great battle loomed ahead and rest was imperative, Ning Tao approached Su Qian, feeling fatigued after an extensive session of basketball. Upon seeing the beautiful Qin Yun arrive, he unabashedly activated his X-ray vision. Indeed, the girl possessed an exquisite physique. Su Qian, you found yourself a boyfriend and didn't even inform me. Are you afraid I might compete with you? Qin Yun scrutinized Ning Tao from head to toe, failing to discern anything particularly remarkable about him. So what if I did? Su Qian retorted haughtily, holding her head high like an undefeated general. Allow me to assess this fellow and see if he is worthy. Unexpectedly, the previously graceful Qin Yun let out a sharp cry, swiftly lifting one foot to strike at Ning Tao. Startled by Qin Yun's sudden aggression, Su Qian felt a jolt of alarm. She was aware of her opponent's taekwondo background and black belt status. Despite her charming exterior, Qin Yun was indeed a fiery spirit, and it was too late for Su Qian to intervene. Meanwhile, several members of the basketball team behind her appeared reluctant to witness the impending confrontation. Whenever Qin Yun sought practice, it became a nightmare for her chosen target. However, as the onlookers anticipated Ning Tao's impending defeat, a miraculous scene unfolded. Ning Tao stood his ground, seemingly unfazed. As Qin Yun's kick approached, he swiftly extended one hand, clasping her slender leg with ease. Growing increasingly irritated, Ning Tao had not uttered a word, feeling unjustly provoked. Not only had she wagered against him, but now she had resorted to violence. Were it not for his X-ray vision, he would likely find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Losing patience, he unapologetically pinched her leg a few times. Qin Yun had not anticipated that Ning Tao possessed such strength. Although she had acted boldly, her strike had been measured, and she had not exerted excessive force. Yet, she had struck a solid barrier. He merely used one hand to block her, and to her dismay, his other hand began to tease her leg, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. You dare to be indecent with our club president. The other basketball team members erupted in indignation upon witnessing Ning Tao's actions. Although Qin Yun was spirited, she was also revered as the goddess of the basketball club, and they could not tolerate any disrespect towards her. Consequently, one particularly muscular male student took the lead, clenching his fist and charging at Ning Tao. In his moment of rage, the player lost his rationality, neglecting to temper his strength. Thus, his punch carried considerable force. Even someone as skilled as Qin Yun was taken aback by the sight. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can fell even a master, and no matter one's prowess, No one could withstand the assault of such a human tank. However, Ning Tao merely raised an eyebrow, exhibiting little of the surprise anticipated by the onlookers. Under his penetrating gaze, the opponent's fist appeared as sluggish as a snail. As it approached him, Ning Tao swiftly lifted one hand, seizing the fist in an instant. With a surge of spiritual energy, he abruptly pulled back, causing the player to lose balance and crash to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Qin Yun was taken aback and scolded Ning Tao before hastily turning her attention to the fallen player, expressing concern. Yiming, are you all right? How is it that you may strike while we cannot retaliate? This is merely a lesson for you. Should you continue to act recklessly, we shall surely teach you a proper lesson. Su Qian opened her beautiful eyes, seemingly reassessing Ning Tao, her gaze sparkling. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, she immediately retorted with sharp wit. Yet, her impression of Ning Tao grew increasingly enigmatic. After all, the members of the basketball club possessed commendable physical prowess, and it was astonishing that Ning Tao could so effortlessly topple one of them with a single hand. Well, Su Qian, we shall undoubtedly win the match tomorrow. Qin Yun, momentarily at a loss for words, felt her breath quicken and her eyes blaze with fury as she glared at Ning Tao and his companion. With a final huff, she turned and departed with her entourage. Their original intent had been to gauge the strength of Zhongsha University, but instead, they found themselves at a disadvantage, leaving Qin Yun's calves tingling with discomfort, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. Resolutely, she vowed to win the match the following day, envisioning Su Qian unable to hold her head high before her, reduced to a timid demeanor. With the thought of victory fueling her pride, she felt a surge of satisfaction. For years, neither had managed to outdo the other, and now they stood on the precipice of a decisive battle. You all heard my wager with Su Qian, didn't you? I expect each of you to exert yourselves to the fullest tomorrow. Victory is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Should anyone falter, you will face my wrath. As Qin Yun and her group exited the gates of Zhongsha University, she cast a glance back at the group of boys, her teeth clenched in determination. For the sake of triumph, she had gone all out, treating the entire basketball club to a meal and personally recruiting a squad of charming cheerleaders. Moreover, she had one final trump card up her sleeve. Fear not, President. Tomorrow, the Zhongsha Basketball Club shall surely be vanquished. Yiming responded without hesitation, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with indignation. It was utterly humiliating to be bested by someone with just one hand. The absurdity of the situation left him feeling powerless. As the friendly basketball match between Zhongsha and Haishu University drew nearer, anticipation reached a fever pitch, with the event set to take place at Zhongsha University, where the campus was adorned with grand banners, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The event at hand is nothing short of a revenge match for Zhongsha University, taking place on its home turf, thus benefiting from the favorable conditions of timing, location, and morale. Even the students who cannot compete are invigorated, as if they have been electrified with enthusiasm. Moreover, the excitement among many male students is fueled by rumors of a wager between the campus beauties. Su Qian from Zhongsha and Qin Yun from Haishu University, which has been circulating with considerable fervor. The details of this bet are muddled, yet the rivalry between these two prominent figures has undoubtedly heightened the stakes of the competition. As the match approaches, both university students are fervently engaged, even before the game begins. The online forums have descended into chaos. Initially, the fans maintained a semblance of restraint, but as tensions escalated, they could no longer contain their emotions, leading to a full-blown verbal confrontation online, causing the forums to experience significant disruptions. Ultimately, it was the school authorities who intervened, urging a return to civility and silencing dozens of overly zealous participants, thereby curbing the negative atmosphere. As the afternoon of the match arrives, the stadium at Zhongsha is teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. Not only students from Zhongsha University are present, but also fervent basketball fans from Haishu University, rallying to support their team. The atmosphere is already electric, even before the teams have arrived. When Ning Tao steps onto the scene, he is taken aback by the palpable excitement. Although he has attended matches between the two universities before, none have matched this level of fervor. It is indeed a culmination of anticipation. Ning Tao, Huyong, do you have confidence? Upon arriving at the venue, Su Qian feels a twinge of insecurity. Turning to her teammates, she senses a rising tension. The pressure is immense, with the vast crowd looming over them. And given that Zhongsha's basketball team does not match the prowess of Haishi's, an early setback could spell disaster. Have no fear, we shall triumph. Ning Tao reassures her. taking a deep breath and winking at Su Qian with unwavering certainty. In truth, he harbors little concern, while there may be disparities in the player's skills. His presence introduces an unpredictable variable that tilts the odds in their favor. His only worry is the need to restrain his abilities, for should they be discovered, it could lead to significant complications. Soon, Haishi's basketball team arrives, with Qin Yun donning a striking white dress that accentuates her graceful figure, drawing considerable attention. As the two beauties catch each other's gaze, a spark of rivalry ignites. Go Haisher team! Go Haisher team! The moment Haishi's team makes its entrance, their supporters erupt in fervor, with banners unfurled, creating an imposing spectacle. Just wait for us, Su Qian thinks, biting her lip, determined to dominate the atmosphere. As the opposing team raises their hands in cheer, she signals to her own cheerleading squad behind her. Zhongxia invincible. Zhongxia destined to win. As the cheerleaders prepared, the atmosphere at Zhongxia University erupted like a cataclysmic wave, overwhelming the opposing cheers. The massive screen overhead displayed encouraging captions, and a unified roar from the crowd silenced the opposition's chants. At that moment, as if anticipating the spectacle, a robust young man emerged from the opposing camp, his arms outstretched as he spun around, inciting a chorus of excited screams. Not only did Haisher University revel in the excitement, but even Zhongxia supporters found themselves invigorated. This individual was none other than Fang Jun, a figure of legendary stature, had already made a name for himself in various national competitions and was rumored to have secured a position on the national team. He was not only a pride of Haisher University, but also enjoyed considerable popularity at Zhongxia University. However, since his selection to the national reserve team the previous year, he had refrained from participating in such events, making his unexpected appearance today all the more astonishing. This is my final match representing Haisher University. Where are your applause? To accentuate his status, a microphone had been prepared for him, and as his voice resonated throughout the venue, it provoked a wave of ecstatic screams, with many infatuated girls joining in the fervor. Meanwhile, the morale on Su Qian's side plummeted. Her expression darkened as she realized the insurmountable challenge before them. After all, he was a star athlete. Given Zhongxia's inherent disadvantage against Haisher, she had hoped the addition of Ning Tao would bolster their chances, but the prospect now seemed bleak. In the distance, Qin Yun wore an expression of smug satisfaction, causing Su Qian to grit her teeth in frustration. No wonder the opposing side dared to challenge her to a bet. They had solid ground to stand upon. Fang Jun, we are counting on you. You must secure this victory. As the cheers began to wane, Qin Yun cupped her hands into a megaphone shape and shouted towards Fang Jun on stage. Despite the favorable circumstances and the emergence of Ning Tao, they had Fang Jun to lead the charge, ensuring their superiority. Rest assured, such competitions pose no pressure for me. Fang Jun replied, lowering the microphone and offering a slight smile to Qin Yun, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Fang Jun, I love you. Suddenly, a girl clutching a bouquet of roses dashed onto the stage. Wrapping her arms around Fang Jun, unfazed by the situation, Fang Jun embraced her warmly, gently patting her back until her excitement subsided. He then accepted the roses, inhaling their fragrance with feigned rapture, and remarked, "How delightful." The girl blushed deeply, her gesture elevating the ambience to a fever pitch. Fang Jun, the chant surged unstoppable. Ning Tao, I don't care. You promised me you must win this time. At present, Su Qian has placed all her hopes upon Ning Tao. When she turns around, her beautiful eyes are fixed on him. Indeed, given the current circumstances, the outcome seems predetermined. Su Qian's only hope lies with Ning Tao, praying that he can turn the tide. Otherwise, should they lose, she fears she would never be able to hold her head high before Qin Yun again. I will do my best, Ning Tao thought, casting a glance at Fang Jun, who was the center of attention from the crowd. He could only force a smile and speak bravely. To be honest, Fang Jun possessed formidable strength. Even with Ning Tao's ability to see through things, victory was not guaranteed. After all, his power of perception could not be used indefinitely, and although his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced through spiritual energy modification, the limited time he had spent training meant that facing Fang Jun head-on could lead to his downfall. Qian, they are playing dirty. What should we do? Just as the two were conversing, Sun Qing approached. Upon seeing Sun Qing's attire, Ning Tao nearly choked on his own breath. She held two colorful balls, wore a white strapless top, and a super short skirt that showcased her slender, fair legs. Adorned with bunny ears, she exuded an aura of allure, perfectly embodying youth and temptation. Sun Qing was indeed attractive, Though not as breathtaking as Su Qian, she was still a remarkable beauty in her own right. Just as he was enjoying the view, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side, and upon turning, he found Su Qian glaring at him with fury. Ning Tao instantly realized his indiscretion and was about to offer an explanation when Su Qian's words nearly caused his jaw to drop. Ning Tao, Qin Yun's figure is even better. If you win the match, I guarantee you will have your chance. Ning Tao was left speechless. Hearing her say such a thing, he could hardly respond, and instinctively, his gaze drifted towards Qin Yun. How true that is. What was I thinking? Ning Tao's embarrassment was palpable. Sun Qing, we must not lose morale. Go inform the cheerleaders to perform and rally our team. Su Qian turned and bit her red lip as she addressed Sun Qing. All right, I'll go right away. Sun Qing replied, promptly dashing off. With the impending battle, it was essential to unleash the ferocity of their basketball team. Soon, the cheerleaders began their performance, and some even held up banners to support the Zhongsha basketball team. Huyong, Ning Tao, let us begin. Seizing the moment, Su Qian adeptly called out to Ning Tao and the others. All right, everyone, let us not feel pressured. Following our strategy from yesterday, we will surely win today. Ning Tao turned to Huyong and the others, immediately organizing their tactics. He had earned his position as captain through his prowess, and, after discussions with the others, devised an excellent tactical arrangement. Ning Tao confidently claimed the center position, while Huyong took on the role of guard, with the other three players settling into their respective positions. Soon after Ning Tao and his companions took the court, Fang Jun led his team onto the arena, and a palpable tension filled the air as the two sides faced off. Among the members of the Zhongsha basketball club, many were familiar to the students. Yet it was a diminutive, unfamiliar player who led the charge, causing a stir in the crowd. Although Ning Tao stood nearly 1.8 meters tall and was considered above average in height among the general populace, within the realm of basketball, he was indeed seen as short. Nevertheless, the members of Zhongsha began to feel a swell of anticipation. Despite their lack of familiarity with Ning Tao, he was nonetheless the captain, bravely stepping forward in this moment of challenge, demonstrating either formidable prowess or sheer audacity. Clearly, they were not so naive. The referee's whistle soon signaled the commencement of the match. The game began with Tong Dawei from Zhongsha swiftly seizing the ball and driving towards the opposing basket. At that moment, like a whirlwind, a figure darted across the court. It was Fang Jun making his move. By the time the ball was back in play, it had already found its way into Fang Jun's grasp. With the ball in hand and his strides long, Ning Tao could not keep pace. Standing at the three-point line, Fang Jun decisively released the ball, his form impeccably stylish. Thud! The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding nothing but net. A splendid shot. As the venerated figure of the basketball club, Fang Jun opened the scoring with a three-pointer, showcasing his formidable skills and igniting fervor among the spectators. Fang Jun is invincible, echoed through the stands as fans erupted in cheers, unable to contain their excitement. After all, such a semi-national level player was a rare sight. Today, they were all treated to a visual feast, with even many students from Zhongsha University rallying behind Fang Jun. You are all far too weak, utterly defenseless. With one successful shot, the team switched defense. Fang Jun shook his head, feigning disinterest, and waved to the crowd below. Meanwhile, Su Qian, hands clasped anxiously, wore a worried expression, silently urging her team on. Qin Yun, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin, arms crossed, her elegant swan-like neck exuding confidence. Her gaze flitted through the crowd, occasionally landing on Su Qian, their eyes sparking with unspoken tension. Yet, the intensity on the court remained unabated. The ball was passed to Ning Tao, who, upon receiving it, swiftly maneuvered with dazzling dribbling skills. In a heartbeat, the ball was in Lian's hands. Lian leaped to shoot, decisively releasing the ball. Thud! Despite evading two defenders, he could not escape Fang Jun's blockade. The latter simply extended his large hand and, with a slight jump, swatted the ball away, executing a formidable block. As the ball hit the ground, another small forward from Haisher seized it and quickly passed it back. A true expert knows the outcome at first glance. As the two teams clashed, it was evident that Zhongsha struggled. The opponents displayed remarkable synergy, bolstered by the star power of Fang Jun, as if aided by divine forces. Swish! Ultimately, the ball landed in the hands of Haishi's power forward, who executed a beautiful pivot shot, scoring 2 points and enhancing Haishi's lead. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could they continue? Haisher University was dominating, leaving no room for retaliation. Ning Tao felt a pang of urgency within. Having settled into the rhythm of the game, his performance was commendable. Yet, he had to concede that without the aid of his perceptive vision and spiritual energy, Zhongxia was doomed to defeat. There was no alternative. The opponent was simply too formidable. And Fang Jun, towering and robust, overshadowed Ning Tao, who was not a professional player, lagging significantly behind in both skill and physical prowess. Staying composed, Ning Tao resolved that once he secured the ball, he would pass it to me. He understood that they could not continue to be pressed. If this persisted, Zhongxia would surely collapse within 10 minutes, losing all morale. Seizing the moment, he quietly instructed Hu Yong. Very well. Hu Yong, known for his bravery and intellect, was the captain of the basketball club. Given the situation, he recognized the on-court dynamics and placed his hopes on Ning Tao's astonishing shooting accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. The competition intensified, and soon an opportunity arose. Haishur attempted to grab a rebound but misfired, allowing Hu Yong, with swift reflexes, to catch the ball. Seeing two opponents charging fiercely towards him, Hu Yong acted decisively, almost without hesitation, and quickly passed the ball to Ning Tao. Through the course of the game, Fang Jun had gauged Ning Tao's abilities and, to be frank, found him unimpressive. From any perspective, Ning Tao lacked excellence. How could someone like him play center? Ultimately, Fang Jun dismissed him as merely a product of Zhongxia Basketball Club's lack of talent. As the basketball hurtled towards him, he snorted derisively, extending his hands like lightning to seize the advantageous position and catch the ball. However, Ning Tao was not one to be outdone by the opportunity crafted by his teammate. In an instant, he bent his legs, channeling his spiritual energy through his limbs. Boom! Ning Tao soared like a rocket, astonishingly leaping higher than Fang Jun, snatching the ball above his outstretched hands. With deft dribbling and precise footwork, he made his way to the basket for a layup. In an instant, Ning Tao seemed to be shielded by celestial beings, his movements a dazzling spectacle. At that moment, he transformed, embodying the essence of basketball itself. Though he could barely grasp the ball with one hand, he manipulated it with such finesse that it appeared to dance through the air. With a deep breath, Fang Jun's eyes flickered with a hint of malice, his anger subtly rising. He had been diligently guarding Ning Tao, yet he was taken aback as Ning Tao effortlessly broke through his defense to seize the ball. This unexpected turn of events caused Fang Jun to lose face. Watching Ning Tao prepare for a layup ignited his fury. The thought of allowing an easy score past his defense was intolerable. In a flash, he extended his long legs, towering nearly 2 meters in front of Ning Tao, poised to reclaim the ball. The imposing figure before him did not intimidate Ning Tao. Rather, he welcomed the challenge. While Fang Jun's height granted him an advantage, it also rendered him less agile. Moreover, with his ability to see through his opponent's intentions, Ning Tao anticipated Fang Jun's moves before they even unfolded, executing a swift, evasive maneuver to the left. As expected, Fang Jun rushed to intercept him. But Ning Tao feigned left and darted right, seizing the ball with astonishing speed. Without even a glance, he released the basketball with precision. The ball sailed through the air, and with a resounding thud, it found its mark in the net. Both Fang Jun and the opposing defender were momentarily stunned. How could such a remarkable speed and accuracy exist? Ning Tao had only a fleeting second to take a shot, and had he hesitated, Fang Jun would have swiftly countered, denying him any opportunity. The score shifted from 8 o'clock to 8-2. Although these 2 points seemed trivial in the grand scheme, they shattered the stalemate and ignited the fervor of the crowd from Zhongxia. It was evident that Ning Tao's ability to evade Fang Jun and score was a testament to his true skill. Instantly, spectators began inquiring about Ning Tao's name, while Su Qian widened her eyes, her breath momentarily faltering. Indeed, Ning Tao had not disappointed. The game continued with both teams exchanging fervent plays. Following Ning Tao's remarkable display, Fang Jun, filled with rage, retaliated and swiftly scored several points to suppress the earlier astonishment. The intensity on the court escalated, while cheers erupted from the audience. The ball was passed to Yiming, who charged forward, skillfully maneuvering past a small forward from Zhongxia. After passing the ball, it reached a formidable forward from Haishur, who executed a deceptive feint before decisively passing it to Fang Jun. Fang Jun leapt and launched a beautiful three-pointer, the ball tracing an elegant arc before striking the rim with a resounding clang. An impeccable shot. A three-point shot ignited the atmosphere once more, marking the 5th three-pointer made by Fang Jun of the Haishur team. As the first round of the match approached its conclusion, the score disparity widened significantly. Now, standing at 36-8, Haishur showcased an overwhelming strength, making it exceedingly difficult for the Zhongxia players to seize the ball. Even when a team member occasionally managed to gain possession, they struggled to make an impact. The 8 points on the board were solely due to Ning Tao's efforts through his spiritual prowess. The supporters from Zhongxia in the stands wore expressions of dejection. Even the cheerleaders, such as Sun Qing and her group, had lost their confidence. The gap was insurmountable. Without Fang Jun, Zhongxia might have had a chance at a miracle. But with him on the opposing side, it felt like a nightmare for them. It was exceedingly challenging, even when Ning Tao exerted all his strength. Without employing his spiritual abilities, he found it arduous to contend with Fang Jun. "You are inadequate, too weak. Una Fang Yun is defense." Ning Tao managed to score a few points, which infuriated Fang Jun. After receiving the ball, he smirked disdainfully at Ning Tao and brazenly gestured with a middle finger, saying, "I bet you won't make that shot." Ning Tao's expression hardened. It was one thing for Fang Jun to be condescending, but his taunts were increasingly insulting, which displeased Ning Tao greatly. "Is that so? I shall show you." Fang Jun replied with a cold smile, followed by a dazzling display of dribbling as he swiftly approached the basket. Seeking death, Ning Tao's lips twitched as he moved rapidly, surprisingly not to intercept Fang Jun. But instead, he turned and dashed towards the basket himself. What was he planning? Had he lost his mind? Was there truly no one left in Zhongxia to send such a fool to the court? Observing Ning Tao's actions, the spectators were left bewildered. Many even began to curse, wondering what was happening. Even in defeat, there was no need to surrender so pathetically. However, the game continued, with no obstruction from Ning Tao. Fang Jun dribbled with increased ferocity. As he neared the basket, he leaped high, intending to execute a slam dunk. Despite the attempts of Wu Yong and others to impede him, he relied on his height and impeccable skills, executing the move flawlessly. With his experience, Fang Jun was certain he had scored once more. Yet, just as everyone accepted this outcome without question, Ning Tao unexpectedly leaped, his jump abrupt and extraordinarily swift. With one hand extended, he astonishingly blocked the rim, followed by a powerful slap. Smack! A resounding rejection. Ning Tao had astonishingly swatted the ball down. As the basketball descended, Ning Tao landed on the ground. How is that possible? Who can jump so high? The crowd fell into stunned silence. And after a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, they erupted into fervent cheers. What was this? A block against Fang Jun? How could it be? The astonishment in their hearts was beyond description. Disregarding technique, Fang Jun stood at over 2 meters tall and with his jumping ability. How could a player under 1 meter 80 manage to block him? By this time, the audience no longer dared to underestimate Ning Tao. Just imagine, who could block Fang Jun and, under his defense, score 8 points with sheer determination. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, everyone would witness the true artistry of basketball. Ning Tao felt a surge of anger. Initially, he had hoped for a tie between the two teams, contemplating a dramatic comeback. Yet, the disparity between the teams was glaring, and Fang Jun's arrogance was intolerable. Thus, Ning Tao decided it was time to demonstrate what genuine basketball prowess entailed. He was not incapable. Rather, he was merely reluctant to intimidate them. The ball soon returned to Zhongxia's possession, and without hesitation, the power forward passed it to Ning Tao. This was inevitable. There was a glimmer of hope in passing to Ning Tao, while the prospects for others were dim. Zhongxia was entirely reliant on individual performances, pinning their hopes on Ning Tao's remarkable shooting accuracy. With a swift motion, Ning Tao seized the basketball, moving as if he were in an unoccupied realm. The ball danced in his hands like a delicate butterfly, fluid and graceful, epitomizing the artistry of basketball. Fang Jun was unable to keep pace with his speed. A soft sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. The crisp sound left the nameless players from Haishur stunned, only reacting after the ball had gone in. Their faces a portrait of disbelief. 40-11. Splendid. Go Zhongxia. Witnessing this beautiful three-pointer, Su Qian, who had been nervously clutching her hands, widened her eyes in astonishment and promptly urged the cheerleaders to rally support. Go Zhongxia. Go Zhongxia. Could it be? Fang Yun appealed somewhat, standing in the center of the court in a trance. What a farce. He was a basketball prodigy. How could he have been so easily outmaneuvered by Ning Tao? This was inconceivable. The judges at the referees' table were equally taken aback, having never witnessed such extraordinary skills in a match. It was simply unprecedented. It was evident that Ning Tao had embraced the principle that once one begins to counterattack, there is no turning back. As the situation unfolded, Zhongxia's prospects still seemed grim. And Fang Jun finally cast aside his disdain, vowing not to let Ning Tao capitalize on any further opportunities. He believed that the previous incident was merely a stroke of luck on the opponent's part, a moment of carelessness on his own. Soon, the ball was passed back to him, and he charged forward, heading swiftly toward the opponent's basket. Along the way, with a quick feint, he passed the ball to his power forward. He then swiftly approached the basket, and one must commend Haishi's coordination. The power forward, without moving an inch, deftly passed the ball back to the small forward. The ball danced in the small forward's hands for a moment before returning to Fang Jun. For Haishi, the priority was now stability. Their score was already substantial, and with Fang Jun taking the shot, their chances of success would increase significantly. After receiving the ball, Fang Jun leaped high, preparing to take a jump shot, eager to release the pent-up frustration within him. Thud! Blocked. Ning Tao leaped at just the right moment, effectively obstructing his opponent's advance with a powerful block. The crowd gasped in disbelief. It was evident that Ning Tao's jump exceeded 1 meter, truly astonishing. The back and forth of the game intensified, and Ning Tao's block seemed to shatter the morale of the opposing team. Seizing the basketball, he effortlessly executed a three-point shot that found its mark with precision. Swish! The score was now 40-15. Once again, the spectators were captivated by Ning Tao's extraordinary skills, achieving 2 consecutive blocks and amassing 15 points, an impressive feat worthy of admiration. Yet, this was merely the beginning, with 5 minutes still remaining on the clock. A smile graced Ning Tao's lips. If he was to engage, he was determined to win. As sweat dripped on the court, Ning Tao felt increasingly in tune with the game, quickly finding his rhythm. The energy within him seemed to flow as an intrinsic part of his being, enhancing his performance in ways that were palpable. The basketball, almost imbued with a spirit of its own, raced alongside him. Thud! Another exquisite three-pointer slipped from Ning Tao's fingertips, igniting a fervor among the audience. How could this be? The referees were left dumbfounded. Who was this young man dominating Fang Jun with such ease? It defied logic. They exchanged astonished glances, and amidst the disbelief, a seasoned figure from the football world, maintaining his composure, summoned his assistant with a single word. Investigate. This was the hope of the basketball community in Xia country. Despite Ning Tao's lack of height, his remarkable agility and astounding vertical leap captivated everyone in the referee's booth. As coaches from the provincial basketball team, they had come to scout for talent, and Ning Tao's performance ignited their enthusiasm. Nothing could be more exhilarating. The scores soared to 40-26, and the atmosphere of the arena reached a fever pitch, with countless girls cheering uproariously. This was not merely Fang Jun's showcase. It was Ning Tao's moment to shine. Even Su Qian, with her composed demeanor, felt her cheeks flush. Unable to contain her awe as her gaze remained fixed on the remarkable figure on the court, the brilliance in her eyes intensifying. While some reveled in joy, Qinyan's expression was far less favorable. This was utterly unbelievable. She stared, entranced, at the whirlwind of talent on the court. However, recalling her wager with Su Qian, she felt her cheeks warm. It seemed that the cold beauty had indeed chosen a remarkable boyfriend. Yet, even in the event of losing, having him as her partner wouldn't be so bad. What am I even thinking? Qinyan secretly took a few deep breaths, her heart in turmoil. Although she did not know Ning Tao well, having grown up alongside Su Qian, she was acutely aware of her friend's lofty ambitions. Despite their constant rivalry, it was undeniable that their friendship was unshakable. In their youth, they had even wagered over a man, each eager to prove her superiority. Now, it seemed that the playful banter of those days had unexpectedly come to fruition. The score soared to 40-37, an intense battle unfolding on the court, with Ning Tao seemingly invincible, leaving no one able to thwart his advances. With a resounding thud, he executed another dunk, leveling the score to 40-40. Fang Yun, now consumed by frustration, felt that he should have been able to defend against Ning Tao, yet the latter slipped past him like an elusive fish time and again. Ultimately, he could only attribute his failure to a lack of focus. It was inconceivable that he could be outplayed by someone so obscure. As the referee's whistle blew, Ning Tao unleashed a three-pointer, the ball finding its mark with precision, adding 3 points for the Zhongsha team. The score now stood at 40-43. The stand were packed, a sea of spectators heralding a sleepless night. This match was nothing short of an exhilarating spectacle, rivaling even the NBA. Under Ning Tao's leadership, the Zhongsha representative team staged a remarkable comeback, overcoming their disadvantages to claim victory in the first round against the Haisher team. "You're not so impressive," Ning Tao remarked nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at Fang Jun, whose eyes blazed with indignation. It was evident that Fang Jun could not bear the humiliation, having been so confident. Losing to an unknown player was intolerable. If not for the ongoing match, he would have certainly sought to teach this insufferable opponent a lesson. To him, Ning Tao was merely opportunist, taking advantage of his momentary lapse. I'm afraid I have no intention of losing in the next round either. Ning Tao replied with a slight smile, preparing to call Hu Yong off the court for a break. Stop right there. Fang Jun, thoroughly enraged, strode up to Ning Tao, his expression dark. Do you dare to wager with me? Fang Jun was on the brink of madness. He had assumed he had merely been careless in this match. Now, seeing Ning Tao's smile, he perceived it as arrogance, and a wild thought took root in his mind. A wager? Sorry, I'm not interested. Ning Tao dismissed the idea without a second thought. After all, Fang Jun was no charming maiden. He had yet to fully comprehend the stakes of the wager with Su Qian and Qin Yun. What was there to gamble with this petty-minded individual? How cowardly! Is this the nature of all Zhongxia people? Fang Jun stood his ground, his voice rising in fervor, nearly prepared to strike without further ado. The spectators in the stands began to sense the unease, questioning the nature of the confrontation. Wasn't it merely halftime? Why did it seem that the two teams were locked in a tense standoff? To clarify the situation for those below, the staff promptly delivered a microphone to the scene. Oh, a coward? Very well, what shall we wager? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, a hint of menace flickering across his features. The incessant provocation from his opponent ignited a spark of anger within him. After all, playing a game is merely a matter of victory and defeat. A commonplace occurrence. What was with this incessant chattering? Quite simple. Whoever loses the next match must run a lap around the stadium in the nude. What say you? Do you dare to wager? Since Fang Jun had utilized the microphone, his challenge resonated throughout the arena, causing an uproar among the crowd. What is this? Are they betting? The students, eager for excitement, could hardly contain themselves. Before Ning Tao could respond, voices from the crowd erupted in raucous cheers. Accept it. Accept it. With the reputation of their two schools on the line, no one dared to back down. Though Fang Jun appeared fierce, he was astute. He still held a trump card. Despite losing the first match, should he emerge victorious in the next, compelling his opponent to run naked would bring about utter humiliation for them, rendering the wager unnecessary. Very well, as you wish. Fang Jun clearly sought to heighten the stakes, using the microphone to ensure Ning Tao could hardly refuse. Representing Zhongxia University, Ning Tao felt the weight of expectation from the crowd. Refusal would invite scorn. Since his opponent had chosen this path of self-destruction, he would gladly oblige. Ning Tao, you are simply magnificent. After Ning Tao and his team departed the stage, Su Qian rushed over, breathless, and embraced him. In her excitement, she even planted a light kiss on his cheek, prompting whistles from the audience, an affectionate gesture from the campus bell. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Jun descended with a dark expression, neglecting his own team. Are you all right, Fang Jun? Qin Yun, accompanied by several members of the student council, approached him, her brows slightly furrowed, her demeanor somewhat uneasy. All is well, Xiao Yun. I was merely careless, I assure you. I will not grant him another opportunity in the next match. Fang Jun gritted his teeth, occasionally casting a fierce glance towards Ning Tao's side. Confidence in victory is well-founded. Have you considered what you wagered? What will others think of Haisher University? Are we incapable of handling defeat? It is no wonder Qin Yun harbored such concerns. As this transpired before the eyes of all, a proverbial point of no return. Rest assured, I will not lose. Fang Jun seethed with anger at Qin Yun's admonishing tone, turning sharply to walk away. In his perspective, Qin Yun was evidently expressing her disbelief in him. He extended a hand, beckoning to his assistant with a sly gaze. Observing Fang Jun's expression, his assistant's demeanor shifted, and with a knowing nod, he turned to retrieve a bottle of mineral water. As he executed this discreet action, he stealthily concealed an object within. Approaching Fang Jun, he presented the bottle. Gulp. Fang Jun seized the mineral water and drained it in one go, handing the empty bottle back to his assistant, feeling a surge of assurance within. Soon, the 20-minute halftime came to an end, and both teams returned to the field. Fang Jun felt invigorated, having adjusted his tactics, which immediately became apparent to the spectators as the match resumed. To thwart Ning Tao from obtaining the ball, the Haisher team surprisingly dispatched the remaining 4 players to encircle him, effectively eliminating nearly all possibilities for him to score. This was Fang Jun's cleverness. Apart from Ning Tao, the rest of the Zhongxia team was feeble. As long as Ning Tao was hindered, the scoring opportunities would inevitably fall into Fang Jun's hands. Just remain in that prison of yours. Fang Jun smirked coldly, gripping the ball and performing an elegant flourish before breaking through with it. Although Hu Yong and the others desperately attempted to intercept him, they posed minimal threat to the towering Fang Jun. Meanwhile, Ning Tao was incredulous that 4 players could contain him. As he engaged in his maneuvers, he felt a fiery energy within him, enabling him to execute moves he had previously struggled with. With determination, he stepped forward for a layup, intending to execute a dunk. Bang! The basketball soared accurately towards the net. However, before Fang Jun's triumphant smirk could fully manifest, a whirlwind-like figure leaped high, extending a hand to deliver a thunderous block, a devilish rejection that left Fang Jun empty-handed. What? How is this possible? Swish! The ball rebounded into Hu Yong's grasp, while Ning Tao had already maneuvered away from the net. With a powerful grasp, he caught the basketball and, without turning his body, leaped high, launching a shot behind him without even looking. Clap! The ball swished through the net. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The stands erupted in frenzy. What was this? A behind-the-back shot, truly spectacular. Some spectators had already taken out their phones, eager to capture this moment. Such a classic match was a rare spectacle. Fang Jun's eyes blazed with fury, rendered speechless. This was utterly outrageous. Ning Tao had once again gained the upper hand. Turning abruptly, he glared at his 4 teammates, redirecting his pent-up rage. According to their strategy from the previous match, weren't they supposed to block Ning Tao? What utter incompetence. They couldn't even stop a single player. It is essential to acknowledge that these 4 individuals have their own unspoken struggles. They have exerted their utmost efforts. Yet even they're baffled by how Ning Tao managed to breach their defenses with such rapidity. The match is still underway, and the intensity of the contest escalates. Ning Tao is profoundly astonished, realizing that the opposing team's strength has inexplicably doubled since the previous game, even managing to snatch the ball from him. This is utterly astonishing. He is employing his keen perception and drawing upon spiritual energy, akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. Determined not to falter in this pivotal moment, especially considering the humiliation of losing, which would result in a most undignified display, Ning Tao steels himself for the challenge. Although he remains unaware of the opponent's sudden surge in power, he refuses to yield, secretly augmenting his spiritual energy output. With a resounding thud, he scores again, swiftly escalating the score to 8-20 in favor of the Central Summer team. The atmosphere becomes electric, the crowd erupting in excitement at the extraordinary display of skill. Such high-caliber maneuvers are a rare sight, now vividly showcased in this match. This contest has transcended the realm of a mere basketball game. It has evolved into a showcase of individual prowess, rendering the other players mere spectators in a supporting role. The disparity in skill is stark, as every player instinctively passes the ball to these 2 standout competitors for the decisive plays. As time progresses, the score gap widens, and the morale of the Haisher basketball team dwindles, not due to Fang Jun's inadequacy, but because Ning Tao's performance is nothing short of phenomenal. The audience is left in a state of awe and bewilderment. Ultimately, the match concludes without suspense, with the final score resting at 20-86. A resounding victory for the Haisher team that redeems them from past humiliations. The crowd erupts in fervor, marveling at how an obscure individual has managed to dethrone Fang Jun and seize victory in such a spectacular fashion. However, dissenting thoughts arise as some speculate that he must have resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Otherwise, such a triumph would be unfathomable. In stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere, Fang Jun descends into madness, convinced that this outcome is impossible, and he begins to voice his accusations vehemently. How can you allege that I used performance enhancers simply because I lost? Ning Tao raises his gaze, unimpressed by Fang Jun's character. You must have used something illicit. There is no other explanation for your victory over me. Fang Jun's eyes blaze with fury as he fixates on Ning Tao, his agitation palpable. Soon, the leaders from both schools and the officials sense the rising tension and approach the scene. What's happening here? Inquires a commanding middle-aged man, slightly portly, who is none other than Li Dongfeng, the deputy director of the provincial basketball team. Director Li, I suspect he has used performance-enhancing drugs, and I demand an immediate examination. Fang Yun asserts, giving vehemently told Ning Tao. Fang Jun, refrain from making baseless accusations. One must present evidence when speaking. To everyone's surprise, Su Qian is the first to step forward in defense of Ning Tao. Regardless of personal or professional matters, Su Qian was determined to defend Ning Tao. On a grand scale, this was a battle for vengeance on behalf of Zhongxia. On a smaller scale, it was a matter of someone slandering her boyfriend. Su Qian was not one to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, with her exquisite brows slightly furrowed, expressed her discontent. She believed Fong Jun had gone too far. While it was permissible to suspect the use of performance-enhancing drugs, it was unnecessary to create such a commotion. Furthermore, what justified the assumption that he had taken such substances? In an instant, Fong Jun's reputation took a significant hit. Whether or not he has used drugs can be determined through testing. Fong Jun crossed his arms, emboldened by his confidence. Well then, since the Haisher team demands a test, I wonder if the Zhongxia team is equally willing? Upon hearing this, Director Li's expression grew somewhat solemn, and he turned to the Haisher team to inquire. As the owner of the basketball team, he was staunchly against the use of performance-enhancing drugs. Truth be told, Ning Tao's performance had exceeded his expectations. Having been involved in basketball for over 20 years, he had encountered numerous prodigies, yet none had matched Ning Tao's extraordinary talent. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no doubts. After Fong Jun's remarks, he too began to ponder. Since it is the Haisher team that has requested the test, I have no objections. Ning Tao shrugged nonchalantly, ready to respond to any challenges thrown his way. Excellent. I happen to possess a state-of-the-art testing device that could deliver results within 5 minutes. Let us proceed with the examination to ensure this match remains untainted. Li Dongfeng, wishing to clarify Ning Tao's position, thought that if Ning Tao had indeed abstained from using banned substances, it would work in his favor. Such talent, once professionally trained, was destined for a path paved with golden opportunities. Wait a moment. If testing is to be conducted, it is only fair that both parties undergo examination. It is unjust to test only Zhongxia University. Su Qian's expression turned stern as her displeasure grew. Insisting on testing them was a blatant sign of distrust. Ning Tao was her invitee, and although he was willing to cooperate, she was not pleased. What nonsense! How dare you question my integrity regarding drug use? Fong Jun immediately retorted with fury, as if deeply insulted. He was not afraid of being caught. The drugs he used were novel, undetectable by conventional testing equipment. It was merely the fact that they wished to scrutinize him that he found intolerable. Director Li, since we would be tested, I believe it would be prudent for everyone to undergo examination, as this would foster trust among all parties. The speaker was Ding Xian, the vice president of Zhongxia University and the highest-ranking official overseeing this matter. Witnessing the demand to test his student, he felt compelled to voice his opinion. Li Dongfeng, appearing troubled, recognized that testing one side while neglecting the other was indeed unfair. Yet he also wished to maintain some semblance of respect for Fong Jun. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Fong Jun. Fong Jun, why don't you also take part in this test? We certainly trust you. Very well. In order to expose the one using performance-enhancing drugs, I shall participate in the test with you, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fong Jun found himself unable to remain aloof. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. With cooperation from both sides, matters progressed smoothly, and to ensure fairness, both universities dispatched their representatives for oversight. Soon, 5 minutes later, Li Dongfeng approached with a grim expression, holding the test results. What is the outcome? Is there any issue? Vice Dean Ding, noticing Li's troubled countenance, felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly inquired. This matter carried significant weight. If Ning Tao had indeed ingested performance-enhancing drugs, the ramifications could be disastrous. Winning or losing would pale in comparison to the irreparable damage to Zhongxia's reputation. Dean Ding, I suggest we keep the results undisclosed and let the competition's outcome stand. Unexpectedly, Li did not announce the results, but, after a moment of contemplation, glanced at both teams and spoke solemnly. What do you mean, Director Li? If tests have been conducted, the results must be revealed. Those who have used performance enhancers must be exposed. Fong Jun interjected, his voice rising with agitation. Sensing Li Zuneza, he harbored suspicions and was determined not to let the matter slide. He believed he would escape scrutiny while Ning Tao would be the one caught. Naturally, he would not allow the opposing team to save face. Director Li, please announce the results. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, Zhongxia University will accept it. Ding's heart sank, and he resolutely stated, already bracing himself for the worst, as Ning Tao's performance had been exceptional, casting doubts in his mind. This, Didacto Yazitata. His expression strained. Director Li, please reveal the results. It is only fair to the students of both universities. Chimed in the vice dean of Haisher University. Very well. Since both deans have spoken, I shall disclose that, indeed, someone has used performance-enhancing drugs. With the audience eager for answers, Li sighed internally and spoke with determination. What? Is it true that someone has used them? How could this be? I knew it. There's no way such extraordinary performance could be achieved without drugs. Utterly shameless. Upon hearing the confirmation, the remaining students erupted in indignation, casting their accusatory gazes upon Ning Tao. In an instant, he transformed from a figure of admiration to one of disdain, as such behavior was profoundly detrimental. I was right, wasn't he? He has indeed used performance enhancers. Fong Jun burst into laughter, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Director Lee, don't speak in half-truths. If someone has indeed used drugs, then reveal their identity. Confronted by the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Ning Tao remained unfazed, smiling slightly as he turned to Director Lee. Very well. The one who has used performance-enhancing drugs is not the Zhongxia team, but Fong Jun, the captain of the Haishu team. Chapter 58. Enraged and humiliated. What? This is impossible. Heavens, could this be a mistake? How could Fong Jun possibly resort to performance-enhancing drugs? The gravity of Director Lee's voice, though subdued, resonated like thunder, causing an uproar among those present. Was Director Lee mistaken? The vice president of Haishu University was also taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to fathom how this could be true. If this information were indeed accurate, the repercussions for Fong Jun would be immeasurable. Director Lee, you cannot make such reckless statements. Me? Using performance enhancers? Fong Jun, regaining his composure, felt a surge of anger, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his entire demeanor became agitated. Yet deep within, he was anxious, pondering how it was even possible for him to be tested positive. At this moment, he could hardly believe it. However, he instinctively questioned the reliability of the testing methods employed. In truth, not only did he find it hard to accept, but even those from Zhongxia shared his disbelief. Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yet, he soon recalled that Fong Jun had indeed exhibited extraordinary prowess in the second match, making it somewhat plausible, which left him at a loss for words. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? To use performance enhancers was one thing, but to flaunt it so brazenly was a severe misstep. What chaos is this? Director Lee's expression turned grave as he slammed the documents onto the table, his gaze fierce. Do you dare to question the integrity of scientific testing? With over 20 years of basketball experience, I can assure you that this testing is unequivocally valid. If anyone has doubts, we can submit it to the testing center again. Seeing the myriad of skeptical glances directed his way, Director Lee was genuinely enraged. With a few decisive words, he stormed out, leaving behind a whirlwind of confusion. In his frustration, he had lost sight of his initial intention to keep this information under wraps. However, under the scrutiny of inquiries, he could not unjustly accuse Ning Tao. As for the repercussions of this revelation, he chose not to dwell on them, having done all he could. The vice presidents of Haishu University and Zhongxia University hurried to review the reports, their expressions growing increasingly grave. This is all a fabrication. Suddenly, in a fit of madness, Fong Jun snatched the reports from the hands of the two presidents, tearing them to shreds in a frenzy. He stormed towards Ning Tao, his face contorted with rage. It must be you. You must have colluded with them. Witnessing Fong Jun's emotional breakdown, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Fong Jun's character was questionable, prompting the two vice presidents to angrily storm off. Fong Yun, I recall our wager. The loser must run around the stadium naked if they lose. Isn't it time for you to uphold your end of the bargain? Ning Tao, initially reluctant to mention the bet, felt a surge of indignation at Fong Jun's rabid behavior. Your guilt in using banned substances is undeniable, and instead of addressing the issue, you confront me? It seems your judgment is indeed clouded. Enough, Fong Yun. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Qin Yun felt compelled to intervene. After all, this represented Haishu University. What was this? Not only did the villain accuse first, but now he was also being aggressive. Initially, she held a relatively favorable impression of Fong Jun, yet now her gaze was tinged with disdain. You wretched fool, get away from me. You have no right to speak. Upon discerning the contempt in Qin Yun's eyes, Fong Jun's face flushed with rage, and he roared at her before turning to Ning Tao, gritting his teeth and declaring, It's all your fault. I wish you dead. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Fong Jun's fist surged forward, aiming for Ning Tao's face. The students in the stands gasped in shock. Fong Jun had succumbed to a fit of rage and resorted to violence. Many who had previously regarded him as a star now saw his image crash down in an instant. Fong Jun's punch came swiftly, but Ning Tao had anticipated the move. He deftly sidestepped the blow. This was a public setting, and although he was angered by Fong Jun, it was not a place for brawls. Security. Where's the security? The sight of Fong Jun striking out triggered cries from the crowd. I want you dead. With his first attempt thwarted, Fang Jun lunged at Ning Tao again. You're asking for death. Enraged by the continued assault, Ning Tao extended his hand, subtly lifting Fang Jun's ankle. Thud! Fang Jun lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. However, he did not rise. Instead, he fell unconscious, his body burning with fever, his expression twisted in agony. Veins bulging as if about to burst forth from his skin. What is happening? Quick, call a doctor. The onlookers were horrified, bewildered as to how the previously boastful Fang Jun had suddenly collapsed. Director Li, who had initially departed, returned to the stage to assess Fang Jun's condition. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, "Get him to the hospital immediately. This is a side effect of performance-enhancing drugs." As an expert in the field, he had witnessed too many athletes suffer due to such substances. Immediately, two burly security guards lifted Fang Jun and hurried out. The issue of whether it was drugs could be set aside for now. The priority was to save Fang Jun's life. Ning Tao, I would like to discuss something with you. I wonder if you have the time? Director Li, having little concern for Fang Jun's fate, turned his attention to Ning Tao. Forcing a smile and adopting a congenial tone. Director Li, you may speak freely here, Ning Tao replied, slightly taken aback. He considered the situation, given the current circumstances. Remaining alone with Director Li might lead to unnecessary scrutiny, especially since he was not well acquainted with him. Oh, very well, Ning Tao. May I inquire about your thoughts on our provincial basketball team? Should you be inclined, I could introduce you to our provincial squad. Of course. This would be a temporary arrangement. Once the time is ripe, I could ensure your place in the national team. Director Li pondered for a moment before boldly extending the olive branch, for he was unwilling to let go of such a promising talent. Apologiza, directori. But I currently have no intention of joining the basketball team. Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback. Then, with an apologetic demeanor, he spoke without hesitation. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He was not cut out for this pursuit, and his recent victory had been achieved through rather opportunistic methods. Should he join the basketball team, it would undoubtedly draw even more attention, which was contrary to his intention of quietly amassing wealth. Moreover, fame was not his objective, nor did he lack for money. Ning Tao, this is a splendid opportunity. You ought to consider it carefully. Rarely, Su Qian felt compelled to offer him advice. As the president of the basketball club, he understood the significance of Director Li's words. Should Ning Tao accept, it might pave the way for a bright future. I'm afraid I remain steadfast in my decision. Ning Tao chuckled wryly, shaking his head in refusal once more. Very well, since Mr. Ning has made his position clear, I shan't press further. Here is my business card. Should you reconsider, feel free to call me. The doors of the provincial basketball team will always be open to you. Li Dongfeng, a man of great generosity, though somewhat regretful that Ning Tao did not acquiesce, nonetheless retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ning Tao. Thank you. Ning Tao accepted the card with both hands, nodding respectfully at Li Dongfeng. He held a great deal of respect for this individual. Beside them, Qin Yun was in a rather foul mood, not only due to Haishi's loss in the basketball match, but also because she had made a casual wager with Su Qian that should she lose, she would serve Ning Tao. To be candid, Qin Yun considered herself an individual of considerable stature. She possessed both looks and a prestigious background, not inferior to anyone, least of all Ning Tao. If that were the case, what face would she have left? However, retreating in the face of adversity was not in her nature. Since it was a wager, it should be honored. Furthermore, she was curious about Ning Tao, the seemingly delicate yet handsome young man who exuded an alluring charm. What if he were to rise to prominence? That too would be a form of victory. A sudden thought crossed Qin Yun's mind, startling her. Nonetheless, she was not the type to be frivolous. She would not fall in love with someone simply because he won a game of basketball. Subconsciously, she believed she was merely adhering to the terms of the wager. What she did not realize was that once a woman becomes intrigued by a man, she has already entered a perilous territory. Fortunately, upon the emergence of this notion, a sense of equilibrium blossomed within her, with a delicate flush adorning her cheeks. She confidently approached, extending a hand with a melodic voice, her large, sparkling eyes gazing at Ning Tao. Greetings, I am Qin Yun. It seems we are now acquainted. Hello, I am Ning Tao. Startled for a moment, Ning Tao found himself bewildered. Though confusion simmered within, he maintained a calm demeanor as he extended his hand in return. The moment their hands met, he felt a softness that sent a shiver through him, almost compelling him to activate his insight. Were you up to, Vixen? Observing their intimate exchange, Su Qian approached with a hint of skepticism, her expression darkening as she regarded Qin Yun with wariness, suspecting ulterior motives. She even called out to Qin Yun using a rather derogatory nickname. What's the matter? I merely wish to meet my boyfriend. Is that so unacceptable? Qin Yun fluttered her long eyelashes, feigning innocence, her eyes glinting with mischief. Her words not only took Ning Tao aback, but also left Su Qian momentarily speechless. You sly temptress, have you been plotting to steal my boyfriend all along? Regaining her composure, Su Qian became visibly enraged, positioning herself protectively in front of Ning Tao. Resembling a fiercely protective hen, her teeth clenched in anger. Having witnessed Ning Tao's series of remarkable feats, Su Qian was wholly devoted to him. The mere thought of someone attempting to usurp her boyfriend ignited her fury. Where's the deceit? I abide by the wager. I am merely honoring our agreement. The more agitated Su Qian appeared, the more Qin Yun reveled in her triumph, retreating step by step. Even in defeat, she was determined to maintain her dignity. Following the terms of the wager, even if you claim victory, you are still but a novice. You shall not prevail against me. Su Qian's face turned pale with anger, her fists clenched tightly as she continued to argue her case. What is the big deal? In no time, I shall secure my rightful place. Qin Yun, exuding confidence, smiled broadly, her head held high, as if proud of her stance. Gentlemen, Ning Tao found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama. What was happening? The fierce exchange between the two women seemed to sideline him entirely, as if he were merely a bystander in his own narrative. Silence. Before Ning Tao could finish his sentence, both women turned their heads in unison, their voices harmonizing in a manner that rendered him speechless. Hu Yong and his companions had also sensed the tension and exchanged cautious glances with Ning Tao, discreetly retreating from the escalating situation. Very well. Ning Tao decisively chose silence, realizing that even the typically demure Su Qian had transformed into a fierce tigress. Should he dare utter another word, he might very well find himself at the mercy of these two formidable women. Nevertheless, if both of them were indeed his girlfriends, a flicker of intrigue ignited within Ning Tao. After all, what man does not dream of sharing a bed with two lovely companions? Ning Tao, come. Today, our basketball team has achieved a remarkable victory, and I shall treat you all to a meal at the gathering hall. Su Qian's eyes flickered as she grasped Ning Tao's arm, playfully saying, I want to go too. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yun chimed in. What are you going for? It seems as if you've already won. You flirt. I suggest you find a place to cry instead. Su Qian pouted and began to mock. Cry? Why would I cry? My boyfriend won, so of course I must celebrate. Qin Yun, fully embodying a mischievous spirit, gazed at Su Qian with a sly look. Su Qian's cheeks involuntarily puffed up in irritation, and it dawned on her that her earlier agreement to the wager had been a self-inflicted predicament. Soon, the group hurriedly made their way to the dining hall. With the presence of Su Qian and her affluent companions, not only did Ning Tao arrive, but several members of the basketball club also benefited from the occasion. Tao Ge, you're famous now. Look, you're trending online. Halfway through their drinks, Hu Yong suddenly leaped up, excitement radiating from his face. Although Hu Yong and his friends had not known Ning Tao for long, they were undeniably captivated by his basketball prowess. And once they became familiar, they regarded Ning Tao as their leader. It's a sensation. The comments on the video have already surpassed 100,000 and continue to rise. Another member of the basketball team, Lu Tao, was equally flushed with excitement. Ning Tao's expression shifted, puzzled, until he glanced at the phone of his companion, realizing that someone had uploaded the basketball game online and its popularity had skyrocketed on Baidu. Claiming the top spot, observing his own performance on screen, Ning Tao felt a bittersweet smile emerge. There was no joy in the fame, only a sense of apprehension, as he had not anticipated such a substantial uproar. Ning Tao, now that you're famous, don't let it get to your head. You should thank me for recognizing your talent and bringing you into the spotlight. Su Qian took a sip of her drink through a straw, casting a teasing glance at Ning Tao. Honestly, I don't care about all this. Ning Tao waved his hand dismissively, his expression betraying a hint of distress. Noticing that Ning Tao remained grounded in the face of his newfound fame, Qin Yun fell into contemplation. The meal stretched over 2 hours, and just as the group prepared to leave, Su Qian's phone rang abruptly. What? Okay, I'm on my way. Upon answering the call, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The sharpness and calmness she had shown moments ago vanished, replaced by a look of anxiety. What happened, Su Qian? Ning Tao asked, furrowing his brow. Ning Tao, my uncle is gravely ill. Su Qian instinctively clutched Ning Tao's arm, her breath quickening as tears threatened to spill. Jing Gu's father? Ning Tao's expression changed, urgency taking over. Yes, he's been brought home. I don't know if there is any hope left. I need to get there quickly. Su Qian's voice trembled, her emotions spiraling beyond her control. During her childhood, she often resided at her uncle's house, forming a deep emotional bond with him. The sudden news was utterly unfathomable for her. Could you take me to see him? Perhaps I might be able to help. Ning Tao suddenly interjected after contemplating the situation. He sensed something amiss. It was astonishing that a mere fever could nearly claim a life in just 2 days. Convinced that they must investigate, regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to act. Indeed, Ning Tao, you possess the skill to heal. Come, let us go swiftly. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled Ning Tao's word from the previous day, coupled with a series of remarkable actions. Breathing hurriedly, she grasped his hand and hurriedly led him outside. Aware that time was of the essence, Ning Tao exchanged brief greetings with Hu Yong and, together with Su Qian, hailed a taxi to hasten to her uncle's residence. Jing Hao's home was nestled within a picturesque villa community, bordered by a river adorned with lush trees on either side, adjacent to a park and a prestigious nursing home, creating an exquisite environment. Upon arriving, they were halted by 2 men clad in military uniforms. Only after Su Qian made a confirming phone call were they granted access, underscoring the strict security measures in place. As the trio approached a modest courtyard, a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, emerged from within the house and guided them inside. Upon entering the spacious villa, Ning Tao was taken aback by its grandeur. The interior boasted a hint of antiquity, with decor reflecting classical aesthetics. Notably, various hanging calligraphy and paintings adorned the room, with a striking display of 4 large characters in the center, high hall bright mirror. The powerful brushstroke evoked a profound sense of righteousness, leaving Ning Tao in silent awe, realizing the artist must possess remarkable talent. Miss Su, please wait a moment. The young master will be here shortly. The steward ushered them to their seats and brewed a pot of tea before bowing and withdrawing. As Ning Tao surveyed his surroundings, a sense of confusion arose within him. Logically, he should be attending to the patient, yet they were left waiting here. However, as Su Qian remained silent, he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. Qian, you have arrived, came a deliberately subdued voice from the staircase. Jing Hao appeared, his expression serious as he descended with purposeful strides. Cousin, please take us to my uncle's room. Ning Tao can treat him, Su Qian exclaimed, springing from her seat with urgency. She had already briefed Jing Hao on Ning Tao's capabilities during their journey, and although he harbored some skepticism, he had not opposed her, opting to see for himself upon their arrival. Qian, please sit down first. Seeing Su Qian in a state of urgent distress, Jing Hao pressed her back into her seat, simultaneously nodding at Ning Tao before turning to sit on another bamboo chair. He let out a slight sigh and addressed the two. Currently, Dr. Bu is in the room treating my father. I came out to greet you first. My father's condition is quite dire. According to Dr. Bu, he can only sustain him for a few more days. Moreover, Dr. Bu is notoriously temperamental and dislikes commotion. I merely wanted to offer you a few words of caution. What? Only a few days? Cousin, you must take Ning Tao to him. He can heal. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's face turned ashen, but as soon as she glanced at Ning Tao, she immediately turned to Jing Hao and spoke. Jing Hao, showing a pained expression, did not acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Ning Tao with a penetrating gaze and asked, Brother Ning, are you capable of treating ailments? Although Su Qian had spoken with utmost conviction, the gravity of the situation compelled him to seek confirmation. I possess some medical knowledge, particularly regarding complex and obscure maladies, Ning Tao replied, his eyes reflecting a subtle depth. Upon hearing the term complex maladies, Jing Hao's expression shifted, yet he inhaled deeply and shook his head, saying, It's not that I doubt Brother Ning, rather this matter. Brother Jing, I wonder if you have been experiencing any discomfort in your liver during the witching hours, and sudden blindness during the day? Before Jing Hao could respond, Ning Tao raised his hand to halt him, his demeanor shifting as he uttered words that left Jing Hao utterly astounded. Ning Tao understood that no words could assuage the situation better than the truth itself. So he cut to the chase. How does Brother Ning know this? Jing Hao's face revealed a hint of shock. He had lost his usual composure, staring at Ning Tao in disbelief. He could not help but feel astonished, for everything Ning Tao had stated was accurate. He had not disclosed his condition to anyone, believing it to be merely the result of stress from recent business dealings, expecting it to resolve in time. Yet, Ning Tao had astutely uncovered the truth. It was nothing short of miraculous. I not only know, but I can also restore your health in mere moments. Ning Tao maintained a calm demeanor, offering a faint smile as he lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. At times, Adopting a low profile serves as a strategic retreat, while subtly revealing one's capabilities can instill a profound sense of awe. Is that truly the case? Jing Hao's expression shifted dramatically, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He stood abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Tao's eyes. Truth be told, at this moment, he was beginning to believe. How could he not? This was astonishing. Ning Tao had seen through his affliction with a mere glance. And given his audacity to make such bold claims in person, he must possess a degree of assurance. The sheer ingenuity of Ning Tao's approach was unfathomable. While traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes pulse diagnosis, Ning Tao had merely looked at him a few times and accurately assessed his condition in its entirety. In truth, Jing Ji's situation is not a grave matter. It is likely that he consumed something unsanitary a few days ago, allowing a golden mushroom worm to enter his liver. This particular worm is nocturnal, and as the liver is connected to the eyes, excessive strain on the eyes during the day may occasionally result in temporary blindness. Ning Tao, unfazed, placed his teacup down and pointed to the other man's abdomen, speaking with unwavering confidence. Upon Jing Hao's arrival, Ning Tao had noticed a hint of stagnation in his complexion, with his sclera appearing purplish and devoid of vitality. Activating his sight, he discerned the presence of a living golden mushroom worm in the man's liver, which brought him back to reality. The golden mushroom worm is a resilient parasite, capable of surviving even in boiling water. Once ingested, it swiftly migrates to the liver, where it feasts voraciously. If left untreated, it can lead to gastric ulcers over time. By the way, just the other day, I impulsively dined on crayfish with some friends at a roadside stall. Could that be the cause? Jing Hao exhaled softly, his expression shifting as he pondered this revelation. Indeed, that aligns with what Jing Gu suggested. The golden mushroom worm tends to attach itself to the gastrointestinal tracts of animals. It would be prudent to avoid such roadside eateries in the future, Ning Tao affirmed with a slight nod. Then, what should I do, Ning Laudi? Is there medication I need to take? Jing Hao leaned forward slightly, a hint of anxiety etched on his face. There's no need for medication. Ning Tao rose casually, patted Jing Hao a few times, and with a twinkle in his eye declared, all done. Tonight, Jing Gu shall enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He clapped his hands together, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that truly all it takes? Jing Hao's face betrayed a flicker of skepticism, and he uncertainly inquired. For him, it seemed rather exaggerated. Could mere pats cure ailments? Beside them, Su Qian was utterly astonished, her gaze fixated on Ning Tao as she observed his confident demeanor, her breaths becoming rapid. Rest assured, I guarantee it's all resolved. Should you experience any pain tonight, don't hesitate to call and berate me. Ning Tao chuckled, half jokingly, but then his expression turned serious. Jing Gu, saving lives is akin to fighting fire. I wish to examine your father's condition. Yes. Ning brother, please come upstairs. Jing Hao quickly regained his composure, extending a hand toward Ning Tao with a newfound respect, his address shifting from Ning Laudi to Ning brother, no longer so casual. Ning Tao accepted the invitation without hesitation, and the three of them ascended the stairs. Shortly, they arrived at a simple bedroom on the second floor. Jing Hao quietly opened the door, ushering them inside. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed, a table, and a few chairs, with little else to adorn the space. In the room stood a dozen individuals, divided into two groups, the majority gathered at the head of the bed. Among them were men and women of all ages, their expressions marked by reverence. Ning Tao and his companions surveyed the scene, surmising that these must be Jing Hao's family. However, his gaze soon shifted to another part of the room. At the edge of the bed sat an elderly gentleman, his complexion rosy and adorned with a goat-like beard, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Clad in a deep purple long robe, his snow-white hair was neatly gathered at the back of his head, exuding an air of refinement. Behind him stood two middle-aged doctors in white coats, intently focused on the figure lying on the bed, casting glances at the elderly man with a hint of reverence. What captured Ning Tao's attention most was the figure upon the bed, a middle-aged man, likely in his 50s, with a square face whose pallor suggested the toll of illness. Although his eyes were tightly shut, his countenance bore an imposing authority, somewhat reminiscent of Jing Hao. Ning Tao surmised that this must be Jing Hao's father. Strangely, Jing Kai-feng lay bare-chested, his body adorned with numerous silver needles, which also punctured his face in several places, creating a rather alarming sight. The elderly gentleman occasionally rubbed the needles as if to assess their placement. Su Qian's face turned pale with fright, but she was soon pulled aside by an elderly woman, who shook her head in a gesture of dissuasion. Ning Tao approached the bedside quietly, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. However, after a brief moment, his brow furrowed, and a grave expression settled upon him. He meticulously examined Jing Kaifeng's body, astonished to discover a mass of dark energy coiled at the center of his forehead, which seemed to be the root cause of his unconsciousness. This dark energy suppressed his nerves, leading to his state of stupor. Curiously, when Ning Tao concentrated his perspective, he was unable to discern the nature of this dark energy, prompting a sound of disbelief to escape his lips. The elderly gentleman momentarily paused, casting a disapproving glance at Ning Tao. Aware of his own breach of decorum, Ning Tao bit his lip and refrained from further comment. Yet soon, his expression turned serious again. It was evident that the elderly gentleman employed traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Though not well-versed in the intricacies of acupuncture, Ning Tao gleaned the general intent through his observations. The silver needles were strategically placed at Jing Kaifeng's acupoints, with several needles already embedded. After a brief interval, the elderly man adjusted the needles slightly, and under their stimulation, Jing Kaifeng's body began to exhibit a resurgence of vitality. However, a sense of foreboding weighed on Ning Tao. The underlying principle of this technique appeared to involve stimulating the nerves to awaken latent potential, akin to igniting one's essence to induce consciousness. While this method might yield results, it bore the perilous risk of inflicting self-harm, likely exhausting Jing Kaifeng's own potential, jeopardizing his life in the process. Nevertheless, Ning Tao chose not to voice his concerns, continuing to examine the situation repeatedly, contemplating possible strategies in silence. After a considerable interval, the elderly man finally took action once more, swiftly extracting the silver needles from his opponent's body, leaving only those embedded in the face. A trace of fatigue crossed his features as he gestured toward the individuals at the bedside, declaring, "I am weary and shall rest for 2 hours. When evening arrives, I shall perform another round of the silver needle life-saving technique, and the old master is likely to awaken." "Thank you, Physician Bu." Jing Hao, quickly escort Physician Bu to a guest room for rest, spoke the elderly woman, her expression brightening as she hastily addressed Jing Hao. "That is unwise, Brother Jing. In my opinion, it would be best to refrain from using the silver needle technique." At that moment, Ning Tao subtly shook his head and suddenly spoke up, causing everyone in the room to turn their attention towards him. "Who are you to question my master's medical expertise?" Before the elder could respond, a middle-aged man wearing glasses behind him darkened his expression and spoke with evident displeasure. "Oh, this is Ning Tao, a student from the Central Summer Medical College, whom I invited to treat my father." Noticing the tension in the air, Jing Hao quickly introduced Ning Tao. He then turned to Ning Tao, his expression slightly troubled, saying, "Brother Ning, this is Vice Dean Qian, the Vice President of the First People's Hospital of Haisher. This is Professor Ma from the Haisher Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. And this esteemed elder is Physician Bu, the renowned sage of Apricot Grove in our country." Jing Hao, fearing that Ning Tao's pride might lead to a conflict with Physician Bu, sought to maintain a harmonious atmosphere, as both parties were guests they had invited. "A student? What a farce. Mr. Jing, do you truly intend for this student to attend to the ailing elder?" Vice Dean Qian adjusted his glasses and glared, disdain evident in his gaze. "Mr. Jing, within these 2 hours, please ensure that the elder's body is wiped down with warm water every half hour, and remember, the silver needles on his head must not fall out." Physician Bu remained silent, holding his position with dignity, choosing not to engage in further discourse with Ning Tao, and began to rise to leave. "Vite, estimate Physician Bu. While the silver needle technique is indeed effective, should it proceed this way, even if the elder awakens, his time may be short. A physician's heart mirrors that of a parent. Your actions are ill-advised." Ning Tao extended his hand, halting Physician Bu. Though his tone carried a semblance of respect, it bore unwavering conviction. "Young man, have you obtained your diploma?" Physician Bu inquired, a frown creasing his brow, a hint of displeasure flickering across his weary countenance. "Not yet. I still lack a year." Ning Tao paused, then shook his head. "Are you studying internal medicine?" Physician Bu set further. "Not at all." Ning Tao inhaled deeply and replied again. "Then do you know what ailment the elder suffers from?" Physician Bu's voice escalated, now tinged with anger. "I do not know." Although Ning Tao understood the implications of the other party's words, he responded with utmost sincerity. "Umph. A mere child reeking of immaturity, utterly ignorant, yet daring to speak with such bravado. How shamelessly attention-seeking. How can you even dare to discuss the compassionate heart of a healer? I advise you to return and immerse yourself in medical texts. lest you lead others astray in the future." The esteemed physician Bu snorted coldly, his words resonating with a lofty air. "Young man, I shall not stoop to your level. Depart at once." At that moment, Vice Dean Qian stepped forward and scolded Ning Tao. "Vice Dean Qian, the patient is Mr. Jing. Are you aware of the ailment afflicting the elder? Or perhaps this esteemed predecessor knows?" Ning Tao, undeterred, smiled gently before countering with a question. He was acutely aware that if he could not navigate the present company, treating Mr. Jing would be nothing short of a fantasy. Upon mentioning Mr. Jing's condition, Vice Dean Qian's demeanor softened, yet before he could speak, another individual in a white coat interjected, "Though my master cannot ascertain the nature of Mr. Jing's illness at present, employing silver needles can at least suppress it. As for you, an inexperienced youth without credentials, your arrogance is truly unfounded. I must report your conduct to the authorities at your institution." "Indeed." Vice Dean Qian nodded in agreement, adding, "Professor Ma is right. The quality of current students must be elevated. Those who have not yet become doctors exhibit such unbridled arrogance. I seriously doubt their potential to become competent physicians." Their synchronized derision cast a shadow over Ning Tao's expression, and he retorted with irritation. "Both of you are esteemed physicians in high sure, yet instead of reflecting on your own inadequacies, you choose to lecture others. What a farcical display." Though Ning Tao was unfamiliar with the two men, he was well acquainted with the two hospitals they represented. Every graduate from the Zhongsha University Medical School aspired to join their ranks. Initially, he held them in respect, but their aggressive demeanor ignited his frustration. As Ning Tao dared to mock them, their tempers flared, ready to retaliate, but were halted by a raised hand from Physician Bu. He scrutinized Ning Tao carefully and then slowly remarked, "Young man, since you possess such eloquence, do you have a method to cure Mr. Jing's ailment? I cannot guarantee success, but I can certainly make an attempt." "Awakening Mr. Jing, however, should not pose much difficulty," Ning Tao replied cautiously. Reflecting on the significance of the brow as a vital part of the human body, he remained uncertain whether his abilities would suffice. Yet he believed at the very least he could manage to suppress the condition. "Oh, I am curious to know your method for awakening Mr. Jing. Having lived a long life, I would relish the opportunity to witness it. This technique is a family secret. It cannot be disclosed. Nor can there be any outsiders present during its application," Ning Tao replied, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. "Dr. Bu, I believe it would be prudent to allow Brother Ning a chance," suggested Jing Hao, who had approached, sensing the atmosphere was heavily laden with tension. However, before he could finish his thought, Vice President Qian raised a hand, decisively interrupting him. With a stern expression, he declared, "This is absurd, Mr. Jing. You're not a child of 3. Even if you harbor doubts regarding my master's medical prowess, allowing him to take a risk is unthinkable. Should anything happen to old Master Jing, who will bear the responsibility?" In that moment, Jing Hao found himself engulfed in hesitation. It was not that he doubted Ning Tao. Rather, the stakes were far too high. If his father's condition were to worsen, the burden of accountability would be unbearable. He turned to Ning Tao, a hint of regret in his eyes, and suggested, "Brother Ning, perhaps you and Dr. Bu should confer and devise a more cautious approach." In truth, Jing Hao was troubled. Having managed to invite Dr. Bu, who was esteemed by many, he knew that offending him was out of the question. Yet, Ning Tao's earlier display of skill had left him astonished, and after careful consideration, he found himself at an impasse. "What nonsense! My master is a figure of great respect in the medical community. How could I lower myself to negotiate with him?" Vice President Qian scoffed, immediately rebuffing the notion. "It is no wonder that traditional Chinese medicine is in decline. Here we are, in the grand nation of Xia, with such profound and extensive medical knowledge. Yet it is precisely because of individuals like you who are entrenched in your own arrogance that it faces extinction. It is truly disheartening." Ning Tao, genuinely inkensit, reflected on the irony. These two individuals, who should embody compassion and wisdom due to their esteemed positions, behaved like petulant children, leaving him deeply disappointed. Unbeknownst to him, Dr. Bu's medical expertise was unparalleled, revered throughout Xia, with numerous disciples in his wake. Were he to voice such skepticism in a broader context, no hospital would dare employ him post-graduation. Both Vice President Qian and the other individual fell momentarily silent, their faces flushed with indignation. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Fortunately, Dr. Bu maintained his composure. Upon hearing the remarks, his anger subsided somewhat. He then inquired with a sudden intensity, "Young man, do you truly possess the confidence to awaken old Master Jing?" With unwavering resolve, Ning Tao scrutinized old Master Jing once more before affirmatively nodding. Awakening is not the issue, but should restoration be the goal, I cannot claim to possess absolute certainty. Very well, do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity, lest others claim I am bullying the young. However, I must make it clear, if old Master Jing fails to awaken, then what? Dr. Bu's demeanor shifted back to calm, his gaze upon Ning Tao laden with significance. If he does not awaken, I am prepared to offer my life in atonement, Ning Tao declared, unfazed by the gravity of Dr. Bu's words, exuding confidence. Do you truly think your life could possibly equate to my uncle's? Scoffed a flamboyantly dressed young woman from the Jing family, her disdain evident. Jing Yen, silence yourself. Jing Hao interjected sharply, furrowing his brow in disapproval. At this critical juncture for the Jing family, should his father truly succumb, it would be akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, witnessing Ning Tao's unwavering confidence. He could not permit any interference. Very well, I shall grant you, young man, this opportunity. Let us all step outside. To be candid, even though he was revered as a divine physician, he found himself quite at a loss, utterly constrained. The symptoms exhibited by the elder Jing bore a striking resemblance to those chronicled in ancient texts regarding the invasion of malevolent energies. Yet in this scientific era, he dared not leap to conclusions. His mastery of the silver needle technique had not reached perfection. Ning Tao was indeed correct. For even if this method were to awaken the elder Jing, it would merely deplete his vitality, leaving his days numbered. The compassion inherent in a healer's heart was evident. Ning Tao spoke wisely, and if the other party truly possessed a solution, he would not object. Furthermore, he was eager to observe Ning Tao's capabilities, for the latter had effortlessly seen through his approach, a revelation that, though unspoken, stirred a flicker of surprise within him. The words of the divine physician carried significant weight, and coupled with Jing Hao's esteemed position within the household, the room was soon cleared of all but the essential. As Su Qian stepped out, her eyes betraying a hint of concern, Ning Tao offered a reassuring smile and a nod, a gesture of comfort. His insistence on clearing the room was not born of fear of suspicion, but rather due to the peculiar and ominous black energy emanating from the elder Jing's brow. He remained uncertain of its nature and feared that any unforeseen incident might endanger others. Once all had departed, Ning Tao took his place at the bedside, surveying the scene with caution. The silver needle technique employed by the divine physician was indeed intricate. It not only stimulated the patient's latent potential, but also temporarily suppressed the black energy, preventing its further spread. After thoroughly examining the elder Jing's condition, Ning Tao inhaled deeply and commenced his intervention. As he focused his mental energy, a beam of white light surged forth from his eyes, striking the elder Jing's brow. The brow, being a critical point of the human anatomy, intertwined with numerous nerves, necessitated great care. Now adept at directing the white light, he opted not to directly dispel the black energy, but rather sought to envelop it gently, thereby momentarily severing the connection between the malevolent force and the elder Jing's nervous system. Once the two were separated, he would be better positioned to eradicate the dark presence. The moment the white light made contact with the black energy, it reacted violently, akin to cold water splashing onto a hot skillet, producing a hissing sound. The elder Jing suddenly furrowed his brow, expelling a jet of black blood. Ning Tao's expression shifted, and he acted swiftly, gripping the elder Jing's arm and channeling his spiritual energy into the elder's body to mitigate the discomfort caused by the upheaval. The nourishing power of his energy enveloped the elder Jing's head, while beams of white light emanated from his eyes, gradually encasing the ominous black energy. As time progressed, the brilliance in Ning Tao's eyes dimmed, while old Master Jing's brows bizarrely emanated both black and white light, intertwining and devouring each other, creating an eerie spectacle. After a full 5 minutes, Ning Tao finally closed his eyes, blood oozing from them, and the transmission of his spiritual energy began to wane. Remarkable. It felt as though Ning Tao had emerged from a sauna, drenched and bearing a hint of trepidation, having exhausted his ability to perceive due to the overexertion of his spiritual vision. For the first time, he encountered a setback with the previously infallible healing white light. It was not as effortlessly manageable as he had envisioned. Fortunately, despite the considerable cost, he managed to temporarily seal it away. After calming his breath, Ning Tao wiped away the blood at the corner of his eye with a tissue before wearily opening the door. What happened? What happened? As the door swung open, a throng of Jing family members surged in. Ah, he's spitting blood. Kid, what exactly did you do to my uncle? I told you not to let this kid take action. And now look, my uncle is bleeding. The members of the Jing family, upon seeing old Master Jing's blood-stained visage, erupted in uproar, directing their furious glares at Ning Tao. Boy, what else do you have to say now? Let me tell you, if anything were to happen to old Master Jing, 9 lives would not suffice for your demise. Vice Dean Xian sneered, throwing a harsh remark at Ning Tao before swiftly commencing an examination of old Master Jing. Teacher, I warned you not to trust this kid. Please, come and see how old Master Jing is doing. Professor Ma, equally anxious, respectfully addressed the esteemed physician Bu. Both he and Vice Dean Xian had been tasked with treating old Master Jing, and should anything happen to him, they would bear the blame. Had it not been for Physician Bu's earlier intervention, they would never have allowed Ning Tao to act. Now, what do you have to say? Physician Bu first assessed old Master Jing before casting an icy glare at Ning Tao, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. To think you call yourself a physician, yet you fail to comprehend the situation and join the ranks of quacks in their outcries. Truly disappointing. Ning Tao sat quietly in a chair, eyes closed and demeanor serene. How audacious! Even now, you dare to be obstinate. Vice Dean Xian, in a fit of rage, began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Physician Bu. The countenance of Physician Bu soured at being challenged by a junior, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure and leaned down to continue his examination of old Master Jing. After checking his eyes, tongue, and pulse, a look of surprise began to creep onto Physician Bu's face. No need to check further. Within a minute, old Master Jing will awaken. After suppressing that dark energy, the opponent's nerves were liberated. Once their nerves had a moment to recover, they would naturally awaken. This is a fundamental principle of medicine that Ning Tao felt quite confident about. Kid, what method did you just employ? As soon as Ning Tao spoke, Dr. Bu released his pulse-checking hand, his expression resembling that of a ghostly encounter, clearly having realized something significant. I advised Dr. Bu to remove all the silver needles from old Master Jing's face. Otherwise, even if he manages to survive this ordeal, he will at least lose 10 years of his lifespan, Ning Tao stated, casting a calm glance at everyone present. All right, I will remove them immediately. Dr. Bu, taken aback, could not ignore Ning Tao's impudence. Upon examination, he was astonished to find that old Master Jing's condition was entirely normal, and the nervous abnormalities were gradually recovering, an outcome he deemed impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded his earlier rudeness and hastened to extract the silver needles from old Master Jing's head. Cough, cough, cough as soon as the needles were withdrawn. Old Master Jing coughed several times, then slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. He's awake. The moment old Master Jing opened his eyes, the Jing family erupted in cheers, their faces alight with joy. Father, how are you feeling now? With old Master Jing in a coma, Jing had assumed the role of head of the family. Now, overwhelmed with emotion, even this robust man felt tears welling in his eyes. Mifine, where am I? Old Master Jing, his eyes half opened and devoid of clarity, inquired in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper. You're home, father. This is Dr. Bu. Noticing the old man's struggle to turn his head and gaze around, eventually landing on a stranger, Jing Hao quickly introduced him. Oh, so you're Dr. Bu. Thank you, esteemed doctor. Jing Shuming, clearly familiar with Dr. Bu, took a moment to catch his breath before addressing him. Old Master Jing, do not be modest. Your recovery is not due to my efforts, but rather the commendable work of this young man. Dr. Bu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly stepped aside to reveal Ning Tao's presence. Oh, and who might this be? After regaining some color in his face, old Master Jing, with Jing Hao's assistance, propped himself up slightly and asked with a hint of curiosity. Father, this is Ning Tao, Shallow's boyfriend and also my friend, who has come specifically to treat you. Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Shallow's. Ning Tao, who had been quietly cultivating his pure yang wujigong in a chair, now stood up upon being addressed. Approaching the bedside, he managed a modest smile and introduced himself. Hello, uncle. My name is Ning Tao. Ah, what a spirited young man. Indeed impressive. Uncle is truly grateful to you this time. Old Master Jing's voice was low, yet his gaze grew increasingly spirited. After casting a few glances at Ning Tao, he nodded in evident satisfaction. Old Master Jing, I believe your ailment was cured by my teacher's silver needles. The moment the needles were withdrawn, you awakened. This young man is indeed fortuitously skilled. Observing that all the attention had shifted to Ning Tao, Vice President Qian's expression began to betray discomfort. What a jest. If word of this spread, how could they hold their heads high again? 3 renowned doctors outmatched by a mere student who hadn't even graduated from medical school. What a source of ridicule. Moreover, his esteemed mentor, Master Bu, was a figure of great renown, He could scarcely believe that Ning Tao possessed any true skill, viewing him merely as a pretender. Old Master Jing furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Indeed, I believe it was Master Bu who treated you. Uncle, you may not be aware, but the hospital stated there was no hope. When Master Bu arrived, your complexion was ashen, and it was only after he applied his silver needles that your color returned to normal. The stylishly dressed woman, Jing Yin, who had just been reprimanded by Jing Hao, interjected hastily. It was because of Ning Tao that she had been scolded, and she now harbored a growing disdain for the young man before her. Upon hearing someone distort the truth, Ning Tao's expression grew cold, and he spoke in a chilling tone, who claims old Master Jing's condition has improved. At this declaration, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment and intrigue, their respect for this enigmatic figure intensifying. Young man, I have just examined old Master Jing. Aside from some weakness, he has recovered entirely, and I will not allow you to sow discord here. Professor Ma gathered the precise instruments he had been using, offering a thin smile that lacked warmth. With your abilities, I, Ning, find no merit in engaging further with you. Farewell. Ning Tao was genuinely incensed. These two, one a vice president and the other a professor, lacked the skill in medicine, yet excelled in sharp-tongued criticism, which left him utterly unimpressed. Young brother, please wait. Is it true that old Master Jing has not yet fully recovered? Master Bu suddenly rose to intercept Ning Tao, though his address shifted from young man to young brother, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Master, why are you being so polite to this fellow? Master Bu abruptly turned to Vice President Qian and the others, a flicker of anger crossing his previously calm face. Silence. Qian Hongda. As a practitioner of traditional medicine in our great nation, one must first cultivate a humble heart. Before healing others, one must possess medical ethics. Today, you have greatly disappointed me. This young brother's medical prowess far exceeds my own, and it is only fitting that he be regarded as my teacher. Your repeated failures to introspect and your relentless criticism of others sadden me deeply. Today, I expel you from my tutelage. From this day forth, we shall have no further association. The voice of the esteemed healer resonated powerfully, akin to an enraged leopard, each word piercing the hearts of those present. Vice President Qian's complexion turned ashen, and as soon as the healer's words concluded, he fell to his knees with a thud, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly implored, Master, I was wrong. I beseech you to show mercy. There was no escaping the fear that gripped Vice President Qian. My forgiveness is inconsequential unless this young gentleman chooses to pardon you. Otherwise, you may take your leave at once. The healer was evidently furious, his chest heaving with agitation. Yes. Vice President Qian swiftly turned, gazing imploringly at Ning Tao. His previous hostility evaporated. Mr. Ning, I spoke rashly just now. We are all part of the medical community. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and not hold it against me. The onlookers from the Jing family were utterly dumbfounded. It was inconceivable that the vice president of the Haisher People's Hospital was now seeking forgiveness from Ning Tao. Vice President Qian, this is unacceptable. Please rise. Ning Tao felt a wave of unease wash over him. Despite the earlier unpleasantness, he recognized that the man before him was in his 50s and held a position of authority. Witnessing him kneeling was a daunting sight, prompting Ning Tao to extend a hand to help him up. Unless Mr. Ning forgives me, I shall not rise. At this juncture, Vice President Qian was resolute, placing all hope in Ning Tao, the esteemed healer. Ning Tao couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the healer, realizing he had been presented with a dilemma. Youth, your words today have enlightened me profoundly. Over the years, I have traveled far and wide, believing I had achieved some success, but in doing so, I have forgotten my original aspirations. As you aptly pointed out, our traditional Chinese medicine has become stagnated, leading to our current predicament. What I can do now is impart some lessons to those who are arrogant, to awaken their awareness. The healer spoke with eloquence, a hint of sorrow gracing his features. Yet his words elevated Ning Tao's impression of him significantly. It is worth noting that both the healer's status and medical expertise had reached remarkable heights, and the ability to express such heartfelt sentiments only evoked deep respect. Master, I was wrong. Vice President Qian's countenance was desolate, finally acknowledging his missteps. He turned once more to Ning Tao, his voice trembling. Mr. Ning, I implore you not to hold my transgressions against me. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on Ning Tao, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Sensing the weight of this unspoken pressure, Ning Tao sighed inwardly and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. Vice President Qian, You're being too harsh on yourself. I only hope that in your future endeavors, you can approach others with sincerity. I bear no ill will. The man's previous transgressions had merely been verbal. Now that an apology had been offered, Ning Tao felt no need to cling to past grievances. Furthermore, Vice President Qian had already faced his punishment, and it was wise to know when to draw the line. Young brother Ning possesses a generous spirit and chooses not to engage in petty disputes. You should quickly rise and express your gratitude. How embarrassing. Dr. Bu stroked his beard, feigning a stern demeanor, yet his expression softened considerably, his tone considerably more relaxed. After all, the other party is somewhat of a notable figure, and their acknowledgement of a mistake is commendable. Furthermore, they had just offended him moments prior. Thank you, esteemed mentor. Thank you, Mr. Ning, Vice Dean Qian exclaimed, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly rose from the ground, his face brimming with gratitude as he turned toward Ning Tao. Young brother Ning, has old Master Jing's ailment not yet been resolved? Dr. Bu, however, chose to disregard Vice Dean Qian's trivial matters. For a physician of his stature, there is perhaps nothing more fascinating than a perplexing illness. He had been mulling over Ning Tao's earlier words. Ning Tao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and waved his hand, saying, Dr. Bu, you are my senior. Simply addressing me as Ning Tao is quite sufficient. To be regarded as an equal would surely be an overestimation of my humble self. The notion of being referred to as young brother by a venerable elder left Ning Tao feeling rather uncomfortable, prompting him to gesture dismissively. Young brother Ning, every profession has its intricacies, and wisdom comes in various forms, not determined by age. Were it not for my advancing years, I might have hoped to study under your guidance. Now, I humbly beseech you not to decline my request. Dr. Bu, with a serious countenance, spoke words that left Ning Tao momentarily stunned. In truth, Ning Tao had already come to regard Dr. Bu as a member of a hidden lineage of medical expertise, one that has kept its knowledge veiled. Otherwise, he would not have taken such precautions while treating old Master Jing, though he considered himself well-traveled and familiar with many remarkable individuals. Ning Tao's abilities had elevated his perception of the young man to a far greater height, making him reluctant to treat him lightly. Seeing Dr. Bu's insistence, Ning Tao felt it unwise to argue further. After all, individuals of such high repute often value their dignity, and pressing the matter could lead to awkwardness. Thus, he nodded in acceptance. To him, the mastery of acupuncture possessed by the other was nothing short of miraculous, and forging a friendship with such a physician could only bring advantages. Young brother Ning, what do you believe is the nature of old Master Jing's condition? Once their relationship had been established, Dr. Bu's tone became significantly more familiar, adopting an inquisitive demeanor. In response, Ning Tao furrowed his brow, perplexity evident as he shook his head. Strangely enough, it seems that old Master Jing is not afflicted by any particular illness. Based on my assessment, it appears to be due to the intrusion of malevolent energies. If he had been somewhat reserved upon entering, he now expressed the conjectures that had been occupying his thoughts. Oh, even young brother Ning suspects an invasion of malevolent energies? Dr. Bu's expression shifted dramatically, his voice nearly faltering in surprise. What? Does Dr. Bu have some insights to share? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting a hint of astonishment. To comprehend his ability to perceive, one must acknowledge that he possesses a gift of insight, and it is evident that the esteemed healer, Dr. Bu, is not without reason in his deductions. Indeed, I have meticulously examined the esteemed elder, Mr. Jing, and observed a precarious balance of energy, concentrated yet flawed, with an ominous dark aura surrounding him and a disarray at his brow. This aligns closely with the symptoms of malevolent energy invasion as chronicled in the Southern Herbal Compendium, though I hesitated to confirm it until now. Hearing the words of young Ning only serves to fortify my assessment. Upon Ning Tao's mention of sinister forces at play, Dr. Bu's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he promptly clapped his hands in agreement. Mr. Jing, might you recall encountering any unusual individuals or consuming anything extraordinary prior to the onset of your ailment? Ning Tao nodded, redirecting his attention to the ailing elder, hoping to uncover any clues from him. The world is replete with exceptional individuals, some of whom possess noble intentions, yet a twinge of skepticism lingered in his heart. Indeed, I have not indulged in any unusual fare, as my provisions are provided by trusted sources, and I seldom consume anything from outside. However, I did have an encounter last month with a monk who claimed to have a connection with me and attempted to halt my carriage, insisting on taking me away. I dismissed him, and he did not press the matter, merely patting my shoulder before departing. Mr. Jing's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an unease. A monk, you say? Ning Tao's eyes narrowed, sensing the complexity of the situation. It seemed he had indeed anticipated the presence of a hidden adversary. Ning Tao, do you possess a means to dispel this malefic influence? Jing Kaifeng, fully aware of the gravity of his circumstances, quickly turned his gaze toward Ning Tao, seeking a solution. I have never encountered such dark arts. If a complete eradication is required, I can only offer a 50% chance of success. Ning Tao replied cautiously after a moment of contemplation. 50%? That is hardly sufficient, exclaimed the family members in unison, their voices rising in a chorus of concern. Even Jing Hao felt compelled to voice his anxiety. Silence. Such cacophony is unbecoming. Suddenly, Mr. Jing issued a sharp reprimand, silencing the room's disorder. After taking a deep breath, he turned to Ning Tao and said, "You may proceed with your methods. A 50% assurance is adequate. Life and death are fated, and the fortune of wealth is dictated by the heavens. It is already fortuitous that I have regained consciousness." Mr. Jing's acceptance of the situation was strikingly pragmatic. His words, though met with hesitation from the Jing family, compelled them to remain quiet. It is worth noting that Dr. Bu had initially estimated only 3 days of survival for Mr. Jing. Thus, a 50% chance of recovery is indeed a promising development. If an increase in probability is desired, it is feasible, albeit contingent upon Dr. Bu's assistance. After a moment of deep contemplation, Ning Tao abruptly turned to Dr. Bu and inquired. The young brother need only voice his requirements, and I shall not hesitate to comply with whatever I am capable of accomplishing. Upon realizing that his own skills would be called upon, the esteemed physician Bu immediately felt invigorated and responded without a moment's hesitation. I require you to suppress Lord Jing's vital energy with silver needles to the lowest extent possible. At this moment, Ning Tao exhibited no hesitation. He spoke without a second thought. Very well, this poses no problem. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Bu's eyes. Yet he refrained from questioning further, placing his complete trust in Ning Tao. Now, let's not delay. Everyone else, please exit. Ning Tao boldly seated himself at the head of Lord Jing's bed, his expression growing considerably grave. To be candid, his current condition was far from optimal. With his spiritual energy severely depleted, yet time was of the essence. The dark energy continued to batter against its confines, causing him considerable anxiety. Soon, all present vacated the room, and at Ning Tao's gesture, the physician wasted no time, expertly manipulating the needles as he swiftly inserted a dozen into Lord Jing's body. Following this procedure, Lord Jing promptly fell into a deep unconsciousness, his vital aura seemingly on the brink of vanishing. Seeing this, Ning Tao leaned slightly forward, gently placing his thumb upon Lord Jing's forehead while activating his vision to discern the dark energy once more. The reason Ning Tao sought to suppress Lord Jing's vital energy was to induce a state of numbness upon the dark force. Given that this malevolent energy was a tool wielded by those with sinister intentions, it was undoubtedly aimed at bringing about Lord Jing's demise. If Lord Jing's life force approached a flickering state, it would undoubtedly facilitate the dispelling of this dark energy. Before undertaking these actions, a reckless thought had crossed his mind, to draw the dark energy into his own body and refine it with his own spiritual power. For if that dark energy were to erupt at Lord Jing's brow, it could lead to dire consequences, rendering him a mere shell of his former self, if not worse. As Ning Tao's eyes once again emitted a radiant white light, the dark energy seemed to sense the imminent danger. It coiled its form, transforming into a pitch-black, malevolent entity, opening a gaping maw in a frenzied attempt to consume the white light. Startled by this apparition, Ning Tao remained undeterred. Acutely aware that the adversary was now in desperate straits, any lapse in his focus could spell disaster. With unwavering determination, Ning Tao's gaze became piercing, as faint luminescence danced within his eyes. His power of perception continuously separated the malevolent entity through his thumb. Bu, witnessing this, was left aghast. With his limited vision, he could only discern the faint tendrils of dark energy swirling between Ning Tao's finger and Lord Jing's brow, a sight both eerie and foreboding. He wished to caution Ning Tao to exercise vigilance, but feared that his intrusion might disrupt the delicate balance, leaving him in anxious anticipation. With a howl, the dark entity writhed amidst the white light, its form intermittently dissipating into shadows, manifesting evident agony. An inaudible scream emanated, causing the formless head to peer through Lord Jing's brow towards Ning Tao. Boom! The malevolent entity relentlessly tormented the brow of Lord Jing, inciting his ire toward Ning Tao. In a moment of desperation, he hurled himself forward, shattering a layer of shackles and surging into Ning Tao's body through his outstretched finger. Once inside, the malevolent being unfurled its gaping maw, intent on devouring Ning Tao's flesh and blood. Anticipating this very outcome, Ning Tao had long been prepared. He immediately summoned his internal spiritual energy to obliterate the dark essence. His body, having undergone spiritual refinement, was far from being as fragile as Lord Jing's. Since the adversary had dared to engage, he was ready to unleash his full might to vanquish it. However, at that moment, the blood infant, which had remained dormant within Ning Tao's dantian, suddenly opened its hollow eyes. Upon sighting the malevolent entity, a hint of color seemed to flicker in its gaze. With a sudden inhalation, the dark essence transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, which the blood infant devoured. After consuming the dark energy, the blood infant's pallor brightened, as if it had savored a delectable delicacy. Subsequently, it expanded slightly, releasing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that replenished Ning Tao's depleted reserves and even enhanced them. Such transformations unfolded so swiftly that Ning Tao could scarcely comprehend them. By the time he regained his senses, the blood infant had returned to a tranquil state, standing motionless within his dantian, devoid of any further reaction. Ning Tao felt a sense of helplessness regarding the blood infant. He was unsure how to refine it and had to rely on the words of his unorthodox master, communicating with it daily using spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the blood infant's visage was gradually changing, seemingly resembling him more with each passing day. Moreover, their recent communications had borne fruit. He sensed a burgeoning connection with the blood infant, particularly after it had devoured the dark essence, which appeared to bolster its strength. Ning Tao dared not act impulsively concerning the blood infant and resolved to seek his master's counsel in the coming days for a more detailed understanding. At that very moment, as Ning Tao dispelled the malevolent spirit form from the dark essence, in a modest yet luxurious villa in Haisher City, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a bed, his eyes closed in meditation. The man's frame was frail, his face little more than skin stretched over bones, a rather alarming sight. Beneath his robe coiled a black and red python, occasionally extending its head to hiss menacingly. Suddenly, the man's robe quivered, as if he had transformed into a vortex, causing the garment to billow and eject the python forcefully. Simultaneously, a stream of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, draining the color from his face, rendering him as pallid as a mere skeleton draped in human skin. With his slender brows knitted tightly together, he involuntarily let out a muffled groan from his nostrils, his breathing rapid and labored. After a moment, as his breath steadied, he slowly opened his piercing black and white eyes and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "To dare disrupt my sorcery is truly an invitation to death." The man lowered his gaze and noticed the python on the ground, licking the pool of blood. He paid it no mind, retrieving his phone and dialing several numbers. Before long, the call connected, and a voice on the other end emerged, humble yet subdued. "Master Bien, has Jing Kaifeng departed this world?" "Departed? I fear it is I who may be nearing that fate." The man's tone was frigid, sharp as a blade, piercing the ears of those who listened. "What? Has something occurred? Could it be?" The voice on the other end trembled with evident fear, hastily inquiring. "Indeed, the other party has summoned a master, having unraveled my spell, nearly inflicting severe damage upon me. I require your assistance to investigate who is orchestrating this mischief." The man's words were laced with ire, lacking any semblance of courtesy as he issued his command. "Rest assured, Master Bien, I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Within 3 days, I shall provide results." The individual on the line, clearly intimidated by the man, promptly assured him. With a cold snort, the man did not respond further, instead hanging up the phone. "Brother Ning, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Ning Tao slowly open his eyes, Physician Bu hurriedly inquired, having just seen a dark energy infiltrate Ning Tao's body, leaving him utterly terrified. "No worries, old Master Jing is now unharmed. Physician Bu can remove the silver needles." Ning Tao's eyes sparkled with vitality, the fatigue he had felt moments before dissipating entirely. "Is it truly resolved?" Physician Bu found it hard to believe. He had initially wished to observe Ning Tao's treatment, yet seeing him merely give a thumbs up before recovering was simply astonishing. "Rest assured, I am confident old Master Jing has fully regained his health." Ning Tao was brimming with assurance, Yet his gaze flickered momentarily before he continued. Physician Bu, such techniques are rather sensational. I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential. Fear not, Brother Ning. This will not escape my lips. Physician Bu understood the taboos surrounding such matters. The very fact that Ning Tao had chosen to confide in him signified trust, and without hesitation, he vowed to keep it secret. As Physician Bu began to extract the silver needles, Ning Tao called for the Jing family, knowing they must have been anxiously awaiting news. After all, having healed the patriarch, it was time to inform those waiting outside. Not long after, within 5 minutes, old Master Jing awoke. Once Ning Tao confirmed that he was no longer in peril, the Jing family members collectively sighed in relief. Su Qian's beautiful eyes, however, remained fixed upon Ning Tao, lost in thought. With old Master Jing now safe, Physician Bu prepared to take his leave, not only providing a recipe for health, but also exchanging contact information with Ning Tao, implying a desire for closer ties in the future. In the first-floor living room of the Jing family, after bidding farewell to Physician Bu, only Ning Tao and Jing Hao remained, while the rest of the family stayed upstairs with old Master Jing. Having endured significant upheavals, the family was reluctant to part ways at this moment. Dear Brother Ning, I am immensely grateful to you for your assistance this time, and considering the previous occasion, you have aided me twice now. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Jing Hao said, pouring a cup of tea for Ning Tao, his face brimming with appreciation. Brother Jing, you are being overly modest. My relationship with Su Qian makes us akin to classmates, and I consider you a friend. This is merely a small gesture. There is no need for formalities, Ning Tao replied, waving his hand dismissively. He was indifferent to the notion of gratitude, for he lacked not for wealth. His current aim was to ensure the well-being of Jing Leoi's family, which would undoubtedly bolster his own standing. Very well. I perceive that Brother Ning is no ordinary individual. I shall refrain from expressing thanks. However, should my Jing family ever require your assistance, I will not hesitate. Jing Hao declared with a hearty laugh, his heart full of promise. Ning Tao's series of actions had already led Jing Hao to regard him as an extraordinary person. In the presence of such a character, offering money would seem rather pedestrian. Moreover, once matters could be quantified in monetary terms, the essence of friendship would inevitably diminish. Therefore, cultivating a relationship with someone like Ning Tao would undoubtedly prove advantageous for Jing Hao. Indeed, if the need arises for your assistance, I will not hold back. Ning Tao nodded, speaking earnestly. As the conversation progressed, Ning Tao's expression grew somber, and he unconsciously tapped his nails against the armrest, lowering his voice slightly. Brother Jing, you must exercise caution. Although Jing Leoi has narrowly escaped calamity this time, the adversary remains shrouded in secrecy, and vigilance is paramount. Upon hearing Ning Tao mention the individual who had plotted against his father, a glint of determination flashed in Jing Hao's eyes. He shifted slightly, not concealing his thoughts. You speak wisely, Brother Ning. I have my suspicions about those who would dare to target my Jing family. This time, they have failed. But my family will not sit idly by. Oh, may I inquire whom you suspect? Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, then turned to Jing Hao, adding, since I have thwarted their schemes, they may trace the matter back to me, so I wish to be prepared. Having experienced the events with Chao Yang, Ning Tao had become notably cautious. He had indeed disrupted someone else's plans, and it was inevitable that he might become a target. Knowing the identity of his adversary would help him gauge the situation. Jing Hao's expression turned serious at Ning Tao's words, and it seemed he had made a significant decision. Leaning forward slightly, he whispered, I have my own suspicions. This conversation remains between us, Brother Ning. To be candid, in 2 months, there will be a change in the elections in Haishur. Oh, is that so? Ning Tao furrowed his brow, then his eyes brightened. By the way, Brother Jing, if possible, could you investigate that Taoist? If you uncover any information, please inform me. Having already engaged in conflict with the opposing party, Ning Tao resolved to understand his adversaries fully. After all, ignorance could lead to unforeseen complications. Jing Hao, possessing a myriad of skills far beyond what Ning Tao could offer, would likely find it easy to track down an individual. Rest assured, Brother Ning, even if you do not mention it, I am determined to locate that detestable Taoist. A flicker of fierce resolve crossed Jing Hao's eyes as he assented without hesitation. Very well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave and return to school, thus not disturbing Brother Jing any further. After conveying all the necessary matters, Ning Tao rose to bid farewell. Leaving so soon? Jing Hao was taken aback, then quickly stood up with a sincere expression, saying, Brother Ning, why the haste? The elder just regained consciousness and has yet to express his gratitude to you. If you leave now, I shall bear the brunt of his displeasure. Besides, since you and Qianqian have graced us with your presence, it is only fitting that I extend my hospitality tonight." Jing Hao sighed in a feigned smile, urgently trying to persuade Ning Tao to stay. "Brother Jing, you are too kind. I have classes this afternoon and truly do not wish to delay. Moreover, the elder has just awakened and likely has numerous matters to attend to. I shall wait for a more opportune time to visit." Ning Tao replied with a gentle smile, conveying his good intentions. Given the elder's esteemed position and recent awakening, it felt rather awkward for him to linger. Additionally, these individuals were relatives of Qianqian. His presence might provoke unnecessary contemplation. Thus, he deemed it best to seize the chance to depart. Seeing Ning Tao's resolute intent, Jing Hao did not insist further. After all, sharing a meal was merely a formality. He could find other ways to repay Ning Tao's kindness in the future. Ning Tao did not return with Su Qian, as she had just arrived and might have matters to attend to. He also refrained from taking a taxi, as Jing Hao insisted on sending him off in a vehicle. Ning Tao graciously accepted and soon found himself in a rather understated Audi, heading back to school. Upon his return, the entirety of the afternoon's classes left Ning Tao somewhat distracted and pensive. Despite everything seemingly going smoothly for him, he was acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. With the Chao family and the Zhang family, alongside that enigmatic Taoist, he had already offended numerous factions. In the past, he would have found it insurmountable, yet now he felt he might possess the strength to confront them. After much contemplation, Ning Tao resolved to consult with his master upon their next meeting, as his current abilities were limited and it was evident that certain matters transcended mundane power. After classes dismissed, as Ning Tao stepped out of the classroom, he spotted Tong Yeqian, who was waiting for him not far away, her delicate hands clasped together, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Ning Tao, I had no idea you were such an exceptional basketball player. I didn't hear about it before. I missed the game but saw the highlights online." Tong Yeqian approached him, a gentle blush coloring her cheeks, her excitement palpable. It was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance," Ning Tao replied, momentarily entranced by her smile, only to feel a hint of awkwardness thereafter. Sensing Ning Tao's gaze upon her, Tong Yeqian felt a flutter of nervousness. As they exited the school gates, she suddenly turned to him, mustering her courage, her demeanor shyly hesitant. "Ning Tao, my mother is able to get out of bed today. Since you won the basketball match, I know a lovely restaurant just outside the school. Would you allow me to treat you to a meal?" "That sounds delightful," Ning Tao responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. "But we must bring something back for Annie after our meal." Upon witnessing Tong Yeqian bringing him to this place, Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback, and as he turned to face her, his expression became somewhat peculiar. Although he had never visited this restaurant before, he was aware of its pricey reputation, and more importantly, it was predominantly frequented by couples, with some students seeking to express their affections. Tong Yeqian's choice of venue inevitably led Ning Tao's thoughts astray. He found it hard to believe she was unaware of this implication. Conversely, Tong Yeqian avoided direct eye contact, opting instead to stride confidently into the restaurant, exuding a sense of determination. As they entered, Ning Tao's senses were instantly enlivened by the sight of elegantly arranged seating, predominantly designed for pairs. The restaurant's ambience was warm and inviting, predominantly adorned in shades of blue, with soft, milky white lighting overhead. After settling into a cozy booth, Ning Tao noticed Tong Yeqian's cheeks flushed deeper as she reached for the menu presented by a waiter, timidly passing it to him with a gentle suggestion. "Ning Tao, you choose." "Yeqian, this isn't exactly inexpensive, is it?" On their way, Tong Yeqian had already mentioned treating him to a meal, and having glanced at the menu, Ning Tao frowned, concerned about the exorbitant prices. Having spent considerable time together, he understood Tong Yeqian's strong sense of pride, while he was not particularly concerned about the cost. It would be unfair to place her in such a predicament. "Don't worry, you order. I have money today," Tong Yeqian insisted, shaking her head stubbornly. Yet a warm current flowed within her heart. She was particularly exhilarated today. This very morning, her mother had managed to get out of bed, a moment that had brought her to tears of joy. Despite her unwavering commitment to her mother's treatment, she had secretly believed that hope was all but lost. All of this was thanks to Ning Tao, who had saved her life. This morning's conversation with her mother had ignited a newfound courage within her, motivating her to express her true feelings to Ning Tao. In this world, there exists no hatred without reason, nor love without cause. In truth, everything Ning Tao had done had solidified Tong Yaqian's belief that he was her guardian angel. What other boy treated her with such kindness? She was acutely aware of the intentions of those who pursued her. Their gazes often felt predatory, as if they wished to devour her whole. Yet with Ning Tao, she never felt such trepidation. Despite the occasional mischievous glint in his eyes, he had never overstepped any boundaries. Though Ning Tao was puzzled, he refrained from pressing the matter further. After casually selecting a few dishes, he looked at Tong Yaqian with a bemused expression. He sensed something unusual about her today. A delicate blush graced her flawless complexion, rendering her exceptionally radiant and momentarily leaving him spellbound. "What are you staring at?" Tong Yaqian, feeling a flutter of nervousness under his gaze, playfully admonished him, though her heart raced even more fiercely in response. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that you look absolutely stunning." "Yaqian," Ning Tao exclaimed, taking a sip of his tea in an attempt to quell his own tumultuous emotions, genuinely complimenting her. "I must excuse myself for a moment." Tong Yaqian's face burned with embarrassment, and she fidgeted restlessly before hurriedly departing. In the meantime, Ning Tao received the items he had requested. Although he found Tong Yaqian's peculiar behavior today somewhat puzzling, he refrained from probing further. "How dare they spill my drink? They shall not leave until this cup is drained." Moments later, just as Ning Tao began to grow impatient, a rough voice pierced the air, causing his brow to furrow. Turning to investigate, his expression darkened instantly. A group of burly men had encircled a young girl, one of whom brandished a glass of baijiu, menacingly addressing her. "I'm sorry, but I do not drink." The girl, trembling and biting her lip, shook her head resolutely. To Ning Tao's growing ire, the girl in question was none other than Tong Yaqian. "What is happening?" He strode over, pulling Tong Yaqian aside, and fixed an unfriendly gaze upon the group, speaking coldly. "Is this your girlfriend? She just bumped into my brother Bao. He is not one to hold a grudge, but she must drink as an apology. How ungrateful of her." A nearby thug appraised Ning Tao with scorn, his words dripping with derision. Bumped into him? Ning Tao noted the sinister demeanor of the so-called brother Bao, and a realization dawned upon him. This man was likely captivated by Tong Yaqian's beauty. Regardless, what does it matter if a girl accidentally collided with someone? Suppressing his anger, he replied coolly, "Oh, my apologies. Yaqian, let us go." He took her delicate hand, intent on departing. Suddenly, a thug smashed a beer bottle to the ground, blocking their path with a menacing expression. "You think you can just leave after a mere apology? Don't overestimate yourself, kid. I'll be frank. My brother Bao has taken a liking to your girlfriend. Best step aside if you know what is good for you. Should we call the police?" Tong Yaqian whispered, gripping Ning Tao's wrist tightly, shaken by the brazen words that left her feeling disoriented. As they were obstructed, a glint of resolve flashed in Ning Tao's eyes. This was their first official outing together, and he had hoped to maintain a pleasant atmosphere. But it seemed the adversaries were growing increasingly audacious. "Police? What do we have to fear?" The thug sneered, exuding a sense of invincibility. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Ning Tao raised his chin defiantly. "Negotiate? What do you have to offer?" Brother Bao, a portly middle-aged man, approached with a mocking grin, gesturing broadly. "This territory is under my protection. No one dares to challenge me here." Indeed, Ning Tao's suspicions were confirmed. Brother Bao was deliberately seeking trouble with Tong Yaqian. This group frequently prowled near the school, indulging in predatory behavior and bullying those weaker than themselves. As he caught sight of Tong Yaqian entering the restroom, a glimmer of intrigue sparked within him. When she emerged, he took a decisive action, scarcely acknowledging Ning Tao. "I shall grant you one more chance. Step aside, and let us consider this entire affair as though it never transpired." Ning Tao's expression remained placid as he suddenly interjected. "Young man, it appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Someone, remind him of his place." With a quiver of disdain, Brother Leopard directed a nearby ruffian to take action. To dare to challenge Brother Leopard is to court disaster. A brash thug seized a beer mug, hurling it at Ning Tao's head with a volley of curses. Bang! Ning Tao, unperturbed, responded with swiftness as the assailant approached menacingly, without hesitation. He delivered a forceful kick to the thug's midsection. The ruffian, having charged in with such fervor, was sent reeling backward, letting out a pained cry as he collapsed onto the floor. Silence. Ning Tao's decisive kick rendered the entire establishment momentarily breathless. Brother Leopard and his companions were left in a state of disbelief. They had witnessed skilled fighters before, yet they could scarcely comprehend the swiftness of Ning Tao's response. The other patrons, observing the unfolding chaos, adopted an aloof demeanor, discreetly settling their bills and making their exits. The restaurant manager had initially contemplated intervening, but upon recognizing Brother Leopard's presence, he retreated in trepidation to the kitchen. The notoriety of these individuals was well known, and given their formidable connections, the manager opted to avoid unnecessary conflict, resigning himself to misfortune. Brother Leopard, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, a group entered through the door, drawn by the commotion. Upon spotting Brother Leopard, they greeted him with enthusiastic familiarity. Someone dared to strike one of my own. Brother Leopard, snapping back to reality, darkened in countenance, muttering under his breath. However, his gaze once again fell upon Ning Tao, glowering with the intensity of a flame. How audacious to provoke Brother Leopard. They must be seeking their own demise. As the commotion escalated, the newcomers pressed closer. Ning Tao recognized the voices, instinctively turning to face them, his brows arching in mild astonishment. It was none other than the so-called third brother, summoned by Chao Bin previously. It's you. What brings you here? Have you forgotten the pain from our last encounter? A fleeting flash of fury crossed Ning Tao's face, his irritation ignited. This group seemed to haunt him relentlessly, indicating that the lessons from their previous confrontation had not resonated deeply enough. It's you. Third brother's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Ning Tao. Recalling the pain of past injuries, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features, rendering his speech disjointed. The wounds sustained from their last encounter had taken days to heal, and the unexpected reappearance of this harbinger of misfortune unnerved him. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a mere coincidence that we passed by. Please, continue your discussion. Three brothers dared not confront Ning Tao any longer. Moreover, he and Leopard Brother were negotiating territorial matters, so he would never offer assistance. He turned away and looked at Leopard Brother with a forced smile, saying, "Well, Leopard Brother, since you have matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. We can discuss the territory issues later." Without waiting for Leopard Brother to respond, Three Brothers decisively led his group away. He was not foolish. If a fight broke out, it would benefit him regardless of who suffered. He was quite content to watch the ensuing chaos from a distance. What a coward! Leopard Brother, who had initially greeted Three Brothers with a measure of delight, felt a pang of embarrassment as he watched the latter leave without hesitation. Although the other party's demeanor raised suspicions, he had little time to dwell on it. Pointing at Ning Tao, he snarled attack. No matter the cost. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. It was no joke. If a mere brat dared to show off in front of him today, Leopard Brothers' reputation would be irreparably damaged. Besides, with so many of them, how could they possibly fear a single opponent? Kid, I'll show you who is boss. The thug surrounding Leopard Brother sprang to life at his command, rushing towards Ning Tao with fists and feet flying. Even someone skilled in martial arts would feel a bit flustered when faced with 7 or 8 ruffians. However, Ning Tao was no longer a novice. While he had been somewhat constrained when dealing with Three Brothers and his gang, he now moved with mastery. With his keen perception, he discerned the attack trajectories with clarity, and his objective was to strike at their vulnerabilities directly. In a mere 10 seconds, the ground was littered with groaning bodies, and strangely, none of them had managed to touch even the hem of Ning Tao's clothing. All right, your turn. After dispatching the group of thugs, Ning Tao remained unfazed and strode directly toward Leopard Brother. You're asking for death. Leopard Brother, known for his ruthlessness, was not intimidated. Instead, he pulled out a gleaming dagger and lunged at Ning Tao with lightning speed. The dagger was long and menacing, but just as it was about to pierce Ning Tao, a large hand shot out, fingers moving like lightning to grip Leopard Brother's wrist. Crack! Ning Tao applied pressure, and with a sickening sound of bone fracturing, Leopard Brother let out a blood-curdling scream as his wrist was crushed. The dagger clattered to the ground, creating a sharp sound that pierced through the stunned atmosphere. This astonishing scene left everyone present in shock. It was as if the legendary feat of disarming an opponent had come to life, and in such close quarters too. Boom! Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Ning Tao clenched his fist and swung it with force, landing a blow squarely on Leopard Brother's ample belly. The pain compounded, causing Leopard Brother to cry out as he doubled over, clutching his stomach. How about it? Still want to fight? Ning Tao stood before Leopard Brother, narrowing his eyes and gazing at him with a smile. Young man, you are courting death. Just wait. Leopard Brother grasped his wrist, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he observed Ning Tao advancing once more, he spoke with a veneer of authority. Oomph. Ning Tao emitted a disdainful snort, extending one hand to seize Leopard Brother's injured wrist, applying a gentle yet firm squeeze. A scream more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig escaped Leopard Brother's lips. Ning Tao's ruthlessness shattered his wrist. Had he applied more force? The pain might have been bearable, yet this slight pressure rendered him nearly incapacitated with agony. "Let go of me." The excruciating pain radiating from his wrist nearly sent him into unconsciousness, prompting him to wail uncontrollably. Initially, Leopard Brothers' underlings had contemplated intervening, but upon witnessing Ning Tao's formidable prowess, they found themselves paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground and refraining from movement. This was utterly intolerable. The youth before them, despite his tender years, was astonishingly powerful. They had not even perceived how he had struck. They simply found themselves on the ground. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Although they typically exhibited bravado, the adage "the soft fears the hard fears the reckless" rang true. With their leader begging for mercy, they had no desire to display courage. "Little brother, please let me go. I swear I won't dare again. I was wrong." Leopard Brother's remorse was palpable. Regretting his earlier intentions to merely tease Tong Yakian, he never anticipated ending up in such a predicament, and now he was devoid of bravado, hastily pleading for mercy. "Ha! You spineless wretch!" Ning Tao echoed Leopard Brother's words before releasing him. He cast a cold glance at the man and turned to Tong Yakian, saying, "Yakian, how do you think we should punish these individuals?" "Ning Tao, perhaps we should let them off the hook. Do not make things difficult for them." The rapid turn of events left her somewhat bewildered. The man beside her was too formidable, rendering her at a loss. Although she felt anger towards Leopard Brother and his crew, her inherent kindness softened her heart upon seeing that they had already faced punishment. Furthermore, she was aware that Ning Tao often attracted trouble and wished to avoid escalating the situation. "Very well, I will defer to your wishes." Ning Tao nodded slightly, then turned to Leopard Brother, speaking in a chilling tone. "Consider yourselves fortunate today. Apologize and depart. Should I encounter you engaging in wrongdoing again, I will not be so lenient." With a disdainful snort, he commanded Leopard Brother and his entourage. Yes, we apologize, we are sorry." Upon hearing that they would be spared, Leopard Brother breathed a sigh of relief, nodding his head vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain, as he and his subordinates hastily retreated from Ning Tao's presence. "Yakian, are you all right?" Ning Tao turned and naturally took Tong Yakian's delicate hand, leading her to the dining table, his concern evident. "I'm fine." Tong Yakian shook her head, her small hands slightly damp with perspiration. She bit her lip and looked at Ning Tao apologetically, saying, "Ning Tao, thank you. Between us, there is no need for such formality." Ning Tao winked and waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Observing Ning Tao's composed demeanor, Tong Yakian's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, and she hesitantly spoke. "Ning Tao, am I really a source of annoyance? It seems I always bring trouble." Ning Tao, taken aback as he paused mid-bite, noticed the gloom on Tong Yakian's face, which inexplicably tugged at his heart. He reached out, gently patting her hand, and with a mix of seriousness and jest, replied, "How could you think that, Yakian? If there is any fault, it lies in your beauty. It's not just them who are tempted. Even I sometimes find it hard to resist." Tong Yakian, momentarily lightened by Ning Tao's playful banter, couldn't help but shoot him a mock glare, though her heart swelled with sweetness. "Ning Tao, I think we should leave. What if those people return?" Her mind was clearly elsewhere, distracted by the peculiar glances from those around them. "Why leave? Rest assured, I don't take those individuals seriously. It's rare for us to dine out together. We mustn't let anything dampen our spirits." Ning Tao dismissed her concerns, even serving her a piece of lion's head meatball. To him, the likes of Brother Bao were mere thugs, not worth his worry. If they chose to back off, that was fine, but should they harbor ulterior motives, he would not simply let it go. As the atmosphere grew lighter, they enjoyed their meal for over 20 minutes. Ning Tao, ever considerate, packed some food for Tong's mother, and amidst the curious glances from the staff, they departed together. Just as they exited the restaurant, a police car sped towards them and halted abruptly, 5 or 6 uniformed officers emerging to encircle them. "Young man, someone has reported you for suspected intentional assault. You must accompany us for an investigation," a young officer with a buzz cut announced, brandishing handcuffs in an attempt to restrain Ning Tao. "Wait, who accused me?" Ning Tao's brow furrowed as he deftly sidestepped, realizing these officers were indeed targeting him. Anger surged within him towards Brother Bao, as it was evident that the police had been summoned by that very group. "Sir, once we reach the station, all will be revealed. We simply need your cooperation. Please make this easier for us," a portly officer urged. "Very well, I will accompany you, but I need to speak with my friend first." Ning Tao considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The older officer gestured. All right, but please make it quick. Maintaining his composure, Ning Tao led Tong Yaqian aside. Noticing her worried expression, understanding her concern, he smiled reassuringly. Yaqian, don't worry. I'll be back shortly. Ning Tao, should I go with you? Despite her innocence, Tong Yaqian sensed the gravity of the situation, glancing anxiously at him. No need. Hurry and take Annie's food home before it gets cold. Ning Tao instinctively reassured her. However, in a moment of anxiety, Tong Yaqian grasped Ning Tao's large hand, shaking her head with a pressed lip. Do not worry. Ning Tao offered her a reassuring gaze. And after a brief contemplation, he provided her with a phone number, stating, if I do not contact you within an hour, call this number and inform them of my situation. I will be fine. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Tao had also made preparations, easing the tension in her heart. He boarded the police vehicle amidst her reluctant gaze, where he remained silent, flanked by 2 officers in the back seat. Soon, they arrived at the police station, and Ning Tao was escorted into an interrogation room. Name, Ning Tao. Gender, male. Ning Tao noted the officer's adherence to protocol and mirrored the same decorum, presenting himself with composure. Why did you assault someone? The officer inquired. Officer, it was in self-defense. Ning Tao replied nonchalantly, raising his eyelids slightly. Self-defense requires a knife? Someone reported that you wielded a blade. The young officer retorted. I did not possess a knife. Ning Tao's brow furrowed, irritation evident in his tone. It was clear that the knife was in the possession of the other party, yet he was being falsely accused. The individual you injured is currently receiving emergency treatment at the hospital, and several witnesses can attest to your knife assault. How can I trust your words? The young officer pressed. Officer, you speak of witnesses and evidence, yet the restaurant has surveillance footage. If you merely retrieve the footage, the truth will be revealed. Will it not? Ning Tao challenged. Surveillance? Let me inform you. The cameras in the restaurant happen to be malfunctioning. Do not count on that. You would do well to cooperate. The officer shot back. Officer, to fabricate a crime, one need not lack pretext. I did not strike anyone. He refused to acknowledge the accusations without context. Suddenly, the interrogation room door swung open, and a portly, balding middle-aged officer entered. What is the status? He inquired, glancing at Ning Tao before furrowing his brow at the young officer. He insists it was self-defense. Upon seeing the new arrival, the young officer immediately stood, respectfully addressing the middle-aged man. Zhao Ping, this is now your responsibility. Captain Ma, Officer Wei, I have other matters to attend to. Please step outside with me. With that, only Zhao Ping remained with Ning Tao in the interrogation room. Ning Tao prepared to utilize his unique abilities against Zhao Ping. Now, tell me who reported me. Be quick. My patience is limited. Ning Tao urged, his brow knitting in anticipation. Zhao Ping divulged all he knew about the matter. Where are Bao Ge and the others now? Ning Tao asked, his expression tightening as realization dawned. He had already suspected this. I do not know. Bao Ge and the others have not arrived. At that moment, outside the interrogation room, Deputy Director Lu strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Officer Wei. After a brief moment of waiting, the door remained closed. Frowning slightly, he retrieved a key from his waist and promptly unlocked the door, leading a trio into the room. Upon entering, Vice Director Lu's brow furrowed as he was taken aback by the scene before him. Contrary to his expectations, the original suspect was seated in the interrogation room, eyes closed and seemingly at ease, while Zhao Ping lay crumpled on the floor, trembling with evident fear. Zhao Ping, what has happened to you? Vice Director Lu's gaze met Ning Tao's, causing an unsettling feeling to stir within him, prompting him to instinctively turn and address Zhao Ping on the ground in a low voice. Director, I'm fine. Zhao Ping wished to express his thoughts, but upon seeing Ning Tao's cold demeanor and recalling the latter's formidable abilities, he dared not harbor any illusions. His heart raced, and the words he intended to voice were swallowed back down, his expression nearly in tears as he changed his mind. It's terrifying. Today is the most horrifying day of my life. This person is like a superhuman. After dealing with me, he even managed to slip his hands back into the handcuffs. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend the situation, he could not fathom how it occurred. Was it some form of miraculous agility? But it happened too swiftly. Has he confessed? Though sensing something amiss, Vice Director Lu did not dwell on it. Once Officer Wei helped Zhao Ping to his feet, he inquired again, his expression darkening. Not yet. Zhao Ping bowed his head, filled with regret for having taken on such a hot potato. If he had foreseen this, he would never have accepted it. Now, it had backfired spectacularly. Zhao Ping, You have truly disappointed me. Vice Director Lu snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing as he turned his gaze to Ning Tao with an unfriendly demeanor. You, young man, seem to be one who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Vice Director, I advise you not to misjudge the situation. Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, confronting him with a cold tone. The defiance in Ning Tao's voice, coupled with Zhao Ping's indecisive demeanor, rekindled the ominous feeling within Vice Director Lu, causing him to involuntarily gasp. At his level, he was naturally more contemplative. He did not believe Zhao Ping had remained passive, and the young man before him was still so defiant, leaving him to consider two possibilities. The first was that this individual had an astonishing background, instilling fear in Zhao Ping that rendered him incapable of acting. The second was that Ning Tao was not to be underestimated. Zhao Ping had encountered something terrifying, and Ning Tao was emboldened. Aside from these two scenarios, there was no reason for Zhao Ping to display such a countenance, especially since he was typically ruthless, a trusted subordinate of Vice Director Lu, not one to act in defiance. Vice Director Lu's mind worked quickly, piecing together the situation with remarkable clarity. Instead of succumbing to anger, he cleared his throat and turned back to Zhao Ping. Come with me for a moment. With that, he strode out of the room. To ensure a prudent approach, Vice Director Lu planned to ascertain the details before proceeding further. What is going on, Xiao Zhao? As the two men arrived at a secluded area, Deputy Director Lu glanced around before lowering his voice to address Zhao Ping. Director, that kid is not human. Zhao Ping was still reeling for the earlier shock, stammering as he spoke. Nonsense. Deputy Director Lu's irritation flared. He raised a hand and struck Zhao Ping on the head, his tone growing stern. Xiao Zhao, what exactly transpired? Zhao Ping regained his composure and recognized his own faltering speech. Swallowing hard, he replied, Director, that kid hit me. He is incredibly powerful. The handcuffs couldn't hold him at all. Director, I have a method that will surely make him confess. Understanding that he had incurred Deputy Director Lu's displeasure, Zhao Ping cleverly lowered his voice even further. Oh, what method? Deputy Director Lu, at a loss, instinctively inquired as he raised his head. Director, why not transfer him to the holding cell of Long Wu and the others? I guarantee that within 2 hours, that kid will confess everything. Zhao Ping, gritting his teeth, harbored a profound resentment towards Ning Tao, and this plan immediately came to mind. Long Wu was a well-known figure in the underworld of Haisher, a formidable character. When it came to brawling, few could rival him. Coincidentally, due to a minor issue, the other party was currently subdued for a day. Deputy Director Lu's expression shifted, his eyes brightening as he nodded in agreement. Let's proceed with this plan. With those words, he strode purposefully back to the interrogation room. Captain Ma, place this kid in shackles and escort him to holding cell number 1. Let him ponder his situation. Upon entering the room, Deputy Director Lu cast a deep gaze at Ning Tao before addressing Captain Ma loudly. Now aware that Ning Tao was merely a skilled fighter, Deputy Director Lu dismissed any concerns. There were countless fighters, and even if he couldn't handle the situation directly, there were other means to address Ning Tao's predicament. Captain Ma's expression changed upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, Deputy Director Lu turned away, hands clasped behind his back, and exited. Sorry, Ning Tao. Captain Ma sighed slightly, observing Ning Tao's apologetic demeanor. While outsiders may be oblivious to the intricacies, he was fully aware of the underlying issues. It seemed Deputy Director Lu was truly intent on making life difficult for this young man. Subsequently, Officer Wei brought the shackles and placed them on Ning Tao before escorting him away. Ning Tao made no attempt to resist. He was curious to see what further tricks Deputy Director Lu might employ. As for the chains on his hands and feet, he regarded them with indifference. While they sufficed for ordinary individuals, they were inadequate for him. Meanwhile, in Ning Tao's residence, Tong Yaqian paced anxiously, clutching her phone. Naturally, she possessed the key to Ning Tao's apartment and, in her impatience, decided to wait for him there. However, after 2 hours had elapsed with no word from him, her anxiety only grew. As she attempted to reach him by phone, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a dead line, her foreboding feelings deepened. Besides this, she was engulfed by guilt, for it was Ning Tao who had stepped forward on her behalf and faced capture as a result. If anything were to happen to him, she would never forgive herself. After much contemplation, she retrieved her phone and dialed the number that Ning Tao had left behind. All her hopes now rested upon this call, as she recalled the gravity with which he had regarded it before his abduction. The call was swiftly connected, and although there was a cacophony of noise on the other end, It soon quieted as if the caller had been moved to a more serene location. Then, a robust male voice resonated through the line. "Hello. Oh, who is this?" "Hello, I'm a friend of Ning Tao." In her anxiety, Tong Yakian's words stumbled forth, her urgency palpable. "Oh, a friend of Ning? What's the matter?" The voice belonged to Jing Hao, who was using his private phone, an untraceable number to the ordinary person. Initially mistaking her for someone who had dialed incorrectly, his interest peaked when she mentioned Ning Tao. "Ning Tao is in trouble. He has been taken by the police. You must help him." Tong Yakian could no longer contain her emotions and broke down in tears. It was not a lack of strength that brought her to this point, but rather the overwhelming nature of the situation, leaving her at a loss for action. "What? Ning is detained? What happened?" The tone on the other end suddenly sharpened, the urgency escalating. Tong Yakian, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events in a fragmented manner. "All right, I understand. Thank you for informing me. I will handle this matter. Rest assured, Ning will be safe." With a fierce determination radiating from him, Jing Hao comforted Tong Yakian before abruptly ending the call. Even Tong Yakian sensed that something was amiss. How could Jing Hao not recognize the underlying issues? Anger surged within him. Ning Tao was a benefactor to his family, and the trust implicit in her call weighed heavily on him. If he failed to resolve this, he would be ashamed to face Ning Tao again. Taking a deep breath, Jing Hao dialed another number with a grave expression. "Hello, Bai Zhongwei, it's me, Jing Hao. I have serious concerns regarding the public safety in Haishur." Meanwhile, Ning Tao was being escorted by Captain Ma through the police station, navigating a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at the holding area. Each police station typically housed a designated space for the detention of suspects, and protocol dictated that inmates be kept separate. Strangely, however, the room to which Captain Ma led Ning Tao contained a dozen other detainees. "Ning Tao, remember, a man must know when to bend and when to stand firm. Do not let loyalty cloud your judgment." Captain Ma, unable to bear the situation, turned to Ning Tao and earnestly offered him a word of advice as he cast a glance at the group of inmates behind the iron gate, their eyes filled with malicious intrigue. "Thank you, Captain Ma. I understand what I must do." Ning Tao nodded in acknowledgement, and upon noticing the unfriendly expressions of the crowd, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Logically, even if he were guilty, he should not have been shackled. It was evident that they harbored doubts about him. The look from Deputy Director Liu as he departed made it clear that matters would not simply resolve themselves. "You lot, behave yourselves and do not cause any trouble." Captain Ma could only do his best to caution those inside. As a mere officer, he had responsibilities to consider, often finding himself swept along with the currents of circumstance. Subsequently, the door to the room was opened, and Ning Tao was ushered inside. Captain Ma shared a profound gaze with him before departing alongside Officer Wei. Once the iron door was locked, silence enveloped the space. Ning Tao surveyed his surroundings, finding only an iron bed within the barren room, with the windows barred securely. Apart from that, there were 7 or 8 individuals present, one of whom sat on the iron bed, a middle-aged man with a repugnant demeanor and piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk. As their gazes met, Ning Tao felt a sharp intensity emanating from him. A master. Just that brief exchange of glances revealed to Ning Tao that the man behind the bars was no ordinary individual. It was an instinctive recognition of his formidable presence. However, at that moment, the others in the room gradually closed in, each one cracking their knuckles with ill intent. These were ruffians who had already received special instructions from Deputy Director Liu. Serve this inmate well tonight, and they would be granted their release. "Kid, do you understand the rules here?" A scar-faced man sneered, crossing his arms as he scrutinized Ning Tao. "Oh, what rules?" Ning Tao raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. "Quite simple. Newcomers must pay their respects." The scar-faced man smirked, raising his voice. "Pay respects? How?" Ning Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, his attention primarily on the middle-aged man on the bed, whose presence commanded a degree of caution. While the 7 or 8 muscular men appeared imposing, he did not regard them as a significant threat. "It's easy. Each of us requires 3 kowtows, followed by kneeling in the corner for 2 hours. Before the scar-faced man could respond, one of his lackeys chimed in, hands on his hips, shouting at Ning Tao. "Excellent idea." Ning Tao paused for a moment, then smiled. However, before the group could react, he added, "But I don't know how to do that. Perhaps one of you could demonstrate first." "You think you can fool me?" The scar-faced man, whose smile had vanished, suddenly turned furious, calling upon his companions, who rushed at Ning Tao like rabid dogs. Unaware of your own demise. Ning Tao was well aware that today's situation would be difficult to resolve, so he initially refrained from being polite. Since Deputy Director Liu wanted to engage in a game, he decided to escalate matters significantly, ensuring that the other party could not keep up. Now, with his hands and feet bound by iron chains, he still found it manageable to deal with these individuals. At that moment, he seized the fist of a young thug, yanked him forward, and with a resounding thud, the thug became Ning Tao's human shield, as punches and kicks rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, causing him to yelp in pain. Meanwhile, Ning Tao remained active, his feet scarcely moving, his perspective sharpened, and despite being restrained, his hands exhibited remarkable agility. With each strike, an opponent would clutch their vital points and retreat. Although the combat was fierce, the middle-aged man reclining on the bed paid little heed until a swift glance revealed the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, he stiffened, exuding an overwhelming aura, akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the verge of awakening. "Everyone retreat," he commanded, rising abruptly and striding toward Ning Tao. His brow furrowed as he admonished the crowd to step back. "Do you understand where you are? Do you comprehend who I am?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Ning Tao for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "Regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to provoke me will surely regret it." Ning Tao, unfazed by the man's intimidating presence, merely smirked and replied with a tone that brooked no argument. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Are you tired of living? Do you know who this is?" Scarface interjected, his cheeks puffing up as he sprang forward, eyes aflame with fury. He still felt the sting of Ning Tao's punch on his shoulder and harbored intense hatred for the man before him. However, a large hand suddenly grasped Scarface. Halting his advance, it was the middle-aged man. "Step back." The man spoke sparingly, yet the command was enough to alter Scarface's expression, who hastily retreated in compliance. "My name is Long Wu. The brothers below hold me in high regard, calling me Fifth Master. Young man, you do not appear to be someone who has trained extensively. Having some skills is commendable, but be aware that there are always greater powers beyond your own." Long Wu, with his hands resting on his knees, displayed robust fingers and a resolute demeanor, his expression inscrutable. "I am Ning Tao. I have never been courteous to my enemies, and if I am not mistaken, it was Deputy Director Liu who instructed you to deal with me, correct?" As Long Wu appraised him, Ning Tao returned the scrutiny, particularly noting the man's hands. Long Wu's hands were slightly larger than average, with a high bone density and thick calluses on the inner fingers. Though his face remained calm, Ning Tao sensed that this individual likely practiced external martial arts and was very possibly adept with firearms. "Indeed, it seems you are quite perceptive. Let us not mince words. Since fate has brought us together, I shall present you with two paths." Long Wu's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Ning Tao. "Speak your mind." Ning Tao raised an eyebrow and gently inquired. Long Wu took a deep breath and nodded, stating, "Firstly, I perceive you as a person of great potential. Should you choose to ally with me, I will assist you in overcoming the situation, including the misdeeds you have committed. What do you say?" Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected proposition. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "What is the second option?" "The second is quite straightforward," Long Wu continued. "You must engage me in combat. Should you prove insufficiently skilled, it will serve as a lesson for you. Nevertheless, you may still choose to join me afterward, thus fulfilling my obligation to others." Anticipating Ning Tao's curiosity, Long Wu elaborated. "And if I were to win?" "Ning Tao, idiot. You stand no chance of victory." Long Wu retorted with a laugh. "Shall I interpret that as your arrogance?" Ning Tao's pupils constricted slightly as he chuckled. "I am not arrogant. I am merely confident. I acknowledge your prowess, but given that your limbs are restrained, I doubt you can fully exert your strength." Long Wu's expression remained unchanged as he nonchalantly replied. Ning Tao, upon hearing this, glanced at his own bindings with a wry smile, acknowledging, "It seems you speak the truth, but do you consider this fair?" "Fair?" Long Wu's lips curled into a sly grin. "Let me impart a lesson today. There is no absolute fairness in this world, unless your strength is formidable enough." "That is a valid point." Ning Tao slowly lifted his gaze to meet Long Wu's. He then thoughtfully remarked, "However, I possess a particular flaw. I detest disadvantage. I feel confident that I will not lose. Instead, let us make a wager. If you lose, you shall join me. What do you say?" Long Wu's breath hitched, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he scrutinized Ning Tao, as if attempting to see through him. After a moment of silence, he coldly replied, "It has been a long time since anyone has uttered such words to me. Are you not afraid to gamble?" Ning Tao blinked, unfazed by Long Wu's challenge, and countered with a question of his own. "Very well, I shall grant your wish today." Long Wu scoffed, his expression as frigid as ice, and articulated deliberately, Should you win, I shall join you. However, if you lose, I expect you to heed my commands henceforth. Agreed. Ning Tao nodded without hesitation. Now, let us see whether your fists are mightier than your words. Long Wu stepped back slightly, preparing for the confrontation. In the face of Long Wu's imposing presence, Ning Tao was the first to act. As he moved, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief. To their astonishment, the chains binding Ning Tao's hands and feet miraculously fell away as he casually tossed them aside. How is this possible? It cannot be. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. It was not until the iron chains clattered to the ground with a resounding clank that Scar and his companions were jolted from their stupor, each gazing at Ning Tao as if they had encountered a ghost. Their astonishment was warranted. Ning Tao's movements had been so swift that they could scarcely comprehend how he had managed to free himself. It was truly beyond belief. Although Long Wu had not vocalized his intentions, his eyes widened with surprise, betraying his astonishment. He believed he could also escape from the shackles. Yet he had to concede that he could not match Ning Tao's remarkable speed. Clearly, he was a formidable opponent. As Ning Tao reveled in his newfound freedom, he nonchalantly remarked while flexing his wrist. Faced with a master like Long Wu, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. It was true that he had not practiced any martial arts, having only been imparted a fundamental mental technique by his rather inept master. Were it not for his gift of clairvoyance and spiritual energy, his journey would not have been so smooth. Even when bound, he could easily handle ordinary foes, but against such a skilled adversary, his chances of victory appeared slim. Indeed, it seems I underestimated you, Long Wu declared, his voice dropping to a low tone as he lunged forward, his fingers outstretched like iron claws, aimed directly at Ning Tao's throat. The speed was astonishing. Despite having activated his clairvoyance, Ning Tao found himself barely able to react before Long Wu's fingers were upon him. It was not a matter of sluggishness. Rather, Long Wu's velocity was phenomenal. Even with a clear view of the trajectory of the attack, it was exceedingly difficult to mount an effective defense. As the spiritual energy surged within him, Ning Tao realized he had no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he extended his own hand, forming a tight fist to collide with Long Wu's fingers. Upon impact, Ning Tao felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand, swiftly followed by a powerful force that compelled him to stumble back 2 steps. Lowering his gaze, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of 5 deep gashes on his hand, blood oozing rapidly from the wounds. More alarming than the physical injury was the shock that coursed through Ning Tao. He had employed his spiritual energy to protect his fist, yet he had still sustained injuries. Had it not been for that protection, one strike might have shattered bones. Little did Ning Tao know, Long Wu was even more astonished. After years of rigorous training in external martial arts, his eagle claw technique was nearly perfected, but this time, not only had he failed to succeed, he felt as though he had struck an iron plate, causing him to be repelled. Ning Tao understood that he could not allow Long Wu to maintain the initiative. His mind raced as he recognized the disparity between them. With a determined stomp of his foot against the ground, he charged towards Long Wu. His advantages lay in his spiritual energy and clairvoyance, while Long Wu relied on technique and endurance. Merely evading would not suffice. He needed to exploit his strengths to the fullest and avoid his weaknesses if he were to have any hope of victory. With his spiritual energy surging, Ning Tao accelerated to his utmost speed, covering ground swiftly to stand before Long Wu. Without uttering a word, he swung his massive fist directly towards Long Wu's chest. His spiritual energy was limited, and in a short burst, Long Wu might not be able to evade it. The longer the confrontation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. It was now a contest of explosive power. Upon witnessing Ning Tao's fierce advance, Long Wu was taken aback. But he quickly steadied himself and retaliated, resolutely bracing himself against Ning Tao's punch, arms crossed defiantly across his chest. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. Each equally matched. Ning Tao's shoulders jolted, his arms trembled slightly, and he staggered back a step. Yet, a flicker of determination crossed his face as he redirected his spiritual energy into his fist, dispelling the tingling sensation, and he launched another punch. In the narrow confines of their clash, it was the brave who emerged victorious. He had cultivated spiritual energy. Although he faced setbacks, he could see that Long Wu was not at ease either. It was imperative to seize the moment with undaunted spirit. As Ning Tao's punches grew heavier, Long Wu's expression shifted, astonishment flooding his heart. He prided himself on his formidable punch, having faced few who could match him even during his military days. Yet now, a relatively youthful opponent was delivering blows that felt even more forceful. With each contact, Long Wu felt as though he were striking a solid iron plate, utterly immovable. Furthermore, what was even more alarming was that every time their fists met, an invisible energy surged from Ning Tao's hand into his own. Initially, he dismissed it, but after a dozen exchanges, his fists grew numb, his strength and agility diminishing significantly. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows in a fierce display, each strike resonating with force, creating a spectacle that left the nearby scar-faced man utterly dumbfounded. The power was immense, the speed was remarkable, their back and forth was a dazzling display, and they were well aware of Brother Wu's might. Yet, here was this young man, capable of matching their leader blow for blow. If it were them, a single punch would likely send them reeling. Long Wu, trained and seasoned, executed his techniques with adeptness, rarely resorting to feints, often landing strikes that targeted vital points. Coupled with his iron fists, he was a formidable challenge for Ning Tao. A subtle glimmer shone in Ning Tao's eyes. It was impossible not to be astonished. Since acquiring his X-ray vision, this was the first time he had encountered such a setback. His previously unerring vision had faltered today. As time passed, his internal spiritual energy rapidly diminished. It was unavoidable. His opponent was too strong, and he had gained little advantage, having absorbed numerous blows. Kid, if you can withstand this strike, I will concede defeat. After another exchange, Long Wu's demeanor became serious, his breath uneven as he spoke loudly. Having fought to this point, he had to concede that this young man was indeed peculiar. Although his methods lacked form, his perception was keen, allowing him to anticipate every move, denying Long Wu any opportunity to seize the initiative. His stamina was waning, while Ning Tao appeared calm and collected. With a swift thought, Long Wu resolved to go all in. With legs apart and energy sinking into the dantian, Long Wu clenched his fists, taking a moment to breathe deeply. His right foot appeared to take a gentle step forward, yet in an instant he stood directly before Ning Tao. Accompanying his advancing foot was a swift strike of his right fist, aimed directly at Ning Tao, as he shouted with fervor, "Beware, cannon fist." The force of his punch was overwhelming, causing Ning Tao's clothing to flutter violently. Initially, he contemplated withstanding the force of this blow, but upon sensing the fierce wind generated by the punch, he realized he could not withstand it, even without formal martial training. He had heard of the formidable power of the cannon fist, renowned as a principal killing move within the 8 gates of boxing, also referred to as the 8 trigrams earthly cannon fist. The cannon fist is the maternal force, belonging to the earthly branches, while the tear fist is the offspring, belonging to the heavenly stems. The former concentrates the warrior's essence and spirit, wielding immense power. Without deep mastery, its might cannot be fully realized. Even with protective, spiritual energy, a direct confrontation could lead to dire consequences, and in that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. Suddenly, sensing the impending danger, the pure yang wuji gong surged rapidly within him. With a resounding boom, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged forth, bringing clarity in this critical moment as a second meridian burst open. Ning Tao's spiritual energy flowed like a torrent through these 2 meridians. Yet he had no time to contemplate this. A flash of insight regarding Tai Chi's principle of using softness to overcome strength flickered in his mind. Although he had never practiced Tai Chi, he understood its essence to some degree. With his enhanced perception, he could discern the trajectory of his opponent's attack. He concentrated his spiritual energy into his hands, drawing them slightly inward to intercept Long Wu's fist. Bang! In a purely defensive stance. As Ning Tao's hands adhered to his opponent's fist, he suddenly pulled back, neutralizing much of Long Wu's force. However, the cannon fist was not so easily dispelled. Even so, Ning Tao felt a tremendous power surge through his arms, reverberating throughout his entire being, and he was propelled backward, skidding until his back collided with the wall. Finally halting his motion, Long Wu, too, was not unscathed. The punch had drained much of his vigor, and as Ning Tao absorbed and released the force, he nearly collapsed to the ground. "I concede," he exclaimed, witnessing Ning Tao merely take a few deep breaths before cautiously approaching. Long Wu's expression shifted, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he acknowledged his defeat. In the world of rivalry, one S-word is paramount. With his strength significantly diminished, and observing that Ning Tao appeared relatively unscathed, he concluded that continuing would only lead to further humiliation. Ning Tao paused, momentarily taken aback, then halted his advance, his eyes flickering as he shook his head. "You still possess enough strength for another round. Let us call this a draw. To be honest, he did not feel particularly well himself. Despite having opened a second meridian, he had yet to absorb the spiritual energy, leaving his internal state chaotic. His perception was nearing its limits, and if the battle continued, it was likely his body would not endure. For the strong, there exists a fundamental respect. Long Wu considered himself fortunate to encounter a formidable opponent for the first time since gaining his special insight. At least he did not achieve an absolute victory. Accepting the wager with grace, he declared, "From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you." Long Wu, with a straightforward demeanor, did not wait for Ning Tao to speak, but readily agreed to uphold the terms of their bet. He sincerely acknowledged the outcome of their contest and felt a measure of gratitude towards Ning Tao, who, despite his victory, expressed such commendable words, earning Long Wu's admiration. "I have no intention of taking on a subordinate. If possible, let us be friends," Ning Tao said, biting his lip before expressing this sentiment. However, given the other party's background in the underworld, he wished to avoid entanglements until he fully understood the situation. "Friends? Huh, I, Long Wu, am a person of some renown in these circles. Do you look down upon me or disdain to associate with someone of my standing?" Long Wu retorted, without granting Ning Tao any leniency. Caught off guard by Long Wu's words, Ning Tao found it difficult to respond. His initial wager had been made somewhat casually, but now he realized the gravity with which Long Wu took it. With a flicker of inspiration, he spoke up. "I can accept you, but there are a few conditions." "What conditions?" Long Wu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort, which he quickly suppressed, adopting a more indifferent demeanor. In truth, if he were to yield, any influential figure would welcome him with open arms. Yet this young man before him dared to impose conditions. "First, I do not wish for those around me to engage in illicit activities such as pornography or drug dealing." Ning Tao observed Long Wu's reaction keenly, but remained undeterred, articulating his stance without hesitation. Having experienced much, Ning Tao recognized his own shortcomings. Observing Long Wu and his associates stirred a desire within him. If he could indeed reclaim a formidable force, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, certain principles were non-negotiable for him. He sensed a trace of lethal intent emanating from Long Wu, indicating that he had likely taken lives before. "Rest assured, while I, Long Wu, may not be a paragon of virtue, I have served in the military and understand the boundaries that should not be crossed. I have never been involved in those two matters." A flicker of something unusual crossed Long Wu's eyes as he coldly remarked. Indeed, upon hearing Long Wu's admission of military service, Ning Tao's eyes sparkled with interest. He then continued, "Long Wu, if you would, please share your experiences with me." Long Wu was taken aback. He had initially perceived Ning Tao as a mere fool, but he soon realized that the young man possessed considerable insight. Curious to gauge the true measure of this enigmatic individual, he began to recount his story. "I have little to share. I enlisted after graduating from middle school, and due to my commendable performance, I was fortunate enough to join the Special Forces. However, tragedy struck when my family faced an unexpected incident. A wealthy scion, driving recklessly, collided with my sister, resulting in her legs being broken. Not only did he show no concern, but he also demanded compensation for his vehicle damage. Upon learning of the circumstances, I was consumed by rage and, in a fit of fury, incapacitated the affluent heir. This reckless act, however, led me into a quagmire, as he sought retribution through military channels. Thankfully, an esteemed elder intervened on my behalf, allowing me to return to my former life. Upon my return home, I discovered that he had been sending ruffians to harass my family daily. Coming from a single-parent household, my mother could not endure the torment and tragically passed away. My poor sister, merely a teenager at the time, was left paralyzed, condemned to a life in a wheelchair. In my fury, I clandestinely infiltrated their residence and took the lives of several individuals. Yet in that household, I inadvertently stumbled upon incriminating evidence against them, which prevented a complete unraveling of the situation. Driven by self-preservation and the desire to provide for my sister's medical needs, I found myself drawn into the underworld. As memories of the past were invoked, a hint of melancholy graced Long Wu's previously impassive visage, revealing a touch of sorrow. Ning Tao, taken aback by Long Wu's unexpected vulnerability, felt a pang of sympathy. However, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to inquire about Long Wu's sister. It was evident that she weighed heavily on his heart, and such a deeply human connection intrigued Ning Tao. Consistent with previous encounters, Long Wu's expression dimmed at the mention of his sister. He shook his head, lamenting, "Over the years, I have taken her to numerous prestigious hospitals. Yet the prospects remain bleak. Recently, I learned that the renowned healer, Master Bu, has arrived in Haishur, and I had hoped to seek his assistance, but alas, I have yet to find an opportunity." "Oh, I am acquainted with Master Bu." Ning Tao's eyebrows arched in surprise, and he inhaled deeply, casting a curious glance at Long Wu. It seemed he had indeed exerted considerable effort to track down Master Bu's whereabouts. "What? Mr. Ning knows Master Bu?" Long Wu's eyes widened with a sudden intensity, his breath quickening. "Indeed, I had the pleasure of meeting Master Bu not long ago," Ning Tao affirmed with a smile. "Could you possibly introduce me to him?" Long Wu's voice trembled with eagerness, his words stumbling forth. "There's no need for Master Bu. I possess some medical knowledge myself. If I cannot remedy the situation, then it is likely even Master Bu would be a loss." Ning Tao waved his hand dismissively, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. His assertion was not unfounded. If his own insights could not yield results, then Master Bu would likely face the same limitations. "Is that true?" Long Wu gasped, his breath coming in rapid succession. "Absolutely," Ning Tao replied, his demeanor grave. In an unexpected gesture, Long Wu knelt before Ning Tao, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he declared fervently, "If you can restore my sister's legs, I would willingly trade my life for yours, and I would not hesitate to comply with any request." Meanwhile, outside the police station, Director Nyo, donned in his uniform, stood anxiously with several officers, his demeanor fraught with unease. What could compel Bai Zhongwei to arrive at the police station in the dead of night? Deputy Director Liu accompanied him, casting anxious glances at Director Nyo. "How should I know? Everyone needs to be on their toes. If anyone makes a mistake, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The urgency of the situation left him little time. He merely notified his subordinates and rushed to the police station. Soon, after what felt like an interminable wait, 2 police cars discreetly sped from the distance and came to a halt at the entrance. As the doors swung open, over 30 officers disembarked, led by a middle-aged man with a face resembling a purple sauce and a serious demeanor, striding forward with authority. "What business could possibly warrant your presence at this late hour? A mere phone call would suffice." Witnessing this display, Director Nyo felt nearly paralyzed. He had never encountered such an overwhelming show of power. He hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for every one, and began to flatter. If I had delayed any longer, you would have turned the world upside down. I've received calls about your precinct distorting the truth and arbitrarily detaining individuals. It is utterly outrageous." Bai Zhongwei scoffed, his footsteps unceasing as he advanced into the police station. Upon hearing Bai Zhongwei's words, Director Nyo felt as though stars were swirling before his eyes. Each utterance struck him like a hammer to the heart. "I don't know who you're referring to, but I will immediately have someone investigate." Director Nyo was acutely aware that he had attracted serious trouble. "His name is Ning Tao. I need to see him at once. If he loses a single hair, you can forget about being the director." Bai Zhongwei suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Director Nyo. "Ning Tao." Director Nyo ruminated for a moment, drawing a blank. Not daring to delay, he swiftly turned to Deputy Director Liu and shouted in a panic, "Deputy Director Liu, you're on duty today. Have we apprehended anyone named Ning Tao?" Upon hearing the name Ning Tao, Deputy Director Liu felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder, nearly causing him to faint. Suddenly, the door to the detention room swung open, and a group of officers streamed in. "Who is Ning Tao?" A middle-aged officer in the lead scanned the room before speaking in a grave tone. "I am Ning Tao. And you are?" Ning Tao stood without much surprise, calmly approaching the officers. "Hello, I am Bai Zhongwei, the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I have just been made aware of your situation, and I extend my sincerest apologies for the unfair treatment you have received." Upon seeing Ning Tao, Bai Zhongwei scrutinized him closely before extending a hand, filled with genuine concern. In truth, Bai Zhongwei was quite curious about Ning Tao, as he was compelled to personally address this matter, explicitly stating that this individual was a benefactor to the Jing family and must not be harmed. "Your courtesy is appreciated." Ning Tao felt a stir in his heart and extended a hand to shake with the other party. He glanced behind the individual, pausing meaningfully at Deputy Director Liu's face, his gaze slightly enigmatic. "I wonder if Mr. Ning has faced any unjust treatment here, or if there are any suggestions he would like to share." Bai Zhongwei stepped aside to allow Ning Tao to speak. "Mr. Ning, what are your requirements?" Director Nyo responded swiftly, adopting a conciliatory tone. "Director Nyo, I have no particular demands. I merely believe that cases should be handled with due regard for evidence and follow proper procedures. It should not be too much to ask, should it?" Indeed, Mr. Ning is absolutely right." Director Niu, momentarily taken aback by his words, nodded vigorously in agreement. Regaining his composure, Director Niu turned to Bai Zhongwei with a serious expression, stating, "I believe that Deputy Director Liu has committed a grave error in this incident, and I recommend his dismissal to serve as a warning to others." Deputy Director Liu was left dazed, his complexion pale and his mind buzzing, aware that his fate was sealed. Had it not been for Zhao Ping's support, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. "Very well, let us proceed accordingly," Bai Zhongwei replied, somewhat lowering his stance, and nodded. "Mr. Ning, do you have any further instructions?" Bai Zhongwei turned to Ning Tao, who remarked, "While I dare not issue orders, I do have a suggestion. I believe Captain Ma has demonstrated great dedication to his work and truly deserves recognition." "Captain Ma?" Bai Zhongwei raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. "Ah, Captain Ma is an exceptional commander in our bureau, a promising talent we are keen to nurture." "Excellent. Do consider this matter further in your bureau," Bai Zhongwei responded. The happiness came too swiftly, leaving Captain Ma momentarily stunned. Upon realizing the implications, he felt an overwhelming joy. "Thank you, Bai Zhongwei, and Director Niu, for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Captain Ma suppressed his excitement and pledged his commitment, all the while feeling an even deeper gratitude towards Ning Tao. Long Wu and his companions were left astounded, witnessing Bai Zhongwei personally greet Ning Tao, their minds racing with thoughts. For those like Scar, who had once felt discontent at their leader serving as a subordinate to a younger man, any lingering resentment dissipated in an instant. In contrast to Scar and his group, Long Wu felt a surge of exhilaration. Initially, he joined Ning Tao for superficial reasons, but now he sensed a subtle shift in dynamics. With these matters resolved, the subsequent proceedings were much smoother. Bai Zhongwei even extended a special invitation to Ning Tao to visit his office for tea, as a gesture of apology. After a brief stay, Ning Tao took his leave. However, upon Ning Tao's return home, as he flicked on the light, a delicate figure lunged toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Chapter 79, Tong Yaqian's Confession. Feeling the graceful form in his arms, Ning Tao's heart surged with warmth, causing his thoughts to wander. Struggling to regain his composure, he gently patted the other's shoulder. Somewhat bewildered, and inquired, "Yaqian, what are you doing here?" It was already the dead of night, and he had not anticipated that Tong Yaqian would be waiting at his home. A wave of warmth coursed through him. "I was worried about you. I thought you might not come back." Tong Yaqian clung tightly to Ning Tao, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, evoking a sense of sympathy. "I merely went to give a statement. Everything is fine now." Ning Tao felt a flutter in his heart at her words. Not wanting to delve too deeply into his own troubles, he instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears after they parted. "Ning Tao, am I always bringing misfortune to others?" After regaining her composure, Tong Yaqian suddenly looked up at Ning Tao with a defiant gaze, her face pale. "Ah!" Ning Tao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, "Yaqian, why would you think that?" "Ning Tao, I know everything. When I was young, my father desperately wanted a son, but he ended up with a daughter. Not long after, my father's business collapsed, and he fell ill. Subsequently, he and my mother were involved in a car accident, and my father died. People say I am a harbinger of misfortune. Now that I have met you, I feel I have caused you so much trouble." Her delicate face glistened with tears, and her body trembled, her gaze dimming. Ning Tao was momentarily stunned, left speechless. He had been aware of Tong Yaqian's insecurities, but he had not realized their origins lay here. He stepped forward, firmly grasping her shoulders, and shook his head resolutely. "Yaqian, what era are we living in? That is mere superstition, and none of this is your fault." "No, Ning Tao, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot bring you harm. I won't come to find you anymore. Otherwise, I might truly bring you misfortune." Ning Tao found himself at a loss for words, feeling both amused and exasperated. Noticing that she was nearly biting her lip in distress, he sighed and looked deeply into her eyes, stating with conviction, "Yaqian, I do not believe in such notions. Even if you truly have bad luck, I am unafraid." Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, Tong Yaqian's heart softened, and she instinctively embraced him once more, her tears flowing freely. She was genuinely frightened. Back in her hometown, she had always been referred to as the unlucky child. Eventually, she had come to believe she was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Now, having found someone she cherished, she felt she had only brought a series of troubles upon him. Seeing Ning Tao, she found it difficult to contain her emotions. "All right, it's okay now, don't cry." As she held him tightly, Ning Tao felt a stirring in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. "Yes, Ning Tao, you heal my mother. I have nothing to repay you with. but I wish to be your girlfriend. Resting her head on Ning Tao's shoulder, Tong Yaqian's voice was almost a whisper, an alluring fragrance enveloping Ning Tao's heart. Yaqian. Ning Tao felt a sudden pang in his chest, momentarily at a loss for words. He could clearly see that she was somewhat startled, and upon hearing her words, he sighed inwardly. He then turned to her with a serious expression and said, Yaqian, if this is a matter of gratitude, there is no need for that. We are friends. Indeed, Tong Yaqian was the epitome of beauty and grace, both in figure and appearance. And it was no wonder that Ning Tao felt a stir of emotions at her proximity. However, he could not bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability, nor was he entirely certain of his own feelings. While he certainly harbored some affection for Tong Yaqian, who wouldn't he be captivated by such a beautiful woman? Their time together had been brief, and to agree so readily would be ill-advised. Furthermore, there was the matter of Su Qian, who had already declared herself his girlfriend. If he were to respond affirmatively to Tong Yaqian now, it would only complicate matters further. No, Ning Tao, I truly like you. Tong Yaqian's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, as if she had mustered immense courage to explain while looking down. Yaqian, I. Ning Tao sensed her emotional turmoil and found himself at a loss for how to respond. Ning Tao, do you like Su Qian? Tong Yaqian suddenly lifted her head, her words causing his heart to skip a beat. Yaqian, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Su Qian is... Ning Tao struggled to articulate his feelings regarding Su Qian, feeling quite conflicted. Ning Tao, don't say anything more. I know Su Qian is better than me, but I don't care. I am willing to treat you well. Before he could finish his sentence, Tong Yaqian's face turned crimson, and she bit her lip. Her heart was set on Ning Tao, and having learned about his connection with Su Qian, she felt acutely aware of her own shortcomings in comparison. Yet, given the debt of gratitude she owed Ning Tao and her mother's words, she pondered that aside from herself, there was little she could offer in return. Ning Tao was taken aback, momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated Tong Yaqian would express such sentiments. After collecting his thoughts, he mustered the courage to say, Yaqian, you seem a bit unwell today. Let us discuss this another time. With her words hanging in the air, he felt it inappropriate to say anything further. Okay, Tong Yaqian, too, was anxious, having never encountered such a situation before. Those few words had taken all her strength. All right, Yaqian, it's getting late, so you should stay here for the night, Ning Tao said decisively, taking her delicate arm and leading her to the bedroom. After a night filled with worry, it would be unreasonable to send her back now. Fortunately, he had the foresight to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. My mother will wonder if I don't return. Upon entering the bedroom, Tong Yaqian's complexion deepened in hue, her hands twisting together as she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. No worries. As long as your mother knows you're here, that's sufficient. I can mention it to her tomorrow. She wouldn't be concerned about me. However, upon noticing the blush on Tong Yaqian's face, Ning Tao found himself momentarily stunned. It seemed that this acknowledgement inadvertently solidified certain matters. Well, fine. Just as Ning Tao was becoming perplexed, Tong Yaqian, with her head lowered, consented, appearing completely willing to follow his lead. Hey, Ning Tao, do you hear that sound? Suddenly, Tong Yaqian lifted her head, listening intently, her large, dark eyes filled with curiosity. What sound? Ning Tao was taken aback by her inquiry. It seems someone is crying. Tong Yaqian tilted her ear, listening for a moment before looking at Ning Tao with uncertainty. As Ning Tao spoke, he activated his vision to locate the source of the sound, but soon he felt a wave of discomfort. The noise had suddenly intensified, unmistakably audible without any need for scrutiny. Clearly, the upstairs couple was once again engaged in their activities. Ning Tao was left utterly speechless, feeling no admiration for the soundproofing measures in the community. After listening for a while, Tong Yaqian, noticing Ning Tao's peculiar expression, grasped the situation. Even if she were naive, she understood what the sound signified. Yaqian, you should stay here tonight. I will sleep outside. Ning Tao, feeling embarrassed, attempted to make a hasty exit. Ning Tao, got it. Tong Yaqian was visibly anxious, her nerves taut, and she reached out to grasp Ning Tao's arm, her voice trembling. Yaqian, I live next door. Hearing the noise from above, Ning Tao felt quite distressed. It was indeed an inappropriate time for such disturbances. Tong Yaqian's expression froze. She had only instinctively grabbed Ning Tao, as she had always shared a home with her mother and had never slept alone. In this unfamiliar environment, her mind was far from tranquil. Ning Tao, I am actually prepared for this. Tong Yaqian bit her lip and spoke suddenly. Regardless of whether it was an act of gratitude, she had resolved to be bold today. Ning Tao was exceptionally admirable, and like anyone else, she harbored her own desires. In her heart, whether out of a sense of repayment or other feelings. Combined with the noise from above, she found herself struggling with her emotions. Yakian, let's discuss this in a couple of days. You should rest well. Call me if you need anything. Ning Tao, feeling parched and a strange sensation rising within him, managed to suppress his feelings. He hastily uttered a few words without daring to meet her gaze and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. The door shut, isolating the interior from the outside world. Tong Yakian's body weakened, and she unconsciously leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. No one could fathom the immense courage it took for her to utter those words. Ning Tao was right. Indeed, part of her intention was to express her gratitude. Had Ning Tao readily agreed just now, she would not have objected. Yet it would have left her with a lingering complexity in her heart. She was acutely aware that many men gazed at her with a desire to possess her body. Yet Ning Tao had surprisingly rejected such advances, leaving her in a tumult of uncertainty. However, as a smile crept onto her lips and warmth flushed her cheeks, her heart swelled with sweetness. At that moment, Ning Tao exhibited remarkable restraint and spoke words that clearly indicated his admiration extended beyond her beauty, igniting her joy anew. He truly cares for me. A moment later, Tong Yakian murmured softly to herself with a faint smile, inhaling deeply before she climbed onto the bed. Shedding her shoes and socks, cocooned beneath the covers, she breathed in the faint, comforting scent of the bedding, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Meanwhile, after exiting the room, Ning Tao made his way to the living room, quenching his thirst with several gulps of water, striving to suppress the restless energy boiling within him. He was acutely aware that he had nearly lost control just moments prior. After all, such words spoken by a stunning beauty were difficult for anyone to resist. Days slipped by, and 2 had passed since the night that transformed the dynamics between Ning Tao and Tong Yakian, advancing their relationship at a remarkable pace. Yet, each time he visited her home, the approving gaze of her mother sent shivers down his spine, leaving him unable to provide any explanation. Before long, the weekend arrived, and a silver-gray La Vida rolled to a halt at the school gate. Soon, Ning Tao emerged from the institution, recognized the license plate, and approached to open the car door. Settling inside, "Mr. Ning, will my sister's leg truly heal?" In the car, only 2 individuals were present. Scarface was at the wheel, while Long Wu occupied the back seat. Upon seeing Ning Tao, Long Wu hastily spoke with respect, though his anxious expression was evident to anyone. Since their last agreement, Long Wu had been restless. For Ning Tao represented his sister's last glimmer of hope. "Rest assured, everything will be fine." Understanding the weight of Long Wu's emotions, Ning Tao gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Before long, the vehicle roared to life, and Scarface maneuvered it onto the main road, speeding away. Approximately an hour later, the understated La Vida arrived at a villa in the outskirts. "Mr. Ning, this is the place." Long Wu was the first to exit, opening the door respectfully for Ning Tao. Initially, he intended to address Ning Tao as boss, but was halted, leading him to refrain. As Ning Tao beheld the charming little house, he felt a sense of appreciation. It was clear that Long Wu had put thought into this for his sister. "Brother, is it you back?" Upon hearing the sound of the car, a melodious voice resonated as they entered the room. From one of the bedrooms, a middle-aged woman emerged, pushing a wheelchair. Ning Tao turned his gaze instinctively toward the wheelchair, where a young girl of approximately 18 or 19 sat, her face radiant with a smile. Draped in a cerulean coat and a white knitted sweater, she accentuated her neck, which resembled that of a swan. Her exquisite visage was framed by elegantly arched brows, while her expressive eyes shone with a striking contrast of black and white. Beneath her delicate, sculpted nose lay a pair of alluring pink lips. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her silky hair cascading gracefully down to her left shoulder, complemented by a pristine pink skirt. A true beauty. Even Ning Tao, having encountered many like Su Qian, found himself momentarily entranced. "Bei, this is Mr. Ning, the one who has come to treat you," Dragon 5 announced, his demeanor softening as he smiled gently at the girl. He approached her from behind, gesturing for the middle-aged woman to step aside, and began to guide her wheelchair toward Ning Tao. "Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Lin Bei." Upon seeing Ning Tao, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly extended a hand with a gracious smile, wishing to shake his hand. "Greetings. I am Ning Tao. You may simply call me Ning Tao." Ning Tao noticed a flicker of maturity in Lin Bei's calm demeanor that belied her age, and he reciprocated her handshake. Though she was quite slender, her hands felt almost boneless, prompting a silent sigh from Ning Tao. Moments ago, he had activated his X-ray vision to examine her condition and discerned that her prolonged use of a wheelchair had led to some nutritional deficiencies and slight muscle atrophy. Mr. Ning, please take a look. Dragon 5 could no longer contain his anticipation and, after the introductions, spoke with a hint of anxiety. Let me assess her first. Ning Tao replied with a nod, turning his gaze to Lin Beibei's eyes. Little sister, may I examine your legs? Yes, of course. Lin Beibei nodded in agreement. Perhaps accustomed to these examinations, she maintained a calm expression throughout, devoid of any signs of excitement or anxiety. Knowing Ning Tao's visit, she had chosen to wear a skirt today. As Ning Tao grasped her delicate calf, he involuntarily furrowed his brow once more. Initially, he assumed the issue was limited to her lower legs, but further inspection revealed more complications. As he held her slender calves, Ning Tao entered his X-ray state once again, first observing the smoothness of her legs before delving deeper. He meticulously examined her condition inside and out, standing up with a grave countenance. Lin Beibei's legs lacked sensation, yet the warmth of Ning Tao's grasp, coupled with his penetrating gaze, ignited a blush upon her cheeks. Mr. Ning, my sister, Dragon 5, no longer resembling a ruthless gang leader, appeared anxious and hopeful as he regarded Ning Tao. This Ning Tao glanced at Lin Beibei, momentarily at a loss for words. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated, leaving him uncertain whether to speak candidly in front of the young girl. Wingma, please take the young lady to her room to rest. Long Wu's reaction was swift. Upon noticing Ning Tao's expression, he immediately grasped the situation. With a sudden impulse, he spoke, brother. However, Lin Beibei abruptly seized Long Wu's arm, shaking her head resolutely. Brother, I want to know if there's hope for my legs. Do not worry, Beibei, there's certainly a chance for recovery. Long Wu replied, patting the back of Lin Beibei's hand with his other hand, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Brother, do not deceive me. I am well aware of my condition, although you have kept it from me. I suspect I may never stand again. I wish to hear the truth from Mr. Ning. Lin Beibei's beautiful eyes blinked as she calmly addressed Ning Tao. Long Wu's expression darkened, caught between hesitation and concern. Mr. Ning, please speak candidly. Whatever the outcome, I can bear it. Lin Beibei bit her rosy lip and looked up at Ning Tao, her resolve unwavering. Ning Tao, observing Long Wu's somber demeanor, sighed inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, he began, if I am not mistaken, Miss Lin's legs have suffered a crush injury leading to comminuted fractures of the femoral head. Had there been timely medical intervention, there might have been a chance for recovery. Unfortunately, the delay has caused the fragments within her thigh to deteriorate. Although they have been removed, the bones are living entities. The prolonged separation has diminished the possibility of healing. What complicates matters further is that, due to the lack of blood circulation for an extended period, the muscles have severely atrophied, and many nerves have perished. If only. Ning Tao spoke extensively, withholding nothing, but fell silent thereafter. There was an unspoken thought lingering. If Lin Beibei's legs were to be amputated, it might not be catastrophic. Yet he understood Long Wu's intentions. The latter was determined to see his sister stand again, and the notion of amputation was utterly unacceptable to him. However, allowing the situation to persist was equally untenable. The prolonged neglect of her legs had led to cerebral complications, and if this continued, her life could be at risk. Mr. Ning, does this mean my legs are beyond hope? Lin Beibei struggled to maintain her composure, grasping Long Wu's arm tighter, her lips nearly breaking from the pressure. Long Wu's complexion turned an even paler shade. A man of iron will now stripped of color. If he had harbored doubts before Ning Tao's words, they were now obliterated, as the truth mirrored the physician's assessments. Mr. Ning, is there truly no way to save my sister? Long Wu uttered, scarcely aware of the words escaping his lips. His gaze fixed intently on Ning Tao, his body trembling with anxiety. Ning Tao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the situation once more, his expression torn. To be frank, I cannot assure you of a successful outcome. Thud. Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, Long Wu fell to his knees before him, his tone nearly pleading. I implore you, Mr. Ning, please save my sister. I am willing to pay any price. In recent years, Long Wu has traversed numerous hospitals with his sister, yet none have offered a definitive cure. Hearing the hint of hope in Ning Tao's words, he could hardly contain his excitement. While he had previously harbored doubts regarding Ning Tao's claims, the recent discourse had entirely dispelled his skepticism. Consider the remarkable ability to accurately discern his sister's ailment with merely a touch. Such prowess is unparalleled. Although Lin Beibei remained silent, Her eyes sparkled with vibrant hues, reflecting her longing for the vitality of healthy limbs. The suffering endured over these years had been immense. Ning Tao's lips twitched slightly as he helped Long Wu to his feet, shaking his head gently and assuring him, "Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort. But you are aware of Miss Lin's condition, and I cannot guarantee absolute success." Indeed, while his insight was impressive, the severity of her legs presented a far graver challenge, distinct from that of Tong Yeqian's mother. Even if his abilities proved advantageous, the obstacles would be formidable. First, he would need to restore the nerves in Lin Beibei's legs, followed by the expulsion of stagnant blood to prevent necrotic tissue from exacerbating the situation. Additionally, he would have to refine her bones to facilitate proper healing. Though these tasks may seem straightforward, they posed significant challenges for both him and Lin Beibei. The pressure on him would be immense, and a moment's inattention could result in shattered bones, leaving no possibility for healing, while she would endure excruciating pain. "Mr. Ning, whatever you require for the treatment, I will procure it," Long Wu exclaimed, breathing heavily. While other items may be unnecessary, the primary need was for Miss Lin's cooperation. If treatment were to proceed, the process would likely entail considerable discomfort. Ning Tao's gaze shifted to Lin Beibei, leaving his subsequent thoughts unspoken. "Do not worry, Mr. Ning. I will endure any pain that comes my way," Lin Beibei declared, her spirit rekindled at the prospect of recovery. "All right, please prepare a quiet room and bring Miss Lin inside," Ning Tao replied after a moment of contemplation. At this juncture, he could only attempt to proceed. Soon, in Lin Beibei's bedroom, only Ning Tao and she remained. "Miss Lin, there may be some pain shortly, so I ask that you bear with it," Ning Tao advised as he seated himself on a stool before her. "Mr. Ning, please do not be so formal. Call me Beibei. May I address you as Brother Ning?" Lin Beibei inquired, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed down at him. "Very well," Ning Tao responded, genuinely touched by the delicate girl before him. As an orphan, he found solace in having a charming sister. "Thank you, Brother Ning. Let's begin." Lin Beibei laid back in her wheelchair, slowly closing her eyes as she spoke softly, fully surrendering herself to his care. After opening the second meridian, Ning Tao felt an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy within him, more than doubling its previous intensity. As he grasped a small leg with each hand, a faint luminescence flickered in his eyes, and invisible streams of energy flowed into the legs of the other. Lin Beibei, with her eyes closed, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden pang of sensation jolted through her previously numb legs, prompting an instinctive gasp of surprise. Upon opening her eyes, her face radiated sheer joy. "Is it working?" Ning Tao focused intently, observing the revival of her nerves, which brought a sigh of relief to his heart. To be frank, he possessed limited understanding of his X-ray vision, and he felt a twinge of apprehension before the attempt. This endeavor was markedly different from his previous experiences as he was first tasked with repairing Beibei's nerves. The healing of her legs would not be an overnight miracle. At this moment, his priority was to restore her neural pathways. Only by revitalizing the blood vessels in her thighs could he reinvigorate the circulation and breathe life back in her legs. The human body has an innate ability for self-repair. Once her nervous control system was restored, he could turn his attention to healing the bones and removing stagnant blood. While such a process sounds straightforward, the execution is fraught with challenges. Only Ning Tao's extraordinary X-ray vision could accomplish such a feat, something that one might surmise contemporary medicine in any nation would find exceedingly difficult to achieve. However, he remained aware that there are always greater forces at play. He did not consider his ability to be invincible. The thought of exposing such an extraordinary gift never crossed his mind. Although it held remarkable potential, its applications were exceedingly limited. His primary concern was to manage his own affairs effectively. His reluctance to disclose his extraordinary abilities was not rooted in selfishness. He was certain that should he reveal his powers, he would not survive a week, given the overwhelming greed that permeated the world. Additionally, his capabilities were finite. Even if he were to overextend himself, there would always be a limit to the number of people he could assist each day. He could not be blamed for his perceived coldness. All he could do was strive to do his utmost. As Beibei opened her eyes and gazed into Ning Tao's brilliant orbs, she found herself momentarily entranced. Those eyes were like twin galaxies, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. Until that moment, she had never fathomed that a man's eyes could possess such beauty, and for a fleeting instant, she forgot her pain. After a considerable time had passed, Ning Tao emerged from Beibei's room, his face etched with fatigue. His X-ray vision had nearly reached its limits, and he had only managed to restore a portion of the nerves in her legs. Yet, Beibei's legs, now regaining sensation, began to swell noticeably, becoming significantly thicker. For anyone else, this might have been alarming news, but for Beibei, it was a sign of revitalization. The blood vessels within her legs were once again circulating fresh blood, pushing out the stagnant remnants, causing her legs to swell with life. As the door swung open, Long Wu rushed in, and upon seeing Beibei's swollen legs, the siblings were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Ning Tao did not intrude upon the two individuals, instead making his way downstairs to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea brewed by the housekeeper. After sipping a few mouthfuls, he closed his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the arrival of the matter at hand. Having been occupied for quite some time, it was indeed time to address serious business. Long Wu did not linger in Beibei's room for long. After 3 to 5 minutes, he emerged with reddened eyes. "Mr. Ning, perhaps we should discuss matters in the study," he suggested. Upon entering the living room, Long Wu lowered his posture, offering a slight bow to Ning Tao, and respectfully stated his intentions. This time, Ning Tao did not hold back, responding in a nonchalant manner before ascending the stairs with Long Wu. They arrived at what appeared to be Beibei's study, adorned with a somewhat feminine ambience. Ning Tao glanced at the books on the shelves, most of which were romance novels favored by women, and found them uninteresting. He took a seat in an armchair, calmly observing Long Wu, who stood before him. "Long Wu, do you have something to say?" Ning Tao inquired, resting his hands on the armrests and inhaling deeply, ready to delve into the crux of the matter. "Mr. Ning, I have nothing to say except that if you can cure my sister, my life belongs to you. Whether you wish to kill me or torture me, I would not flinch," Long Wu proclaimed, kneeling before Ning Tao once again, his eyes misty with emotion. "Rise. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, and I do not wish to see this happen again." Ning Tao's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Yes." Long Wu was taken aback, then stood up, remaining silent. "Long Wu, I indeed require a force to serve my purposes, yet I prefer not to meddle in trivial matters. Do you understand my meaning?" Ning Tao gestured to the armrest and reiterated. "I understand, Mr. Ning. Rest assured, I shall be your steadfast force in the future." Long Wu's mind quickly grasped Ning Tao's intent, and he proclaimed with conviction. Clearly, some individuals prefer to remain in the shadows, desiring to be the puppeteer rather than the puppet, which was evidently Ning Tao's inclination. "Long Wu, please share your circumstances with me." Ning Tao raised an eyebrow and inquired. In truth, he exerted considerable effort to win over this resolute man. As he gradually engaged with various matters, he required assistance. Otherwise, he would remain in the dark, rendering future endeavors cumbersome. Everyone aspires to lead a remarkable life, since acquiring his newfound perception, whether he admits it or not. Ning Tao's life trajectory has shifted. Now, all he can do is stride forward, for there is no return to the past. "Very well, Mr. Ning. My brothers and I, numbering around 100, are currently active in the East City." Having acknowledged Ning Tao as his leader, Long Wu disclosed his forces without reservation. "Oh, Long Wu, tell me about the underground forces in Haishur." Ning Tao nodded slightly, suddenly lifting his gaze to speak. The underground forces in Haishur are mainly divided into 3 factions: the Rose Society in the north, the Brotherhood of Affection in the west, and New Brothers in the south. East City, the largest and most chaotic area, contains over a dozen gangs, with our Long Wu being one of the larger factions. Regarding the underground forces in Haishur, Long Wu was quite well informed and began to speak to Ning Tao with candor. "Ah, so that is the case," Ning Tao murmured, nodding gently. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke in a contemplative tone. "Long Wu, I require you to conquer the East City within 3 months. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this?" 3 months. Mr. Ning? Long Wu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. "What? Do you lack confidence?" Ning Tao's expression shifted slightly as he narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Ning may not be aware that the power of a gang relies not only on the number of venues, but also on the infusion of capital. Long Wu was established relatively late, and since we do not engage in illegal activities, relying solely on the fees from this area makes it difficult to expand." Long Wu could not help but be moved by Ning Tao's words. Every man yearns to expand his territory. Regardless of the reasons for entering this realm, each individual aspires to reach their pinnacle. "Long Wu, matters that can be resolved with money are manageable. Please calculate how much is needed, and I will devise a way. What I need is to see an absolute dominance in E-City 3 months from now." Ning Tao rose slowly, fixing his gaze on Long Wu as he spoke. Rest assured, Mr. Ning, as long as the funds are in place, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Long Wu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he spoke with a quickened breath. Currently, Long Wu held great admiration for this young man, who not only possessed remarkable martial skills, but also astonishing medical expertise, and whose origins were shrouded in mystery. Following such a boss was, in his view, not a misfortune at all. Furthermore, there's another matter I require you to attend to. Ning Tao composed himself before continuing. Mr. Ning, please speak freely. Long Wu responded eagerly, his demeanor attentive. During this time, keep a close watch on the movements of Dasang Jewelry, particularly on their manager, Chao Yang. If there are any significant actions taken by them, you must inform me immediately. Ning Tao pondered briefly before addressing Long Wu in a serious tone. He had not forgotten the underhanded tactics employed by Chao Yang against him. In the past, he had to endure due to his lack of strength, but now, with his own influence, he was ready to seek opportunities. If they were unkind, he could not be considered unjust. Even if he did not pursue trouble, it was likely there would be future encounters. Knowing the movements of the other party would allow him to find his opportunity to strike. Dasang Jewelry? From the Chao family? Long Wu's eyes widened in surprise, and he inhaled sharply as he instinctively asked Ning Tao, "What? Do you have knowledge of the Chao family?" Ning Tao inquired intrigued. Mr. Ning, are you not aware? The owner behind the new brother in Nansheng is said to be from the Chao family. Long Wu scratched his nose and revealed information that left Ning Tao astounded. Indeed, Ning Tao's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. He had not yet determined how to proceed, and now it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. Does Mr. Ning have a grievance with the Chao family? Long Wu, perceptive as ever, noticed the unmistakable glint of hostility in Ning Tao's demeanor and asked, "Indeed, I share some enmity with that Chao Yang." Ning Tao contemplated for a moment before affirming. After a brief pause, he leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on Long Wu as he inquired, "What do you think? Are you confident about taking down Xing'e?" Hiss. Upon hearing Ning Tao's words, Long Wu could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his expression a mixture of astonishment. It was essential to understand that Xing'e was not a figure they could easily contend with. Even his subordinates numbered in the thousands. However, after a moment of contemplation, Long Wu turned his gaze towards Ning Tao, his demeanor now resolute. As long as Mr. Ning gives the word, I have the confidence. For reasons unknown. Upon meeting Ning Tao's gaze, Long Wu felt a sense of calm wash over him. The young man before him exuded an air of mystery, and it was evident that he would not make such a statement without substantial reasoning. As Long Wu escorted him out of his residence, midday had already arrived. Ning Tao graciously declined Long Wu's generous invitation, and, after scheduling a follow-up treatment with Lin Bei, he departed with the company of Scar. It was not that he intentionally wished to maintain distance from Long Wu. Rather, he had made prior arrangements with Xiaomeng Fei, who had invited him to lunch that very afternoon. He relayed the address provided in her text message to Scar, who, upon hearing it, wore a mischievous grin that left Ning Tao perplexed. No matter how he inquired, Scar remained tight-lipped, cryptically suggesting it must be a woman's invitation. Confounded, Ning Tao chose to disregard Scar's antics. Since mending their differences, Scar had been relatively courteous towards him. At Dream Encounter, a Western restaurant. Once Ning Tao alighted from the car and bid Scar farewell, he stood at the entrance, squinting as he surveyed the establishment. Undoubtedly, it was a Western restaurant, its exterior exuding an air of sophistication. Feeling the weight of his bank card in his pocket, he strode confidently inside. Unlike his earlier days of financial constraint, he now possessed ample funds, and even if he were to pay, it would be of little consequence. Upon entering, Ning Tao glanced around, his eyebrows raising in surprise. The restaurant was spacious, adorned with opulence, spanning 2 levels. The floor was laid with intricate, colorful designs, while the walls were embellished with exquisite patterns, lending an artistic ambience. The second floor was partitioned, wrapping around the first floor ceiling, creating an open space that revealed a grand dome above. A striking heart-shaped chandelier illuminated the area, casting a warm glow that pulsated rhythmically. Additionally, the restaurant possessed a unique charm, featuring a raised platform in the center, upon which stood an elegant, vintage piano, drawing attention. Its prominent placement ensured that diners could easily view the piano from any angle. At that moment, a gentleman was performing on it, his skill modest but sufficient to capture the interest of many, playing a piece titled Meditation. "Brother Tao, over here." Just then, from a corner on the first floor, a radiant beauty caught sight of Ning Tao and waved enthusiastically, mouthing words to him. Upon recognizing Xiao Mengfei, Ning Tao's eyes lit up, and he made his way towards her, unable to divert his gaze from her presence. It is approximately leisure time today. Xiao Mengfei is adorned in a long white lace-trimmed dress, complemented by a white velvet sweater, the plunging V-neck revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin, as pure as the neck of a swan. Her exquisite face, adorned with delicate makeup, is framed by cascading locks of hair, elegantly styled into a bun, while the remaining strands fall gracefully, adding an air of innocence that momentarily captivates him. What is wrong? Do I have something on my face? Noticing Ning Tao's unwavering gaze, Xiao Mengfei playfully blinks her enchanting eyes and remarks with a hint of jest. No, no. Ning Tao snaps back to reality, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. He quickly gestures and takes a seat opposite her, reaching for the tea on the table and drinking it without a second thought. With a smile that betrays no restraint, he candidly declares, "You are simply stunning." This woman is undoubtedly the most mature individual Ning Tao has encountered. In her presence, he often felt somewhat restrained, a little awkward. However, today it is Xiao Mengfei who is taken aback, though their acquaintance has been brief. She has come to know his character quite well. Yet, today, she finds him not only able to engage in conversation with ease, but also exuding an inexplicable charm. Moreover, the tea he just drank was the same she had, which she whimsically considers a form of indirect kiss, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Nevertheless, she is determined not to show any shyness before Ning Tao. With a playful smile and a slight lean forward, she gazes at him with a teasing look, saying, "So, do you like me? I might consider allowing you to pursue me." The mischievous glint in her eyes does not escape Ning Tao's notice. If he had felt a bit hesitant around such a mature woman before, that is no longer the case. Having encountered many individuals, he has honed his confidence. "Then I shall take that seriously," he responds thoughtfully. Xiao Mengfei rolls her eyes at him. "You've become quite the rogue. Where's the wrongdoing in that? I simply speak the truth." Ning Tao raises his hands in feigned innocence. "Sure, I believe you," Xiao Mengfei retorts, summoning a waitress with a slightly flushed face. Deftly changing the subject, she turns to Ning Tao, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything, I don't come here often." Ning Tao glances around the restaurant before responding. At this point, he realizes that the knowing smile of the scar-faced man makes perfect sense. The restaurant is bustling with patrons, primarily young couples. Xiao Mengfei, however, is adept at navigating the menu. "There's no anything on the menu here," she smiles, then turns to the waitress, confidently ordering 2 steaks medium rare, 2 glasses of juice, and a plate of garden salad. She expertly relays her order, signaling to the waitress that she is finished. "You Haven Tea call me all week. I thought you had abandoned that batch of raw stones." Xiao Mengfei rests her chin on her hand, casting a sparkling glance at Ning Tao as she speaks with a smile. "Huh, if you desire them, I wouldn't mind giving them to you." Ning Tao smiled faintly and spoke nonchalantly. In truth, half of the reason for his visit was indeed related to that batch of rough stones. However, his current thoughts had diverged somewhat from his previous intentions. "Oh, have you struck it rich? Giving away something worth millions so casually?" Xiao Mengfei remarked with a hint of jest, her eyes flickering with surprise. "I have not struck it rich. It is merely a treasure bestowed upon a fair maiden." "The things you desire are not something I hold dear," Ning Tao replied, winking playfully, blurring the line between sincerity and jest. "How could I have not noticed your playful side before?" Xiao Mengfei said, taken aback for a moment, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She then playfully nudged Ning Tao and, regaining her composure, inquired, "What is your plan for that batch of rough stones? When do you intend to cut them?" Xiao Mengfei found this perplexing. Typically, one would be overwhelmed by curiosity upon acquiring rough stones, eager to cut them open, yet he seemed unhurried, as if it were a trivial matter. "It won't be long. If it's convenient for you, we can cut them later. However, before that, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Ning Tao took a sip of his juice, his tone taking on an air of mystery. "Oh, you have a business to discuss with me? What sort of business?" Xiao Mengfei raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing her face, her smile radiant. "Ahem, this isn't the right place. Let's discuss it when we return." Ning Tao glanced around, gesturing discreetly. "Cut it. Still keeping secrets." Xiao Mengfei shot him an annoyed glare before lowering her head to sip her drink through a straw. "Is your back feeling any better now?" Ning Tao asked casually while cutting a piece of steak and chewing heartily. "How dare you ask? You heartless person. You haven't even bothered to call in days. You're a most incompetent doctor. I should dock your pay." Xiao Mengfei feigned anger, looking quite upset. Ning Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, He quickly replied, "But I am here now. Rest assured, this time I will surely cure you." He had been far too busy recently, neglecting checking on her, and now felt somewhat awkward for being caught off guard. "Really?" Xiaomeng Fei's eyes brightened as she eagerly interjected. "It must be true." Ning Tao affirmed confidently, nodding emphatically. He had recently opened a second meridian, greatly increasing his spiritual energy compared to before, not to mention that he had not yet cultivated enough when he last treated Xiaomeng Fei. Now, her persistent ailment no longer posed a challenge. However, having just treated Bei Bei that morning, he needed to rest a bit. He could only perform again once his vision had fully restored. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated through the restaurant. "Now, please welcome our guest, Guo Jiming, to the stage for a performance." Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng Fei's expression shifted, instinctively turning her head to look. Ning Tao furrowed his brow and turned to look just as a young man clad in an exquisite suit with a square face gracefully descended the stairs. He approached the stage, bowed to the audience, and then seated himself at the piano. "Do you know him?" Ning Tao asked, chewing on a piece of beef and glancing at both of their faces. "Yes, he is the general manager of Guo's Jewelry, a sworn enemy of the Xiao family. Recently, he has developed a close relationship with the Chao family, managing to squeeze a significant portion of our supply out of the Xia family." Xiaomeng Fei's expression turned icy as she bit down hard on her steak, filled with resentment. "Oh, I see." Ning Tao nodded, his gaze flickering slightly. At that moment, the man had already adjusted the piano and softly spoke into the microphone. "A piece of Westini dedicated to my princess, Chao Qian." As he began, he smiled faintly towards the upper floor, where a captivating woman with voluminous curls raised her wine glass in response, smiling back. Immediately, the man's fingers began to move delicately, and the air was filled with the melodious sound of the piano. Just as I suspected, Xiaomeng Fei noticed the woman's brow furrow, her body slightly tensing, and her previously cheerful demeanor dissipated instantly. "That Chao Qian can't possibly be a member of the Chao family, can she?" Ning Tao's gaze turned somewhat enigmatic as he glanced at her before instinctively asking. "Indeed, that Chao Qian is from the Chao family. I never anticipated that Guo Jiming, this playboy, would entangle himself with such a seductive vixen. How shameless." Xiaomeng Fei scoffed, her expression growing somewhat unnatural. "A playboy? A seductive vixen?" Ning Tao could not help but let out a wry smile. It appeared that when Sister Xia was fierce, she was not to be trifled with. He remarked, somewhat surprised, "I find these two rather compatible." "Compatible?" A hint of cold amusement played at the corners of Xiaomeng Fei's lips as she gestured towards the woman upstairs, saying lightly, "The lady up there is a well-known socialite of the Chao family, changing boyfriends more frequently than one changes clothes. Just 2 days ago, I saw her attending a banquet with another gentleman, and now she is entangled with Guo Jiming." "Well, I see." Ning Tao's lips twitched, feeling a loss for words. "Guo Jiming is not a good man either. He revels in playing with women. No wonder the Chao family has been growing close to the Guo family lately. It all makes sense now." Xiaomeng Fei turned her head away, her tone icy. Ning Tao, observing Xiaomeng Fei's frosty demeanor, found himself at a loss for words and returned to his steak in silence. Meanwhile, the wall sconces around the restaurant illuminated, converging upon Guo Jiming, accentuating his outstanding presence, drawing the attention of those around him. Every now and then, as he glanced toward Chao Qian, his eyes glimmered with unabashed affection, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, her eyes sparkling as she playfully blew kisses. Had they not been in public, one might have feared she would leap into his embrace at any moment. With a sense of indifference towards the Chao family and no particular fondness for Guo Jiming, Ning Tao focused solely on his meal. "Manager Xia, is that really you? Just a moment ago, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." Suddenly, a voice feigned surprise echoed in their ears, tinged with an air of unexpectedness. Ning Tao lifted his gaze and saw Guo Jiming, who had somehow finished his performance and approached them, addressing Xiaomeng Fei. "Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be Manager Xia. So, are you marrying into the Chao family now, while still keeping a pretty boy on the side?" At that moment, Chao Qian also sauntered over, her waist swaying, and with a disdainful glance at Xiaomeng Fei and Ning Tao, she spoke with a sharp tone. Chapter 85. Elegance is not an act. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng Fei's expression suddenly changed, a hint of anger flickering across her face, before she coldly replied, "Chao Qian, mind your words. I have yet to agree to Chao Yang. Isn't it just a matter of time?" Chao Qian retorted with a scoff, her tone confrontational. Casting a disdainful glance at Ning Tao, she added, "I mean Xiaomeng Fei, if you're going to keep a pretty boy, at least choose one with taste. He clearly looks like a country bumpkin. It's truly embarrassing. Ning Tao furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards this woman. With a surge of confidence, he coolly remarked, "Speak with some decency. Haven't your parents taught you what manners are?" Startled by Ning Tao's imposing presence, Chao Qian instinctively took 3 or 4 steps back, her expression turning sour. When did a pretty boy become so arrogant? This place of elegance is not meant for you. Seeing his companion flustered, Guo Jiming was incensed and immediately positioned himself in front of Chao Qian, taking on the role of a protector. After all, the Guo family and the Xia family were business rivals. Witnessing Xia Mengfei's embarrassment was something he relished. Observing the insufferable demeanor of his adversary, Ning Tao rolled his eyes and quipped, "Elegance is not an act. It is the fool who pretends." "Who are you calling a fool?" Guo Jiming's expression faltered, his face shifting from red to pale, visibly enraged. "What? Are you admitting you are a fool?" Ning Tao slightly raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Guo Jiming. "What a sharp-tongued lad you are. I want to stoop to your level. Since you have accompanied Xia Mengfei here, you must surely appreciate the arts. According to tradition here, gentlemen are expected to play a piece for their female companions. Surely you wouldn't neglect that, would you?" A glint of malice flashed in Guo Jiming's eyes as he calculated his next move. Knowing that he would not engage in a physical confrontation given his status, he devised a plan involving the piano on stage. Judging from Ning Tao's attire, he surmised that the latter would not be able to play, thus deliberately provoking him. "Guo Jiming, what do you mean by that?" Xia Mengfei could easily discern Guo Jiming's intentions and quickly interjected. She had brought Ning Tao here today, having heard of the romantic ambience, although he was not her boyfriend. She had inexplicably sent him the address. At this moment, seeing the two individuals, she began to feel a twinge of regret. If her actions had caused Ning Tao to fall out with them, she would bear a heavy sense of guilt. It seemed rather trivial. Since he was here, this gentleman surely would not remain idle. Would it not be a breach of decorum if he refrained from performing a piece? Moreover, it would fail to convey his sentiments towards her. Guo Jiming adopted a leisurely demeanor, wearing a smile as he seized upon the situation, eager to witness Ning Tao's embarrassment. Indeed, if one chooses to play the role of a pretty boy, one must embrace the responsibilities that accompany it. If he cannot even manage that, what business does he have in a Western restaurant? Chao Qian reached out and linked her arm with Guo Jiming's, leaning in to engage in their banter. "Who says I cannot?" she interjected. Observing the situation, it was clear that unless he played a few notes, the two would continue their incessant chatter. As she glanced at Xia Mengfei's increasingly grim expression, she decided to speak up. "Very well, as long as you can successfully perform a piece. I shall cover the cost of your meal." Guo Jiming interjected, his tone resolute. To him, it was evident that Ning Tao had been provoked by his words. Indeed, youth often brings forth a fiery spirit. Just a few words had drawn the other into his trap. The piano, unlike other instruments, requires years of dedicated practice to master. Given the young man's attire, even if he could play, the result would likely be laughable. To prevent any change of heart from the other party, Guo Jiming did not wait for Xia Mengfei and her companion to decline. He snapped his fingers to summon a nearby waiter. "Excuse me, sir. How may I assist you?" The waiter approached promptly, bowing respectfully to the group. "This gentleman wishes to play the piano. Please make the necessary arrangements." Guo Jiming gestured towards Jiang Chun, speaking in a commanding tone loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Certainly. May I inquire what message of goodwill this gentleman wishes to convey to the lovely lady?" The waiter's eyes brightened at the opportunity. "Then I wish for my companion to be eternally joyful and beautiful." Ning Tao replied with a gentle smile towards the increasingly anxious Xia Mengfei, speaking boldly. Since the moment was upon him, playing a piece would not be amiss. He indeed possessed some skill at the piano. When Wuan Yue had expressed her fondness for boys who could play, he had invested considerable effort to learn. While his proficiency was not exceptional, performing a few pieces was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, with the two bothersome flies buzzing nearby, he felt a need to deliver a resounding rebuttal, especially considering their intention to foot the bill. After confirming Ning Tao's name, the waiter hurried backstage to make the arrangements. Ning Tao then stood, nodded towards Xia Mengfei, and disregarded the two individuals beside him as he turned to leave. "Now, let us welcome Mr. Ning Tao to perform a piece titled Nanshan Bei for his lovely companion, wishing her eternal joy and beauty." As Ning Tao's footsteps echoed, the restaurant's warm announcement resonated, drawing the attention of all present. Observing Ning Tao's unwavering confidence, the initially anxious Xia Mengfei found a spark of intrigue in her eyes, her inner turmoil beginning to settle. The figure before her, this brother Tao, defied her expectations. His image in her mind shifted with each moment, increasingly shrouded in an air of mystery that eluded her understanding. He possessed the ability to heal, was extraordinarily fortunate, and displayed remarkable discernment, showing no concern even with millions worth of raw stones in his possession. Now, as he stood up for her, ripples of admiration surged within her heart. At that moment, Ning Tao, seated on the stage, steadied his mind, his gaze shifting towards the keys. A pang of nostalgia surged within him, recalling the days he spent in the school's music room, playing for Wu On Yue. Suppressing these memories, he took a deep breath, and upon noticing Xiao Mengfei's worried expression, he nodded reassuringly, offering a gentle smile. He gestured around, adjusting the microphone before his fingers glided over the keyboard, and a melodious tune filled the air. In that instant, Ning Tao instinctively employed his ability to see through objects, only to be astonished by the revelation that there was always a higher level of excellence. The piano's structure unfolded before his eyes, and through the sheet music, he could accurately gauge the force and speed required for his performance. With this newfound clarity, his fingers resumed their dance, becoming remarkably agile as the music flowed forth. Xiao Mengfei watched in awe, her breath hitching as she beheld the grace of his fingers. They fluttered like butterflies amidst blossoms and soared like eagles on cliffs, producing notes that were nothing short of perfection. His hands leaped adeptly across the black and white keys, creating a smooth and beautiful melody that resonated throughout the restaurant, captivating the audience and drawing astonished glances. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their skill at first touch. Ning Tao's performance turned every diner's head towards him, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration. Among them were those well-versed in music, who clearly expressed their satisfaction with his playing. Guo Jiming stood frozen, his neck stiffening as he turned, flushed with embarrassment. He could hardly believe his ears. The prowess displayed by the young man on stage was undoubtedly at a professional level. Yet, how could this be? The youth appeared to be no more than 20. Could he truly be a professional? It seemed fate had played a cruel joke on him. Regardless, he had made a fool of himself, having sought to see Ning Tao stumble, only to find himself the subject of ridicule instead, a victim of his own words. Xiao Mengfei could not entirely restrain her emotions. Her delicate hands instinctively covered her crimson lips, while her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Ning Tao on stage, her breath rising and falling in rhythm with his piano melody. In that moment, she felt as if she hardly recognized him, her heart surging with excitement. Coming from a prestigious background, she could play a few pieces herself, yet in comparison to Ning Tao, her skills were utterly eclipsed. At this moment, amidst the melodious strains of the piano, in a corner of the second floor, two young women sat on either side. Upon hearing the music, one of the young girls gently closed her eyes, her delicate hand resting on the railing, swaying in harmony with the music, embodying pure enjoyment. Occasionally, she opened her eyes to gaze at Ning Tao, her expression revealing unabashed admiration. How curious that playing the piano could evoke spiritual energy. Opposite the girl, a young woman clad in a coffee-colored dress, with elegantly arched brows, murmured softly, her eyes filled with confusion. With her keen sight, she had vaguely sensed Ning Tao's use of spiritual energy. What? My master mentioned he is also a practitioner? The girl exclaimed, jolted back to reality, her face a mask of surprise as she looked at the young woman. Yes, but his cultivation seems rather low. Merely at the second level of the acquired realm. The young woman nodded slightly, adding another remark. Could he possibly be a member of the Huayue sect? The girl's heart tightened at that thought, and she hastily responded. You're being overly sensitive, are you? Just because he is a practitioner, you assume he is a monster from the Huayue sect? The young woman playfully tapped the girl's forehead with a slender finger, feigning reproach. The girl, unable to help herself, stuck her tongue out playfully, her nose lifting slightly as she quipped. Didn't our master say that the remnants of the Huayue sect have been particularly active lately, urging us to be cautious? Be cautious, yes, but remember, your cultivation is not high. Among the crowd, do not recklessly display your spiritual energy, or you may invite fatal consequences. The young woman's expression turned serious as she admonished the girl. Understood. I certainly won't act like that fool downstairs. Yet, his piano playing is rather delightful. The girl nodded slightly, her gaze returning to Ning Tao. That person below is somewhat peculiar, the young woman remarked, her gaze puzzled as she observed Ning Tao, muttering to herself, what is so peculiar? I think he seems quite fine. The girl replied without turning her head. Then, as if struck by a thought, she abruptly turned to the young woman and asked with curiosity, Master, what made you decide to teach at Zhongsha University? I am entering the world. My master said I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and must undergo trials in the mundane realm to break through. The young woman replied calmly, redirecting her focus to the scene below. Then wouldn't it be fine if I also enter the world early? The girl tilted her head in thought, looking at the young woman with hopeful eyes. Only when one's mindset is ready does entering the world yield results. And the concept of entering the world that we practitioners speak of differs somewhat from that of ordinary people. You will understand this in due time. The young woman let out a bitter smile, sighed softly, and patiently began to narrate to the girl. Meanwhile, the entire restaurant gradually fell into a serene hush. The music remained the same, and in that moment, everyone was immersed in a sea of sound, relishing an auditory feast. Even the waitstaff, moving about, instinctively softened their footsteps, seemingly afraid of shattering this tranquil ambience. On stage, Ning Tao was already lost in the moment. After a brief prelude, he took a deep breath and began to sing with a voice tinged with nostalgia and remembrance. In the northern sun, snowflakes dance. In the southern night, spring reigns eternal. If time permits before the darkness descends, I shall forget your face. A lifetime is insufficient to fulfill a single dream. He no longer spoke of the solitary islands of reunion, for his heart had long become a desolate expanse, unable to harbor another soul. Ning Tao's vocal prowess was commendable, evidenced by his previous collaborations with Tong Yakian in stage dramas. Now, as he sang from the depths of his heart, listeners could easily become entranced, enhanced further by the lively piano melodies that exuded a distinctly masculine charm. He had completely surrendered to his inner world. At that moment, he resembled a book, slowly turning the pages of the past and unveiling a new chapter, his voice imbued with nostalgia and rebirth. In this instant, he stood as the focal point of the restaurant, the lights swirling around him, casting an ethereal glow that made him shine brilliantly. A man engrossed in his craft possesses an undeniable allure. He had touched the hearts of the audience through the emotions conveyed in his music, captivating many patrons with the profound melodies and lyrics. Tears welled in Xiaomeng Fei's eyes as she discerned Ning Tao's sorrow through the music. An impulse surged within her to embrace him, wishing to offer consolation. Yet this song was dedicated to her. His slightly hoarse voice had seeped in her heart, seemingly prying open the door to her soul. As Ning Tao sang with deep emotion, he found himself entranced, occasionally glancing towards Xiaomeng Fei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, from that moment onward, he had turned the page on the past. It was with the encounter of this woman that the trajectory of his life began to shift. His song infused with gratitude. Gradually, his voice took on a tone of renewal, imbued with strength. A lifetime is insufficient to fulfill a single dream. Awakening from a grand dream. A life of absurdity. The southern mountains and the northern autumn sorrow. In the southern mountains, there are valleys where the south wind whispers. In the northern sea, there are tombstones. The southern mountains and the northern autumn sorrow. In the southern mountains, there are valleys where the south wind whispers. In the northern sea, there are tombstones. In the northern sea, there are tombstones. As he gracefully concluded the beautiful melody with his dexterous fingers, the hall was enveloped in profound silence, leaving the audience in a state of reverie. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd below, Ning Tao rose to his feet. After bowing slightly in gratitude to the patrons surrounding the restaurant, he turned to descend the steps and approached Xiaomeng Fei. Ignoring the displeased countenance of Guo Zhiming and his companion, he assertively grasped her delicate wrist, intending to depart. The presence of these two nuisances had spoiled their dining experience, and it was time to leave. After taking a few steps, Ning Tao seemed to recall something, turning back to remark, "Mr. Guo, do not forget to settle the bill for this table." With that, he refrained from glancing back, disregarding the darkened expression on Guo Zhiming's face, and strode away with the poise of a prince escorting a princess. Within the restaurant, it was not until Ning Tao and his companion had long vanished that the diners returned to their senses, some gasping in astonishment, while others engaged in lively discussions. Savoring the moment, clearly, being able to listen to such exquisite piano playing in this establishment was a rare treat. Oomph. Chao Qian snorted coldly and swept out with a flick of her sleeve. She had initially anticipated a chance to humiliate Xiaomeng Fei and her companion, but instead found herself hoisted by her own petard, no matter how critical she was. The level of skill displayed at the piano was undeniably masterful. Now, feeling the scornful gazes of those around her, she could hardly bear to remain. But the more she pondered, the angrier she became, yearning to locate her cousin Chao Yang, determined not to let the pair of interlopers escape unscathed. Guo Zhiming, too, lost interest in lingering. Upon witnessing Chao Qian's departure, he anxiously followed after her, secretly lamenting his predicament. After all, he had instigated this confrontation, and should this female ancestor cast her ire upon him, it could reflect poorly on the Guo family, resulting in significant repercussions. Lian, what troubles you? In the second floor, a young woman observed her companion's rapt expression and could not help but inquire. Master Uncle, his playing was extraordinary, even surpassing that of my second master uncle. I am utterly moved. The girl gazed dreamily at the entrance, lost in reverie, as she perceived the musician's emotional state through his performance. Lian, you are still young. Remember, when seeking a boyfriend in the future, avoid those like him. He clearly specializes in charming women. Though he appears harmless, he is actually deceptive beneath the surface. The young woman withdrew her indifferent gaze, speaking in a measured tone. Master Uncle, spare me. Even if you're my teacher, please refrain from constantly adopting a lecturing demeanor. I find him quite appealing. The girl, recovering from her daze, responded with indignation. You little imp, lacking discernment. Before you left, your master entrusted you to my care, and I have a duty to correct your worldview. The young woman leaned slightly forward, feigning anger. All right, I know you enjoy bullying me. The girl pouted, murmuring under her breath. You played exceptionally well. Have you studied piano before? On the car, Xiao Mengfei steered with one hand while extending her other, fair and slender, toward the passenger seat where Ning Tao sat. I suppose I learned a bit in the past, he replied. Ning Tao forced a smile, aware that he had gone too far this time. Initially, he merely intended to play a tune in homage to his lost love and to assert himself. However, he found himself entangled in a game of exposure that spiraled out of control. Tell me, how many secrets are you still concealing from me? Xiao Mengfei suddenly leaned toward Ning Tao, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Stunned by her words, Ning Tao found himself at a loss for how to respond. Miser. Xiao Mengfei shot him a glance, retracting her delicate arm like a lotus root, placing her fair wrists upon the steering wheel. After a moment's contemplation, her expression shifted to one of melancholy as she cautioned. Guo Jiming is a ruthless character. Be careful not to put him in a difficult position. Ning Tao raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, This is the second time you've said that to me. Worry not. I'm not intimidated by these individuals. He genuinely felt more confident now than he did when Qiao Yang had plotted against him. His capacity for self-preservation had significantly improved. If Guo Jiming dared to provoke him, he would not hold back. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Xiao Mengfei, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, and inquired, What about you and Qiao Yang? The mention of Qiao Qian's earlier words echoed in his mind. He had sensed something amiss in Qiao Yang's gaze towards Xiao Mengfei, and if they were indeed to become entangled, it would pose complications. Moreover, an inexplicable discomfort brewed within him, a sentiment he could not shake off. Alas, upon hearing Ning Tao's question, Xiao Mengfei let out a soft sigh, her gaze fixed ahead, a fleeting pain crossing her features. After a moment of silence, she seemed to speak to herself. There are things you cannot comprehend. The Qiao family is the largest supplier of jade in Xia country, nearly monopolizing 6/10 of the market. My family, the Xia family, along with the Guo family, merely engage in the carving and selling of jade. To elevate our status, it is imperative to maintain a favorable relationship with the Qiao family. Her words trailed off, and as she concluded, her eyes dimmed, falling into silence. Ning Tao understood, having anticipated such a revelation. He was taken aback to discover that the practice of strategic marriage, once prevalent in ancient Xia, still persisted among the elite today. Yet, upon witnessing the pain etched on her face, a pang of anguish twisted in his heart. As if he had been struck, almost instinctively, he blurted out, Do you have feelings for Qiao Yang? Feelings? Xiao Mengfei turned her head, a hint of derision in her expression. Do you think I would like him? Life often unfolds in ways beyond our control. Ning Tao's heart trembled violently at her words, as if it had been torn apart. He recalled the words of Wu Anyue during their separation, a pang of regret coursing through him. In the past, he had been powerless to resist. Now, it seemed that Xiao Mengfei faced a similar plight. Suddenly, he reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, his expression grave as he spoke deliberately. I do not wish for this to be your fate. With Ning Tao's casual remark, Xiao Mengfei's delicate body trembled slightly, causing her to unconsciously reduce the speed of the car. She turned to glance at Ning Tao with a hint of surprise, shaking her head gently. Once we grow up, we can no longer act impulsively. If I refuse, the Qiao family will inevitably constrict the development space of the Xiao family, and such losses are beyond what we can bear. Sometimes, one must live not solely for oneself. To this, Ning Tao chuckled, nodding emphatically, his face suddenly brightening with a smile. You are absolutely right. Life cannot be lived solely for oneself. This time, for your sake, I am eager to engage in a business venture with you. Oh, what kind of business? Drawn back into the conversation, Xiao Mengfei set aside her displeasure, tilting her head and blinking her eyes as she inquired. Let us discuss it when we arrive, Ning Tao replied, feigning mystery as he reclined in his seat, slightly closing his eyes, yet harboring a steadfast belief that he must ensure Xiao Mengfei does not suffer any grievances. Before long, the car arrived at a hotel where Xiao Mengfei had already reserved a room. The pair swiftly made their way to the room without much ado. What business are you up to, shrouded in secrecy? Can you reveal it now? Xiao Mengfei asked, taking out a bottle of champagne, uncorking it, and pouring it into 2 glasses. She handed one to Ning Tao with a beaming smile. In the past, had Ning Tao said such things, she might have brushed them off. However, this seemingly sunny junior now bore a depth she could not easily decipher, piquing her interest, especially with his mention of doing it for her, which made her heart flutter. How is your jade business faring? Ning Tao inquired, swirling the champagne in his glass, his gaze lifting as he posed the question in return. Xiao Mengfei paused, then returned to her senses, nodding. With the improvement of living standards among our people, the jade industry has been flourishing rapidly, and the prospects look promising. She trusted that Ning Tao had no ulterior motives. Therefore, she patiently continued, well then, would you be interested in co-founding a jade shop with me? Ning Tao's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward, clinking his glass with hers, expressing genuine interest. What do you think about this venture? The jade business? Xiao Mengfei's gesture of holding her glass faltered slightly, her surprise evident as she repeated his words. Exactly. What do you say to partnering up? Ning Tao nodded slightly, savoring a sip before continuing. When it comes to business, the larger the scale, the better. What do you think is appropriate? With a gentle laugh, Xiao Mengfei leaned closer, her smile blooming brightly as she asked, so, how grand do you envision it? Sensing the subtle fragrance emanating from her, Ning Tao felt his heart race slightly, taking a deep breath as he cautiously replied, in business, naturally, the bigger, the better. How much do you think is suitable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mengfei suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth illuminating the room. After a moment, she composed herself, extending a delicate finger to gently tap Ning Tao on the forehead. She remarked with a hint of a smile, if you have a fondness for jade, feel free to choose a few pieces to play with. But as for engaging in business, perhaps you should reconsider. What is wrong? Is there something that cannot be done? Ning Tao set down his wine glass, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed at Xiao Mengfei. All right. It seems that unless I offer you a dose of reality, you remain oblivious to the intricacies involved. As Ning Tao appeared serious, Xiao Mengfei too adopted a more solemn demeanor, stating, let me simplify it for you. Opening a jade shop may seem straightforward, yet if you aspire to expand, 2 critical aspects must be addressed. First, the source of the jade. To acquire a larger quantity, you will inevitably need to engage with the Chao family. However, it is well known in the industry that even the Chao family faces challenges in sourcing supplies. Most of their jade comes from Yinzhou, which has suffered severe depletion due to overextraction. Without a substantial stock of jade, significant growth is unattainable. Listening to Xiao Mengfei's rapid-fire insights, Ning Tao nodded, grasping the essence of her words. Although he lacked expertise in jade, he understood the implications of a strained supply chain. In any business, a tight supply, regardless of potential profits, would yield minimal returns. He now comprehended that the unions Xiao Mengfei referred to were fundamentally about securing sources. What about raw stones? If we disregard jade and focus solely on raw stones, do you have a way to obtain them? Ning Tao cleared his throat and inquired. That is not an issue. I have channels for raw stones. However, if you're contemplating this route, you should reconsider. No reputable jade shop would dare to purchase raw stones due to the excessive risks involved. It could lead to total financial ruin. Xiao Mengfei was quick to discern Ning Tao's intentions, effectively shutting down that avenue with her response. And the other aspect? Ning Tao, uninterested in dwelling on that topic, redirected his inquiry. The second point is also straightforward. To open a store, you must stock inventory. Without a substantial supply at the outset, success is unlikely. This necessitates a significant capital turnover. Jade is particularly capital intensive. Even for a modest shop, you will require tens of millions in circulating funds. Xiao Mengfei, evidently experienced in this domain, succinctly articulated the critical points. Ning Tao felt a stirring in his heart, his mind racing with thoughts. Prior to his arrival, He had conducted online research indicating that the jade industry is highly lucrative. Thus, the challenges she outlined were not insurmountable for him. In essence, it boiled down to two factors: capital and supply. The complexities of business were numerous, and Ning Tao contemplated that if he wished to partake in this venture, he would need to enlist external support. The Xiao family appeared to be a promising ally. However, after considering Xiao Mengfei's insights, he resolved to pursue a partnership with her directly. What do you think? I needn't elaborate on other matters. Just these two aspects alone must be daunting for you. Xiao Mengfei took a sip from her wine glass, a playful smile gracing her features as she regarded Ning Tao, believing he was taken aback. Daunted? Not at all. Ning Tao came back to his senses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With both hands pressed upon the coffee table, he gazed intently at Xiao Mengfei and posed a question. What if I can resolve both of these issues? Xiao Mengfei's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, sensing that Ning Tao was not merely jesting. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, she replied, "Such jokes are rather unamusing. Do you truly believe I would make light of such matters?" Ning Tao refrained from answering directly, instead countering her question. The decisive tone of his words caused Xiao Mengfei's breath to quicken. Though his statements were not forceful, the impact they had on her was profound. Had it been anyone else making such claims, she would have dismissed them with a laugh. Yet, the enigmatic aura surrounding him left her uncertain of his authenticity. If you genuinely can manage these two aspects, I would consider partnering with you. Taking a deep breath to suppress her excitement, Xiao Mengfei extended her delicate hand, resembling a lotus root, toward Ning Tao, declaring, "However, you must provide proof." As Ning Tao beheld Xiao Mengfei's enchanting smile, the angle of her posture inadvertently revealed a hint of allure, causing his heart to race and his gaze to falter. He unwittingly activated his perspective vision, becoming momentarily entranced. "Is something the matter?" Xiao Mengfei inquired, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Following the direction of his gaze, she glanced down to find him staring at her chest, and a blush crept across her face, her heart racing in turmoil. Meeting his gaze head-on, Xiao Mengfei bit her lip and suddenly demanded, "Do you find it appealing?" Indeed. Ning Tao instinctively nodded, nearly overwhelmed by her beauty. However, he quickly regained composure, noticing the fierce glint in Xiao Mengfei's eyes. His brow furrowed, and he hastily cleared his throat, attempting to regain his dignity. I haven't quite articulated my thoughts." Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he realized he had been caught off guard. It seems you have taken a turn for the worse." Xiao Mengfei straightened her posture, delivering a playful reprimand. For reasons unbeknownst to her, being scrutinized by him did not incite anger, but rather a sense of awkwardness that she found perplexing. Reflecting on his tender care during her treatment, her heart raced even faster. Ahem! Ning Tao wished for a chasm to swallow him whole. Rubbing his hands together, he mustered the courage to defend himself. "You cannot blame me. You are simply too captivating. Enough of that. It seems you have also mastered the art of flattery. I shall not engage with you further." Xiao Mengfei's cheeks flushed crimson, even her neck adorned with a delicate hue. She continued, "Now, tell me how you intend to resolve those two matters. Would you believe me if I claimed I could sense the presence of jade within a raw stone?" Ning Tao pondered for a moment before sharing the carefully crafted explanation he had prepared. Understanding the intricacies of perspective vision was challenging, and he feared that revealing too much might overwhelm her. Thus, he opted for a more prudent approach. He had researched online and discovered that some ordinary individuals possess a remarkable sensitivity to jade, enabling them to accurately discern its presence within a stone. This newfound knowledge emboldened him to speak with conviction. "What? How is that even possible?" Xiao Mengfei exclaimed, rising from her seat in disbelief as she gazed at Ning Tao. "Indeed, I was astonished when I first learned of this. It took me by surprise, but after conducting some experiments, I ultimately confirmed it," Ning Tao replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "I refused to believe it." The revelation was too astonishing for Xiao Mengfei to accept. Although she had heard of such individuals, she had never encountered one herself. She shook her head, biting her lip, though her gaze toward Ning Tao grew increasingly fervent. "It's quite simple. I have a batch of raw stones here. We can test them to find out." Ning Tao offered, providing details about the raw stones that Chao Yang had given him. "Are you saying that those are all jade?" Xiao Mengfei's heart raced, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Not entirely, but close enough. Additionally, there's a piece of glass imperial jade among them." Ning Tao smiled slightly, unfazed by her reaction, and continued to drop another bombshell regarding the 89th chapter of the sensation of picking up money. Xiao Mengfei's face flushed instantly, her breath becoming shallow. Glass imperial jade. While it might be seen as merely a substantial sum of money to an ordinary person, its worth in her eyes was incalculable. Ning Tao, are you certain I'm not dreaming? She exclaimed dramatically, pressing her forehead a few times as if attempting to wake herself from a trance. Suddenly, she stood up, grasped Ning Tao's arm, and declared with unwavering determination, "Let us go to the warehouse and cut the stones." Everything felt surreal, difficult to digest. Although she trusted that Ning Tao would not deceive her, she felt the need to see it for herself. It was important to note that Ning Tao had purchased a considerable number of raw stones. If the majority were indeed jade, it would be tantamount to an explosive fortune. If what Ning Tao claimed was true, the business opportunity he spoke of was simply too advantageous. There would surely be many vying to partner with him, leaving her little chance to join in. In her eagerness for validation, she scarcely had time to request a massage for her ailments beforehand. Ning Tao understood her thoughts and promptly complied with her wishes, hurrying along. Deep down, he too felt a sense of anticipation regarding that batch of raw stones, as they represented his first substantial fortune. When he initially acquired these stones, he had not formulated a plan for them and had left them with Xiao Fei. Now, he had a clear vision, to partner with her in opening shop. With his ability to see through the stones, he would not remain idle. No man could resist the allure of indulging in the company of a beautiful woman. Although he already possessed several million, it was no longer sufficient for him. His decision to collaborate with Xiao Fei was the result of careful consideration. He preferred to remain in the shadows, amassing wealth quietly, and thus sought a reputable partner to represent him. Xiao Fei specializes in jade, managing her store through connections, and he feels assured, as this venture is inherently profitable and mutually beneficial. Throughout the journey, Xiao Fei displayed evident anxiety, persistently inquiring about Ning Tao's sensations. In response, Ning Tao had long prepared a narrative, staunchly asserting it was merely a feeling. Though such intuition could prove unreliable, becoming increasingly ambiguous the more one observed, he refrained from divulging the entire truth. The fewer individuals privy to such insights, the more advantageous it was for him, and thus he could only speak in vague terms. Xiao Fei, eager to comprehend more, recognized that the mere act of sharing such confidential matters indicated a significant level of trust, and so she refrained from pressing further. Soon, they arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts, which, according to Xiao Fei, housed the largest jade processing facility of the Xia family, complete with stone-cutting machinery. The warehouse's entrance was securely locked, surrounded by towering walls and several uniformed security personnel, showcasing robust security measures. Even Xiao Fei had to undergo multiple checks before she could escort Ning Tao inside. Given the extraordinary nature of the situation, she instructed her subordinates to place the raw stones purchased by Ning Tao in a separate room, dismissing them to proceed on her own. After all, should Ning Tao's assertions prove true, it would be akin to a seismic event within the jade industry, the implications of which were beyond her estimation. Thus, she could not afford to allow others to partake. This piece is of the Glass King variety. Upon inspecting the stones, Ning Tao subtly nodded and handed Xiao Fei a stone roughly the size of a small watermelon. This one? Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment at Ning Tao's seemingly casual selection, but ultimately accepted it. From her vantage point, the stone's appearance and texture did not suggest the presence of jade. However, recalling the events of that day and Ning Tao's earlier words, she chose not to voice her doubts, opting instead for action. After adjusting the machinery, she took the initiative to begin polishing the stone. With a hum, the machine whirred to life, sending sparks flying from the stone like raindrops, while Xiao Fei's heart began to race. The greater the hope, the greater the potential for disappointment. She found herself hesitant to watch, as it had been quite some time since she had felt such anticipation. In contrast, Ning Tao remained composed. Through his perspective, he could see that the stone contained a glass variety, the finest of its kind. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the polishing machine, as Xiao Fei felt her heartbeat accelerating. As time passed, the stone gradually revealed a small window, causing Xiao Fei's eyes to widen in astonishment. "It's ready." As a hint of green emerged, Ning Tao decisively spoke. At his utterance, Xiao Fei halted the machine, turned the raw stone to inspect the glimmer of green closely. Upon observing it, she lifted her gaze, momentarily dazed, and finally murmured, "It's indeed glass type." After confirming with her own eyes, she felt a sudden wave of disorientation, realizing that Ning Tao's words were utterly accurate. This revelation signified that, in comparison, The value of this glass imperial jade was rather trivial when juxtaposed with Ning Tao's worth. With such exceptional ability, would one still fret over the scarcity of glass type? What do you think, Xiao Fei? Do you believe it now? Ning Tao smilet subtly, appearing quite pleased with her reaction. Ning Tao, you are simply magnificent, she exclaimed, her emotions clearly heightened. She swiftly approached him, instinctively encircling his neck with both hands, and bestowed a delicate kiss upon his cheek. Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback by her spontaneous gesture, the fragrance of her presence enveloping him, leaving him somewhat flustered. This is a reward for you, Xiao Fei said, her cheeks slightly flushed, before turning back to her workbench to resume cutting the glass-type stone. 5 minutes later, holding a fist-sized, nearly transparent piece of glass imperial jade, Xiao Fei was filled with exhilaration, almost reluctant to part with it. In her heart, she felt an even greater thrill, for this gem was undoubtedly worth over 100 million. Such a meteoric rise in wealth, akin to a sudden windfall, stirred emotions within her that even years of experience in the jade business could not quell. Xiao Fei, don't rest just yet. There's plenty more, Ning Tao said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he selected another stone from the pile and handed it to her. This one is ice type. Its quality seems decent. While she was engrossed in the glass-type stone, Xiao Fei promptly set it aside and accepted the stone from Ning Tao's hand, diligently resuming her work. Cutting stones is a physically demanding task, yet Xiao Fei was brimming with enthusiasm. Once she polished the new stone and caught a glimpse of green, her excitement surged once more. This time, her exhilaration stemmed not merely from the ice type, but from her absolute belief in Ning Tao's words. Reflecting on his earlier assertions, she felt an exhilarating rush. Possessing such an ability was akin to finding money on the ground. Why have you stopped, Xiao Fei? Ning Tao inquired, noticing her rise and wash her hands, seemingly unwilling to continue. It's unnecessary, Ning Tao. I trust you now. I believe it would be more prudent to discuss our earlier business, she replied. The accuracy with which he had selected both stones, coupled with the multitude of stones still available, was clearly beyond mere fortune. Indeed, as he had asserted, Ning Tao possessed the capabilities to address the challenges she mentioned. Having such a remarkable business partner, Xiao Fei could not afford to overlook this opportunity. Having confirmed the authenticity of Ning Tao's abilities, Xiao Fei was overwhelmed with excitement. Her previous feelings of desolation completely dissipated. A peculiar brilliance sparkled in her eyes, a reflection of her burgeoning ambition. To secure a significant position within such a vast family business, both capability and ambition are paramount. Her previous tenuous ties with the Chao family were born from a sense of helplessness. She had even been willing to sacrifice her own desires for the sake of her family. However, everything had changed now. With Ning Tao by her side, she could fully unleash her potential, and it would be entirely acceptable to usurp the Chao family's influence. Let's go, Ning Tao, back to the hotel. Carefully placing the glass emperor seed and the remaining raw stones aside, Xiao Fei, suppressing her excitement, eagerly tugged at Ning Tao to leave. Ning Tao, how do you envision our collaboration? The moment they returned to the room, before she had even settled into her seat, Xiao Fei eagerly inquired, her expression fervent. It was not that she lacked composure. Rather, this was not a moment for patience. On the way back, she had resolved to firmly grasp hold of Ning Tao. How we collaborate is entirely up to you. However, I have 3 conditions first. Ning Tao licked his lips, gazing at Xiao Fei's radiant face, swallowing hard. All right, please share. Xiao Fei leaned slightly over the coffee table, drawing closer to him. First, the matter of my ability to sense jade must be kept strictly confidential. You must not mention it to anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tao stated earnestly, rest assured, that is not an issue. In truth, Xiao Fei would have maintained the secrecy without Ning Tao's request. Moreover, she feared the exposure of this information. Should it come to light, her chances would dwindle. Secondly, I do not intend to collaborate with Xia's jewelry. My partnership is solely with you, and Xia's jewelry is irrelevant. Ning Tao's tone was resolute and left no room for negotiation. Understood, Xiao Fei, in perfect accord with his words, readily agreed without a second thought. Thirdly, I hope you do not marry Chao Yang. Ning Tao's face flushed slightly as he spoke with determination. The reason he chose to partner exclusively with Xiao Fei stemmed from this very concern. The sorrow etched on her face during their journey had moved him. In the past, he had lacked the capability. Now that he was capable, he wished to avert any tragedy. Xiao Fei, initially expecting a different condition, was taken aback by his words. With a complex expression, she inhaled deeply, her gaze scrutinizing Ning Tao. After a moment, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she responded, Ning Tao, you can't possibly be suggesting that I marry you, can you? Ning Tao was caught off guard by her sudden query, his face turning crimson, at a loss for words. Well, if you're genuinely interested in pursuing me, I might consider it. A hint of a smile danced at the corners of Xiao Mengfei's lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, leaving her expression ambiguous. Upon witnessing the other party's inviting demeanor, a surge of warmth unexpectedly welled up within Ning Tao, compelling him to nearly activate his perceptive abilities once more. He cleared his throat softly, coughed a couple of times, and endeavored to maintain a calm facade, reiterating, will you agree or not? If you pursue me, I will consent. Clearly, in this regard, the inexperienced Ning Tao was no match for Xiao Mengfei, whose lips curled into a subtle smile as her body leaned languidly against him, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she almost playfully urged him. Being so close to this gentle, fragrant beauty rendered Ning Tao utterly weak, causing him to slump onto the sofa, his eyes narrowing as his perceptive faculties involuntarily unfurled. This final condition, seemingly a stipulation, was in truth a thought crafted for her benefit. Xiao Mengfei was well aware of this. Initially, she could not articulate her feelings towards Ning Tao. He appeared to her as an unfathomable, serene spring, whereas before she had merely lingered at the water's edge, she now found herself beginning to submerge within its depths. His words undoubtedly stirred the tender emotions nestled in her heart. Having grown despondent over the whims of fate, resigned to marrying Chao Yang despite his shortcomings, her circumstances had now shifted dramatically. While Ning Tao may not have been an angel, he was undoubtedly her white knight, and in this moment, Xiao Mengfei held no doubts. From Ning Tao's perspective, he found himself thoroughly captivated, indulging in the sight of soft curves before him, which filled him with a sense of elation. Xiao Mengfei. A rush of fervor surged within him, and before he could comprehend the source of this newfound strength, he wrapped his arms around her and murmured her name. Startled by his embrace, Xiao Mengfei trembled, her body succumbing to a delightful languor, her mind swirling in confusion. The sensations were distinct to Ning Tao. It felt as if he were holding a cloud of cotton, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him and causing his vision to blur with an overwhelming rush of blood. Suddenly, at that moment, her phone nestled within her bag began to ring, demanding attention. Startled by the ringtone, Xiao Mengfei jolted back to reality, instinctively breaking free from Ning Tao's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a glare before hastily retrieving her phone from her bag. Coming back to his senses, Ning Tao felt a wave of annoyance. The call could not have come at a more inconvenient time. Xiao Mengfei answered the call swiftly and within mere breaths. She ended the conversation, her expression darkening. What is it? Ning Tao inquired, noticing the shift in her demeanor with a raised brow. It was Chao Yang. He wants to meet me at Jingyue, she replied, biting her lip and pausing momentarily before speaking. Xiao Yang? Ning Tao's reaction was immediate, his brow furrowing as he pondered the implications. It seems so, Xiao Mengfei acknowledged, her countenance troubled as she nodded in affirmation. Then do not go, Ning Tao declared, sensing that an invitation from him at this juncture could only lead to undesirable outcomes. No, Chao Yang is using business as an excuse. He cannot afford to confront the other party just yet. I cannot refuse. Xiao Mengfei gently shook her head, her expression dimming. I will accompany you, Ning Tao said, rising without a moment's hesitation. He was well aware of Chao Yang's ruthless nature and felt uneasy about letting Xiao Mengfei face him alone. There's no need for that. Just wait for me here. Rest assured, Chao Yang wouldn't dare to harm me. I will be back shortly. Sensing Ning Tao's concern, Xiao Mengfei approached him and, as a gesture of reassurance, planted a soft kiss on his cheek before speaking tenderly. Dreamfei has arrived. Please take a seat. In the private room of the Golden Joy Hotel, Chao Yang, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared both refined and the epitome of a successful businessman. He extended his hand in a welcoming gesture towards Xiao Mengfei, exuding charm. Chao manager, you are too courteous. Xiao Mengfei nodded slightly, offering a perfectly polite smile as she entered the room alongside him. Dreamfei, there is no need for such formality between us. I have told you countless times to simply call me Chao Yang. Although the private room was referred to as such, it resembled a hotel suite, complete with a lounge area and a table adorned with an array of exquisitely prepared European dishes. Noticing the meticulously arranged feast, Xiao Mengfei furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, Chow manager, we are business partners after all. It is more appropriate to maintain such a title. Very well. A flicker of malice briefly crossed Chow Yang's eyes. Yet he skillfully concealed it. He snapped his fingers, and a waiter promptly entered, adding several more dishes to the table, while another servant brought in an unopened bottle of wine. Dreamfi, I happened to acquire a fine bottle of Lafite red wine from France the other day. I have heard that its taste is exquisite. Perhaps we should indulge. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the waiter to uncork the wine, and then added, I have matters to discuss with Manager Xia, and I would prefer not to be disturbed. No one is to enter until we are finished. Understood, boss. The waiter bowed slightly to both of them before exiting and closing the door behind him. Chow manager, I believe dining can wait. Let us discuss business first. Wasn't the shipment to Sichuan scheduled to arrive today? Observing Chow Yang's composed demeanor, Xiao Mengfei felt a spark of intuition and spoke up. Originally informed that there had been a complication with the shipment from the Chow family to Sichuan, she had expected a serious discussion, but instead found herself amidst a lavish banquet. Upon hearing this, Chow Yang's movement of pouring wine slowed momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he set down the wine glass, retrieved a napkin to wipe his hands, and his tone softened. Manager Xia, the demand from Wiz Jewelry has significantly increased recently. As you know, the competition between our two companies in Sichuan province is exceedingly fierce. I'm not sure how the Guo family obtained this information, but they actually intercepted one of our transport vehicles and called me to claim that they wanted this batch of goods. What? Xiao Mengfei exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. The Xiao family have been expanding rapidly in Sichuan this past year, with a substantial volume of orders already placed for this shipment. If it were to be delayed, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Xia family's reputation. Manager Chow, this is utterly outrageous. This is outright robbery. No, I must call Guo Liang and inquire. Xiao Mengfei's indignation was palpable as she reached for her phone. Wait, Chow Yang interjected, raising a hand to halt her actions. He deliberately sighed and offered a wry smile. Manager Xia, you are not a child. Such recklessness is beneath you. Since they have acted in this manner, they will surely leave no trace. Let me be frank. I am informing you of this only due to our connection. Otherwise, I would not concern myself with such matters. Observing Xiao Mengfei's anxious demeanor, Chow Yang's expression bore an air of difficulty, though internally he was sneering. Desperate, are we? You seek my assistance. In truth, he had instigated the Guo family to take such action. Otherwise, how would they dare to be so brazen? After Chow Qian had relayed the embellished details of her encounter at the Western-style restaurant, Chow Yang's anger had flared. It was apparent that this 6-month period had merely been a ploy against him. He promptly dispatched someone to investigate Xiao Mengfei's whereabouts, only to discover that she had been involved with that impudent young man. This was intolerable. Although Chow Yang was generally quite patient, he decided to take decisive action, instructing the Guo family to intercept the Chow family's transport fleet. He intended to invite Xiao Mengfei, determined to win her over today, regardless of the means. His previous courtesy had been extended out of respect for her virtuous nature, but that was no longer the case, and his patience had worn thin. Manager Chow, what should we do? It is worth noting that our Xia family has a contract with your Chow family. Xiao Mengfei responded swiftly, her mind racing. She sensed that something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Logically, no matter how audacious the Guo family was, they would not dare act so brazenly, as it would be a direct affront to the Chow family. Did they not fear retaliation? Rest assured, Mengfei. Upon learning of this situation, I immediately sent my uncle to Guo's. I believe we shall soon have a resolution, regardless of the contract. My uncle will certainly address our personal matters promptly, and we need only wait. Chow Yang nodded gravely, yet a smile broke through as he said, Come, Mengfei, we seldom share a table together. Today is a fortuitous occasion. Let us raise a glass. The other party had made their intentions clear, and thus, Xiao Mengfei found it difficult to refuse. At that moment, she could only symbolically raise her glass, clinking it with the other, moistening her ruby lips. Mengfei, you cannot continue to evade me. After all, we are to be husband and wife, and it is only natural that we should engage more to nurture our affections. Wouldn't you agree? Chow Yang remarked, extending his hand to serve Xiao Mengfei a portion of food, accompanied by a gentle smile. I apologize, Manager Chow, but I am currently preoccupied with company matters. I believe it is best to prioritize my career, Xiao Mengfei replied, her heart stirred, yet maintaining an air of casual indifference. With Ning Tao as her support, she was confident that within 6 months, she would possess the strength to withstand her family's pressures. With a solid backing, she would face Chow Yang with less apprehension, allowing for more candid conversations. Endless business and inexhaustible wealth await, but Manager Xia, marriage is also a significant matter, not to be taken lightly. Chao Yang's brows furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with Xia Mengfei's response. Internally, he smirked, thinking, busy? I suspect you are entangled with that young man in more intimate pursuits. I will consider the matter of marriage, but I hope Manager Chao will not pressure me, Xiao Mengfei asserted, taking a deep breath to emphasize her point once more. Very well, very well. Let us refrain from such discussions today. Let us eat. Chao Yang laughed heartily, choosing not to dwell on those matters further, and graciously invited her to enjoy the meal. Please take your time, Manager Chao. I shall visit the restroom, she said, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Mengfei rose and excused herself from the table. As she walked away, the silhouette of Xiao Mengfei gradually faded from view, and Chao Yang's expression darkened. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a small paper package, opening it to reveal a fine white powder. Calmly, he poured the substance into her wine glass, gently swirling it, inhaling the scent greedily before placing it back in its original position. He had prepared for this moment on her arrival. Should she yield, all would be well. But if she remained obstinate, his patience would surely wane.